Baseball fans of the nation, welcome to the All-Star Game. This is Bob Elson of station WGN Chicago, speaking to you from Crosley Field in Cincinnati, where this afternoon the Mutual Broadcasting System and associated stations are very happy to bring you a running story of the 6th Annual All-Star Game. I'm going to tell you for just a minute something about the picture here, and then I'm going to turn you over to Dick Bray of our mutual outlet here in Cincinnati, radio station WFAI, who's familiar with Redland Field or Crosley Field here in Cincinnati, to give you a picture of this wonderful setting we have before us this afternoon. The two things that I want to tell you is, first, that it's a glorious day. It's a bright, sunshiny day. It's one of the nicest days that I've ever seen for an All-Star game. Last year in Washington, we had a beautiful day, but it was awfully hot. For today, the temperature is just about right, and it's a grand setting. We have a wonderful crowd, as you can imagine. And I will tell you that the starting pitchers are going to be Vandermeer for the National League and Gomez, the left-hander, for the American League. You know, the American League sort of feels that Gomez is a lucky omen for them. He started 4 games, and 4 games they've won. And so this afternoon there's going to be Lefty Gomez of Joe McCarthy's clan from New York. It's going to be pitted against these National Leaguers in this 6th Annual All-Star Game. It's just about 14 minutes before game time now. The pitchers have started to warm up. I might tell you, too, that our Mutual Broadcasting booth is in a wonderful spot up here, high up above on top of the stands, just a little bit to the first base side of home plate. And Dick and I will be in a grand spot here this afternoon to tell you every play and every thrill in the ball game for the 6th Annual All-Star Game. The American Leaguers are getting their workout now, and the crowd is thrilled watching the boys hit that ball to the fence. The National Leaguers and the American Leaguers for the last hour, and they were out here early to watch the batting practice, and there were many cheers as the boys on both sides hit them high and wide over the wall and into the right field bleachers. It's a grand setting for what should be a wonderful game, and I hope that you'll all be with us to follow every single play in this ball game as we bring it to you this afternoon from Cincinnati. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the gentleman who I have the pleasure of being associated with on this Mutual Broadcasting broadcast this afternoon of this All-Star Game, Dick Bray of Cincinnati, of radio station WFAI. He's very enthusiastic about these Cincinnati Reds. He's from Cincinnati. Can give you a small story on this beautiful ballpark this afternoon, and, of course, the history of the game and a lot of other things that he wants to talk to you about. And so, here's Dick Bray talking to you from Redland Field in Cincinnati.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to say for myself that I'm more than glad to be with you, too, this afternoon on this mutual hookup. And thanks for the kind things you had to say about our ballpark here at Cincinnati. First of all, a bit about the record of this All-Star Game. The first All-Star Game was played in Chicago in 1933. That afternoon, the American League won by a score of 4-2. The National League has won but one of the 5 All-Star Games that have been played so far. It was at Boston in 1936, and the score that afternoon was 4-3. The 1933 game was played in Chicago. In 1934, the teams met at New York. In 1935, Cleveland was having a big time up there, and they were the host city for the All-Star Game. Boston had the game in 1936, and as you well remember, Washington was the honor city last year. There's never been a sellout, they say, for an All-Star Game. But the Cincinnati Ball Club received more than 150,000 pieces of mail asking for All-Star tickets. Now, when you consider that each letter or card asks for more than one ticket, you can figure for yourself just how many fans wanted to see this ball game this afternoon. As Bob told you, the weather conditions are great for the game. But under the rules of the game, no one is allowed on the playing field. It'll be baseball this afternoon, a good old game, the national game, and true it is. The Cincinnati ballpark is so constructed that it will seat 26,500 people without using the terrace seats, which they do put in left, center, and right field. This park was built in 1912. The first ball game was played in it on opening day, 1912. The terrace was put in the Cincinnati ballpark by groundskeeper Matty Schwab during the season of 1937. In those days, they used to stretch the rope, and it was not satisfactory. The crowd out here at Crosley Field was so great that they wanted a place to sit down. They didn't like the idea of being held back by a rope. They probably remember the night that the St. Louis Cardinals and the Reds played a night game here, where the crowd was right around the home plate bar, just as though you would see a ball game on an amateur diamond. Out there, as you see Al Shack at the present time putting on the show for them, the fans, as you look at the circle around the home plate, were right around the very circle, which is no more than 20 feet in diameter. they thought the idea of the terror seats would help a great deal. About that terror, the National League outfielders, as you talk to them, some of them don't care much about it because it makes it rather hard in chasing a fly ball going out that way. From the ground, in front of the fences, 40 feet up to the fence, this terrace rises. It's 50 inches in height at the top, and these outfielders in the National League sometimes have quite a job getting up there. Back to the seat composition here at Crosley Field. There are 21,700 reserved seats at Crosley Field. The grandstand holds 5,200 in the lower deck and 3,800 in the upper deck. The left field pavilion seats 2,800, and out in right field, the pavilion will hold 3,128 seats. The bleachers, there are 4,500 of them out there a day. It presents quite a sight. Each and every seat is filled. They put these bleacher seats on sale 6 days before the All-Star game took place. It just shows you how Cincinnatians have gone for this All-Star game. You just couldn't get a seat no matter what you had to pay for it, even out in the bleachers. The players for the two All-Star teams today, as you probably know, were selected by the 16 managers of the two major leagues, and the fans were not included in the ballot. However, Joe McCarthy of the Yankees, and he's the manager of the American League team today, said that next year he'd like to see the public in on it, and I'm certain that those listening in this afternoon feel the very same way about it. There are 3 players out on this field this afternoon who have taken part in all of the All-Star games that have been played so far. There's Lou Gehrig, Charlie Gehringer, and Gabby Hartnett. As Bob Elson told you a while ago, Gomez has started 4 of the 5 All-Star games and looks very much as though he's going to start this one this afternoon, as he is warming up down here on the first base side of the diamond, the visitor side, at the home of the Reds, and that remarkable young fellow, and he's just as fine a man as you'd want to meet, Johnny Vandermeer. In talking to Gomez, it was our first chance to meet him today. We found him to be a very likable fellow. He was just as fine as he could be to us as we just had a word to say to him on the bench. Of the 19 players who were named to the National League list for 1937, only 8 of them are on this year's team. Of the 12 who played for the American League last year, there's only 3. Briggs, Harder, and Sam West are missing from the American line. Mel Harder has never been scored on in one of these All-Star games. He took part in 4 of them, and Sam West was traded recently by St. Louis to Washington. He's batting .301, but Joe McCarthy decided he was going to get along with 5 outfielders. Tommy Bridges has had a tough time of this year. That remarkable young fellow, the hero of a World Series a few years back, certainly is still a grand pitcher, and he'll be back in that farm, and they miss him here today. The selection of Johnny Vandermeer and Frank McCormick, the Red Leg rookies, means that the first time the National League has ever used a rookie in an All-Star game. There's a bit of sentiment connected with this ball game today. For 10 of the 23 National Leaguers in uniform this afternoon played their first National League game within the last 5 years. And all of the 23, except Gabby Hartnett, Mel Ott, Lloyd Wainer, and Carl Hubble, broke into the National League box scores within the last 8 years. Today, it calls back to memory an opening day at Crosley Field in 1922, when a young fellow got back of the plate, and out to the pitcher's mound walked that immortal Grover Cleveland Alexander. It was Gabby Hartnett back of the plate, and through 16 dust-covered seasons, not dusty with the record that he's made, however, Gabby Hartnett comes back today to the scene of his first Major League Baseball game. And by the way, it was the first Major League ball game that Gabby Hartnett ever won. And now let's take away from the statistics for just a moment and turn you over to Bob Elson, as Al Shack is putting on quite a show for the fans that have assembled so far. And we'll turn it back to Bob and get the lineup for you and then come back. Come on, Bob.
All right, thank you, Dick. Al Shack, who we've had the pleasure of watching many, many times in World Series and All-Star games, is putting on his great act out here before this great crowd here in Cincinnati, and he never fails to get a wonderful hand. Shack is just getting a tremendous hand from the crowd, as he has just put on one of the stunts in his particular line of tricks that he has out there on the field. He's got all kinds of them, you know, and he just amused the crowd with one of them, and now the boys are going to go to work on the infield. Here's the batting order and lineup. This is unofficial. There might be a last-minute change. Here are the umpires. They are Clem of the National... Here's the official lineup, so I'll give you that. Here it is now, so get ready to mark it down. I'll I'll give it to you slowly. For the American League, Krivich, left field. Krivich of the White Sox, left. Gehrig of Detroit, second base. Averill of Cleveland, center field. There's the first three. Fox of Boston, first base. There are the first four men now. DiMaggio of New York, right field. There you have the American League outfield now. Averill, Krivich, and DiMaggio. All right, here's the catcher, Bill Dickey of New York. He'll bat number 6 and will be back at the plate. All right, at shortstop is Cronin, the manager of the Boston Red Sox, with an average of 307. Here's a surprise. At third base is going to be Buddy Lewis in place of Red Rolfe. Lewis hitting 292 from Washington. Gomez is the starting pitcher. 6 victories and 8 defeats. So there you have the American League lineup, fans. And now here it comes for the National League. Hack of the Chicago Cubs, third base. Hack of the Cubs, third base. Herman of the Chicago Cubs, second base. There you have the first two men. Goodman, Ivy Goodman of Cincinnati, gets a tremendous hand as his name is announced here, and he's a wonderful player. Ivy Goodman in right field. He has 20 home runs this year. Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals in left field. Opp of New York, third baseman of the Giants, is going to play in center field. Lombardi of Cincinnati will catch. Big Caesar Lombardi, and what a tremendous hitter he is. His name draws a big cheer. McCormick of Cincinnati, first base. Hey, the Reds are certainly well represented in this starting lineup. DeRocher of Brooklyn is going to start at short in place of Archie Vaughn because of a left-hand pitcher. Vandermeer of Cincinnati is the starting pitcher. Now I'm going to repeat it for you, and here are the umpires. Bill Clem is back at the plate. Geisel, American League, at first base. Delafant, National League, second base. Basil, American League, third base. Now they're going to use the National League ball here for the first 4.5 innings and the American League ball for the last 4.5. The National League ball for the first 4.5, the American League ball for the last 4.5. Now you have that. Now here's the lineup again in the batting order. We're going to repeat it for you. For the American League, Krivich in left field, Gehrig at second, Averill in center field, Fox at first, DiMaggio in right field, Dickey catching, Cronin at short, Buddy Lewis at third, Gomez pitching. For the National League, Hack at third, Herman at second, Ivy Goodman in right field, Joe Medwick in left field, Millard in center field, Lombardi catching, McCormick first, DeRocher short, and Vandermeer will be the pitcher. Also, the National League players are all wearing their home uniforms. That is white. The American League players are all wearing their traveling uniforms. They're gray. So that's the one difference in the uniform, and also all the players wear their own uniform. In other words, Mike Krivich of the White Sox is wearing the White Sox traveling uniform. Cronin of Boston is wearing the Boston traveling uniform. DiMaggio is wearing the Yankee traveling uniform. The American League team will occupy the dugout behind first base, and the National League team will occupy the dugout behind third base. The umpires are out at the plate now with the managers, and we're getting all set to go. The park is absolutely jammed. It's a glorious day. It should be a real thriller today. Gee, it should be a wonderful ball game, and we're getting all set now for the start of play. Here's an announcement from the field.
Well, the people sitting in the cockpit along the field, please remove their coats from the railing.
They're asking the people sitting in the first row of the boxes along the field to please remove their coats from the railing. Now, from our position here, we're just a few feet to the right of the home plate. We're looking directly towards center field. Now, first base is to our right, and third base is a little bit to our left, straight down the line. Straight down the left field line to the left field fence is 328 feet. The left center is 382 feet. The center field is 388. The right center is 387. To the right field line is 366, and now the National League team is going out of the field, and we're getting all set now for the 6th annual All-Star game between the National League and the American League being played down here in Cincinnati on a glorious day. Vandermeer who has won himself a spot in the Hall of Fame that no other can even encroach upon, of having pitched 2 consecutive no-hit games this year, is going to be the pitcher. And I don't have to tell you that he's a real favorite down here in Cincinnati. Hey, they have Vandermeer sodas, Vandermeer pennants, Vandermeer everything down here in Cincinnati, and justly so, because he's a real favorite. The first man to bat for the Chicago White Sox will be Krivich, who's playing in left field. His average is 288. They have Vandermeer's pictures all over town here on streetcars, billboards, pennants, and everything else. Vandermeer is going to pitch. Now here's the lineup as we look out on the field. There's Hack at third, DeRocher at short, Herman at second, McCormick at first. Goodman in right field. The center fielder is Mellop, and the left fielder is Medwick of the Cardinals. The catcher is Beezer Lombardi, and the pitcher is Vandermeer. Now we're all set for the opening play in the All-Star game. Bill Clem of the National League is the umpire back of the plate. He will umpire behind the plate for the first 4.5 innings, and then Harry Geisel of the American League will go back of the plate for the last 4.5 innings. The setting is absolutely perfect today. The weatherman must be given a real round of cheers because he's given us one of the most glorious days we've ever had. We're all ready to go now, and I know that you join with me in saying, may the best team win. All right, here's Mike Krivich up now. Vandermeer looks him over, getting all set to start play. Artie Fletcher is coaching down at third base. The Yankee coach is down at third base now, and he talks it up as we get all set to go. Here's Krivich, a right-handed batter up, and Vandermeer starts that sweeping windup of his. The first pitch is a strike, a beauty, right over the inside corner. Baker is coaching at first base for the American League. It's 1 strike on Krivich. Nobody on and nobody out. It's the first half of the first inning of the All-Star game. Now Vandermeer starts that sweeping windup again. It's a fly ball into center field. The center fielder's going back out. He's going up the incline. He caught it. Out ran up the incline in center field for a long drive of 370 feet off the bat of Mike Krivich. He almost misjudged the ball that time. He started to move in and then turned around and tore back and up the incline that runs up toward the center field fence. It's not a very steep incline, but it's an incline nevertheless, and he ran back to catch it. Now that's 1 gone, and the next man to come up is Charlie Gehringer, the famous second baseman of the Tigers, a left-handed hitter. Here he is up now watching Vandermeer, and Vandermeer gets his side. First pitch to Charlie is a strike. It caught the outside corner knee high. Nice pitch in there. 1 out and nobody on the bases in the first half of the first inning. It's Vandermeer against Gomez. Vandermeer is getting a sign again from Beezer Lombardi. Here's the next pitch. It's a fastball, too low. Lots of stuff in the ball that time, but low. Bill Clem, the umpire back at the plate, went to his knees to watch that one, and the count is 1-1. Nobody on the bases, 1 out. The American League is batting in the first half of the first inning. Vandermeer is getting a sign again. Here's the next pitch. He started to swing but stopped. It's a ball. Lots of stuff on that one again, but it was too low, and the count is ball 2 and strike 1 on Gehringer. The next man to come up will be the center fielder, Earl Averill of Cleveland. Gehringer's hitting 323. Pitch to Charlie at the fastball. He didn't intend to hit it. It's a bouncing ball to the pitcher. There's a throw. He's out. Vandermeer to McCormick. He was backing away from a low inside pitch. The ball hit the handle of his bat and bounced back to Vandermeer just a few feet to his right. He ran over and picked the ball up and threw him out. Now the next man to come up is the center fielder, Earl Averill. Averill batting. His average for the year is 373. Fox is hitting 348. DiMaggio 328. Dickey 316. There's 2 out. There's nobody on the bases, and the ball game is in the first half of the first inning. Now Vandermeer gets his sign again. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball low and inside to Earl Averill, a left-handed hitter, number 3 in the back of his gray Cleveland uniform. National Leaguers talk it up out there in the field. Hack, DeRocher, Billy Herman, and McCormick. Vandermeer is winding up. Here's the next pitch. It's a fastball, low and outside. A ball makes the count 2-0 now on Averill. The next man to come up will be Fox, first baseman of the Boston Red Sox. Vandermeer looks this hitter over carefully. He's a dangerous hitter, too, Averill. Starting his windup. Here's the next pitch. Fastball. He hits the ground ball to the second baseman, Herman. He's up with it. There's the throw. He's out. Herman to McCormick, and he had him by 10 feet at first base to retire the side. No runs and no hits. The first man to bat, Krivich, sent a fly ball to Mellott. Gehringer bounced out to the pitcher. Averill bounced out to Billy Herman and went out on a fast play, Herman to McCormick. Now the game is going into the last half of the first inning here at Cincinnati in the 6th annual All-Star game. The National League is coming to bat, and the American League is going out of the field, and here is the setup. At third base, Buddy Lewis. At shortstop, Joe Cronin. At second base, Charlie Gehrig. At first base, Jimmy Fox. In right field, Joe DiMaggio. In center field, Earl Averill. In left field, Mike Krivich. The battery, Gomez and Dickey. Bill McKechnie is going out to coach at third base for the National League team. And Jimmy Wilson of the Phillies is going to coach at first base for the National League team. The first man to bat will be Stanley Hack of the Cubs. The American League, no runs and no hits for the first half of the first. And now the National League coming to bat. Hack hitting .322, Herman .264, Goodman .337, Medwick .342, Lombardi .360, McCormick .333, DeRocher .263. The first man to bat is Stanley Hack. There's a bleacher out in right field, remember. There's no stand in center field and no stand in left field. The scoreboard is in left center. A bleacher in right field, and it's a long swat out to that right field stand, 366 feet. To the left field fence, in the corner is 328. In left center is 382, and that's a pretty long swat, too. Stanley Hack is facing Gomez now as we start the last half of the first inning. Gomez is getting his sign. Here's the first pitch to Hack. It's a foul up into the upper deck behind third base. Foul strike on Hack. American Leaguers talking up out there in the field. Buddy Lewis, Joe Cronin, Charlie Gehrig, Jimmy Fox. Lots of pepper on both sides. Gee, what a ball game and what a setting. Gomez is getting his sign again. Here's the windup in the next pitch to Hack. Fastball, he belts it foul up into the stands to the left. Up into the upper deck. It's 2 strikes. 2 strikes on Stanley Hack. Gomez takes a look around the infield now. He has his glove off and he roughs the ball up in his hands. He has the batter in the hole with a 2-strike count on him and no balls called. And he takes his time very nonchalantly. He looks around the infield and the outfield. And again he turns around now to face the batter. It's the leadoff man and third baseman. Here's the pitch. A slow curve, and he fouled it up into the box seats to the left. And the count is still 2 strikes on Hack. Remember, the National League umpire, Bill Clem, is back at the plate. There was a scramble for the ball over there, and one of the ushers got it, and that was the reason for that slight boo that you heard. Gomez is winding up. Here's the pitch. It's a hit right over the shortstop head. They're hitting the left field for Hack. Here's the throw in from Krivich to Cronin, and Stan stops at first. There's the first hit of the ball game, a single over the shortstop's head by Stanley Hack. Now the next man to come up is Billy Herman of the Cubs, second baseman. Billy Herman batting with Hack on first base. Nobody out here in the last half of the first inning. National League against the American League. Now Gomez is ready to pitch to Billy. Here's the pitch. It's a ball high and outside. A pitch out. They thought he was going down. Stanley Hack gets the first hit of the game, a sharp single over the shortstop's head. The pitch to Billy Herman. He hits the ground ball to the shortstop, Cronin. He fumbles it. It goes right through him in the left center field, and a pitch runners on first and third. It's an error for Cronin. A ground ball to the shortstop, Cronin. He fumbled it. It went right through him in the left center field, and it puts a man on first and a man on third, and brings up Ivy Goodman. An error, puts a man on first and a man on third. Cronin was so anxious to start a double play that time that he forgot to pick the ball up. Now Goodman up a slow curve over the outside corner. It's a strike. Man on first and a man on third. Nobody out here for the National League. The ball game is in the last half of the first inning, and there's no score. Here's a fastball. He swung hard and fouled at that time back into the screen, and it's 2 strikes on Ivy Goodman. Ivy, a good pull hitter, a left-handed batter. Next man to come up will be Joe Medwick. There's a man on first. There's a man on third. A single and an error by Cronin. Gomez takes a lot of time, gets his sign again from Bill Dickey. There's a fastball, and he fouls it again. He caught the ball on the handle of his bat and hit it right back at the plate up into the screen. And the count now is still 2 strikes on Goodman. Gomez takes a look around the infield. Third baseman Buddy Lewis said something to him. Gomez is getting his sign again. The next pitch is a curve, a slow ball outside, a slow curve, and it was too far outside. It's a ball. Bill Dickey, who's back at the plate, steps out in front of the plate, says something to Gomez, and then throws him the ball. There's nobody out. There's a man on first and a man on third here for the National League in the last half of the first inning, with Gomez opposing Vandermeer. Gomez looks toward right field. Turns around now again and faces the hitter. Goodman stepped out of the batter's box to dry his hands a bit, and now he's getting up in there again. Man on first and a man on third, and Ivy Goodman up. Gomez is getting his sign. He's all ready. Here's the pitch. Fastball. He hits a foul. It's coming back and going into the screen, and the count is ball one and strike two on Ivy Goodman. The next man to come up will be Joe Medwick, and then the center fielder, Mellott. The American League is really in a spot here, with the National League in the first inning having a man on first and a man on third and nobody out, and Gomez really has to do some bearing down. Here's the next pitch. It's a high foul, which is going over into the box seats behind first base. Ivy Goodman has his eye on that ball. That's four that he's fouled off, and the count is ball one and strike two. American Leaguers talking up out there in the field. Fox at first, Gehrig at second, Cronin at short, and Lewis at third. Pitcher walks around back on the grass, picks up the right, dries his hands carefully, gets up on the pitching rubber again, arms up in front of him. He's all set. Here's the pitch. A slow ball. Strike three. Struck him out right over the outside corner. Gomez threw in a slow ball. A strike right over the outside corner, and Goodman is out on strike. The next man to come up is Medwick. Ivy Goodman was fooled with a slow ball over the outside corner, knee high for strike three. Now the American League infield is playing back, hoping that Medwick will hit into a double play rather than play in here. The first pitch he swung at was a high pitch inside, a ball to Medwick. Ball one. That was a straight fastball high and inside, and Medwick took a lusty swing and missed. He's out of the batter's box now. Now he's stepping up toward the plate. He's in the batter's box. He taps his bat on the plate, and Gomez looks him over again. A man on first, a man on third, and one out. There's a long fly ball. Way back in the center field. The center fielder should get up, and a run will come in. Here's the throw back into the infield. The runner scoring from third base, and the National League leads 1-0. Medwick hit a long fly ball to the center field, and Averill backed up and pulled it down, threw the ball into second base. There was no play at the plate. The runner from third base scored standing up. The National League leads 1-0. The next man to come up is Mellott. Hack scored. Man on first base, and the next man to bat is the center fielder, Mellott. His average for the year is 318. The first pitch is a ball. It's a fastball, waist high and outside, ball one. Man on first base, a run in and two out here in the last half of the first inning. The National League leads by a run. Again, he gets his sign. He's all ready. Here's the next pitch. He swung high that time and just tipped it foul. Went back into the wire, and the count on out is ball one and strike one. The next man to come up is the catcher, Cesar Lombardi. Is out of the batter's box, drying his hands, steps up in there. There's that familiar number 4 on the back of his uniform. Blue cap and a white uniform with the blue 4 on the back of his uniform. And he's watching Gomez as Gomez motions to the center fielder, Averill, to move over more into dead center. He was playing out in right center, and Gomez moves him into straight dead center field, right in line with the pitcher, second base, and the outfield. Gomez is getting a sign again. Here's the next pitch. It's a slow ball. He swung hard and fouled it back into the net, and the count is ball one and strike two. Remember, DiMaggio's playing right field, Averill center field, Krivich left field, Lewis third, Cronin short, Gehrig second, Fox at first, Dickey catching, and Gomez pitching. The National League leads by a run. The ball game is in the last half of the first. Fastball. He hit a high fly to center field. The center fielder, Averill, is in under it and should get it without any trouble. He's still looking up, and he caught it, retiring the side. So that's the end of the first inning. The first man to bat, Hack, drove a single over the shortstop's head. He went to third when Cronin muffed the ground ball off the bat of Billy Herman. It went into left center field, putting a man on first and a man on third. Ivy Goodman was called out on strikes. Medwick sent a long fly ball to center field, scoring the run from third, and Opp sent a fly ball to center field, retiring the side. That's the end of the first inning. The score of the ball game is the National League 1, the American League nothing. It's the broadcast of the 6th annual All-Star Game, coming to you from the baseball's capital, for a day at least, Cincinnati, the scene of the 6th annual All-Star Game. Now we're going to pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. first half of the second inning now, the All-Star game, and here's Fox, the first baseman, up. The first pitch to him was a called strike. It was right around his knees. Vandermeer is ready. Here's the next pitch. It's low and outside. It sent Lombardi to his knees to keep the ball from getting away from him, and the count is 1-1. The American League is a run behind as they start the first half of the second with Fox up, DiMaggio coming next, and then Bill Dickey. Vandermeer winds up again. Here's the next pitch. He hits a high fly into left field, down the left field line. The left fielder, Medwick, is getting over. He's still following the ball in foul territory. He couldn't get it. It was a high foul fly that Medwick followed but couldn't get. He made a long run for the ball, and back near the fence, he ran into the corner. From the left field line, there's a space of about 35 or 40 feet between the left field line and the railing of the box seats. In other words, there's a lot of foul territory out there for a left fielder to run into. He was following that ball. There's a pretty strong wind out there blowing. No air at all on it. And the count is ball 1 and strike 2. He didn't touch the ball at all. Fox is batting. The first man up. There's nobody on and nobody out. The National League leads the American League 1-0. There's a ball that's too low that time with a lot of stuff on it, and the count is 2-2. Vandermeer shot his fist into his glove as though he figured it should have been called a strike. The count is 2-2 now on Fox, the first baseman of the Boston Red Sox. Vandermeer is starting his wind-up again. Here's the next pitch. It's a swing, and he struck him out. Fox swung that time with a fastball and struck out. He went all the way around trying to give that ball a ride and missed it. The strikeout of Fox. Vandermeer, you know, leads the league pitchers in strikeouts. Here's the right fielder, Joe DiMaggio. He's hitting 328, a right-handed batter. Vandermeer is getting his sign. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball low and inside, and it's a ball. The ball gets out of Lombardi's glove and rolls off a little bit to the left, and umpire Bill Clem takes out his whisk broom and just off the plate. Nobody on the bases and 1 out. Fox struck out. Vandermeer is getting his sign again. He's winding up. Here's the next pitch to DiMaggio. He hits a foul up on top of the roof off there to the right, and the count is 1-1 on the batter. National Leaguers peg it around. Back to DeRocher. DeRocher fires the ball back to the pitcher. The other boys in the infield talk it up, Billy Herman and McCormick. American League is starting in the first half of the second. They're trailing by a run. Vandermeer is ready to pitch again to Joe DiMaggio. It's a swing and a foul back into the screen. The count is ball 1 and strike 2. Boy, this Vandermeer looks awfully good out there today. He's got a world of speed and seems to have all his control out there today, which makes him a mighty, mighty tough customer. Vandermeer and Gomez are the starting pitchers. The American League has not made a hit. Vandermeer winds up again. Here's the next pitch. DiMaggio hits back to the pitcher. A high bouncing ball. There's a throw to first, and he's out. Vandermeer to McCormick. He hit a slow, high bouncing ball back at the pitcher to Vandermeer's right. He went about 5 feet to his right, grabbed the ball on a high bounce, turned and fired the ball to McCormick to get his man. 2 out. The next man to come up is Bill Dickey. Here's Bill Dickey. His average for the year is 316. He's hit about 16 home runs. One of the leading hitters in the American League and runs batted in. The first pitch is a ball. It's low and outside away from the left-handed hitter. 2 out and nobody on the bases for the American League. They're batting in the first half of the second. The National League leads 1-0. Billy Herman shifts way over in front right field, back on the grass. There's a ground ball out to Billy Herman right where he was playing. He's up with it. There's the throw. He's out. Billy Herman to McCormick, and it retires the side. No runs and no hits again, and no hit Vandermeer is sailing right along. In that inning, the first man to bat, Fox, struck out. DiMaggio bounced out to Vandermeer. Dickey bounced out to Herman. No runs and no hits. The score as the game goes into the last half of the second inning, the National League 1, the American League nothing. Now the American Leaguers are going onto the field. DiMaggio going to right field. Averill to center field. Cleavage to left field. Fox to first. Gehringer to second. Cronin to short. Lewis to third. Dickey catching and Gomez pitching. We'll repeat the lineups every once in a while for the benefit of you baseball fans who might be tuning in late. It's the 6th annual All-Star game in Cincinnati. And we're going into the last half of the second inning. Gomez against Vandermeer with the National League leading by a run. There's been only 1 hit made in the ball game. That was a single by Hack, the first man up. Now the game is going into the last half of the second, and the first man to bat, a Cincinnati boy, gets a tremendous hand from the crowd. It's Big Beezer Lombardi. His average for the year is 360. Not only a good catcher, but a tremendous hitter.
Lombardi.
In fact, I was talking to Bill Terry last night, and he said something like this. I think I'll leave Lombardi catch the whole game and just see how the American League can get him out, because we can't. Lombardi is coming to bat. The American League, the National League second pitcher is starting to warm up. It's Bill Lee of the Cubs. Lee of the Cubs will pitch the second 3 innings. He has started to warm up with Hartnett down the left field line. The second pitcher for the American League has not started to warm up as yet, but I believe it's going to be Johnny Allen. Here's Lombardi up at the plate now, and Gomez gets the sign. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball, too low, ball 1. Nobody on, nobody out. Last half of the second inning, and the scores: the National League 1, the American League nothing. The American League has not made a hit off of Vandermeer. Gomez is getting his sign. Here's the windup in the next pitch. It's a fastball. He hits the ground ball to the third baseman, Buddy Lewis. A big bounce. He gets it over to first base, and he's out. Lewis to Fox. He hit a high-bounding ball to the third baseman's left. Lewis speared the ball and threw the ball across the infield to get his man. Lewis to Fox on an easy play. Now the next man to come up is the first baseman, McCormick, a first-year man with the Cincinnati Reds who has made a very impressive record. His average is 333, and he's driven in over 60 runs. McCormick batting, a right-handed hitter, facing lefty Gomez. Here's the pitch, a fastball. He hits a high pop fly in the infield, right close to second base. Gehringer's getting it. The ball is at the second base side of the bag, and Gehringer takes it easily for the second out. A high pop-up off the bat of McCormick is taken by Charlie Gehringer for the second out. That's 2 gone now in the last half of the second. Here's the famous ex-Cardinal shortstop, Flippy DeRocher, who is really the guiding spirit of the famous Gas House gang of the St. Louis Cardinals that we watched for so many years with the St. Louis Cardinals. Now the shortstop of the Brooklyn Dodgers, a right-handed hitter. He's batting with 2 out and nobody on for the National League in the last half of the second. A fastball is into the dirt, and it's ball 1. DeRocher batting. Gomez puts his glove under his arm and takes a look around the infield to see how everything's set out there. Boys are all ready. They talk it up and shout words of encouragement to him. Gomez is getting his sign. Here's the pitch. A fastball inside. Lippy swung and caught the ball on the handle of his bat. It was a foul, and it's 1-1. DeRocher batting. National League shortstop. He's facing lefty Gomez. Gomez takes a lot of time pitching to him. He started his windup again. Here's the next pitch. It's a slow curve. It's just right in there over the inside corner, knee high. It's called by umpire Bill Clem, and it's ball 1 and strike 2 on DeRocher. Gomez has started a long sweeping windup this time. Here comes the next pitch. It's a fastball in too close to a right-handed hitter. It forced him right out of the batter's box, and the count is 2-2 on the batter. The National League leads 1-0. Hack scored what has been the only run of the game so far. There's been only 1 hit. That was by Hack. Gomez looks around again. Now he's facing the batter, DeRocher. He's starting his windup. The pitch. He hits the grounder. Foul down the left field line. It goes into the box seats behind third. A high bouncing ball went into the box seat. Bill Lee has started to warm up for the National League. Right-hander. Lee's record this year, he's won 9 games and lost 4. Vandermeer has won 10 and lost 3. Gomez has won 6 and lost 8. There's a fly ball down the right field line. This fly ball may go for a hitter. It may be foul. It's foul. It goes into the box seats way down the right field line. DeRocher tried to place that one into right field. You could tell by the shift of his feet, but he hit it foul instead, far down the right field line. In right field for the American League is DiMaggio. In center field is Averill. In left field is Krivich of the White Sox. Cleveland center field, New York right field. Around the infield, Buddy Lewis, Joe Cronin, Charlie Gehringer, and Jimmy Fox. Gomez is winding up again. Here's the next pitch. It's a slow curve. He hits the ground ball to the shortstop. Cronin's up with it. There goes the throw. He's out. Short to first, and it retires aside. Cronin to Fox, and it's no runs and no hits. Well, that's the end of the second inning. The All-Star game in Cincinnati. National League is going out of the field now, and the American League will come to bat trailing by a run. And the first man to come up is the gent who made the error in the first inning, Joe Cronin, the Boston manager and shortstop, who has an average of 307. Then will come Buddy Lewis with an average of 292, and then the pitcher, Gomez. The second American League pitcher, I believe, is going to start to warm up now because Rick Farrell, one of the American League catchers, is walking down the right field line, and the identity of the second pitcher will very soon become known. Bill Lee for the National League is warming up. Here's Cronin, the Boston manager and shortstop. Coming to bat, number 4 on the back of his gray uniform. The score is 1-0, National League. starting the first half of the third. The second American League pitcher is Johnny Allen of Cleveland. He had just gotten up down there, sitting against the railing in the sun, and started to warm up. Johnny Allen of Cleveland, who has won 12 without a defeat, is going to be the second American League pitcher. All right, now let's get down to business at hand. Here's the batter up. It's Joe Cronin, a right-handed hitter. He's batting with nobody on and nobody out against Vandermeer. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball low and outside. Lombardi had to go out to the right for it, and it's ball one. National Leaguers on the infield talk it up. Lots of pepper on both sides. National League leads by a run. Vandermeer is getting his sign again. A long, sweeping windup. Here's the pitch. He hits one right over the third baseman's head. A safe hit. The ball is rolling down the left field line. I believe it's going to be just a single. Medwick fires it back in fast, and it's a single. The first American League hit was by Cronin. A liner over Hack's head. He didn't have a chance for it, and fast fielding by Medwick held him to a single. The next man to come up is the American League third baseman Buddy Lewis of Washington. His average is .292. He's a left-handed batter, a tall, thin fellow. He's down here now facing Vandermeer with a teammate on first base. Now Vandermeer gets ready. The first pitch was a strike. Gee, there was a lot of stuff on that one. It just caught the outside corner. A sharp-breaking curveball away from a left-handed hitter, and it's a strike called. The American League trails by a run, and the American League has a man on first with nobody out. Throw to first base, but he's back safely. Again, a throw to first base, and he's back safely. The umpire at first base is Basil. Geisel at third base, and Belafont at second. Pitcher's getting all ready out there again. Here's the next pitch to Buddy Lewis. It's a ball. There's a throw to first. He slid back in head first. He's safe. A pitch out that time was called for, and Lombardi fired the ball to first baseman McCormick, and Cronin had to slide and go back into the bag head first to get back safely. The second pitchers for each side are warming up. Their lead for the National League, Allen for the American League. Pitcher's getting his sign out there again, ready to pitch now to Buddy Lewis with a man on first. Lewis takes a low inside pitch for a ball, makes the count 2-1 on a left-handed hitter. The pitcher's due to come up next. National League scored their run in the first inning on a hit, a single, a long fly ball, and an error. Here's the next pitch, and he swings and hits one way down the left field line, a foul ball for Buddy Lewis, and the count is 2-2 on the batter. New ball is tossed into the game. The National Leaguers peg it around. Hack to DeRocher. DeRocher is walking in behind the pitcher and throwing him the ball now, and then goes back to his position at short. In left field is Medwick. In center field is Mellott. And in right field is Ivy Goodman. That's the picture here at Cincinnati. The ball game is in the first half of the third. Now he's ready to pitch again to Buddy Lewis with a man on first base and nobody out for the American League. Here's the pitch. He swung hard that time and fouled the ball. And the count is still 2-2 on the batter. Again, a new ball is tossed around a bit, and then back to the pitcher, Vandermeer. The starting pitchers, remember, are Vandermeer and Gomez, and they are both left-handers. Vandermeer gets the sign out there again. He's ready now. Man on first has a short lead off. Watch it now. Here's the next pitch to Lewis. It's a swing and a foul up into the upper deck behind third base. From the shift of Buddy Lewis's feet, it looks as though he was trying to hit that ball down the left field line. It looks very much as though Lewis is trying to hit the ball in the left field. He's hit foul 3 times up into the stands behind third base. Vandermeer is getting his sign again. A left-hand hitter, Lewis, is up at the plate with Cronin on first base. The next pitch is a ball low and outside. Ball 3 makes it 3-2 now. Now the National League infielders move in a bit behind the pitcher and talk to Vandermeer. Now they're backing up again. Hack, DeRocher, and Billy Herman. McCormick, of course, stays over at first base because there's a man on first, Cronin. He drove a sharp hit over Hack's head. Vandermeer takes his time out there again and gets all ready to pitch again to Buddy Lewis. A left-handed hitter, he swings and hits a high fly in the center field. If the center fielder Mellott should have no trouble with, he's way back, but he's under the ball, and he has it for the first out. Buddy Lewis hit a long fly ball into right center field, about 375 feet from the plate. It was caught by Mellott for the first out. Now the next man to bat is the Yankee pitcher, Gomez. Here's Brian Gomez, left-hand pitcher, and a left-handed batter coming up at the plate to face Johnny Vandermeer with a teammate on first base. The next man to come up will be Mike Krivich. The National League leads in this ball game 1-0 in the third. Vandermeer is getting his sign now. He's all ready. The third baseman is playing in, expecting a bunt, but Gomez took a real cut at the ball and fouled it back lay one down. But Gomez took a powerful cut at that first pitch and fouled it. Tying runners on first base for the American League. As Vandermeer gets his sign out there again, he's allowed only one hit. That was by Cronin. Here's the next pitch. He swings and hits a high bouncing ball. The pitcher's going to get it over to first base. He's out. Pitcher to first. It was a ball that bounced in front of the pitcher, went high in the air, and the pitcher had to wait for it to come down, so there was no chance to get the man going to second. It brings up the leadoff man, Mike Krivich. The tying run is on second base now with 2 out, and the ball game is in the first half of the third. You had that take correctly, I hope. It was a ball that bounced in the dirt in front of the pitcher.
In order to rebroadcast today's World Series game, the following sponsors have relinquished their usual time. Manhattan Mother, sponsored by American Family Soap, will be heard today only at 4 p.m. Houseboat Hannah, sponsored by Lava Soap, today at 4:15 p.m. Kitty Keene Incorporated, sponsored by Dreft, today at 4:30 p.m. Meet the Missus, sponsored by Kitchen Cleanser, at 5 p.m. And Hal Tate, your radio tattler, sponsored by the Evans Fur Company, this evening at 8:15.
Dean for the Cubs, and Vernon Lefty Gomez for the Yankees. The Yankees call Mr. Gomez Goofy, and he likes it. The Cubs players refer to Mr. Dean as Old Beers, and he likes it. Those two fellows are popular with their own mates. They're both idolized by the fans, Gomez by the fans of New York, and Dean by the fans of Chicago. When Gomez steps out on the mound in a few minutes, he's going to have an ambition there to tie one World Series record and to establish a new one. In his career so far, Lefty Grove has pitched 5 and won 5 games in the Big Fall Classic. He was with the Yanks in a series of 32, and he pitched and won 1 game. And in 1936, he pitched and won 2 games, and last year he pitched and won 2. The record for winning World Series games in 6, and it's held jointly by Chief Bender of the Old Time Athletics and by Wade Hoyt of the Yankees of some 12 to 15 years ago, when they first began to assert themselves as a great power team. No other pitchers in the history of the big series have won 6 games, but Gomez would tie that record if he should win today. And then he has a chance to set a new record for the fall show if he should win, because his standing as a World Series pitcher would then be the highest percentage of them, because by winning today, he would make it still stronger. Make it a new record, because if he wins, he will have gained 6 World Series records and will not have lost a game. His record would be 6-1 and nothing lost then. The other boys, Bender and Hoyt, who have tabbed up 6 victories, have been charged at least with 1 defeat apiece. Now, Dizzy Dean's World Series experience until this year has been limited to 1 fall classic, that of 1934, when he was with the Cardinals and they played the Detroit Tigers. But Dizzy was the outstanding figure of that series and was on the mound in the 7th and deciding game when the Cards beat the Tigers and won the World's Championship. And that, by the way, is the last time that the National League was victorious in the Classic. And old Diz was credited with 2 victories in that series. And there are fans today in Chicago and in St. Louis and in many other cities who believe that Dizzy is the man who has about just what it takes to beat the Yankees. Of course, we're going to be able to tell you more about that in a couple of hours from now. Right now, we have the park filling up. Actually, hundreds of fans are milling around and being handled very nicely, as we told you yesterday, by Andy Frain's ushers, who point out the seats and then reach for the next set of tickets. Practically everyone in the park is doing today what they did yesterday. They're standing up in the lower deck. In the upper deck, most of them are seated because they simply have to sit there and look down and see what's going on in the field. The Yankees at the present time are taking their fielding practice. Of course, later on, John Harrington is going to tell you what's going on as far as lineups and things of that sort are concerned. The wind today is not blowing from the north as it did yesterday. It's blowing from the north and east. That means that a ball hit toward center field will be blown back toward second base. A ball hit toward right field will be blown over toward the right field line. A ball hit toward left field with any sort of a carry on it should come back toward third base. It's a wind blowing in from the northeast off the lake. The temperature is around something like 52, according to the last we heard. We're not interested in the temperature as we are in seeing 2 teams get hot. Dizzy Dean is warming up for the Cubs, and Lefty Gomez, a left-hander, is warming up for the team known as the Yankees, the Bone Crushers from New York. Throws are being made in from the outfield down toward the home plate for the outfielders who have been out there in this fielding practice, and now we're having that fielding practice, too, making the throws. Selkirk is just making one throw down toward the home plate now, and instead of throwing the ball in full distance like a lot of people do, he's a smart baseball player, and he throws the ball in on a hop. The ball gets down to home plate or any other plate faster if you shoot it on a hop. There was a very bad throw just made by DiMaggio, the ball coming off to the left of the plate. That's why he's out there practicing, to get his eye. This time he makes the peg with the wind back at him, and the ball comes a lot closer. No bounce to it, though, but right straight into the plate. They're shooting another one to him to drive him off to the left a little bit. He mixes the ball and finally picks it up to make his peg toward home plate. The colors are being assembled, and there seems to be a march starting on out in center field with the same band of American Legionnaires that was here yesterday. Of course, there will not be any seats so far as I know. That's simply my guess, because it's my understanding that all the grandstand seats and the other seats, the box seats, were sold out. If anybody can go out there and find themselves a spot in the grandstand, they're a better man than I am, because they're going to have to get up there and wedge themselves in with a shoehorn. Now, it's the same kind of an overcast day it was yesterday, with the exception of the fact that the clouds seem to be more solidly banked and are not the dark, scuttling clouds that were there yesterday coming in from the north and west. The wind, as I told you, is off the lake, coming in from the north and east, from the scoreboard right down toward center field, and then over second base toward home plate. The clouds are a little lighter, and there seems to be a little more light out here than there was yesterday. Now, when Manager Hart had announced last night that Dean was going to be the pitcher today, there wasn't a bit of nervousness on the part of Diz. Instead, we understand that a great big grin came over his face. He was happy about it. He's that kind of a fellow. He has the competitive spirit. And Dizzy is the kind of a fellow who says, give me that ball. He's the kind of a man who thinks he may be knocked out in the first inning, where he might go out and pitch a 9-inning shutout. But whatever happens, you can bet old Diz will give everything that he has. Dean's record for the year, interrupted by long spells, is 7 games won and 1 game lost against 18 victories and 12 defeats for Gomez. The umpires for today's game are Coles of the American League at the plate, Sears of the National League at first, Hubbard of the American League at second, and Moran of the National League over at third base. Now, we understand that the outbreak of temperament displayed by Lou Gehrig in the 8th inning of that first game yesterday was quite a big surprise to everyone who knows him, because he is not given to making demonstrations against umpires' decisions, such as he staged on that instance when he seemed just on the verge of taking a swing at somebody. Gehrig's mates explained that Lou must have been firmly convinced in his own mind that he was right, or he never would have acted that way. The thing was, the count was 3-2 on him. He started to swing at the next pitch, but saw that it was a low hook, and he pulled back the swing and got what he thought was a base on balls. But instantly, Gabby Hartnett whirled, and umpire Moran yelled foul tip, just as Gabby caught the ball, and he yelled strike 3. Now, Moran agreed with Hartnett that it was a foul tip, and he called strike 3 on Gehrig, who by that time was jogging on his way down to first base. The minute Gehrig turned his back and started toward first, umpire Moran had his hands up in the air, and his fingers stuck out, 3 of them in the right hand, but he did not call until Gehrig had gone down probably 5 or 6 feet toward first. Of course, Gehrig's protest was useless, because he was protesting on a decision that involved an umpire's judgment. There was no use in protesting in a case of that sort. The photographers have been down on the field literally by the hundreds today. We understand yesterday that at one time there were 60 or 70 of them down there. But in some way, apparently, some of these boys who are candid camera fiends have gone down there and sort of wiggled out of the field and commenced to take pictures all over the place. They're thinning out now, so there are probably not more than 25 or 30 of them down there. Most of them right at the present time are taking pictures of Dizzy Dean as he warms up, and the others were for a while taking pictures over near the first base dugout where Gomez is warming up. There will never be any kick from either team as to white shirts in the background out there in the center field bleachers. That's the one thing that the home team and the visiting teams howled about this year, was the fact that it was pretty tough to try to see that ball coming from an overhand pitch if the pitcher was more than 4 feet high because of the white shirts out there for a background. But today, with the temperature down where it is, everybody has on either a coat or a top coat or a sweater of some kind. And as far as that's concerned, if there were white shirts out there, it'd be just the same for the home team as it would for the visiting team, and vice versa. And while we're speaking of ifs, there are a lot of ifs in baseball, and of course there were a lot of ifs yesterday. A lot of people said last night, as we talked to them in the drugstore in our building, if such and such a thing had happened, the Cubs would have won. Well, the main point I told them is that if the Cubs had got more runs than the Yankees, they would have won. There were a lot of ifs to the ball game, but that is what is known as second guessing. And we don't do any second guessing out of this booth. You can if all you want to, but there's no sense in it because the ball game is in the records. There's a Yankee win. The only thing you do is to say that if the Cubs get more runs today, they'll win. And that's a first guess. It's not a second guess. It's very easy to tell what you would have done. The ball's just thrown back now by Jimmy O'Day. Hit Dizzy Dean on his gloved hand, and he yanked the glove off quickly and looked at his finger. One of his fingers on the left hand apparently was injured a little bit, but he's right back in there warming up and is not paying any attention to it. The band has swung into formation, flags in front, the band facing toward the north and east, near the flagpole, just in front of the center field bleachers. Back out there, we see the boys are getting ready for the flag-raising ceremony, which will be held, of course, in just a few moments before the ball game starts. The umpires have come out of the first base dugout and are down there in the Yankee dugout, each of them stopping to take a drink of water out of that little water fountain that's down in the corner. Here come the umpires out on the field, and when the umpires come up, that means that it isn't going to be very long before the official lineups will be handed in, and that the boys will start playing ball. And as long as the umpires are going to find out who's playing in this ball game, I think it's only right that you should find out who's playing in this ball game, too. And you will in just a moment. But first, I'd like to say that this broadcast of the World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Yankees is coming to you from Wrigley Field, Chicago. We pause for station identification.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
The national anthem is being played, ladies and gentlemen. We pause for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings will be taken over for the lineups and the ball game by John Harrington. Take it, John.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let me announce at this time that Pat Flanagan and I will share this microphone to bring you the play-by-play broadcast of today's game from out here at Wrigley Field, the home of the Cubs in Chicago, the second game of the 1938 World Series. Here are the lineups for today. By the New York Yankees, Crosley at shortstop, Ralph at third base, Henrich in right field, DiMaggio in center field, Gehrig at first base, Dickey, the catcher, Selkirk in left field, Gordon at second base, and Gomez, the pitcher. For the Chicago Cubs, we have a bit of a changed lineup here, although at the start it's exactly the same as it was yesterday. Hack is the leadoff man, the third baseman. Herman at second base. Demery, who played in left, is over in right field. Marty is in center field. He was not in the game yesterday. Reynolds is in left field. He played in center yesterday. Hartnett is the catcher. Collins at first base. Jurgens at shortstop. And Dean is the pitcher. Lou Gehrig has turned in the lineups for the New York Yankees. Billy Herman has turned them in for the Chicago Cubs. The groundkeepers are practically finished with the infield. They've got it down smooth so that there isn't even a pebble showing any place, and it looks just exactly like the top of the billiard table, only the color is just a little bit different. The color being a dusty red out here at Wrigley Field. Incidentally, it's an interesting story, the way they get the red color, which goes along with the color scheme of the ballpark. Those red cinders are... The red color in the infield is derived because of red cinders which are ground and pulverized. So they're just as fine as dust. They mix with the dirt in the infield, and they give that red effect to the infield. It gives an even better position for a ball which is bouncing to an infield. Let me give you the results of yesterday's game as far as the averages, the batting averages of the boys are concerned, who are going to come up in this game today. Crosley, the first man up for the Yankees, batted .250 in the first game of the 1938 World Series, which was, as you know, played yesterday afternoon, and which the New York Yankees won by a score of 3-1. Batting orders are being given out here now from the field officially. We've already given them to you. The ball players are going out there. The Cubs have taken the playing field with Hack at third, Jurgens at short, Herman at second, Collins at first, Hartnett as the catcher. Dizzy Dean is going to be the pitcher in the second game with Reynolds in left field, Marty in center, Demery in right. Ralph, the second man in the lineup for the Yankees, batted .200 in yesterday's game. That's his batting average thus far for the 1938 World Series. Henrich batted .500. DiMaggio had no hits. He has a batting average of absolutely nothing. Gehrig batted .333. Bill Dickey batted .1,000. Selkirk .250 and Gordon .500. Gomez, who was pitching in the game today for the New York Yankees, has won 18 and lost 12, while Dizzy Dean has won 7 and lost 1. Hack's batting average in the World Series, the first game of the World Series of 38, was 750. Herman, 250. Demery, nothing. Marty did not play yesterday. Reynolds had no average at all. Hartnett batted 333, Collins 333, and Gehrig 333. So there you have the batting averages for yesterday's game, the first game of the 1938 World Series, which we are bringing you from Wrigley Field. Dizzy Dean has finished his warm-up. The throw has gone out to second base from Gabby Hartnett to Billy Herman. Billy Herman to Jurgens to Hack, and back to Dean. And the umpire in back of the plate, umpire Coles, has hollered batter up. The umpires at Coles back of the plate, Sears at first, Hubbard at second, and Moran is over at third. Crosley in the batter's box, facing Dizzy Dean. Second game of the 1938 World Series. There's the windup, and here's the first pitch of this game. Comes in for a strike of the outside corner. Came in right at the waist. Strike one. A curveball, which came in the waist high, broke over the outside corner of the plate. Dizzy getting a sign again. Yesterday, the first man up, Crosley, struck out. Let's see what he does today. There's the windup, and here's the next pitch. And Crosley swings, hits a high fly ball out into left field. Val Reynolds goes back near the wall. He's back almost against it and takes the ball for the out. Reynolds playing out in left field, went back almost to the wall out there, about 370 feet away from home plate, and took the ball in his glove as it came down very easily for an out, a high fly. That brings Red Rolfe up to the plate. Red Rolfe, the third baseman for the New York Yankees, and the left-hand hitter stepping in the batter's box. Score of the ball game, of course, is 0-0. The Yankees won the first game yesterday by a score of 3-1. There's the windup, and here's the pitch. Rolfe bunts the ball. It's down the first baseline. Diz is going over to cover, tosses the ball to Collins. He's out. Dean to Collins for the put-out. 2 up and 2 down. Dean went over, fielded that ball very beautifully, kept running until he overtook the rolling ball, scooped it up with his left hand, tossed it with his left hand to Collins, and he was out at first base. That brings Tommy Henrich up to the plate. He's the right fielder for the New York Yankees and another left-hand hitter. Tommy Henrich stepping in the batter's box. Gabby throws into a crouch down there in back of the plate. Here's the sign to Dizzy Dean. Diz starts his wind-up, and here's the pitch to Henrich, and it's a ball on the inside. He dusts him off a little bit, shoving him away from the plate. It's ball 1. 2 down, nobody on the bases. The first half of the first inning. There's the wind-up by Diz, the pitch, and it's a strike right over the heart of the plate. Sidearm fastball, which came over their waist high. Ball 1 and strike 1 the count. There's the windup by Diz. Here's the pitch. A slow ball comes in too high for ball 2, making the count 2-1. Ball 2 and strike 1 to Tommy Henrich. Gabby says something to Dizzy. Dizzy grins. Looks in at Gabby, get it signed again. There's the windup, and here's the next one. And the ball is hit for a high fly again. This time it's in the short, right or left side of field. Jurgens is going back, is getting under it, and he takes the ball for the out. Jurgens goes back and gets under it, and left side of field for the out. No runs, no hit, no errors, no one left on the bases. Dizzy Dean has pitched 1 inning of baseball. He has not allowed a man to get to first base. Going into the last half of the first inning, we're going to have Hack, Herman, and Demery as the first 3 men up for the Chicago Cubs. Second game of the 1938 World Series between the Cubs and the New York Yankees, coming to you from Wrigley Field, the home of the Cubs in Chicago. First 2 games will come to you, of course, from Wrigley Field, and the next 3 will come to you from New York. Hack, the third baseman, is going to be the first man up, batted .750 in yesterday's game. He was the hardest hitter for the Chicago Cubs in the first game of the World Series. Herman, the second man up, batted .250, and Demery, the third man up, did not get a hit in yesterday's ball game and therefore has no batting average. Vernon Goofy Gomez is out there on the mound. He's warming up and throwing them in to Bill Dickey back of the plate. Dickey, incidentally, had a batting average of 1,000 in yesterday's ball game for the New York Yankees. Gomez, eccentric, Dean eccentric. Hard to pick the one who is more eccentric of these 2 pitchers. But Gomez is out there on the mound, and he receives the ball from Red Rolfe, the third baseman, and Stanley Hack steps in the batter's box, and the cheer goes up from this very partisan crowd here, of course, Cubs fans galore in the ballpark this afternoon. The last half of the first inning. Yankees nothing and the Cubs nothing, and Stan Hack, the first batter for the Cubs, is up. Gomez getting his sign from Dickey. He has it. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball, low and on the outside for ball 1. Curveball which missed the outside corner. Umpire Coles back at the plate in today's game. Gomez getting his sign from Dickey. Dickey comes up out of the crouch. There's the windup. And the pitch, it's a strike. It came in shoulder high over the heart of the plate, a fastball. Ball 1 and strike 1 the count. 1-1 to Stanley Hack. Gomez getting his sign from Dickey. Dickey comes up out of that crouch again. The windup at the same time. The pitch, and the same pitch is thrown in as the first pitch, and it's a ball low on the outside. Ball 2, making the count 2-1. The first one was a low curve on the outside. The second one a fastball about shoulder high. And this one, the same as the first one, another low curve ball on the outside, making the count 2-1 to Stan Hack. Ball 2 and strike 1. Hack, the first batter up for the Cubs. The pitch, the ball is hit up to left field for a base hit. Hack singles to left field. The ball being taken out there by the left fielder, thrown into second base. It goes in from Selkirk to Gordon, and Hack pulls up at first base for the base hit. Hack singled the first time up in yesterday's game. He's doing the same thing today. Hack on first base for the first hit of the ball game. That's 1 hit off Goofy Gomez. pitcher for the New York Yankees. Hack is on first base. The batter coming up there now is Billy Herman, who batted .250 in yesterday's game. Billy Herman up. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses for a strike. Strike one. Swung on a hard fastball on the outside corner about shoulder high. Strike one the count. Stanley Hack down on first base. Down on first base. Billy Herman down on first base. Billy Herman the batter, nobody out. The last half of the first inning, and the Yankees and the Cubs, 0-0. As a stretch, here's the pitch. A ball wide. Ball one, making the count 1-1. Ball one and strike one to Billy Herman with Stan Hack down on first. Here's the next pitch from Gomez, and it's high and outside for the ball. Ball two, making the count 2-1. Ball two and strike one the count. Gomez taking just a bit more time as he pitches to Billy Herman than when he was pitching those first three to Stanley Hack. Now he's ready, stretches, looks toward first. A very fast delivery. The ball is fouled back into the screen in back of the plate for strike two, making the count 2-2 to Bill Herman. Ball two and strike to the count. Didn't run evidently was on that time because Hack was way down towards second by the time he found out that the ball had been fouled back into the screen. He's going back to first base. Ball two and strike to the count to Billy Herman. Nobody out. The last half of the first inning, and Gomez getting a sign from Dickey. Hack is on first base. The stretch and the pitch. A swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Herman goes down, striking out, swinging at a curveball way outside. That's the first strikeout of the ball game for either pitcher. Gomez striking out Billy Herman. And now we have Frank Demery stepping in the batter's box. Demery, the right fielder in today's game, was the left fielder in yesterday's game. Playing right field for the Cubs. The man on first, here's the pitch. And he hit the ball into right field. It's a base hit. Hack was on his way with the pitch. He rounds second. He's going down to third. And the play is close, but not close enough. And the ball gets away momentarily from Red Rolf. And Demery goes down to second base. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you again, the crowd was roaring so loud that I didn't want to try to give you the description over again until they had sort of settled down. Hack was on first base. Demery singled to right field. Hack rounded second and went right down to third. The throw came in from the right fielder, and it's going to be an error on the third baseman, Red Rolf, which allowed Demery to get down to second base. Demery gets a single and goes to second on the error. Hack is on third. There's only one out, and the batter coming up is Marty. Marty was not in yesterday's game. Well, Marty, as far as the World Series of 1938 is concerned, is an unknown product. He's stepping in the batter's box, a right-hand hitter, two runners on the bases, one down. Both those runners are in scoring position. It's the last half of the first inning. Stanley Hack on third base, Frankie Demery on second. Gomez starts his wind-up, and here's the pitch now to Marty. Marty gets a strike. It came in just above the knees, and over the heart of the plate, a fastball for strike one. There's one down, two runners on the bases. Joe Marty is the batter. Count on him is strike one. The last half of the first inning. Hack on third, Demery on second. The pitch, the ball is fouled into the right field stand. Way back in the lower deck, in back of the Yankee dugout. Goes back about 30 rows in the lower deck. Strike two is the count to Joe Marty. Marty is a right-hand hitter. One of the reasons he's in that lineup today. Cavarado, left-hand hitter, has been taken out because of the left-hand pitcher pitching for the Yankees. There's the wind-up, and the next pitch to Marty is a ball way high. It almost got away from Dickey. Dickey went up in the air after that one, but he came down with the ball there by holding those two runners on the bases. Hack is on third. Demery is on second. Hack single, Demery single, and error sent Demery down to second base. The single had set Hack to third. Already there's the windup by Gomez. The pitch. One away. Joe Marty up for his first World Series at bat. Steps up, swings, foul tipped it back off Dickey's mask. And it's still 1-2. Joe walks out of batter's box. Sort of bobbing his head in a duck-like motion just to say that was the pitch, that was the pitch. There was a fast one, smoking right down in. Gomez trying to get out of this first inning jam. Pitches a low inside curve at the knees for ball two. And it's 2-2. That's the sharpest breaking ball that Gomez has thrown so far. Joe Marty, leaning over the plate, right-handed hitter, swings, grounds it into the dirt right by his feet. The ball rolls foul and is declared dead right there in batter's box, left side of the plate. 2-2 to Joe Marty. Gomez looking up into the sky. The sun is breaking through now. It's going to be a grand afternoon as far as the weather's concerned, even though it's pretty chilly. Now the pitch is swung on, fouled back into the netting as the duel continues between the World Series veteran, Lefty Gomez, left-handed mound star of the New York Yankees, and Joe Marty up for his first World Series at bat. First base open. The outfield is around toward left. They play Marty to close somewhat. Joe takes high outside for ball three. And Gomez is now even within the 3-2. And the count is at its fullest. 3-2. Dickey in his crowd. When it's going down deep field. It's going against the wall, but it's taken by DiMaggio on a swell play. 1 run scores. Marty is out. That ball went way back against the left field wall, 372 feet away from home plate. DiMaggio went over, played the ball beautifully, jumped high in the air against the wall, and caught it in his glove. After the catch was made, 1 run scored as Hack came home from third base for the first run of the ball game, and Demery went down from second to third. So Demery is on third base with 2 out. Marty going out to DiMaggio on a beautiful play on the part of that Joe DiMaggio out there in center field. That brings Reynolds up to the plate. Carl Reynolds, the left fielder, played in center yesterday and didn't have a base hit. Is up there in the second game of the World Series. The Cubs leading 1-0 over the New York Yankees. There's the windup, and here's the pitch, a ball high on the outside for ball 1. Ball 1 the count. Carl Reynolds is the batter. Gomez gets his sign. There's the windup, and here's the pitch, and Reynolds hits a high foul into the right field stands for strike 1, making the count 1-1. 1-1 the count. Carl Reynolds the batter with 2 out and another run down there on third base for those Cubs. Cubs and the Yankees playing the second game of the 1938 World Series. The Cubs are leading by a score of 1-0 over the Yankees. Carl Reynolds the batter. There's the windup by Gomez, the pitch, and it's a strike over the outside corner for strike 2. It came in waist high, making the count 1-2. Ball 1 and strike 2 to Reynolds. Demery has gone back and is standing right on the third base cushion. Now he starts taking a little lead off third. Rolfe is playing back in his regular position. Gomez starts his windup. The next pitch comes into Reynolds. Reynolds hits another foul back into the screen and back of the plate. Count remains 1-2. Ball 1 and strike 2 the count to Reynolds. The last half of the first inning with the Cubs leading the Yankees 1-0. Gomez getting a sign. Making crouch down and back of the plate, passes in the sign. He starts a long swinging windup. Here's the pitch. Reynolds swings and misses and strikes out on a change of baseball. A slow pitch which came in on the inside. He swings and strikes out for the second strikeout for Gomez. The side is retired in the last half of the first inning with 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 man left on the bases. Gomez has pitched 1 inning, allowed 2 hits, struck out 2 men, allowed 1 run to score. He's had up 1 error in back of him on the part of his Yankee infield. Red Rolfe getting the error as the throw got away from him there at third base, allowing Demery to go down to second. The score second inning in favor of the Chicago Cubs up to the New York Yankees, and the man, DiMaggio, will be the first man to bat against Dizzy Dean in the second inning of the second game of the 1938 World Series. The New York Yankees won yesterday's game by a score of 3-1 over the Chicago Cubs. Cubs are leading 1-0 at the end of the first inning of the second game. DiMaggio, the center fielder, steps in the batter's box. He batted absolutely nothing yesterday. He had no batting average. Didn't have a hit. DiMaggio's in the batter's box. A right-hand hitter, a powerful hitter. Dizzy Dean starts his windup, and time is called. Time is called as manager McCarthy of the New York Yankees calls attention to one of the umpires that there's a gate open in the wall. And so the umpire down there at first base, Sears, walks over and shuts the gate. Gate is now shut. Manager McCarthy is ready to let the ball game go on. That's one of those things that is covered by a ground rule. That gate must be kept shut, leading into the right field stand. Now we're set again. Dizzy Dean is getting a sign from Gabby all over again. DiMaggio standing in the batter's box is waiting for that first pitch. There's the windup, and here it comes. It's a ball. Wide. Ball 1. Again, that sidearm delivery. A curve which went wide to the plate. Dean starts his windup immediately. Here's the next one. A slow ball thrown right over the heart of the plate from DiMaggio for strike 1. It came in there waist high. Making the count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1. 1-1 the count. Gabby crouched down and back of the plate, gives Diz the sign again. Puts that glove up for a target. Here's a slow ball. It's hit out into left field, foul by about 4 feet down the left field foul line for strike 2, making the count 1-2. You could almost see the seams on that ball as it was pitched in. It was a very slow one. DiMaggio tried to time himself for it, but still swung a little bit early and fouled the ball down the left field foul line, pulling it down there. Ball 1 and strike 2 the count. Joe DiMaggio the batter. There's the windup, and here's the pitch by Dizzy Dean. The ball is hit for a line drive smash over Billy Jerger's head out to left center field. It's going to be a single. DiMaggio pulls up at first base. The ball is fielded by Marty. Thrown in to the second baseman, gets by Billy Herman, but it's taken by Collins, who is backing up Herman on the play. So it's a single by DiMaggio out there to left center field. That's the first hit for DiMaggio in the 1938 World Series, and the first hit off Dizzy Dean. Batter coming up there now is Columbia Lou Gehrig, the first baseman for the Yankees. Gehrig up with a man on base, nobody out. There's a stretch by Dean, the pitch, and a ball. Low on the outside for ball 1. Ball on the count to Lou Gehrig, a left-hand hitter. Dean getting a sign from partner. He has it, looks over at first. Here's the pitch, and a ball. Pitched wide and high for ball 2. Ball 2 to Lou Gehrig, and the pitchers are starting to warm up down in the bullpen for the Chicago Cubs. Jack Russell and Larry French have gone down in the bullpen to warm up. There's a stretch to look toward first again, the pitch, and a swing and a miss by Gehrig on a slow ball for strike one. Ball 2 and strike 1 the count. Gehrig swung and missed. So the count on him now is ball 2 and strike 1. Dean standing very complacently out there on the mound, looks over at first base at Joe DiMaggio, who has a pretty good lead off first base. Stretches, looks over his shoulder again at DiMaggio. Here's the pitch, another slow ball comes in there for ball 3, high. Making the count 3-1. Ball 3 and strike 1 to Lou Gehrig. First baseman for the Yankees and the second man up in the first half of the second inning. The Cubs are leading 1-0 over the Yankees at the present time, but the Yanks have a man on first base. There's Lou Gehrig up. There's a stretch by Dean. Here's the pitch. It's a ball on the inside and high for ball 4, and he walks in. Gehrig goes down to first base, sending DiMaggio down to second. Nobody out, and the batter coming up there now is Dickey. Bill Dickey is coming up to the plate. He batted 1,000 yesterday. Got a perfect day at bat in the first game of the 38 series as he batted 1,000 yesterday. Bill Dickey stepping in the batter's box. The catcher for the New York Yankees is another left-hand hitter. Gehrig on first base, DiMaggio on second, nobody out in the first half of the second inning. Dickey finally discovers he has a long bat. So the Yankee bat boy goes over and gets a bat, and also somebody tosses him a rosin bag. They're looking for the right bat for Dickey now, and it delays the ball game just momentarily. We have 2 runners on the bases. DiMaggio down on second base. Gehrig on first base. Nobody out. The first half of the second inning, and the Cubs are leading 1-0 over the Yankees at the present time. Yanks are putting on the pressure right now in the first half of the second. Dickey coming up to the plate is one of their power hitters. They have 2 of the power hitters on base, one of whom walked, one of whom singled. DiMaggio getting a single to left center. Gehrig walking, and Dickey is up. There's a stretch by Dean to look towards second. The pitch, the ball is hit for a very high fly ball in the short left field. Billy Jergens is going back after it, and Reynolds came in for it, but Jergens took the ball for the out. Jergens going back in the short left field. DiMaggio held second base, and Gehrig held first, of course, on the play. So there's 1 down, 2 men on the bases. George Selkirk, the left fielder, is coming up, and it's the first half of the second inning, and the Cubs are leading 1-0. Selkirk, the left fielder, and a left-hand hitter, is stepping in the batter's box. Twinkle toes Selkirk. Dean getting his sign from Hartnett. There's a stretch. The look toward DiMaggio at second and first toward Gehrig. The pitch, and it's fouled off to the right of the plate and down toward the Yankee dugout. Fielded down there by the bat boy and thrown out of the game. It goes for strike 1. A new ball has gone in. Umpire Coles giving it to Hartnett. Hartnett out to Dizzy Dean. DiMaggio on second base. Gehrig on first. Selkirk, the batter, with 1 away. First half of the second inning. There's a stretch. The look toward second. The pitch, and it's a ball. A little bit wide for ball 1, making the count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1 the count. First half of the second inning, Dizzy Dean pitching for the Chicago Cubs. Goofy Gomez pitching for the New York Yankees. The pitch, the ball is hit for a high pop fly ball into short right field. Demery is coming in on the dead run, but it's being taken by Marty, and the runners hold their bases. Marty saw was a swell into Jergens at shortstop. Jergens cut off the throw. Marty came in beautifully and took that ball. It was out in the right center field. Hit out there by Selkirk, a high fly. The wind, which is blowing in from center field, held it up, and Marty and Demery both had to run plenty hard and fast to get under that ball. They were both there, but Marty took it. Both runners holding their bases, so we still have DiMaggio on second base. Gehrig on first, 2 out, and Gordon is coming up. Gordon had a .500 batting average for yesterday's game. In other words, every other time officially up, he had a base hit. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball. A little bit wide, ball 1. Ball 1 the count. There's Dean getting a sign from Gabby Hartnett. 2 runners around the bases. They're holding it up. They're calling time now for a moment. And Marty is coming in for some sunglasses. Marty is coming in for sunglasses as time is called in the ball game. Vito, the bat boy for the Cubs, has gone out to take those dark glasses out to Joe Marty. The sun came peeping through for a moment, but again has gone behind a cloud. But there's a little bit more blue sky than we saw when the game started today. Clouds seem to be splitting up there, and we may have some sunshine before the afternoon is over. There's Dean ready to pitch now to Joe Gordon, the second baseman for the Yankees, who has the count of ball 1. There are 2 out, 2 men on the bases. DiMaggio down in second, and Gehrig on first. The pitch, a ball, outside and high, a fastball for ball 2. Ball 2 the count to Gordon. Gordon swings his bat, wants a slice for timing. Gets a firmer footing there in the batter's box. Here's the pitch from Dean. A slow ball is fouled. Back into the screen and back into plate for strike 1. Dean went through the same motion as he does when he throws a fastball. He seemed to catch Gordon off stride a bit. The ball is fouled back into the screen and back into the plate for a strike, making the count 2-1. Ball 2 and strike 1 to Gordon. 2 men on the bases. DiMaggio down in second, Gehrig on first. The pitch, the ball is hit for a high foul into the left field stands. It may go into the upper deck, it may fall into the lower. It goes into the upper deck. Among the spectators up there, we again have a packed house, of course, out here at Wrigley Field. Count now on Gordon is ball 2 and strike 2. 2-2 the count. 2 out. First half of the second inning, and the Cubs are leading 1-0 over the Yankees at the present time. There's a stretch by Dean. The look towards second and first. The pitch, and it's a ball wide of the plate by a foot or two. Ball 3, making the count 3-2. Ball 3 and strike to the Cubs. Well, here's that 3-2 pitch again. Dean steps down off the mound. Gehrig starts back for first base. But DiMaggio looking around, sees that there's nobody to cover second, so he stays in the same spot. He has a lead of about 15 feet. Gehrig is off the bag by about the same distance. There's a stretch by Dean. The look towards second and first. The slow ball is thrown in. It's hit down just to the right of Dean. Jurgis comes in, fields the ball. It goes right between two of them. Jurgis and Hack. Hack and Jurgis both came after the ball. It goes out into left field. 2 runs are scoring easily. DiMaggio and Gehrig both scoring. And he gets down to second base. We don't know whether it's an error or a base hit, but it looks to me as if neither one of those men touched the ball. It's a 2-base hit.
Hello there, sports fans. The Columbia Broadcasting System greets you from Yankee Stadium in New York City for the 4th game of the World Series. This is Mel Allen speaking to you from the CBS booth in the upper tier of the grandstand, directly behind home plate. To the right and left, behind and below, and straight ahead in the direction of the bleachers, some 50,000 fans have gathered to be in on what may be a record-breaking day, and they're still pouring in. For manager Joe McCarthy's New York Yankees are on the verge of adding a new page to the already bulging baseball record book. Never in the history of baseball has a team won a world championship 3 successive times. But with a 3-0 game lead in the current series, it's almost a certainty that New York will blaze a new trail. And if the Yankees win this afternoon, they will be duplicating history they set up in 1932. On that memorable occasion, not only did the Yankees sweep the series with the Cubs, but they also concluded a record string of 12 straight October Classic triumphs begun in Pittsburgh against the Pirates in 1927 and carried through against the St. Louis Cardinals in 1928. 2 other managers have had the chance which is offered to Joe McCarthy of the Yankees today, and on both occasions, great teams failed to achieve the 3rd straight World's title. The Yankees of 1923, managed by Mayor Huggins, stopped John McGraw's Giants after the Polo Grounders had won in the 2 previous years. Connie Mack ran afoul Pepper Martin and the St. Louis Cardinals and lost out in 1931 after beating Chicago in 1929 and St. Louis in 1930. The bleachers, as usual, were rapidly filled up at an early hour this morning, and their long wait for game time was brightened by the appearance of Al Shack, the clown prince of baseball. Al led the 7th Regiment Band, which you hear playing in the background right now, around the field in parade and put on his famous baseball act, in which, playing the role of a pitcher, he goes through the antics of loading the bases and then allowing the next imaginary hitter to clock a home run. His encore was a tennis match. A net was set up in center field, and he battled his imaginary opponent for 5 minutes before succumbing to the ordeal. Al, you know, used to be a big league baseball player himself, having played for the Washington Senators as a pitcher in 1919, 20, and 21. And in 1924, he became a Senator coach. At 12:30 this noon, the Yankees came on the field for batting practice, which was the signal for Shack to depart. But the fans were still entertained by the great number of pitches the Yankees put into the stands. The sun, which was shining brightly all morning, decided to have some fun itself and started playing hide and seek with a fresh batch of clouds. Only a mild breeze is blowing now. The sun is still out, and the weather is comfortable. As the teams were going through their warm-up paces, we were thinking that in World Series competition, where the eyes of the baseball world are centered on the performances of each player, where so much is at stake, the composure of the competitors receives a severe test. And under those conditions, one would expect newcomers to the Fall Classic to fall heir to a case of jitters. But this series has definitely put a damper on such expectations, for 2 of the heroes thus far are getting their first taste of interleague warfare. Joe Gordon of the Yankees and Joe Marty of the Cubs. The spry 23-year-old Yankee second sacker has been a key man in his team's 3 victories from both the hitting and fielding standpoints. Yesterday, he suffered his first error in 18 chances and has come through with several remarkable plays. And the teamwork with Frank Crosetti and Red Rolfe on double plays leaves nothing to be desired. But overshadowing his brilliance afield is his record at the plate. 12 times he's gone to bat, and on 5 of those occasions he hit safely, including a double and a home run for a series average of .417. Hits that turned the tide of victory for the Yankees. It was his home run in the 5th inning of yesterday's game, you remember, that broke Clay Bryant's spell over the McCarthyman. It was the first hit the Yankees had gotten in 4 2/3 innings. In all, he's driven in 6 of the 14 runs scored by New York in the 3 games, 4 more than any of his teammates. Baseball observers agree that he's the lad who will soon replace Charlie Gehrig as the king of all second basemen. One of the highlights that sheds a ray of sunshine in the midst of the Cubs' gloom is the batting of the 25-year-old Joe Marty, who hails from Sacramento, California. The vaunted Yankee pitchers just can't seem to get him out. On the bench most of the season and also in the first game of the series, he replaced Phil Cavaretta in the outfield at the start of the second contest and immediately won his spurs with manager Gabby Hartnett by pounding out 3 hits and 4 trips to the plate, driving in all 3 runs which the Cubs scored off lefty Gomez. Yesterday, he again got 3-4, knocking in both Chicago runs, one of them a lusty home run smash into the left field stands. And so over the last 2 games, he's knocked in all 5 of the tally scored by Chicago. And when you remember that the Cubs had scored but 6 runs altogether since the series opened, his performance takes on added significance. His batting average to date is a sensational .750, which makes him the leading hitter of both teams. But for his absence in the first game, he may have surpassed the all-time series mark now held by Babe Ruth at 625. Gabby Hartnett's been looking around. Speaking of players whose unhappy lot it is at the right time. The goat of this series is Carl, who failed to produce at the right time, and his unfortunate circumstances, which always confront a ball snaps. And again from first and third with one away. And again he went down swinging at the third strike. He's been in there trying his level best. Warmer. But because almost everyone's bad, and because he failed to hurt Hartnett to announce new changes, Emery was at bat. Ken O'Day will do the catching in place of manager Hartnett. There's still another classification in which ball players fall, a hero in defeat, simplified in this series by Dizzy Dean. In the lengthening shadows of Wrigley Field Thursday afternoon, old Diz walked off the mound with head high and disappeared into the Cub dugout. A few minutes later, his name was placed in the record book as the losing pitcher of the second game of the 1938 World Series. But to both Cubs and Yankees and to thousands of fans, he was the winner of respect. Sports writers were unanimous in their opinion that if Diz had won, they would have had the opportunity of writing one of the greatest sports stories of the age. Dean was stopping the Yankees because he was putting the ball where they couldn't hit it. He was watching the position of their feet as they took their stance at the plate and pitched in such a way as to make them lunge for the ball, meaning that they couldn't put any body power into their connections. In other words, Diz concentrated on disrupting the batter's timing. Gone was the sizzling pitch that broke the backs of the Detroit Tigers in the 1934 World Series when Diz was a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. But he pitched his heart out and gained the solid admiration of everyone. He's really given the series its best glamour thus far in turning in a brilliant performance of courage and cunning. The Yankees were more exuberant over yesterday's triumph than either of the first 2 because they believe that now they have definitely got the Cubs whipped down, a belief that doesn't harmonize with the shout-outs of "We're not licked yet," which rang out in the Cubs' dressing room after the game. Nevertheless, the Yankees are confident that they will make it 4 straight today, and Joe McCarthy has selected Red Ruff to pitch them to their 3rd successive World Championship. The hefty redhead has had 3 days of rest and should be in his usual rare form, for all through the season he was at his best when he pitched after a 3-day period of inactivity. The games in which Ruffing wasn't up to his normal standard were those he worked after extensive layoffs brought about by rainy spells. But the ace right-hander didn't have many off days, as shown by his record of 21 victories and 7 defeats for the season. It was the biggest year of his career, and so far he's topped it off with neat series work. The Cubs made 9 hits off of him in the first game at Chicago, but Red scattered them nicely. He expects to do even better this afternoon in view of the fact that he's found out a lot about their hitting weaknesses, which he didn't know opening day. For the Cubs, it will be Big Bill Lee, who was Ruffing's pitching opponent in the first game. Lee went 8 innings against New York that day before he was removed for a pinch hitter, allowing 11 hits and 3 runs, striking out 6 men and issuing but 1 base on balls. Winner of 22 games for Chicago during the season, Bill put in a lot of overtime and came to be regarded as an Iron Man. So the luxury of a 3-day rest should have him fit as a fiddle and ready for come what may this afternoon. His whistling fastball and sweeping curve carried him to 9 shutouts, 4 of them in a row, and seldom has he suffered 2 defeats in a row, which makes the Cubs' chances of winning at least 1 game just a little brighter this afternoon. And now for the lineups for today's game. First, we'll take the Chicago Cubs. And if you've got your lineups there at home ready, here we go. Leading off for Chicago is Stan Hack. Hack is batting .500 in the series thus far, playing third base. Then comes Billy Herman, hitting second base, hitting .182 in the series. Phil Cavaretta, right field, batting .444 for the series. Frank Demery, playing left field, hitting .143. Catching for the Cubs, O'Day, Ken O'Day. He hasn't been in any games, and of course his batting average is 0. Following O'Day is Rip Collins, first base, hitting .182. Then comes Joe Gehrig, shortstop, hitting .111. And following him is the Cubs pitcher Big Bill Lee, who failed to get a hit in the first game of the World Series, which he pitched. And of course, the batting average is 0. Now for the New York Yankees. Frank Frasetti, shortstop, batting .182 for the series. Red Rolfe, R-O-L-F-E, Rolfe, third base, hitting .154 for the series. In third spot is Tommy Henrich. I believe, however, that there's going to be a change in this lineup, and Hogue will play right field instead of Tommy Henrich. We'll check on that officially in just a moment. DiMaggio is, of course, batting in the cleanup spot. Joe DiMaggio playing center field, hitting .273 for the series. Then comes Lou Gehrig, G-E-H-R-I-G, Lou Gehrig playing first base, hitting .300 for the series. Following Gehrig is Bill Dickey, the Yankee catcher, hitting .455. Following Dickey, George Selkirk normally comes in there, but I think the lineup, which we're checking on for you, will have Hogue playing in the place of George Selkirk, with Tommy Henrich taking his normal position at third spot in the batting lineup. Gordon, batting 8th, playing second base, and hitting .417. So there's the national anthem. Getting back to our lineups now. Following Gordon, who's batting 8th for the Yankees, comes Red Ruffing, the pitcher. And there go the New York Yankees trotting out to their positions on the diamond, and the ball game is about to begin. Very briefly, we'll check back with you on the Yankees lineup. In third spot, place Tommy Henrich. And in seventh spot, place Merrill Hogue in place of George Selkirk. There's an announcement coming over the loudspeaker. We'll wait just a moment and see what the announcer has to say. He's simply announcing the batteries. Incidentally, the umpires are Hubbard of the American League at the plate, Moran of the National League at first base, Lou Coles of the American League at second base, and Ziggy Sears of the National League at third base. Uncle Charlie Moran, the oldest veteran of the National League umpiring staff, is on tap duty this afternoon despite the injury he sustained yesterday when Joe Gordon's throw to Gehrig on an attempted double play in the first of the fifth inning crashed into his face. He continued in the game, and afterwards it was discovered that he suffered lacerations on the left side of his face, a deep gash on his lower lip, and another gash on the inside of his upper lip, necessitating a few stitches. Umpire Moran waved away would-be sympathizers with a retort that he had suffered worse injuries than that in his football days. Your play-by-play commentators this afternoon will be Franz Laux of station KMOS in St. Louis and Bill Dyer of station WCAU in Philadelphia. We're ready to go now, and here's your play-by-play commentator for the first 3 innings, Franz Locke.
Thank you, Jamel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're all set to go here in the 4th game of this series, and Stan Hack will be the first man up for the Cubs, to be followed by Billy Herman, and then Phil Cavarretta. Charlie Ruffing making his 2nd start of the series. He won the opening game over at Wrigley Field in Chicago. They're glancing around at the outfield, and now we're just about ready to go. Ruffing comes in on the mound. He got his signal from Bill Dickey. Starts his wind-up, and here's the initial pitch of the game. Strike 1 call. The fast one on the inside corner, and it's 1 strike on Stan Hack. 1 strike is the count. Ruffing's in there again, goes into his wind-up. Here's the next pitch, and a hot one back through the box, going out to center field, and Hack is on first base with a single. Stan Hack gets a single back through the box, and that brings up Billy Herman, the Chicago second baseman. Herman bats right-handed with Phil Cavarretta on deck. Manager Gabby Hartnett has shifted his lineup quite a bit this afternoon. He's benched himself. Ken O'Day is back on the outfield, and Sal Reynolds is on the bench. Ruffing space, nobody down. Up goes the arm. He's all set. Here's the pitch, inside ball. Ruffing steps in there again to get his signal for the next pitch. Here's the next one, inside ball 2. That was the 7th hit for Stanley Hack in this series, which makes him batting a little bit over 500 so far. Billy Herman is hitting exactly 182 so far in the series. He's had 2 hits. Here's the next pitch. Strike. He swung at it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Ruffing's in on the mound again. Glances over at first base. Here's the next pitch, and it's a ground ball. Going down to Gordon. Gordon tosses the ball down to Crosley at second base, forcing Stan Hack for the initial out. 1 away. We have Billy Herman on first base. That brings up Phil Cavarretta, the Chicago right fielder. Cavarretta's had 4 hits out of 9 trips to the plate for an average of .444. Bats left-handed. Joe Marty on deck. We're in the first half of the first inning with 1 man down. Billy Herman on first base. Ruffing comes in on the mound. He got his signal from Dickey. Up goes the arm. Glances over at first base. Here's the pitch. Wide. Ball 1. 1 ball is the count. Cavarretta batting. First half of the first inning. 1 man on. Ruffing's in on the mound again. All set for the next pitch. There's a throw to first base, but Billy Herman was back to the bag. Steps in on the mound again. Getting set. Here's the next pitch. Wide. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes. Phil Cavarretta batting. Still have Billy Herman on first base. 1 man down. Stan Hack was the first man up. Had a single, and he was forced at second. Here's the next pitch. Foul tip. And the count is now 2 balls and 1 strike on Cavarretta. That calls for a new ball. Bill Dickey tosses it into Ruffing. Ruffing's rubbing the ball up a little bit before taking his stance on the rubber. Johnson is coaching on the first base line for the Cubs, with Corridon coaching at third. Ruffing's in there to get his signal again. Steps in on the mound, goes into his stretch, glances over at first base. Here's the pitch, and it's a foul ball coming back to the plate up into the upper tier. And it's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cavarretta with Joe Marty on deck. New ball into Ruffing again. Walks back to the rosin bag. Strolls in on the mound. Falls in the dirt a little bit. Getting it fixed to his own liking there. Glances at the outfield and rubs the ball a little. Steps it on the mound. Got his signal from Dickey. Up goes the arm. He's all set. And here's the pitch. And a hot one back to the box. And Ruffing grabs it. Throws down to Crosley. Crosley over to Gehrig, but it was too late to get Cavarretta. Billy Herman was forced out at second. Ruffing to Crosley. A hard smash right back to the box, which Ruffing grabbed. That brings up Joe Marty, the Cubs center fielder, getting a big hand as he comes up to the plate. Marty has been at bat 8 times. He has 6 hits for an average of .750. He's setting the pace for all of the hitters in the series so far. That's right-handed with Demery on deck. Cavarretta on first base. 2 away. Here's the pitch. Strike one, call, a fast one on the outside corner. 1 strike on Joe Marty. With 2 down, Phil Cavaretta on first base. Roughing steps in on the mound, and here's the next pitch. There go the fly balls, going foul down the right field line. 2 or 3 are after it, and it's into the boxes, making it read. Was into the boxes, and the count is now 2 strikes on Joe Marty. First pitch was a called strike. Curveball, which cut the outside corner, and then he fouled this one into the stands down the right field line. Gordon and Henrich were both going after the ball. A new one tossed into Charlie Ruffing. We're in the first half of the first inning. 2 strikes. Ruffing steps in there to get his signal. Glances over at first base. And he kicks into the dirt a little bit. Up goes the arm. All set for the pitch. Here it comes. Strike 3. Marty went down swinging for the 3rd out, retiring the side. The results there in the first half of the first inning show no runs, 1 hit, and no errors.
Stan Hack, the Cubs' third baseman, has undoubtedly been the outstanding leadoff man on either team thus far in this series. In all but 1 game, I think, he's gotten on base the first time that he's been up, and he's given the Yankee pitchers many uncomfortable moments in that respect. He's been to bat 13 times altogether in the World Series thus far, and he's hit safely 7 times. Quite a record for any ball player. He was an indispensable cog in the functioning of the Cub machine this season, leading the team in hitting with an average of .321, and is generally considered as the outstanding third baseman in the National League. Bill Lee has taken his place out there on the mound, warming up with catcher Ken O'Day, who is replacing manager Gabby Hartnett behind the plate this afternoon. Manager Hartnett benched himself because he was unable to do much in the way of hitting. We're ready to go now in the last half of the first inning, with the Cubs having failed to score in their turn at the bat.
Frank Crosley is a first man up for the Yanks. Crosley has been at bat 11 times, has 2 hits, and has scored 1 run so far. He'll be followed by Rolfe and Henrich. Bill leaves it on the mound. He goes into his windup. Here's the initial pitch. Foul ball going into the stands to the right of the plate. 1 strike on Frank Crosley. One strike. New ball tossed into Lee. This is the last half of the first inning. Leaves it on the mound again. Here's the pitch, and it's strike 2 called. That one cut the inside corner. 2 strikes on Crosley. Ball got away from O'Day. He dropped it. Had trot out in front of the plate to recover that one. 2 strikes is the count. Leaves it on the mound. Getting a signal now from O'Day. Combs coaching on the first base line. Fletcher at third for the Yanks. Lee starts his windup. Here's the pitch, and it's inside. Ball 1. 2 strikes and 1 ball. Crosley batting. 2 strikes, 1 ball is the count. It's the last half of the first inning. Lee's getting a signal. Starts the old windup for the next pitch. Here it comes. Ball 2, a little bit high. It was over, but it was high, and the count is even up. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Red Rolfe on deck. Steps in on the mound again to get his signal. Goes into his windup for the next pitch with the count 2-2. Here it comes, and it's strike 3. Crosley went down swinging. That brings up Rolfe, the Yankee third baseman, a left-handed hitter, with Tom Henrich on deck. The reason Selkirk is out of the lineup was due to the fact that he wrecked his side yesterday while batting, or the day before, and it was bothering him, so Hogue is out in left field for the Yanks. Here's the first pitch. Strike 1 call. Curveball cut the inside corner. 1 strike on Red Rolfe with 1 down. Henrich on deck. It's the last half of the first inning. Lee gets a signal from O'Day. Goes into his windup. And here's the next pitch on a drive. Going out to center field for a hit. And Red Rolfe is on first base. A single to center field. That brings up Henrich, the Yankee right fielder. That was Rolfe's 3rd hit of the series. Henrich has had 3 hits out of 12 trips to the plate. That's left-handed, 1 man down. Lee steps in on the mound. Up goes the arm. Getting set for the pitch. Here it is. Ball, it was high. 1 ball is the count on Henrich. Rolfe on first base with 1 man down. Steps in on the mound again to get his signal for the next one. Here it comes. Strike 1. He swung at that one. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Henrich. Falls back out to Lee. Rubs it up a little bit. Steps in on the mound. This is the 4th game of the series, and it stands 3 victories for the Yanks so far. Lee's in on the mound. He glances over at first base again. Here's the next pitch, and it's strike 2. Henrich took another cut. 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2 strikes, 1 ball is the count. Tommy Henrich batting. Red Rolfe on first base, 1 man down. Crosley, the first man up, went down swinging. Lee's in on the mound again. Up goes the arm. All set. Glances over at first. Here's the pitch, and a foul back against the net. Count remains the same. 2 strikes, 1 ball. That calls for a new one, and Ken O'Day, the Chicago catcher, is rubbing it up a little bit before he tosses it out to Lee. And Lee does likewise after he gets hold of it. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Red Rolfe on first base, 1 man down. Lee comes in on the mound to get his signal again. Standing there now, glancing into the plate. Takes his stretch. Glances over at first base. Here's the pitch, and it's ball. It was low, making the count read 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, with Rolfe on first base and 1. Up goes the arm, getting set for the next pitch. Rolfe taking a nice lead, and he turns and throws over there at second. Rolfe started for second. Lee turned and fired the ball over to Collins, but before Collins could get the throw down to Jurgis, Rolfe was already down there with a stolen base. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lee steps in on the mound, getting set for the pitch. Here it is, and a ground ball going down to Collins. Collins takes it, races over to the bag, making the put out unadjusted, while Rolfe moves over to third. That brings up Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee center fielder. Bats right-handed. DiMaggio has had 3 hits out of 11 trips at the plate so far, for an average of 273. Bats right-handed with Lou Gehrig on deck. Rolfe is on third base, 2 down. Lee steps in on the mound to get his signal from O'Day. Starts his windup for the first pitch to DiMaggio. Strike 1. DiMaggio swung at it. 1 strike is the count on Joe DiMaggio with 2 down and Red Rolfe on third. Lee starts the old windup again. Here's the next pitch, and it's strike 2. DiMaggio took another cut. 2 strikes is the count. 2 strikes, Rolfe on third base, and 2 down. Lee steps in there, got the signal from O'Day. Winding up, here's the next pitch, foul ball to the left of the plate. A new ball is being tossed in. Fletcher fielded that one, coaching down on the third base line. O'Day rubs it up a little, tosses it out to Bill Lee, who is doing likewise, standing in back of the pitcher's mound. We have Red Rolfe on third base with 2 down. Rolfe got a single to center field and stole second, and advanced to third while Henrich was being retired by Collins. Lee's winding up for the pitch. Here it comes. Ball low. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Joe DiMaggio batting with Rolfe on third base, Lou Gehrig on deck. Sit on the mound to get his signal again from O'Day. 2 strikes and 1 ball. And here's the next pitch. He went down swinging. DiMaggio struck out for the 3rd out, retiring the side. The results there in the last half of the first inning show no runs, 1 hit, and no error.
Before we start into the second inning, let's take time out for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Back again at Yankee Stadium, where we are waiting the Cubs to come to bat in their half of the second inning with the score 0-0. Bill Lee's curveball was working very nicely for him that inning. He was making the Yankees lunge at the curves he was shooting across the plate. He's mixing his fastball with it nicely. Joe DiMaggio swung at a couple of balls there. He didn't get his bat anywhere near it as they broke away from him. There goes Dickey's throw down to second. We're ready to go in the first half of the second inning with the score Cubs 0, Yanks 0.
Frank Demery is the first man up for the Cubs here in the first half of the second inning. Playing right field. He'll be followed by Ken O'Day, the Chicago catcher, and then Rip Collins. Demery bats right-handed. Frank Demery batting. He's had 1 hit out of 7 trips to the plate so far. Here's the first pitch, called strike. 1 strike is the count. 1 strike on Demery. Ruffing steps in on the mound. He got his signal again from Bill Dickey. Goes into his windup for the next pitch to Demery. Here it comes, and there goes a fly ball. It's going down the first base line, going foul. Gehrig coming over. He's under it, and he takes it for the out. Demery fouled out to Gehrig. 1 down. That brings up Ken O'Day, the Chicago catcher. Bats left-handed. O'Day has been in as a pinch hitter. Been in there twice. Hasn't any hits so far. Bats left-handed. Ruffing starts his wind-up. Here's the first pitch to O'Day. A little bit low. Ball 1. 1 man down, nobody on. The hits are 1-1 so far. Hack getting 1 for the Cubs in the first inning. Rolfe getting 1 for the Yanks. Here's the next pitch, and a foul ball coming back against the net, making the count read 1-1. A new ball is tossed in. Cal Hubbard of the American League is calling balls and strikes. Charlie Moran of the National working at first. Luke Coles of the American at second. And Ziggy Sears of the National at third in the way of umpires. Here's the next pitch, and it's strike 2. O'Day took a cut at it. 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2 strikes, 1 ball, 1 man down, nobody on. Ruffing's in on the mound, goes into his windup again. And here's the next pitch, wide, ball 2. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is the first half of the second inning. Ruffing steps in on the mound to get his signal. 2 strikes, 2 balls. Here's the pitch, and it's a foul ball. Coming in back of the plate, Dickey coming back after it. He's under it, and he makes the catch right back here in front of the net, directly in back of the plate for the second out. That brings up Rip Collins, the Chicago first baseman, a switch hitter. He'll bat left-handed against Charlie Ruffing. Collins so far in the series has 2 hits out of 11 trips to the plate. It's an average of 182. 2 down, nobody on. Jurgis on deck. Ruffing starts his wind-up. Here's the pitch and a ground ball going down the first baseline. Gehrig grabs it, tosses to Ruffing, who covers the bag. A nice play on the part of Charlie Ruffing for the third out, retiring the side. The results there in the first half of the second inning show no runs, no hits, and no errors.
Red Ruffing looks like he's going to turn in a great game this afternoon. His pitches seem to be baffling the Cubs thus far, with the exception of Stan Hack, who nicked him for a single in the opening inning. Red had very little trouble with the Cubs in their half of the second inning, setting them up 3 up and 3 down. Demery popping up to Gehrig, fouling out to him. O'Day fouling out to Dickey behind the plate, and Collins grounding out. It's very interesting to watch pitchers work when they get the batter in the hole, when they get 2 strikes on him. The next pitch usually is on the outside corner of the plate, very wide, because the pitcher hopes that the batter will offer at it, inasmuch as the batter is on the spot and is afraid to let anything go by for fear that it might be called a strike. They're up there anxious to cut it the next pitch, and they usually sometimes whip at it and go down swinging for the 3rd strike. Here we go in the last half of the second inning. The score 0-0.
Lou Gehrig is the first man up for the Yanks, the Yankee first baseman. Bats left-handed. He's had 3 hits out of 10 trips to the plate so far. The pitch, and it's high, ball 1. Bill Dickey on deck, and Hogue will be the 3rd hitter of the inning. Leads in on the mound, goes into his windup for the next one. Here it comes, a fly ball going to the left of the plate, down the 3rd baseline. Stan Hack comes in about halfway and takes it for the out. Gehrig popped out to Stan Hack, who made the catch about halfway between home and the plate. That's 1 away, and brings up Bill Dickey, the Yankee catcher. And he's getting a nice hand as he comes up to the plate. Dickey has had 5 hits out of 11 trips to the plate for an average of 455. He's setting the pace of all the Yankee sluggers.
And today's ball game brings together what a lot of folks think is a spring preview of the two teams that may be in action this fall in the World Series. The New York Yankees, world champions of the American League, and the Cincinnati Reds of the National League. The ball game got underway 15 minutes ago, and the first inning has just been completed. And you haven't missed anything except fine work by pitchers Red Ruffing and Lee Grissom, who are the starting hurlers this afternoon. Grissom took care of the first three Yankees up in order, striking out Crosley, getting Powell to foul out to catcher Ernie Lombardi, and getting Big Gallagher to lift the fly ball to Harry Kraft in center. Red Ruffing was almost equally as effective in the last half of the first inning when he got Linus Fry leading off to lift a high fly ball down to third, Whataburger to dump one down in front of the plate, and catcher Arndt Jorgens threw the big left fielder out at first base. Stanley Bordegrade threw a pass to be the only base runner of the afternoon, but Frank McCormick immediately left Stan stranded at first when he hit right back to the box, and Ruffing with some ease tossed over to first. And that's the story for the first inning. We have time to give you the two batting orders before we get into the pitch-by-pitch account of the second inning, which is just a moment or so from getting underway. For the Yankees, if you have your batting orders down in front of you and you wish to fill them in, Crosley is leading off at short. Powell is in left field. Gallagher is in right field. Hitting fourth is Joe DiMaggio, who'll soon be up there swinging that wood. Gehrig at first base. Up sixth is Gordon, the second baseman. Babe Dahlgren is at third. Red Roth is on his way into camp, and that's all that can be said right now. Arndt Jorgens is catching, hitting eighth, and the pitcher is Rufus the Red, Big Red Ruffing. The secret of his pitching success is getting that ball where he wants it more than anything else. It's very, very rare that he's not pitching ahead to the hitter. And for the Cincinnati Reds, who are now afield as the Yankees are coming in for the top of the second, Linus Fry is at third base and leading off the batting list. Berger in left field, hitting second. Up third is Stanley Bordegrade in right. Batting fourth, Frank McCormick, first baseman. Up fifth, the National League's champion hitter for last year, Ernie Lombardi, who's catching. Harry Kraft in center. Up seventh is Eddie Juice, kid second baseman, a rookie. Nolan Richardson, veteran utility infielder at short. And Lee Grissom is the pitcher. And both pitchers had something on that agate in the first inning. Now let's see. DiMaggio steps up. Lee Grissom is set on the mound. Lombardi's back at the plate. McCormick at first base. Juice at second. Richardson at short. And at third is Fry. The outfield is Berger in left. Bordegrade's in right. And in center, Harry Kraft. Joe DiMaggio, a big right-handed hitter. He gets a big hand from the fans down in Tampa, Florida. The weather is sunshiny and clear. Temperature at 80 degrees. And there's a little breeze that's blowing from the back of first base toward third, which means it helps those hitters who hit toward left field. Big Grissom comes in with a pitch, and DiMaggio swinging pulls it foul on the ground behind third base for strike one. That's the first pitch for the second inning. The ball game's 0-0. Both pitchers off to very effective starts. Grissom throws low inside down across DiMaggio's shins, and the count's balanced at 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. This is the first man up in the second inning. The New York Yankees over at Tampa, visiting the Cincinnati Reds. Grissom doesn't use a windup, an easy swinging stretch. He kicks that right foot of his hind, pitches from in back of it. DiMaggio swinging, hits a foul up and back over the stands behind home. Grissom is now ahead 1-2. So far, not a Yankees touch first base. This is the first man up in the second inning. Lee delivers. DiMaggio swings. It's a sharp foul right back into the screen. Still 1-2. Grissom's fast this afternoon, working with an easy, freewheeling action. If he's in condition, the Reds will be very, very tough birds to get along with this summer. The big left-hander pitches and misses the outside corner, and it's 2-2. Jolting Joe DiMaggio up there. Grissom pitching for Cincinnati. So throws outside for ball 3, and it's 3-2. DiMaggio stays in the box. Lombardi sets his mitt as a target. Grist pitches. DiMaggio swings, gets a hold of it. It's a long line drive going deep over into left center field. Harry Kraft is on his bicycle and makes the catch. A nice catch by Harry Kraft running into deep left center field. DiMaggio had that one tagged. And that's all for DiMaggio, and it's 1 up and 1 away for the New York Yankees in the top of the second inning. And this ball game played at Tampa, Florida with the Cincinnati Reds. And the batter is Lou Gehrig, Columbia Lou, hitting left-handed. Grissom studies him a moment. We have a left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Gehrig takes inside. That one up against him. Chris throwing that one down tight. Ball one. One out. No score. Nobody on. Top of the second inning. Another inside one, and Gehrig's ahead 2-0. Lou takes a look. Get a sign whether to take this next one, if it's in there. Chris pitches low outside. Gehrig leaned but didn't offer. Now it's 3-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Gehrig sets. The pitch comes wide for ball 4. And on 4 straight pitches, Gehrig is passed to first base. And that's the first Yankee runner. We haven't had a hit in the ball game. Haven't had a man for either side to get as far as second. Up now is Flash Gordon. Hitting right-handed. Young second baseman takes his stance. Grissom pitches outside, and he's missed his target 5 straight slants. 4 balls in a row to Gehrig. Now the first pitch misses to Gordon. Gehrig takes a good lead off first. McCormick holding him on. Red leg into defense, pulled up a step, hoping for a double play. Gris turns loose the fastball that Gordon takes, and it's good for a strike. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. The umpires this afternoon, back of the plate is Bick Campbell, who will be in the National League this summer, and Pipgrass of the American League on the bases. Gris's pitch is low inside, down across Gordon's shins, and Lee's pitching low, trying to make Gordon hit onto the ground. So an infielder can get a hold of it, and get at least a force at second, perhaps, not a twin execution. 2-1. Gordon swings, hits a foul, it's back, up against the stand. It's 2-all. 2-2. Grissom's ready with a new apple. Gordon pumps that stick once, twice. Gehrig a good lead off first. No score. 1 man on for the Yankees here in the second. 1 out. The pitch is inside for ball 3. And the bases are loaded on 3 walks. Jorgens draws a base on ball. That pushes Dahlgren from first down to second. Gehrig, who was at third, holds. And that's 3 walks in a third of an inning. The hitter now is Red Ruffing. He's the pitcher. But he also lays on that old potato. Big Red takes a pitch, and Grissom has it through there for a called strike. He went ahead with the first one. The base is full. Jorgens at first, Dahlgren at second, Gehrig at third. No score. The Yankees threatening to get a bushel basket full of runs here in the second inning. Gris throws. It's a fastball that snaps in there. Ruffing fell away from the plate, but it was in there good for a called second strike. 0-2. Now let's see. Ruffing, a big right-handed batter. Sets. Gris throws. Ruffing swings and is struck out. And Red Ruffing is struck out, and that ends the Yankee threat of a lot of runs in the second inning. That's the second strikeout for Grissom. It came at a time he sorely needed it. And it's no runs, no hits, and 3 left on. That's the story for the last half of the second inning. And it's 0-0, and the Reds are coming in for the last of the second. Lombardi to lead it off, then Kraft, and then Juice. You know, if you ladies were playing ball, people would expect your hands to look like a shortstop's, wouldn't they? But as it is, men expect your hands to be soft and pretty, even if you do wash dishes every day. And listen, your hands can look soft. Honestly, they can. Why, women who wash their dishes with ivory soap have no trouble at all helping to keep their hands looking nice. You see, ivory is so pure that doctors recommend it for bathing babies. So naturally, it's kind to your hands. And it's mighty economical, too. Just about a penny a day for all your dishwashing with large-size ivory soap. And let's get into the last half of this second inning. Big Snars is up there. Ernie Lombardi. And a correction has just come in from Tampa, Florida through Western Union. We advised you that Ruffing was the starting pitcher, and the Ruffing just struck out. Well, change that. Our operator from Tampa says it's been Gomez all the time. So make it Gomez is being just struck out. And Gomez, who got the Reds out in the first inning, gave up 1 base on balls. Now, have you changed your cards? Okay. So have we here in the studios. All right, so it's Lefty Gomez. He of the old Petzl twist out there on the mound. Lefty Gomez. It also makes that 3 straight pitches for 3 straight strikes to the Yankee pitcher in the second inning make a little bit more sense when you figure it was Gomez and not Ruffing. Lombardi up, big right-handed hitter, and slender Lefty Gomez on the mound. Lombardi sets, open stance. He's the only batter in the major leagues that uses an interlocking finger grip in holding his war club. Gomez comes in with his opening pitch. Lombardi swings. It's a ground ball down toward third. Dahlgren digs it out. The throw over to first has Lombardi out before he's more than two-thirds of the way down. And Ernie, going after the first pitch, is thrown out third to first. Now we have Harry Kraft, the young center fielder. This is the last of the second inning, one out for the Reds in this ball game at Tampa. Gomez is the pitcher for the Yankees, contrary to anything you may have heard earlier. Harry Kraft up. Gomez pitches and Kraft swings on the first one. He hits it on the ground and it twists foul before it gets to third base. Dahlgren goes over, picks it up. The ball remains in play. 0-1. Harry Kraft. One out. Base is empty. Gomez winds up Ferguson, lets fly. Kraft takes. It's good for a strike. And Harry's in back. 0-2. Gomez goes ahead. One out. Base is empty. The pitcher centers all of his attention on the hitter. Gomez works and Kraft swings. It's a sharp line drive. Crosetti throws up his glove and the ball sticks. And Kraft hits a line drive that Crosetti held on to at shortstop. That's all for Harry. And it's 2 men out. Last of the second. No score. Eddie Juiced is the batter. He's the rookie second baseman. The Reds are counting on heavily to fill what to a lot of observers seems to be a gap at second base. Eddie Juiced hits right-handed. Slender. Started with Kansas City last year. Perhaps you wonder, as long as he had such a great season at Kansas City, why the Reds didn't pull him in. Well, he was at Kansas City and was not able to be taken away from the ball club for the entire season of 1938. He was out for the entire year. Juice swings on Gomez's first pitch. It's a high fly ball going out into center field. DiMaggio under it, waiting, and has it. That's all for Juice. The Reds go down. Nothing across. At the end of 2 innings, it's no runs and no hits for either side. No errors for either side. Gomez has walked 1. He's faced 7 batters to get his first 6 outs. Grissom had a lot of trouble with his control in the second inning. He walked 3 men then. He's faced 9 men to get his first 3 outs. At the end of 2 full innings, it's nothing across for either ball club as far as runs, hits, and errors are concerned. The Yankees versus the Reds. On the broadcast brought to you by Ivory Soap. And we pause for station identification.
WHL atop Lowe's State Theater Building, New York City.
All right, now let's rally around and see what comes off in the third inning. It's the top of the order for the Yankees. The ball game scoreless, hitless, and errorless. Frankie Crosetti's first up. Grissom struck him out. Start the ball game off. Crosetti is a right-handed hitter. He's a pepper box. Burley Lee Grissom throws. Crosetti swings on it. It's a line drive deep out into center field. Harry Kraft is on his mule going back, and he pulls it down, running with his back to the infield. Caught it over his shoulder. That's 2 nice catches for Harry Kraft in deep center field. He went way back and over into left center field to get DiMaggio's line drive. First up in the second inning. And Crosetti hit one a mile. That's a big ballpark at Tampa. It's really no ballpark at all as far as the relationship of fences go. If you hit one past the outfielders, it's gone. So that's 1 up and 1 away in the top of the third. And Kraft is having a busy afternoon in center field. And Grissom is getting gilt-edged support. The hitter now is Jake Powell. He came up in the first inning, right-handed hitter, and fouled out to catch a Lombardi. Grissom studies Ernie's sign. Pitches inside for ball 1. 1-0. On deck to hit next is Gallagher. Lee throws. Powell swings. It's a high infield pop-up. Richardson calls for it at short. He's not moving out of his tracks. Waiting and has it. There is what you might call conservation of energy. Yes, sir. Richardson didn't have to move out of his tracks. And so to catch that one off Powell was just about as easy as picking up a cake of Ivory soap in the shower. That's 2 up and 2 down. The hitter now is Gallagher. Big right-hander. Grissom fires a fast one, and Gallagher swings and misses. 0-1. 2 out for the Yankees here in the third. Nobody on. Lee delivers. Gehrig takes. And it's a called strike. Nothing in 2. 2 away. Lee throws. Gehrig swings. Lifts it up and back. Foul. Lands against the stand. Still nothing in 2. Lombardi and Kraft, first 2 up in the last to second. Got the ball going out of the infield and then got juiced on an easy fly ball to DiMaggio in center. So there hasn't been a ball well hit off Gomez yet. Last of the third. Ball game nothing and nothing. Nolan Richardson, first up, hit right-handed. He's been around baseball a great deal. Years ago, he was the property of the New York Yankees. He's a Georgia boy. Went all through the University of Georgia and took about every sports letter they had down there for varsity competition. He's also captain of 3 different varsity outfits. It's right-handed. Left-hander Gomez fires outside, and it's ball 1. The Yankee ball club pulls just a little bit to the left. Not very deep. Richardson's more what they call a sleeve hitter. Gomez comes in with it. Richardson gets a hold of it. It's a slashing drive out toward left center field. There goes Jake Powell, and he pulls it down nicely. That's all for Richardson. 1 up and 1 away. That's the first ball that definitely has been well hit off Gomez. Powell was there when it came down. And Lee Grissom gets a nice hand from the fans as he steps up to the plate. We'll have to wait a moment to tell you whether he's going to bat right or left-handed. Lee is a switch hitter. For the accident on the switch. He gets up on either side. And he steps up to hit left-handed against left-hander Gomez. Figure that out. However, from the red leg side of the picture, it doesn't make much difference. Grissom very rarely gets on. It's all right with the Reds if he doesn't get on. Just when he was in shape to help them last summer, what might have been a push toward higher things, he did loop in a base hit in the second inning. Before anybody knew it, he sold off a first base and hit it for second in a very awkward slide, twisted an ankle, and never threw another baseball until this spring. The first pitch to Grissom is outside for ball 1. Gomez doesn't waste much time studying. Comes right back. This one high for ball 2. It's way up there. Lee takes. It's a fast one. Buzz down in there for a strike. It's 2 and 1. 1 out. Base is empty. Haven't had a hit in this ball game, much less a run. Gomez pitches. Grissom swings and misses. And in high dudgeon, Lee steps over home plate, and he's going to hit right-handed now. Been up there batting left-handed. He's up there hitting right-handed with a 2-2 count. Gomez sort of grins. I guess Gomez and Grissom sort of have a bond between them. A few hits they both put together get. The pitch is outside for ball 3. 3-2. Grissom still staying up there right-handed. Gomez comes down and Grissom swinging. It's an easy roller toward third. Dogden up a couple of steps to pick up the throw over to first. That's all for Grissom. And there's 2 men out in the last of the third inning. 2 down. Lannis Fry is the batter. Lannis used to be a switch hitter when he was playing with the Dodgers. But he doesn't bat right-handed anymore. He hits left-handed all the way through. Gomez with nobody on in back of him, 2 men out. Makes his first pitch. It's outside. Ball 1. 1-0. Fly, very slender. Feet rather close together. Tilts the stick a little. Steps back from a pitch. It's up under the chin for ball 2. 2-0. Gomez slightly behind. He's going to be trying very, very decidedly to get this one in there. Delivers outside for ball 3. And it's 3-0. Fry sitting up there in the catbird seat. Gomez throws. The automatic strike registers. That went in there. Fry was taken. 3-1. 2 out. No wind-up. Ball 4 inside. And Fry strolls off to first base. That's the second base on balls given up by Gomez. Each time that he's walked somebody, he's walked a man with the bases empty and 2 out. Now with 2 away, Fry is at first and up steps Wally Berger for his second time. Big left fielder better than 6 foot blonde. It's right-handed. Cowtails at war club. Cocks it way back of his right ear for a full swing. Gomez watches first. Delivers to the plate. Outside for ball 1. Goofy seems to be having a little trouble with his control right now. Left-hander throws. Berger gets a hold of it. It's a sharp base hit. Through the hole between third and short, out into left field. Flies around second. Comes on toward third. The throw in goes to second base, and Berger holds it first. And there's the first hit of the afternoon. Wally Berger wraps one through the left side of the infield and out into left. A sharp single into left field, sending Fry, who was running with the swing, 2 men out, all the way around to third. That's the first hit of the game. And now there's Berger leading off first, Fry off third. The hitter is Stan Bordegaray. He's figured to be quite a handy man for the Cincinnati club this year. He can either play the infield or the outfield, and is rated as one of the best right-handed pinch hitters in the league. He's a little fellow. He's not much taller than 4 or 5 cakes of ivory if you piled him up. But he can move. Gomez comes down in with a pitch, and Bordegaray swinging, hits it sharply toward short. Crosetti in front of it. There's the throw over to Gehrig, and Bordegray's out by a stride. And that's all for the red leg threat. The last of the third inning. Bordegaray being tossed out short to first. No runs, 1 hit. The only hit of the game so far. Berger singled into left field. 2 men left. At the end of 3 innings. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Cincinnati. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Yankees. The story for 3 full innings. And we're pausing now for station identification.
WHM New York.
Let's take again with the 4th inning. It's Joe DiMaggio first up with Gehrig to follow, and then Gordon. Lee Grissom's still going to go out there a while for the Reds. Bill McKechnie is working his pitches on pretty long stretches these days. Grissom, who so far has held the heavy-hitting Bronx Bummers to no hits. But that won't keep up. DiMaggio takes the first pitch. It's in there, good for a strike. 0-1. Joe waits. Grissom accommodates him. DiMaggio swings hard, and it's a high fly ball coming down into short center field. Richardson goes back from short. Kraft stays out of the play, and it's Richardson scooping it from back of second base. That's all for DiMaggio. That was just a little bit too high to be a Texas leaguer. And up steps Lou Gehrig, who was the first Yankee to get on base this afternoon. He drew a base on balls. The second inning was 1 out. Grissom had retired the first 4 men that he'd faced. It's a scoreless affair between the Yankees and the Reds. Game being played at Tampa. Temperature 80 degrees down there and lots of sunshine. Gehrig takes a strike. Grissom laid it right through. Lou didn't want it. 0-1. The pitch. Gehrig swings. It's a line drive hit over Richardson's head out into left center field. It's a base hit. Gehrig turns to the left at first base and holds on as Berger retrieves, throws into second. And Gehrig gets the first hit for the Yankees. First hit off Grissom. So if you had any ideas about a no-hitter going on for either side, they've both been dispelled in the last couple of minutes. Berger singled with 2 out in the last of the third off Gomez. Gehrig with 1 out has just singled into left field off Grissom. Up steps Gordon. He was walked in the second inning. It's right-handed. Gehrig leading off first. Chris pitches and Gordon swinging on the first one, foul tips it into the screen for strike 1. 0-1. New ball being put in play. Rubbed up. Chris takes another look toward first. Throws to Gordon inside. Starting to hit a back a half step. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lee comes down wide. Pitch that didn't break down and in. Thrown by left-hander to a right-hand batter. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 out. Gehrig at first. McCormick holding the corner against him. Chris ready. Delivers outside for ball 3. And that old devil, control. Looking Mr. Grissom right in the face. Slap debit. 3-1. Ball 4 outside. And Gordon, for the second straight time, draws a base on balls. That pushes Gehrig down to second base. And now the Yankees have got a full-fledged threat going here in the top of the fourth inning. Gehrig singled, the first by the Yankees, and the fourth base on balls given up by Grissom. Up steps Dahlgren, hitting right-handed. Grissom studies a moment. First pitch is low inside for ball one. The throw is inside. Ball two. Dahlgren stepping back a little. 2-0. And Lee throws that ball into the dirt down toward the plate and asks umpire Campbell for a new agate. He's tired of throwing this one. You know, ball players get a little bit superstitious. Maybe this ball has a little roughness to something. Anyhow, Grissom has no longer any confidence in it. He just walked Gordon. His first two pitches to Dahlgren have been wide, both of them inside. And so out comes a shiny white new one. Just as shiny and white looking as though it just had an ivory bath. Now let's see what Grissom does with this new apple. Sets, watches his runners. Gordon at first, Gehrig at second. One out here in the fourth and no score. Dahlgren takes, and it's a fastball hopping through for a strike. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Chris reaches up over his head, comes slowly down into position. Another cagey look at those runners. Here's the pitch. Dahlgren swinging, and it's a high foul up and back onto the stands, out of Lombardi's reach. 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another new ball in play. Chris is ready. Ernie sets back of the plate. Dahlgren cocks that war club up over his right shoulder. The throw, high outside for ball 3. And now Lee is in a jam. If he misses one more, he'll have those bases reloaded. He loaded them with 3 walks in the second inning. 3-2 to Babe Dahlgren. Gordon at first and Gehrig at second. In rides that 3-2 pitch. Dahlgren swings. It's a sharp foul. Back at third base. That one hit on the line. Dahlgren was after that one. Got a hold of it a little too well. Got out in front of it. Still 3-2. Now let's see. Gehrig takes his lead off second. Gordon off first. Grissom comes in 3-2 and Dahlgren swinging. It's a high foul ball blowing down and back of first base. McCormick, shading his eyes with his glove, is waiting and makes the catch. And the runners hold on right where they were. Gehrig at second and Gordon at first. And Dahlgren hits a high foul, which Frank McCormick gathers in for the second out. And now it's 2 down in the top of the 4th. This is quite a ball game. A beautiful pitcher's duel considering the earliness of the season. Arndt Jorgens doing the catching right now for the Yankees. Hitting right-handed, stands at the plate. Gris misses him outside for ball 1. And the left-hander is still being troubled. And the fact that he cannot get that pitch where he wants it. He comes in with this one, and Jorgens swings and foul tips it into the screen. The screen protecting those spectators who are sitting directly behind home. That's 1-1, 2 out. Gehrig and Gordon ready to go from second and first respectively. No score. Gris delivers 1-1, and Jorgens swings. It's a high foul and back up third. Over comes Fry. He's under it now, waiting, and has it. And so ends the Yankee threat. The top of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit. 2 men left on. And it's an errorless ball game all the way through. Well, at long last, Mr. Ruffing is now going to pitch for the Yankees. And Gomez, after pitching the first 3 innings, is finished for today. And Gomez, in going the first 3 innings, gave up 1 hit, a single to Wally Berger, walked 2 men, didn't strike out anybody. And he had 3 very efficient innings. And it's Red Ruffing, who is now coming in to pitch for the Yankees. The first batter Ruffing will face is first baseman Frank McCormick. We're coming into the last of the 4th inning. And Ruffing is the pitcher. Big, burly right-hander. No fooling. He is big. 200 pounds and 6 feet. Charlie Ruffing. Out Chicago way. Let's see. Ruffing's ready. There's Frank McCormick waiting. B. McCormick, then Lombardi and Kraft. The first pitch is low for ball 1. McCormick sets. He has a little trick when he stands there in batter's box, sort of lifting up his shoulders as though the uniform shirt were a little bit tight around the armpits. I think that's more a mannerism than anything else. Frank waiting, levels off that wood. Roughing right-handed, McCormick swings. It's a ground ball toward third. Dahlgren up with it. There's the throw over toward Gehrig. And with a stretch into the infield, Gehrig takes it and McCormick is out. And Red Ruffing gets the first batter he faces out on 2 pitched balls. Up now is Ernie Lombardi, who was thrown out third to first trip up. Big, powerful Italian sets himself, right-hand hitter. The big, powerful right-hander on the mound for the Yankees throws. Lombardi swinging on the first pitch. It's a high pop-up. Dahlgren comes down. So does Crosley. It's Dahlgren under it and has it. That's all for Ernie. Ruffing changed up on him. Threw a slow ball in there. Ernie went for it and popped it up to third baseman Dahlgren. Either Dahlgren or Crosley or Ruffing or Jorgens could have made the catch. Now let's see. 2 away, last of the 4th. Nobody on. No score. Harry Kraft, the hitter. That's right-handed. Standing with his feet relatively close together, he shortened up his stride quite a bit this spring as compared to the distance that he stepped up onto pitches last summer. Kraft also doesn't carry that bat back as far behind his right ear as he did last year. In other words, his idea is to time the pitches and to hit them more squarely, sacrifice a little power for more hits. Ruffing swings that right arm into action. Kraft flails out at it. It's a long, towering drive deep out into center field. There goes DiMaggio. He's got plenty of room. And Joe makes the catch in deep center field. Nice one for DiMaggio. Kraft had that one hit. DiMaggio had plenty of room to go and get it. And he went and got it. And the Reds go down in order in the last of the 4th inning as Ruffing only pitched 4 balls to get his 3 outs. And at the end of 4 rounds, it is no runs, 1 hit, and no errors for both sides, the Yankees and the Reds. No score at the end of 4 innings. The broadcast being sent to you with the best wishes of Ivory Soap, which you know assures you the best of bad. We pause for station identification.
WHN on top, Lowe's State Theater Building, New York City.
The 5th inning, and with it, pitcher Red Ruffing.
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for. Thank you.
CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, takes you to the All-Star Game. Greetings, baseball fans. This is Mel Allen greeting you from Yankee Stadium in New York City, scene of baseball's midsummer highlight, the annual All-Star Game, conceived in 1933 and now almost set for its 7th renewal. You might call this a Midsummer Day's Dream, to paraphrase an ancient playwright. For the very thought of this gigantic spectacle out in front of us fires the imagination, really excites the fancy. It just opens your eyes to a terrific show. The stars of both major leagues. It is a grand show, ladies and gentlemen. From north, south, east, and west, they've come pouring in a steady stream into the heart of New York to sing the praises of these ball players. Sturdy National League fans are standing firmly behind their league's team and are just as sturdily opposed by a block of solid American League adherents. The American League backers point out that the National League has won only 2 of the All-Star games, while the American League has copped 4. National League backers counter with the claim that the law of averages is on their side and cite the fact that the National League has won 2 of the last 3 games. Well, perhaps in a little while, in a couple of hours, it should be established which side has the best of the argument. Maybe, maybe not. Who can tell? You can argue all day long about the merits of the 2 leagues and never get anywhere, but that's baseball. Right now, the American League is out on the field taking their infield practice. As you know, this year it's the American League's game. By that I mean that the American League is the home team playing in the American League party. Each year they change up. The American League players are wearing their home uniforms. Each member of the American League team wearing his home team uniform.
But now, for a moment, while we're waiting for this ball game to get underway, let's take a look through the past of this all-star ball game, which started in 1933. Let's have a quick look at the records. Since the Dream Game was started in 1933, some 247,389 fans have watched the all-star teams in action. The largest crowd was in 1935 at Cleveland, when 69,812 saw the Americans win a 4-1 decision. Perhaps the smallest crowd came in the game at Boston in 1936. Some 25,556 saw the National League score their first victory 4-3. So much for the attendance figures. We don't have the official figures for the crowd out here at the Yankee Stadium as yet. We hope to have it a little later on. We'll pass it out to you. Suffice to say that there are plenty of people out here. And now, how about some facts about the games themselves? Who were the stars of those early games? Who earned the plaudits of the crowd? And so forth. Well, let's see. The game was inaugurated in 1933. The first contest was played in Comiskey Park in Chicago. The American League Stars won that game by a score of 4-2. The next year, there was no cause for complaint, though the Americans also won that game, 9-7. The National League led with its great pitching ace, King Carl Hubbell, and how he lived up to his nickname. You remember, game fans, Hubbell hurled 3 innings and retired with a 4-0 lead. During his stay on the mound, he earned everlasting fame by striking out 5 of the greatest hitters in the American League. Any baseball fan will never forget that, whether he was out to the ball game or simply read about it or heard about it over the air. King Carl struck out Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Al Simmons, and Joe Cronin, one right after another. But the American Leaguers went to work on Dizzy Dean, Lon Warnke, and Van Lingle-Mungo and managed to eke out a slim victory. In 1935, the American League pitching completely overwhelmed the National League team. The National League All-Stars collected but 4 hits, and the Americans won their 3rd straight All-Star game by a score of 4-1. And finally, after 3 years of disappointments, the National League came into its own in 1936. With the great Jerome Herman, or Jerome Hanna, if you will, Dizzy Dean, playing the starring role, the National League won its first All-Star game by the close score of 4-3. And it was in this game that a young rookie named Joe DiMaggio made his All-Star debut. In 1937, the American Leaguers, led by Joe DiMaggio, chalked up an 8-3 victory. That was the contest in which the New York Yankees practically won the game all by themselves. It was generally agreed at the time that if manager Joe McCarthy of the Yankees had decided to play the whole Yankee team, he would have won an easier victory, perhaps. Of course, that's mere speculation. Joe Medwick started for the National League in that game, belting out 4 straight hits, if you remember. The American Leaguers sort of rubbed it in a little bit when they battered their old nemesis, Carl Hubbell, who had subdued him in a previous game and drove him to the showers. Well, that's just a quick resume of the past games and brings us up to 1938. In that contest, the National League pitching came into its own. The Nationals won a 4-1 decision, you remember, behind the effective pitching of double no-hit Johnny Vandermeer and Big Bill Lee. And that completes the story of the past games of this All-Star Classic. Brings us up to 1939. And here are the lineups for those of you who like to keep a scorecard of the ball game as it progresses. We'll start with the visitors, which is the National League team today. Leading off, these, by the way, are unofficial lineups. They're supposed to be the same lineup as the men will take the field, but they're only probable at the moment. So we'll call them unofficial. The National League, leading off and playing third base, Stan Hack, H-A-C-K, Hack, of the Chicago Cubs, batting .288 for the season in regular league competition. Hitting in second place for the National League and playing second base, Lonnie Fry of the Cincinnati Reds, whose batting average for the season so far is .307. In third spot on the batting order for the National League, playing right field, Ivol Goodman of the Cincinnati Reds, hitting .326. In the cleanup spot for the National Leaguers, playing first base, Frank McCormick of Cincinnati, hitting .337. Hitting fifth for the National League and catching, Ernie Lombardi of the Cincinnati Reds, hitting .311. Batting in seventh position, playing left field, Joe Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals, hitting eighth. And playing center field, Mel Ott of the New York Giants, who's hitting .328. Then comes Archie Vaughn in eighth position of the Pittsburgh Pirates, playing shortstop, hitting .293. And pitching for the National League, starting off, will be Paul Derringer, of Cincinnati, who's won 11 games and lost 3. There's the lineup for the National League. And now for the American League. Leading off, playing right field, Doc Kramer of the Boston Red Sox, hitting .329. In second spot in the batting order for the American League, playing third base, Red Rolfe of the New York Yankees, hitting .320. In third spot in the batting order, playing center field, the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio, hitting .435 so far this season. In the cleanup spot for the American Leaguers and catching, another Yankee, Bill Dickey, hitting .328 up to this point in the season. Following Dickey, in fifth spot in the batting order, Hank Greenberg of the Detroit Tigers, playing first base. Hank's been in a bit of a slump recently, and his batting average has dropped below 300 to 286. But he'll probably be up past that 300 mark by the end of the season. Certainly, Greenberg is a 300 hitter, and even with the 286 batting average at the moment, he's one of those boys that can break up a ball game anytime by clouding one over those distant walls or into the stands. Following Greenberg, hitting sixth for the American Leaguers, Joe Cronin, playing shortstop. Joe Cronin of the Boston Red Sox, hitting .291. Another 300 hitter who at the moment is under the 300 mark. Incidentally, Joe Cronin is the only big league manager who's playing in the ball game. Following Cronin, Twinkle-Toe Selkirk of the New York Yankees, scheduled to play left field. There may be a change there. We don't know for sure. Selkirk's been suffering from a cold, and there's a possibility that he may not play. However, the chances are very bright that he will be in the ball game. Following Selkirk, hitting eighth for the American Leaguers, Joe Gordon of the New York Yankees, playing second base, batting .311. Pitching for the Yankees, Red Ruffing will start. He's won 11 games and lost 3. And so the batteries for this All-Star game, the 7th annual renewal for the National League, Paul Derringer will start on the mound. He's won 11 and lost 3, as has Red Ruffing, the American League starting choice, with 11 victories and 3 defeats. Piloting these two All-Star aggregations out here this afternoon for the National League, Gabby Hartnett of the Chicago Cubs, who manages the Cubs, of course, and assisting him, his board of strategy, Bill Terry of the Giants, Red Corridon of the Cubs. The Cubs coach, Bill Terry, manages the Giants, of course. For the American League, it's Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees. Incidentally, Connie Mack was supposed to have piloted the American League team this afternoon. The choice of manager usually goes to the manager whose team wins the pennant in each league during the year. But this being the centennial celebration of baseball, and Connie Mack being the oldest manager in the American League, manager Joe McCarthy of the Yankees bowed out in favor of Connie Mack, but a recent illness has forced Mr. Mack to relinquish his post, and Joe McCarthy has taken it over again. Mr. Mack, we're happy to say, is getting much better. He's going to listen in to the ball game this afternoon, and we hope he certainly enjoys it. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I think it'd be nice if you would join me. Connie is listening in and wishing him a speedy recovery. The grand old man of baseball, Connie Mack. And now just below us, ladies and gentlemen, right to the right of home plate, the entire National League team is lined up in squad formation to have a picture taken of them. Paul Derringer has completed his warm-up duties. He's the starting pitcher for the National League. Red Ruffing, right-hander of the New York Yankees, is still warming up to the left of home plate near the American League dugout. The American League dugout being the one which the Yankees usually hold forth with. And there's the Star-Spangled Banner.
And now, in just a moment or two, ladies and gentlemen, the 7th annual All-Star Baseball game will be underway. We've already given you the lineups, and here are the umpires behind the plate. And incidentally, the umpires are now walking out to the plate, so that this ball game will be underway very shortly. Behind the plate will be Big Cal Hubbard of the American League. At first base, Big George Majorkirk of the National League. At second base, Eddie Rommel. You remember him? He was a great pitcher for the Philadelphia A's years ago. Now an umpire in the American League. Eddie Rommel umpiring at second base. Larry Getz of the National League will be at third base. Now these are the umpires and their positions for the first 4 1/2 innings of this ball game. After the first 4 1/2 innings, Major Kurth will be behind the plate. Rommel will move over to first, Getz to second, and Cal Hubbard will take over third base. And now, for those of you who may have tuned in late, very quickly, we'll run through the lineups for you once more. The visitors this afternoon is the National League team. Each year they alternate. One year the ball game is played in American League Park, the next year in the National League Park. So we'll lead off with the National League first. Stan Hack leading off, playing third base. He's with the Cubs. Lonnie Fry of Cincinnati playing second base. Ivel Goodman, Cincinnati Reds, playing right field. Frank McCormick of Cincinnati Reds playing first base. Ernie Lombardi of the Cincinnati Reds catching. Joe Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals playing left field. Mel Ott of the New York Giants center field. Archie Vaughn of the Pittsburgh Pirates shortstop. Paul Derringer of Cincinnati Reds, the starting pitcher. They're the umpires out at the plate discussing the ground rules. And it's Lou Gehrig, ladies and gentlemen, who's captain of the American League All-Star team, standing out there at the plate, and the crowd is giving him a tremendous ovation. Just listen for a moment. Out there with him is Gabby Hartnett, manager of the Chicago Cubs. Hartnett, Lou Gehrig, and there goes Bill Terry assisting Gabby Hartnett out to enter the confab. We got a lot of Yankee fans out here today, of course, and you know how the Yankees and Giants are here in New York City. If you've never been here, there's quite a lot of friendly rivalry in there. So some of the Yankee fans are taking advantage of Mr. Terry's presence out here on the field. Now here's the American League lineup. We're running through them very quickly for you. Doc Kramer, Red Sox, playing right field. Red Rolfe of the Yankees, third base. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Bill Dickey of the Yankees catching. Hank Greenberg of the Tigers, first base. Joe Cronin of the Red Sox, shortstop. Twinkle Toe Selkirk of the Yankees, left field. Joe Gordon of the Yankees playing second base. And Gehrig is getting another tremendous ovation as he leaves the plate after his conference with the umpires, walking into the American League dugout. He tips his cap as he steps down the steps, disappearing into the American League dugout. Selkirk of the Yankees playing left field, hitting seventh. Joe Gordon of the Yankees playing second base, hitting eighth. And Red Ruffing batting in ninth spot, the starting pitcher for the New York Yankees. According to present plans, after Derringer, who's the starting pitcher for the Reds, pitching 3 innings. Of course, each pitcher pitches only 3 innings. No more, unless the game goes into extra innings, and then the pitcher that's on the mound at that time may continue further. After Derringer pitches his 3 innings, Bill Lee of the Chicago Cubs is scheduled to follow, and after him, Whitlow Wyatt, the sensational pitcher for the Brooklyn Dodgers, coming back into the big leagues after a brief sojourn in the American League where he failed to attract a great deal of attention, but coming back into the National League in the big time with the Dodgers. He's won 8 ball games without a defeat. Manager Joe McCarthy of the Yankees plans to follow Red Ruffing with Tommy Bridges, the curveball artist of the Detroit Tigers, and after Bridges, Bob Feller, the speedball artist of the Cleveland Indians, who's won 14 games and lost 3, having won more games than any other pitcher in the big league so far. And that's the pitching choices according to pregame gossip. There may be changes if... Just a moment. We just had word that these lineups are official, and that's the way the pitchers will enter the ball game, assuming that they do last their 3 innings on the mound. The umpires have taken their positions on the playing field. At the moment, the loudspeaker announcer here at the Yankee Stadium is giving the lineups, and the fans are applauding each name as it's given over the loudspeaker. The umpires, Hubbard, the American League, at the plate. He's standing out there. Major Kurth of the National League at first base. Eddie Rommel of the American League at second base. Larry Getz of the National League at third base.
for the first 4.5 innings, and then they will change up. When this ball game gets underway, the play-by-play description of the 7th annual All-Star Game will be brought to you by two of the nation's outstanding baseball announcers, whom you've heard time and time again on World Series and previous All-Star Games. Arch McDonald of WABC here in New York City, who brings to New York fans the day-by-day activities of the New York Yankees and the New York Giants when they're at home, and France Laux of Columbia Station KMOX in St. Louis will alternate in bringing you this ball game. And there go the American Leaguers trotting out to their positions. Red Ruffing slowly walking to the mound, and the crowd gives them a great cheer as the American Leaguers go out onto the field to get this ball game underway. There goes manager Bill Terry of the New York Giants, who's assisting manager Gabby Hartnett in piloting the National Leaguers down to third base. Terry stops for a moment to say a few words with Bill Dickey and umpire Cal Hubbard behind the plate. Arch McDonald of Columbia's station in New York City, WABC, the Columbia Network, will take over the first inning of the play-by-play, and he will be followed in the second inning by France Laux of KMOX in St. Louis, and they will then alternate inning by inning through the rest of the ball game, with yours truly popping in and out as the game progresses along. And now, here is our first play-by-play commentator, a great friend of yours, of mine, a great baseball announcer, Arch McDonald.
Thank you, Mel Allen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There's one slight change, not in the playing lineups, but in the National League umpires. The men are the same, but it's Getz at first base and Major Kurth at third. So the correct umpiring lineup is Cal Hubbard at the plate, umpire-in-chief, Larry Getz on first base for the National League, Eddie Rommel at second, the American League, and George Major Kurth at third. And now we're ready to play ball, and Stan Hack, left-handed hitting third baseman of the Chicago Cubs, assumes his position at the plate. Batting left-handed, his current 1939 average is 288. He stands motionless at the plate. Big Red Ruffing from Chicago, Illinois, winner of 11 and loser of 3 in the current campaign, rubs the ball up, takes the gloss off the new ball, and steps into pitching position. He gets his sign from Bill Dickey, starts a slow wind-up. It's the first pitch, and it's right down the middle for a called strike on Stanley Hack. One strike on Stanley Hack, first hitter in the All-Star game. Ruffing his pitch again, winds up. Here it comes, and he hits one foul to the left back of third base, and that makes the count 2 strikes. Hack steps out for a moment. Ruffing gets the new ball, blows on his pitching hand. It's 2 strikes on Stanley Hack, first hitter for the National Leaguers, playing third base and leading off. Ruffing steps off, smooths out a little dirt in front of the mound. 2 strikes on Hack. Outfield is playing him straight away. Infield the same. Ruffing looks down at Dickey, who comes up off his haunches. Hit the wind up. Down comes the pitch, and it's high and inside. Ball 1, a fast ball, forcing Hack to move away. 2 strikes and 1 ball is the count. Red takes a look back at his outfield, and who wouldn't like to look at an outfield like that? 2 great outfields here today. Here's the wind up. Next pitch, and he goes down swinging for the first out. Hack went down swinging for the first out. 1 man is out. Now, if you're superstitious, you know the old baseball axiom, if you strike out, you'll always win that first man up. We shall see about that. Junior Fry, another left-handed hitter, playing second base. Linus Fry of the Cincinnati Reds at the plate. Batting 307. Second straight left-handed hitter in the lineup. 1 out, none on. And the American Leaguers are playing him straight away. Ruffing winds up slowly. He throws. The ball is hit slowly down to Joe Gordon. He comes up with it, throws to first, and he's out. Gordon to Greenberg, second to first for out number 2. Fry grounded out second to first. Gordon to Greenberg. 2 men are away now. Nobody on base. And here's Ivel Goodman, left-handed hitting right fielder of the Cincinnati Reds, playing right field for the National League today. 326 is his batting average. 3 straight left-handed hitters have faced Ruffing so far. Dickey gives a sign. Ruffing squares away. Here it comes. Fastball inside. Ball 1. The American Leaguers are shading Goodman a bit to the right. Maggio playing in right center. Here's the wind up by Ruffing. Here's the pitch. He hits 1 foul to the left of our broadcasting booth, and that makes it 1-1 on Ivel Goodman. 2 men out, and the National Leaguers have for the first inning. Game at the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Ruffing gets the new ball, rubs it up a bit. Dickey flashes the sign, comes up off his hunches. Ruffing is ready. Here it comes inside, forcing Goodman to back away from that dish. And it's now 2 balls, 1 strike. People are still coming in the stands, and there's quite a crowd here. Official figures will be announced later. 2 balls, 1 strike is the count. Goodman the hitter, 2 men out, nobody on, first inning. Here's the next pitch from Ruffing. It's low and inside. That makes 3-1. Fastball below the knees and inside. 3-1 on Ivel Goodman with Frank McCormick on deck. There are 4 straight Cincinnati Reds in the lineup. After Hack of the Cubs, it's Fry, Goodman, McCormick, and Lombardi, all of Cincinnati. Here's the next windup by Ruffing. The pitch, and he hits a long fly ball out to deep right field. And back under it is Kramer, near the wall, about 15 feet in front, and he gets it, and the side is retired. Goodman flied to Doc Kramer within about 10 feet of the wall in deep right. Side is retired for the National Leaguers in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base.
And so the score at the end of the first half of the first inning of the 7th annual All-Star Game finds the National Leaguers failing to score on Red Ruffing, who put the National Leaguers 3 and 3 down. We couldn't help but reflect in the past for just a moment as Ruffing stepped on the rubber to pitch the first ball to the first National League hitter, who was Stan Hack. Mind sort of drifted backwards into the past to Wrigley Field in Chicago last October when the Yankees were playing the Chicago Cubs in the World Series, because the first man that Ruffing faced when he pitched his first game for the Yankees against the Cubs was this self-same Stan Hack. But the story was a little different this afternoon, because the first time that Ruffing faced Hack, if memory serves correctly, Hack singled sharply to left field. Well, we're getting ready to come into the last half of the first inning. Kramer, Rolfe, and DiMaggio to face Paul Derringer. There's the long throw down to second base, and Doc Kramer, the Boston Red Sox, steps into hitting position.
As Kramer comes to the plate, he's batting .329, leading off for the American Leaguers, and facing Paul Derringer. He and Ruffing have the same records, 11 wins and 3 losses. Kramer squares away, has a very unorthodox batting stance, left-handed hitter. Derringer starts a long wind-up. Here's the first pitch to Doc, and he hits the ball over shortstop into left field for a base hit by Doc Kramer of the Boston Red Sox. A single over shortstop into short left field. Medwick throws the ball into second base, and there's a man on first now with nobody out, and Red Rolfe, the raving redhead from Pennacook, New Hampshire, is up. Batting second, his usual spot in the Yankee lineup. He's batting .320, playing third base for the American Leaguers. Outfield straightaway, Derringer throws to first. He can't get him, and the ball is thrown back in by McCormick. Rolfe steps into the batter's box. Kramer's on first, nobody out. Here's the stretch. A look at first. Derringer throws, and it's low. Ball 1. Count is 1 ball. Red Rolfe, the batter. Rog Kramer on first base. First hit of the ball game. First man up for the American Leaguers. Derringer steps on into position. He throws. There goes Kramer. And a long fly ball hit out to right center field. Back goes Mellott. He's under it. He takes it. And Kramer jogs back to first base. Ott took that long fly ball with a hit and run on in right center about 380 feet from the plate. And here's a hand for New York's famous Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio, leading the major leagues with a batting average of .435. He's a right-handed hitter. The National Leaguers move the outfield to the left, and Derringer steps on. Kramer takes the lead off first. Here's the pitch to DiMaggio. Strike 1 call just above the knees in the strike zone. 1 strike on Joe DiMaggio. Rog Kramer's on first base. 1 out. Derringer takes a stretch, looks at Kramer. Here's the pitch to Maj. He hits a long fly ball out to center field. In comes Ott, and he takes it for the second out. Line drive from the bat of DiMaggio into center field. Kramer remains on first base with 2 men out now, and here is Bill Dixon, the 3rd straight Yankee in the lineup, coming up. Pride of Little Rock, Arkansas. Long, rangy left-hand hitter and great ball player. Dickey is batting in the cleanup spot, and he's hitting .328. Rog Kramer, the Boston Red Sox, is on first, 2 men away. Derringer looks at first. He throws. Strike 1 called on the outside corner. A fastball. It's 1 strike. Dickey is the hitter, and Kramer is on first. 2 men away, last of the first inning. Derringer takes a look at first base. Here's the next pitch outside. That evens the count at 1-1 on Bill Dickey. No score in the ball game as yet, in case you tuned in late. Dickey steps into position. Derringer takes a stretch and look at first. Then he throws to Dickey, who hits a high pop fly. And back there under it goes Archie Vaughan. Back of second base on the grass, and he takes it, and the side is retired. Dickey popping out to Vaughan in back of second base. No runs, one hit. No errors, one left in the last of the first inning, and still no score.
0-0 it is as we go into the second inning of this all-star game. And facing Red Roughing in this first half of the second inning will be three powerhouse hitters for the National League: McCormick, Lombardi, and Medwick. Lombardi, who was chosen by the Sporting News as the most valuable player in the National League last year. And we have on the American League squad, though he's not in the ball game at the moment, the man who was chosen as the most valuable player in the American League, Jimmy Fox, as well as the outstanding manager of the year, Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees, who's piloting the American Leaguers. Incidentally, fans, there's one person we missed out here today, and that was Al Schatt, the clown of baseball. He's out on the coast, and because of previous commitments, he's unable to be here at the All-Star game, although he's always donated his services before, and he's unable to make the jump this year. Well, Al, we certainly miss you, boy, and perhaps we'll get to see you in the World Series. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the first half of the second inning, we give you our next play-by-play commentator from Columbia Station KMOX in St. Louis, a man who's been in more World Series, perhaps, or as many as any other baseball commentator, a great fellow, Franz Blocks.
Thank you, Merle Allen, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Going into the first half of the second inning here, and Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds will be the first man at the plate. For the National Leaguers, McCormick's batting average during the campaign to date is .337. Roughing steps in on the mound to get his signal from Bill Dickey, goes in to wind up. Here's the initial pitch, a ground ball going down to short. Cronin juggles it momentarily, recovers. There's the throw. He's out at first. Cronin to Greenberg for the initial out. One down, and that brings up Ernie Lombardi, another Cincinnati player. Cincinnati catcher, bats right-handed. Lombardi's average is .311 at the present time. He'll be followed by Joe Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals. First half of the second inning, score 0-0. One man down, nobody on. Lombardi batting. Roughing comes in on the mound. He gets his signal, goes into his windup. Here's the pitch. Foul in back of the plate against the screen for strike one. That calls for a new ball, which is tossed in by umpire Cal Hubbard, who is calling balls and strikes. Roughing comes on the mound. He got his signal from Dickey. One man down, one strike is the count on Lombardi. He's winding up. Here's the next pitch. Strike two, call right down through the middle. Bill Terry, manager of the New York Giants, is coaching on the third baseline for the National Leaguers. And Red Corridon of the Chicago Cubs coaching on the first baseline. Two strikes on Lombardi. And here's the next pitch. And there goes a drive out to left field for a hit. And Lombardi is on first base. Lombardi sends a line single to left field, the first hit for the National Leaguers. And that brings up Joe Medwick of the St. Louis Cardinals, playing left field for the National Leaguers, has a batting average of .330 at the present time. Medwick is the batter, with Mel out of the New York Giants on deck. One man down. Lombardi on first base. Roughing steps in the mound. Goes into his stretch, glances over at first. Here's the pitch. Low, ball one on Medwick. One ball is the count. We're in the first half of the second inning of this ball game with the score reading 0-0. Charlie rubs the ball a little bit, steps in on the mound. He got his signal again from Dickey. Goes into his stretch, glances over at first base. He's all set for the pitch. Here it comes, and strike one. He swung at it, and how? 1-1. He really took a cut at that one. One ball and one strike on Medwick. And umpire Cal Hubbard is taking a little time now to dust the plate off. 1-1 is the count. Medwick batting, a right-hand hitter. Lombardi on first base, one man down. McCormick making the first out. He grounded out Cronin to Greenberg. Roughing steps in on the mound again. Up goes the arm. He's all set. Here's the pitch, and there's a foul ball. Going to the right of the plate, up on top of the stands, making the count read 2 strikes and 1 ball. Another new ball is tossed in. Roughing standing in back of the mound, rubbing the gloss off that new ball, looking out at the outfield. And he turns around, strolls in on the mound. He got his signal from Bill Dickey. 2 strikes, 1 ball is the count. Up goes the arm again, glances over at first. Here's the pitch, and it's another foul right back of the plate against the screen. And it's still 2 strikes, 1 ball. That ball bounced off the screen back out on the playing field. A new ball is tossed in. Greenberg does the recovering act there and tosses the one that was fouled back to Cal Hubbard. All set to go again. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Lombardi on first base. Each club has 1 hit so far. Kramer, the leadoff man, getting 1 for the American Leaguers in the first inning. Lombardi getting 1 for the National Leaguers here in the second inning. Ruffing steps in on the rubber to get his signal. The count, remember, is 2 strikes and 1 ball on Joe Medwick. Lombardi on first. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 call. Medwick called out on strikes for the second out, and that brings up Mel Ott, who is playing center field of the New York Giants. Mel Ott has a batting average for the current campaign of .328. He'll be followed by Archie Vaughan of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Ott bats left-handed. 2 down. Lombardi on first base. Ruffing comes in on the mound, getting a signal from Bill Dickey. All set for the pitch. Here it is. Outside and high for ball 1. 1 ball is the count on Mel Ott. Archie Vaughan on deck. Lombardi is still on first base. He was the second man up on a line single out to left field. Then Medwick was called out on strike. Ruffing comes in on the rubber again. Up goes the arm. Takes another glance over at first base. He's all set. Here's the pitch. And Mel Ott swung at it. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down. Lombardi on first base. This is the first half of the second inning of this ball game, with no scores registered so far for either side. 1-1 is the count. He's in on the mound again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a fly ball going out to right field. Kramer coming in fast. He's under it, and he takes it for the 3rd out, retiring the side. Mel Ott out on a fly to Roger Kramer in right field. The results there in the first half of the second inning show no runs, 1 hit, and no errors.
We're going to take just a few seconds to pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And you're listening to the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Back out again at the Yankee Stadium in New York City, baseball fans, as we come into the last half of the second inning of the 7th annual All-Star Game. And the first 3 hitters to face Paul Derringer, pitching the first 3 innings for the National Leaguers, Hank Greenberg, Joe Cronin, and George Twinkletoes Selkirk. The 3 of whom have hit 39 home runs this season between them. There's the long throw down to second, and here we go, the last half of the second inning, as Hank Greenberg steps into hitting position.
Hank Greenberg, a member of the Detroit Tigers, the batter. His average .286 so far during the campaign. A little under par for Hank, but he's still well up there in the way of home runs. He bats right-handed. Derringer's in on the mound, getting a signal from Lombardi. Starts his wind-up for the initial pitch. Here it comes, inside, ball 1. 1 ball is the count on Hank Greenberg, the first man up for the American Leaguers here in the last half of the second inning.
4 o'clock the correct time at WJSV, Washington.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Harry McTighe speaking to you from our radio booth atop Griffith Stadium, where this afternoon, for the remainder of the afternoon, we're going to bring you a play-by-play broadcast of the final game of the season between the Cleveland Indians and the Washington Senators. The first half of the 4th inning just concluded. There's no score in the ball game. And before the last half of the 4th inning gets underway, we're going to give you the lineups and then turn you over to your Wheaties play-by-play announcer, Walter Johnson. The lineup for the Cleveland Indians finds Lou Boudreau at shortstop, Roy Weatherly in left field, Ben Chapman in center field, Sammy Hale at second base, Bruce Campbell in right field, Ken Keltner at third base, Oscar Grimes at first base, Raleigh Hemsley catch, and Al Milner, a left-hander, on the mound. The lineup for Washington: Eddie Leap at second base, Quick at shortstop, Hitko right field, Wright left field, Gilbert third base, Vernon first base, Gideon center field, Farrell catch, and Bass, a right-hander, on the mound. Bass is up from Chattanooga, the Southern Association, with the Senators, and down there he won about 19 ball games and lost 7. We've seen only 3 hits in the ball game, Cleveland having 2, a single by Lou Boudreau in the first inning and a single by Raleigh Hemsley in the second. Washington has only 1 base hit, that an infield hit by Eddie Leap. Into the last half of the 4th inning, and Pitco, the right fielder, right-hand batter's coming up, and here is Walter Johnson.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into the last of the fourth. No score in this ball game. Pitco, the right fielder's up. Bats right-handed. Here comes the first pitch. He swings and fouls it back. Pitco walked his first time up. Al Milnar, left-hander, pitching out there for the Cleveland Indians, has allowed only one hit, an infield single. Here comes the next pitch. It's a fastball. It's outside, 1-1. He's allowed one single and one walk. Bass, on the other hand, has allowed 2 hits and 5 walks. A little bit wild. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a little bit high. Hensley's kicking on that pitch. It's 2-1 on Pitco. Here comes the next pitch, and it's high and inside. 3-1's the count now. Notice starts his wind-up again. Here it comes. He swings and misses. Pitco had a good cut at that ball, but missed. And the count's 3-2. Last half the fourth. Nobody out. Nobody on. Here comes the next pitch. He swings, hits the fly, going into right field. Bruce Campbell is coming over there. He's under it, waiting. And he's out. Pitco flies out to Campbell in right field for the first out. Taft Wright comes up now. Taft playing left field, bats left-handed. Bucky Harris has most of his right-handers in there. That young kid in. First pitch is too high, ball 1. Young combination down there, second short, leap and quick. They did a nice piece of work in that first inning in making a double play. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and fouls it back. It's 1-1. Boudreaux single to lead off. Weatherly hit one down second base. Leap made a nice play on it, hustled over to Quickets. And Boudreaux was forced, and Leap hustled that ball over to Vernon for a double play. Starting this ball game, here comes the next pitch. It's high and outside. It's 2-1. This is ladies' day out here. Quite a few of the fair sex out. Here comes the next pitch. He swings, hits a high fly right straight up back of home plate. Hindley's under that ball, and he catches it right underneath us here for the second out. 2 men out now, and Charlie Gilbert comes up. Charlie bats right-handed. He's down there on third base in place of Buddy Lewis this afternoon. This has developed into a pitcher's battle out there so far. Here comes the first pitch on Gilbert. It's high and outside, ball 1. Two men out now. Here comes the next pitch. And it's a little bit too high, ball 2. 2-0. Nolan starts his wind up again. Here it comes, and it's ball 3. That's a little bit too low. Three nothing on Charlie Gilbert. Miller starts his wind up. Here comes the pitch, and it's right down there for strike 1. 3-1. Miller starts his wind up again. Here it comes, and it's strike 2. It took that inside corner. 3-2. Starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hits the fly going into right field. Campbell's going over, way over there near the line. It's up there. It hits that against that wall, bounce out in there. Gilbert pulls up at second base with a 2-base hit. That ball was right down that right field line, hit up on the wall. And Bruce Campbell took it on the hop, tossed it back into second base. Charlie Gilbert pulled up, standing at second base with a 2-base hit. And Vernon, the first baseman, comes up now. Vernon bats left-handed. Here comes the first pitch on Vernon. It's a little bit low and inside. Ball one. Not much of a breeze out here, just slight breeze blowing over towards right field. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and fouls it back. It's 1-1. Milner has another ball out there now. Steps on there, starts to stretch. Here comes a pitch, and it's a little bit too low. It's a curved ball. 2-1. Milner gets the sign. He's watching Charlie Gilbert back there on second. Starts to stretch. Here comes a pitch, and it's strike two. That took that outside corner. Vernon didn't like that, and neither did the ladies in the stand. They're giving the umpire a lot of boos down there. It's 2-2. 2 men out. Last half the fourth. No score. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and fouls one down in left field stand. Taken by a lone spectator down there. He had no competition, so he just took his time to get that ball. Milner has another ball. Steps on there. Here comes the pitch. He swings and fouls one right straight back at us here. Hembley comes back, but he can't get it. Ball hits the screen back here. So the umpire tosses out another ball to Milner, and the count remains 2-2. Hasn't been much hitting in this ball game. Been a little bit quiet. Here comes the next pitch. He swings, hits the ground ball back to second base. Sammy Hale comes up with. There's a play to first, and he's out. That's a close play down there. Vernon hit a roller just past Milner. He reached for it, but couldn't quite touch it. Sammy Hale hustled in and got it over to first. And the side's retired with no runs, one hit, no errors, and one man left to score at the end of 4 innings. 0-0. And Bass, the boy just up from Chattanooga, walks out on the mound, starts tossing a few to Rick Farrell. Bass mixes them up pretty well down there, has a fairly good fastball. He's supposed to have a good knuckler. Looks like he has a pretty fair curve. He's just been a little bit wild, but apparently he has something on that ball. He's had 3 and 2 on most of the batters, and usually when they get a pitcher where he's got to come down in there to him, they're get a hold of that ball, but they're hitting a little bit late, those right-handers hitting that ball off the right field. He's all warmed up, and Goodrow, shortstop, comes up. Here comes the first pitch, and it's strike one, a fastball right down there. Goodrow singled his first time up. Bass takes his wind up again. Here comes the pitch, and it's one of those knucklers, a little bit too low. And it's 1-1. Takes his wind up. Here comes the pitch. He swings and hits one right back. Bass takes it on a big hop, tosses to Vernon, and Goodrow is out. One man out. And Roy Weatherly, left fielder, comes up. He bats left-handed. Bass takes his wind up. Here comes a pitch, and that's a knuckler that's a little bit outside. Looks like we may have 2 knuckleball artists on this ball club. That's Leonard and Bass. Here comes the next pitch. He swings, hit the fly, going into left center. Gideon is coming in. Taft right is coming in. Right calls for it and makes the catch. Right out there in front of Gideon. In short, left center. And we have 2 men out. Ben Chapman comes up now. Ben has been up twice, walked each time. Bass takes his wind up. Here comes the pitch. And it's a curve ball. Came right over there for strike one. Starts his wind up again. Here it comes. And this time it's a knuckler that took that inside corner. Strike two. Starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hit the fly, going into center field. Gideon is standing there waiting. And he has it. Chapman flies out to Gideon in right center, retiring the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. 3 up and 3 down. And for the first time in the ball game, Bass has set the Indians down in order. So the score going into the last of the 5th is still 0-0. Young Bass has showed us a little of everything out there. I don't know what usually those pitchers who fool around with the knuckleball, it's just about like the spitball pitchers used to be. There were a few real outstanding spitball pitchers, and a lot of the other boys were trying to throw that spitter, but they'd get in trouble every once in a while and attempt to come in there with a spitter. There wouldn't be anything on it, somebody'd crack it on them. Dutch Leonard gets himself in trouble. He uses that knuckler. And I don't know what this boy depends upon when he gets out there in a tight spot. But anyway, he showed us a pretty good knuckler, pretty fair curveball, and fairly good fastball. Anyway, those Cleveland Indians haven't done a whole lot up the plate. Well, Miller's all warmed up now, and Big Gideon comes up, center fielder, bats right-handed. Miller starts his wind-up. Here comes the pitch. And he tries to bunt that ball down the third base line, but it goes foul. This Gideon is a big, tall boy, but he runs very well. He's formerly with the Michigan University. And he looks pretty good out there. Here comes the next pitch. And it's a little bit inside. Ball one, 1-1. Miller takes his wind up. Here comes the pitch. He swings, hits a high fly right up into infield. Boudreau is going back, calls for it, and he has it. Gideon flies out to Boudreau in back of shortstop for the first out. 1 man out now, and Rick Farrell comes up. Farrell's catching this ball game. Pretty good man in there with those young pitchers, or especially the newcomers, whether they're young or not. First pitch is right down in there, strike one. That's called a fast one. Miller starts his wind up. Here comes the pitch. He swings, hits the fly ball going into center field. Chapman is going back. He's on it and has it. Farrell lines out to Chapman in center field for the second out. And Bass comes up now. He's not bald, is he, Warren? Took his cap off there.
Tell me, for a bat, he's got quite a hook.
That's pretty good, Warren. Pretty good. Well, he's getting a nice hand from these ladies. Milner takes his wind up. Here comes the pitch. He swings on the first one, hits a fly ball going into right field. Bruce Campbell is out there waiting, and he has it. Bass flies out to Campbell in right field, retiring the side with no runs, no hits, No errors, nobody left. 3 up and 3 down. And the score at the end of 5 innings, still 0-0. No score in this ball game. This thing has developed into a battle between Lefty Milner and Mr. Bass. Harry, you have something over there?
Yeah, I have some scores, Walter.
All
in
right,
the
go
American
right ahead.
League this afternoon, the New York Yankees beat out the Chicago White Sox 5-2. The Yanks 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Chicago 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Boston defeated St. Louis 6-2. Boston 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. St. Louis 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. And Detroit beat Philadelphia 7-6. The Tigers 7 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. Philadelphia 6 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. In the National League, the Pirates beat the Boston Bees in the first game of a doubleheader 6-4. 6 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for Pittsburgh. 4 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for Boston. Well, we're moving into the first half of the sixth. There's still no score in the ball game, and as Walter told you, it's somewhat of a pitching duel between Bass and Al Milner. Bass, a big right-hander, Milner, a big left-hander. Sammy Hale's leading off now. In comes the first pitch, and he fouls it back into the stands, the upper tier of the grandstand, for strike 1. Hale's up for the third time, walked in the first inning, and fouled out to Vernon in the third. You fans out around Miller's Market at 2135 4th Street Northeast can be on the lookout for the big train tonight, for he'll be out there. Here's the next one in, and Sammy Hale hits a slow ground ball down to second base. Eddie Leaf comes in, fields the ball, gets it to Vernon, and Hale goes out. Grounding out second to first for out number 1. That brings Bruce Campbell, right fielder, left-hand batter, up. Fly to center field in the first and to left field in the third. 2 hits in the ball game so far for Cleveland. Bass is ready. Here's the pitch coming in, and Campbell swings on it, lines it right down the foul line in left field. It's going over against the box seats. He's rounded first, on his way to second, makes the turn at second, but holds up when Taft Wright fields the ball and relays it into Hal Quick. Campbell was swinging on that ball and laced it right down the line. It's good for 2 bases. That puts him on second base, 1 out, and Kelton, a third baseman, a right-hand batter coming up. He flied to center field and fouled out to Jim Vernon. Bass takes a stretch, he'll look back at second base. In comes the pitch to Keltner. Outside low in the dirt. Rick Farrell had to dig that one out. Ball 1 is a count. Here's the next pitch coming into Keltner. And he swings, fouls it back against the stands. 1-1 is a count. Tomorrow's an off day here at Griffith Stadium. No ball game. The New York Yankees move in for a single game Saturday afternoon and another Sunday afternoon. New ball's out in the hands of Bass. He takes his stretch. Here's the pitch coming in. Low, inside, ball 2. 2-1 is the count now on Ken Keltner. Bass looks into Rick Farrell, gets his signal, takes his stretch. Look back at second base. Here's the next one coming in. Keltner fouls that one back into the screen. 2-2 is a count. Washington infield is Vernon at first. Eddie Leap at second base. Hal Quick is at shortstop. Charlie Gilbert's at third. The outfield is Taft Wright in left, Elmer Gideon in center, and Alex Pitko in right. 2-2 is the count on Ken Keltner. Bass is ready. Here's the pitch coming in. And Keltner swings on it, hits it out into left field, way back. And Taft Wright makes a beautiful catch just in front of the wall, turns and hustles that ball in to Charlie Gilbert at third base. That was a nice catch by Taft Wright. A few more feet of distance on that ball, and Wright couldn't have gotten his hands on it. He made the catch and then rolled against the wall out there, but he held on to it. So it's 2 away. Campbell still on second base, and Oscar Grimes, first baseman, a right-hand batter coming up. He flied to Pitco in right field in the second, and he walked in the fourth. Bass has given up 5 walks in the game. Standing off the rubber, rubbing the ball off. Walks on, gets a signal, takes a stretch. Look back at second. Here comes the pitch into Grimes. Right across that outside corner for a called strike. Strike one on Grimes. First half of the sixth, no score. Bass is ready for the next pitch, and it comes. And Grimes lifts it high in the air. It's going into short center field. Leap quick, and Gideon all after the ball. Gideon calls for it, makes the catch for out number 3 to retire the side. No runs, one hit, no errors, and one runner left on base. So at the end of the first half of the sixth, the score still reads Cleveland nothing and Washington nothing. Don't forget, you fans around Miller's Market at 2135 4th Street Northeast, Walter Johnson will be out there tonight for a personal appearance, and tomorrow night at the Calvert Market, 1862 Columbia Road Northwest. 7:30 to 9 at Miller's Market, 7:30 to 9 tomorrow night at the Calvert Market at 1862 Columbia Road Northwest. Last half of the sixth coming up now. The leadoff man will be Eddie Leap.
Where's McTagg going to be, Warren? All that time.
In the doghouse.
No, Walter, I got lost last night. I've got the right directions tonight, though. I know where 2135 4th Street Northeast is because I've been out there before.
I got lost last night, too, Harry, but I made it.
And now into the last half of the sixth. Eddie Leap, second baseman, a right-hand batter's up. The first pitch comes in high for ball one. Leap struck out in the first inning and beat out an infield hit in the third. Milner starts his wind-up. Here's the next one coming in. Eddie takes a curve ball for a called strike to even the count 1-1. Oscar Grimes at first base for Cleveland. Hale at second. Boudreau at short. Kelton at third. Here's the next one coming in. And it's high for ball two, 2-1. The Cleveland outfield is Weatherly in left, Chapman in center, and Campbell in right. Al Milner's the pitcher, and Raleigh Hemsley's the catcher. Milner goes into a wind-up. Here's the next pitch coming in. And Eddie Leap swings on and hits one over the head of Ken Kelton out into left field. It's a base hit. Weatherly fields it on the ground, gets the throw into Boudreau. And Eddie Leap is on first base with a single, his second hit of the afternoon. Washington has only 3 hits in the ball game, and Leap has 2 of the 3. Charlie Gilbert has the other. That double off the right field wall in the fourth. So we have a runner on first base. Nobody out, and up comes Hal Quick, shortstop. Right-hand batter, he's grounded out 2 times he's been up. Here's the first one coming in. Hal takes it. It's low. Ball one. Ball one on Quick. Milner takes a stretch, a look at first base. Here's the next pitch coming in. Quick swings on it, hits it out into right field. It has Campbell on the move. He goes back, pulls the ball down, then gets his throw into Hale at second base. Al Quick lining to Bruce Campbell in right field. Drove Bruce back about 12 or 14 feet to make that catch. So we have one out, runner still on first, and Alec Pitco, right fielder, right-hand batter's up. He walked in the first, and he flied to right field in the fourth. No score, the last half of the sixth. Milner takes his stretch. Here's the first pitch coming in. Pitco swings and misses. Strike one. There goes the toss over to Oscar Grimes at first base. Eddie Leap back in plenty of time. Ball's back in the hands of Milner, and another one. This one a snap throw over, and Eddie, playing safe, went in sliding. Milner again takes his position on the rubber. Here comes the pitch into Pitco. He swings on it, lifts it high in the air. It's going out into short right field. Sammy Hale, Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell almost lost the ball. There's a double play on it. Eddie Leap is doubled off first base. Looked for a moment as though that ball was going to be lost. Sammy Hale went out after the ball. Campbell was coming in, and Sammy Hale then finally decided to slow up, give Campbell time to get the ball, and Bruce almost lost it, had to take it right around his knees. Eddie Leap was about halfway between first and second. and he couldn't beat the throw back into first base. So he was doubled off from Campbell to Grimes for the third out, retiring the side with no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. That gives Cleveland their first double play of the afternoon. So at the end of 6 innings of play, it still reads Cleveland nothing and Washington nothing. Before going into the first half of the 7th, we're going to pause for station identification.
4:27, 27 minutes past 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. This is station WJSV, Washington.
And now here again is Walter Johnson.
All right, we're going into 7th inning. Still no score in this ball game. Looked like for a moment there we might going to get a break, but Bruce Campbell came in fast to make the catch of Pitco's high fly in back of second base. Sammy Hale called for the ball, was a little bit early in making that call. Found out the wind carried that ball out a little further than he thought. So Campbell came in just in time to make the catch. Leap was headed towards second base, and before he could get back, he was doubled. Well, Hemsley's up here now. Bass is all warmed up. Here's the first pitch, and it's a little bit too high. Ball 1. That's a fast one. Each team has had 3 hits now, 2 singles and a double. Here comes the next pitch, and it's right down in there for strike 1. 1-1. Bass starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hits the ground ball, going down to shortstop. Quick takes on a big hop. There's a throw to first, and he's out. Raleigh Hemsley grounds out short to first for the first out. And Al Milner, the pitcher, comes up now. Throws and bats left-handed. Big, strong boy, Milner. He belongs to Cleveland Indians when I was over there, but we had him in a smaller league. Here comes the first pitch. He swings and fouls it back. One strike. Bass gets another ball. He rubs that ball up, gets a little rosin on his hand. Steps on there, starts his wind up. Here comes the pitch. He swings, hits a high fly, foul right up here in front of the Washington dugout. Vernon is coming over there. He has it. And Milner is out for the second out. 2 men out. And Boudreau, the shortstop, comes up. Been up 3 times, has 1 hit and 3 trips up there. This boy was over in Buffalo in the International League this year. Looks like a pretty good ball player. Here comes the first pitch, and he starts to swing. He goes all the way around, but they didn't call it on him. He had to kind of swing his body all the way around, but it's ball 1. Here comes the next pitch. It's low and outside. It's ball 2. He looks down to Oscar Veeck to get that sign. The managers always have a sign when the count's 2-0 or 3-1. Tell those fellas what to do. Here comes the next pitch, and it's strike 1. That's a fast one. Took that inside corner. It's 2-1. Bass starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings and fouls it back. Goes right back in a bunch of ladies. And I didn't see what happened, but maybe some lady got it. 2-2 on Boudreau. Bass has another ball. Starts his wind up. Here it comes. The fastball a little bit outside, and it's 3-2 on Boudreau now. 2 men out, nobody on. This is the first half of the 7th. There's no score. been a pitcher's battle out here between Bass and Al Milner, southpaw. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and hits the fly ball going into center field. Getting is going over there. He's under it and has it. Woodrow flies out to get in right center. Retiring the side with no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. 3 up and 3 down. And now everybody stands up as we go into the last half of the 7th. 7th inning stretch. Taft Wright is going to be the leadoff man this last half of the 7th. Taft has been up twice, failed to hit. Bruce Campbell going way back out there in deep right field for Taft Wright. Campbell, Chapman, and Weatherly in the outfield. Cleveland has another outfielder sitting on the bench over here who had a wonderful year last year. Heath looks like one of the best young ball players in baseball, and every ball player picked him to lead this league in batting this year. And he's not able to stay in that lineup even, so that shows you never can tell. Well, Wright's up there. The first pitch is a little too high, ball 1. Here comes the next one. It's inside for ball 2, 2-0. Taft Wright backs away from there. In fact, he backs clear out of the box, gets a little dirt on his hands. 2-0 on Wright now. Milner starts his wind up again. Here comes the pitch. He swings and gets a base hit into right field past Sammy Hill. It's taken by Bruce Campbell, tossed into second base to Woodrow, and Taft Wright's down on first base. Nobody out, and Charlie Gilbert comes up. Gilbert's playing third base today in place of Buddy Lewis. He's been up twice, has 1 hit and 2 trips up there, 2 base hits. Here comes the pitch. And it's low and outside, 1-0. Well, maybe we'll break the ice this time. Going long enough. 6 innings and a half and no scores. Here comes the next pitch. He swings and hits one into left field. Weatherly's going way back over there. And he tries to make that catch. He dives into the stand. He hits his head against the stand. And apparently he's hurt. Taft Wright rounds third base. Charlie Gilbert rounds third. And he scored. It's a home run for Charlie Gilbert, and little Weatherly is hurt out there. He slid into the box seat and hurt himself trying to make that catch. I don't know what the decision's going to be. There's an argument down here. If that ball went into the stands, of course, it's only a 2-base hit. Did the ball bounce in there, Warren? Did you see? Well, he pushed it over. Yeah. Well, there's going to be an argument down there. Weatherly is still down there. The players are surrounding. Lefty Wiseman, the Cleveland trainer's down there now. The way he went into that stand, he may be hurt. He slid in there head first. He had that ball in the tips of his hands, but realizing he was right close to the wall, he tried to slide and check himself, and in doing so, he slid right on in head first into the box, into the front of the box seats down there, and he stood a chance of hurting himself. Well, he's up now, walking around down there. Charlie Gilbert really got a hold of that ball, hit a powerful drive right down the left field line, just fair. Roy Weatherly made a great try, and as I said, had that ball in the end of his fingers, but realizing he was right there to the stand, tried to check himself by sliding, and I believe there's a lot of argument. The Cleveland ball players who are down in the bullpen are coming up here now, getting into that argument. Luke Sewell is coming up there now arguing with Bill Summers out here by third base. And they're all coming. Oscar Vitt is coming up now. He stayed down there to see that Weatherly was all right. Now he's coming up to get in this argument. If that Chapman is in here arguing with Basel at home plate. The whole Cleveland Ball Club, including some of those boys from the bullpen down there, are in this argument. There goes a bunch of them to the dugout now. They've pulled away, and there's about 6 of them right down here standing on home plate, arguing with Steve Basel. Basel is walking away from them, but they're following him up. Ben Chapman has started back now, tossing his glove up into the air. And Luke Sewell is still down here arguing with Steve Basel. The other boys are breaking away now. Bruce Campbell is going back into right field. Keltner's going back down to third base. Oscar Vitt is walking back to the Cleveland dugout. Ben Chapman is going down now and started his argument with Bill Summers, the umpire down at third base. And they're all going back now. Well,
Summers ordering to get back in position?
Yeah, Summers tells them to go on and play ball. They've argued long enough. Johnny Allen, he even got into it out there. He's going back to the dugout now. And here goes Raleigh Hemsley down towards third base. I don't know whether he's going down to talk with Bill Summers some more or not. But anyway, Taft Wright and Charlie Gilbert are both over on the bench, and I think they're going to allow Charlie a home run. The ball did not go into the stands down there. If it had, it would have been a two-base hit. There used to be a ground rule here when that ball went around the point of those seats, but I don't know whether that's in effect now or not. The ball was out of sight. Yeah. Well, he did. As a matter of fact, I mean, he was after that ball and had it in the end of his hand and hit his glove and bounced on off there. Well, anyway, we're out in front 2-0. There's nobody out, and Jim Vernon is up there. They're all started out here now. He swings on that next pitch, hits a high fly up into the infield. Woodrow calls for it. He has it right down there by second base. And Vernon is out. That's one out. It's the last half of the seventh. Washington's out in front now, 2-0. One man out, nobody on. And Gideon, the center fielder, comes up. Milner having a little trouble getting the sign. Finally gets it, starts his wind up. Here it comes. And it's a little bit too high. Ball one. Milner starts his wind up again. Here comes the pitch, and it's a curveball for strike one. That's called 1-1. Milner starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hits the fly, going in left field. Weatherly standing there waiting, and he has it. Gideon goes out on a fly ball to Roy Weatherly in left field for the second out. And Rick Farrell comes up now. Farrell has been up twice. Failed to hit. Milner starts his wind up. Here it comes. He swings and fouls it back. It's one strike. Starts his wind up again. Here it comes. He swings, hits a high fly right up into the infield. Keltner calls for it. He's under it. And he has it. Farrell flies out to Keltner. Down at third base, retiring aside with 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. So at the end of 7 innings, Washington is out in front, 2-0. Little Weatherly's getting a nice hand as he comes in from left field. He made a great try out there for that ball. Might have been badly injured. Well, Bass is out there tossing that ball over. Harry, come in, boy, and...
Well, we see that Ben Chapman coming in from the center field. He's still arguing about that play down there. The only person that didn't enter into the argument on the Cleveland team is the one person that participated in the play, and that happened to be Roy Weatherly. Weatherly, after he got back on his feet, remained in left field, and on his way in had nothing to say to the third base umpire. But it stands, as was originally told you by Walter Johnson, as a case of Wheaties for Charlie Gilbert. Now we're going into the first half of the 8th inning with Weatherly, the leadoff man, bats from the left side. They're riding the umpire-in-chief behind the plate from the Cleveland bench, and he's yelling over there, and if it continues, we'll probably see a couple of the boys get a shower a few minutes earlier than they anticipated for the day. Well, it's the first half of the 8th inning, and Washington's out in front by a score of 2-0. Weatherly, left fielder. The left-hand batter's coming up now. Been up 3 times, walked once. Bass is ready. In comes the first pitch. He swings on it, hits a base hit between third and short, out into left field. Taft right fields it. The throw comes in too quick at second base, and Weatherly opens the inning with a single into left field. That's hit number 4 off Bass, and it puts a runner on first. Nobody out. Ben Chapman's coming up now, center fielder, right-hand batter. Chapman's been up 3 times. He's walked twice, so he's hitless out of 1 official time up. Bass goes into a stretch. A look at first. Here's the pitch coming in. Ben swings on it. A hard hit ball by third base down into left field. Weatherly's rounding second on his way to third. Right fields the ball. Makes his throw to Eddie Leaf at second base. Leaf fires it over to Vernon. Chapman made his turn and then had to beat back into first base. Went in sliding, but he moved Weatherly around to third base on a single. Charlie Gilbert dived after the ball. No chance to get his glove on it. So that's 2 straight singles for Cleveland. And it puts runners on first and third with nobody out, and brings little Sammy Hale, second baseman, a right-hand batter up. Sammy's been up 3 times. He walked in the first inning, so he's hitless out of 2 official times at bat. 2-0 is the score in favor of Washington. Bass looks in, gets the signal from Farrell, goes into a stretch. A look over his shoulder at Chapman on first. Here's the pitch. Sammy takes it. That knuckleball across the outside corner for a called strike. Strike 1 on Hale. First inning in the ball game, Cleveland's been able to get 2 hits in an inning. Bass again takes his stretch. Look at Chapman on first base. Here's the pitch coming in. Sammy swings on it. It's going out into center field. It's a base hit. Weatherly scoring from third. Chapman moves into second. Gideon fields the ball, makes the throw into second base. Well, that's 3 straight hits for Cleveland, and it drives in the first run of the ball game for the Indians. Makes the score now read Washington 2, Cleveland 1. The tying runs on second base. Runners are on first and second. Nobody out. Enough. The infield's in now. They're looking for that sacrifice. Jim Vernon's just off the grass at first base, and Charlie Gilbert just off the edge of the grass at third. Bass taking plenty of time, readjusting his cap, walks onto the rubber, looks into Rick Farrell. Little Hal Quick shortstops, playing close second now, attempting to hold Ben Chapman near the bag. He'll go off with a pitch. Here it comes. And he swings and misses. Campbell went after that knuckleball, breaking in low. He took a swing and missed for strike 1. Bass takes a stretch now. Look back at second base. Here's the next pitch coming in. And he swings again, fouls it up into the upper tier of the grandstand. That puts Bass out in front of Bruce Campbell, the batter, with a count strike 2. That backs the infield up now. Charlie Gilbert easing back. Jim Vernon's going back. Ben Chapman gelling something in to Bruce Campbell. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. 1 run in for Cleveland. Score reading Washington 2, Cleveland 1. Here's the next pitch coming in. It's inside. That hit Campbell on the foot. He took it, and he, being hit by a pitch ball, loads the bases. That moves Sammy Hale to second base, and Ben Chapman to third. So the bases are loaded with nobody out. Big Kara Squell started warming up in the bullpen for Washington. Right-hander. Well, the bases are loaded with nobody out, and up comes Keltner, third baseman, a right-hand batter. Ken Sitlis out of 3 times up. Tying runs only 90 feet away now in the form of Ben Chapman on third base. The infield's in. They're going to shut off that run at the plate if they can. Nope, he's backing him up. Bucky's backing him up. Here comes the pitch in. Outside, low, ball 1. Ball 1 on Keltner. Bass is not taking a wind-up, just a stretch. Here's the next one coming in. Keltner swings on it, foul tips it back against the screen, and the count's 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1. Rick Farrell gets a new ball, goes out to Bass, rubs the ball off, goes to the rosin bag. First half of the 8th inning. Bass walks on, gets the signal. Going to take his wind-up now, realizing the bases are loaded. Here it comes, and Keltner fouls it off the first base line over to the stands. The count reads ball 1 and strike 2. Rick Farrell's rubbing the new one off this time before it goes out to Bass. Bass had been breezing along in the ball game. He'd only given up 3 hits till we entered the first half of the 8th, and then the first 3 men up singled. Taking plenty of time. 1-2 is the count on Ken Keltner. Here comes the next pitch in. It's low. Ball 2. 2-2 is the count. Big Gehrig is working down in the Washington bullpen. Bass starts the wind-up. In comes the next pitch, and Keltner swings on it, hits it out into deep left center field. Gideon's going way back, way back. It hits off the stands, bounces back into the field. Chapman has scored. Hale's rounding third. He's scoring. And Bruce Campbell pulls up at third base with Keltner pulling up at second. That ball was well hit. About 2 more feet of height or distance on the ball, and it would have gone into the left field bleachers. That puts Cleveland out in front of the ball game. A double that scores Chapman and Hale and moves Bruce Campbell into third base. That makes the score read now Cleveland 3, Washington 2, runners on second and third. There's still nobody out in the ball game, and Oscar Grimes, first baseman, a right-hand batter's coming up. They're going to put him on base, an intentional pass. First pitch comes in outside. Farrell stepping out to take it. That will be walk number 6 off Bass, and the first intentional pass of the afternoon. Counts ball 2. Now in comes ball 3. Big Gehrig's working a little faster down in the bullpen. Now here comes ball 4. And Oscar Grimes is purposely passed. That again loads the bases, and this time it brings rollicking Raleigh Hensley to the plate, catcher, right-hand batter. Raleigh has 1 hit out of 3 times up. Bass looks in, gets his signal. Starts the wind-up. In comes the first pitch to Hensley. He swings and misses for strike 1. Grimes is on first base. Keltner's on second, and Campbell's on third. Here's the next pitch coming into Raleigh. And he bunts it down the first base line. Jim Vernon charges the ball, hits his hand, lets it roll away. It rolls away from him. And in comes Campbell scoring on the plate. Keltner moving into second. And Grimes into first. Well, they'll give Jim Vernon a boot on that ball. That's the first error of the afternoon. It scores the fourth run of the inning for Cleveland. Makes the score now read Cleveland 4 and Washington 2. The bases are still loaded, and up comes Al Milner, the pitcher. He throws and bats from the left side. There's still nobody up. Bass looks in, gets the signal. Dodgers wind up. In comes the pitch to Milner, and he swings on it, fouls it over the stands for strike one. Milner's the eighth man to come up in the inning for Cleveland. Bass is ready. Here's the next one coming in outside high. 1-1. Ball one, strike one. Bass standing out, rubbing the ball off. Goes into a windup. In comes the next pitch to Milner. It's outside. Ball two. 2-1. The bases loaded. Nobody out. 4 runs in for Cleveland. Here's the next pitch coming into Al. He swings on it, hits a ground ball, swings down to second base. Leap is up with it over to second. He's out, but no chance for a double play. Ken Keltner scores as Al Milner forces Raleigh Hemsley at second base from Eddie Leap to Hal Quick. For the first out of the inning, Oscar Grimes moved in the third on the play. Ken Keltner scoring. That's run number 5 in for Cleveland. Makes the score now read Cleveland 5, Washington 2. Runners are on first and third. And Lou Boudreau, shortstop, a right-hand batter, the 9th man to come up in the inning. Now at the plate, he has 1 hit out of 4 official times up this afternoon. Bass takes a stretch, a look over his shoulder at Milner on first base. Here's the first pitch coming into Boudreau, and he takes it. It's low and off the outside for ball one. Ball one on Lou. Here's the next pitch coming into Boudreau. He swings on it, hits it in the air. It's going down right field way, curving over, lands out of the reach of Pitco, dropping into the box seats off the right field line to even the count at ball one and strike one. 1-1 on Boudreau. Bass gets his signal. Here's the next pitch coming in. Boudreau takes it across the outside corner for a called strike. Lou followed that one, made no attempt to go after it. The count reads ball one, strike two. We're in the first half of the 8th inning. Cleveland's out in front 5-2. Here's the next one coming into Boudreau. It's inside. Breaking inside and around the knees to even the count at 2-2. Here's the next one coming in. Boudreau swings on it, hits it, goes down to second base. Leap fields the ball, tosses to Quick. Quick drops the ball, but picks it up in time to tag Al Milner as he goes by him. Oscar Grimes scoring with Milner going out at second from Eddie Leap to Hal Quick. That's run number 6 in for Cleveland. 2 men are out. Runner on first, and up comes Roy Weatherly, left fielder, the left-hand batter. Weatherly opened the inning with a single to left field. Bass takes a stretch. Look over at Boudreau. In comes the first pitch to Roy. He swings and misses for strike one. Strike one on Weatherly. Here's the next pitch coming in. Roy takes it. It's outside. A little low, and the count's 1-1. There goes a toss over to Vernon at first base. Lou Boudreau back in plenty of time. The ball's back in the hands of Bass. He again goes into a stretch. 1-1 is the count on Weatherly. Here's the next one coming in. That one was the wild pitch, hit the ground. Rick Farrell picked it up and made a wild toss into second base. Boudreau went in sliding. Probably charged Bass with a wild pitch on that ball, hitting the ground in front of the plate. Rick knocked it down, picked it up. Boudreau was a little slow in getting off from first base. There was a possible chance of going into second, but Rick's throw was a little low. It hit the ground, knocked down quite quick, but no chance for a tag of Boudreau as he went sliding in. So we have a runner on second base now, and the count reading 2-1 on Roy Weatherly. Here's the next pitch coming in. It's inside, drives him away. 3-1 is the count now. Bass will have to come in with this one. Roy will have his second walk of the afternoon and number 7 of the afternoon off Bass. Takes a look back at second, and it comes, and Weatherly swings on it, fouls it off the left field line, over the stand, and the strings run out. 3-2 is the count now. The big one will be coming in. Pass goes into a stretch. Here it comes. And Weatherly hits it high in the air. It's going into left field very high. Wright's having plenty of time to get under it. Taft makes the catch for out number 3 to retire the side. Cleveland scoring 6 runs off 4 hits, 1 error, and having 1 runner left on base. So at the end of the first half of the 8th inning, the score now reads Cleveland 6 and Washington 2. And before we move into the last half of the 8th, we pause again for station identification.
2 minutes to 5 o'clock, WJSB, Washington.
I'd like to remind you folks that Miller are in the neighborhood of Miller's Market at 2135 4th Street Northeast. Walter Johnson will be out there tonight. A personal appearance. Be glad to autograph any Wheaties that you may purchase during the time he's there, or any gloves or anything else you might want autographed. Well, we're going into the last half of the 8th inning. Bass, the pitcher, is due to be the leadoff man. He's going to be taken out in favor of a pinch hitter, Al Evans. The catcher is going in to bat for Bass.
Attention, please. Evans, batting for Bass.
Al Evans, rookie catcher, is going in to hit for Bass to open the last half of the 8th inning. Big Al Milner starts his wind-up. Here's the first one coming in. It's high, ball 1. Fastball came in over the plate, but too high. And Evans watched it go by. The count's ball 1. Here's the next one coming in. Al swings on it, lifts it in the air. Fly ball going into short center field. Sammy Hale's out under it, and Sammy Hale makes the catch in short center for the first out of the inning. So we have 1 away, nobody on base, and up comes Eddie Leith. Second baseman, a right-hand batter. Eddie has 2 hits out of 3 times up. Big Al's only given up 5 hits so far this afternoon.
Gillette presents the 1939 World Series through the combined facilities of the Mutual Broadcasting System, affiliated stations, and the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's 240 radio stations in all. The Gillette Safety Razor Company brings you the play-by-play account of the crucial second game between the New York Yankees and the Cincinnati Reds. This is Stan Lomax speaking direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. Bob Elson, Red Barber will alternate in giving you the running story. Lowell Thomas, world-famous author and news commentator, will describe the setting of this dramatic event that has millions and millions of followers in all parts of the world. And let me mention the fact that Gillette's advertising messages will be brief and so timed as not to interfere with your enjoyment of the game. The Yankee Stadium presents a colorful, stirring picture today. Men and women are here from all parts of the continent. And now, I introduce Lowell Thomas.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Stan Lomax. By the way, this is my first shot at trying to be a sports commentator.
If you people hear the roar of the crowd, and if it sounds like laughter, perhaps you'll guess what's going on. That crazy fellow of baseball, Al Schacht, is in the box doing his stuff. I think Al is doing the one that he calls the nearsighted pitcher. And it certainly is a corker. He gets better every year at it. The goofiest fellow I know, Al Schacht. By the way, Stan, it seems to me that to handle this pregame part of the World Series broadcast, the fellow ought to combine word wizard Rick Rice and Johnny Kieran. A round of sports commentators such as Bill Stern and Clem McCarthy and Red Barber here. And God. So here I am, a non-sports commentator whose only qualification is that I play ball once in a while with those fellows whose names I've just mentioned. Over there sits Grantland Rice and Richard Widmer and Johnny Kieran. I wish I had their combined eyes and all that they know about this scene to pass on to you. So long, Al Schacht. There he goes. And I wish I could be in about 50 parts of this huge Yankee. I'd like to float around pointing out particularly the notables who are from your hometown. Microphone. I can see a few. Let's see. Over there sits a place called Palo Alto, California. His name, Herbert Hoover. And he never misses a good baseball game or football game if he can help it. He may look just a little bit solemn, but he's one of the jolliest and most human men in this land of ours. Right now, he isn't feeling so jolly. Few men have taken the war in Europe to heart as much as he has, but he's trying to forget it today. Beside him is Larry Ritchie, who was with him at the White House in the days when Mr. Hoover was President of the United States. American flags. They're hanging limp and listless right now. A breeze, but for the most part, the flags tell the story of a stilled meeting to any ball game. Fielders. Just throwing them in for the red batters to get a little bit of final practice. It's early this morning. Right above us. But the Lord telling up. Those high-priced seats. Only a few score of meaning that the reserve seat holders, they can show up just a few minutes before the umpire calls play ball. But they're pouring in unexpected emptiness at the world last moment. But it looks like it's going to stadium. Having a field headed by Tom Comiskey. It is, but we never got around to that. Box next to the red dugout, Little League. Now Bronxville. Once a Stars radio comment. You're doing this. Is that so bored? Players to me and Gabby Hartnett. Down there in the boxes. Just a mean, hungry-looking catch years ago. For the first World Series, going to become czar of baseball. 2 years ago, one blazing hot day, we sat together at the Chicago Club's game with the Reds out at Crosley Field. And it looked pretty hopeless for the Cincinnati Reds in those days. But look where they are now, and it's all happened in 2 years. Paul Crosby told me even then that he had it all figured out. Just how he's going to perform this miracle, and he did. One odd thing that he told me that day was that until he bought the Reds, he wasn't even a baseball fan. Well, I probably wouldn't be having anything to say to you right at this moment if it wasn't for Grantland Rice. Grantland's been taking me around. He and Bill Dickey's brother Skeeter. Bill, as you all know, broke up that ball game yesterday afternoon in the last half of the night. The way Grantland Rice described it to me was that he said Bill was a very lazy fellow. He was standing up there at the bat. A couple of balls came over, a strike, and then Bill looked up in that lazy fashion, and he's a great hunter. And he saw the ball coming, and he said, that there ball is a quail. And he took a shot at it, and away it went, and so it was that he broke up the ball game. Here's something rather curious about Powell Crosley, the owner of the Reds also. Powell has been a football player, polo player, wizard industrialist of the radio. Now the big boss of the pennant-winning team playing here in this World Series. But most surprising of all, he happens to be a native of Ohio. Sure, we know that Cincinnati's in Ohio. But among the Cincinnati players down there that are just about to go out and try their luck in the second game of this World Series, there isn't a single one that's a native of the state of Ohio. As usual in all World Series games, the crowd is standing up now for the Star-Spangled Banner. just before the Star Spangled Banner, I was telling how the Cincinnati team, curiously enough, hasn't a single Ohio player on it. For instance, there are 2 from Missouri, 1 from Maryland, 3 from Pennsylvania, 1 from Illinois, 1 from Mississippi, and 1 from California, and 1 from New York City. And now about the Yankees. Where do they come from? Well, the New York lineup for today's game includes 5 out of 9 who are from California. Joe Gordon, Joe DiMaggio, Frank Crosetti, Babe Dahlgren, and Monty Pearson, who's going to do the pitching. Bill Dickey, he's from Louisiana. Red Rolfe is from the White Mountains of New Hampshire. George Selkirk is from Canada. Charlie Keller from Maryland. And that's the way it goes. Wonder if I can pick out any more in this vast mass of humanity, 60,000 people. Oh, yes, there he is down there with his hat off. You could recognize him anywhere. The Sultan of Swat. In that box where Jake Rupert used to always sit. Now, I'm going to say so long and switch over the mic to Red Barber, who has a word for you before the Yanks and Reds cross paths. Thank you, Lord Thomas. Now let me speak for our sponsors, Gillette of Boston and Gillette of Canada, who bring you today's game. When you use a Gillette Blue Blade in the new Gillette Tech razor, your morning shave is quick, easy, and refreshing. That's because this new razor has 4 major improvements that make shaving faster and far more comfortable than ever before. 1, a solid bar guard smooths the skin ahead of the shaving edge, like a barber does. 2, a non-skid thread prevents razor side slip, safeguards you from nicks and cuts. 3, a vice-like guard fulcrum holds the blade rigidly, absolutely eliminates edge vibration. And 4, slotted construction entirely prevents clogging. You shave in much less time with this new razor. What's more, you get shaves that make your face look and feel its best. Buy the easy shaving Gillette Tech, spelled T-E-C-H, with 5 Gillette Blue Blades from your dealer. If you don't get the best shaves of your life, if you don't honestly agree that this razor is head and shoulders above any other you ever used, take it back and get your money. And now, leaning into the microphone, the fine descriptor of the narration that's about to come, Bob Elson. Bob?
Thank you very much, fans. Quickly, here's the lineup now because the Yankees are out on the field. For the Yankees, Crosetti short, Red Rolfe at third, Keller in right field, DiMaggio in center field, Bill Dickey catching, Georgie Selkirk in left field, Joe Gordon at second, Babe Dahlgren at first, and Pearson pitching. He's won 12 and lost 5. For the fighting Cincinnati Reds, Bill Werber at third, Lonnie Fry at second, Goodman right field, McCormick at first, Lombardi catching, Kraft in center, Berger in left, Myers at short, and the pitcher, Bucky Walters. He's won 27 and lost 11. The umpires, Beansford in back of the plate, National League, Summers at first base, American League, Pinelli at second, National League, and McGowan at third, American League. I've had to give you this quickly because the teams are out there in the field. Yankees in their white uniforms with dark blue stockings and dark blue caps. We just heard the announcer giving the lineup to the people in the stands through the public address system, and now we're all set to go. The Yankees wearing a white uniform, Cincinnati their traveling uniform of gray, with a black cap and a red peak and black and red stockings. Here's the first man to bat. It's Bill Werber, a right-handed hitter, the Cincinnati Red third baseman. This promises to be a grand game with 2 swell pitchers. The first pitch is a ball that's high and outside to a right-handed hitter. Yankee outfield is swung around a little bit to the left. Third baseman Rolfe is playing in close. Crosetti at short is playing a deep shortstop. Boys talking up out there in the infield. Here's the pitch. Werber looks at a fastball that's low and outside. Get yourself all set for a rip-roaring ball game today. This promises to be a honey, as the Cincinnati Reds will carry this battle again to the Yankees here in the Yankee Stadium in the second game of the World Series. Here's the next pitch. Werber looked at one a little bit high, a ball. That's ball 3. That's 3-0. By the way, Pearson has pitched in 3 consecutive World Series, has pitched a game in each series, and has won each game. Monty's getting his sign again from Dickey. The pitch is a slow curve. He caught the corner with it. A strike. It's a nice day here. Lowell Thomas told you it was a little bit hazy, but the sun is trying to break it through, and it's a grand day, a swell crowd. Here's the next pitch. It's a strike. He got a nice fastball in there right around his knees. Monty wasn't taking any chance to break off a curveball there with a 3-1 count. His chief concern was to get that ball in there over the plate, so it's 3-2 now on Werber. Here it is. He swings. There's a pop fly ball behind the pitcher's box. Joe Gordon comes in. He's right under this ball. He has it, and there's one gone. So the first man to bat in the second game of the World Series shortstop. After running that count up to 3-2, Bill Werber popped out to Joe Gordon. One gone. Now the next man to come up is little Lonnie Fry. Here's a swell little ball player, Fry. He's had a fine year for the Cincinnati Reds, the left-handed batter. Pearson getting a sign. The first pitch, Lonnie looked at a fastball. It's right around his knees. A called strike. Pearson stands a little over 6 feet tall, a rather slender fellow, rather deliberate worker out there on the mound. He has the sign again. Here's the next pitch to Fry. Strike! He caught the outside corner that time, knee-high, with a nice one. So it's 2 strikes on Lonnie Fry. Joe DiMaggio has moved over toward right center field. The outfielders keep moving around as these different hitters come to bat. Here's the next pitch. He started to swing, but he stopped in at the ball. That was a drop that broke low outside to a left-handed hitter. And it's ball 1 and strike 2 on Lonnie Fry. Nobody on and 1 out. We're in the first inning of this second World Series game. Here's the next pitch. Fry took a low curveball inside. Ball 2. Ball 2 and strike 2. Rolfe at third, Cressetti at short, Gordon at second, Fade Goldwyn at first, DiMaggio, Selkirk, and Keller in the outfield. Here's the pitch. He swings. There's a foul down the first baseline. Jimmy Wilson, who's coaching at first base for Cincinnati, goes over and grabs that ball, throws it out of play. Manager Bill McKechnie is down there to our left, coaching at third. Pearson is now looking back towards center field. Now he turns around. He has his glove off. Rubs that ball up and into the second baseman. 1 out and nobody on here for the Reds. There's a fly ball into right over to his left. He's under the ball. He had Lonnie moved over easily. Now the Yankees kick that ball around the infield. And comes up their right fielder, Ivan Goodman. Left-handed batter. Mighty good ball here in right field. Powerful arm. Left-handed. Left-handed. That one right down the middle. Makes it ball 3 and strike 1 on Ivan Goodman. Cincinnati right fielder. Batting with 2 out and nobody on in the first half of the first inning. Pitch a curveball to get the high up fly ball down the left field line in foul territory. Rolfe after it. He caught it. And it retired the sky. Ivan Goodman hit a pop foul fly down the left field line. Red Rolfe chased that ball down about 65 feet behind third base and caught it in foul territory about 5 feet outside the line to retire the side. So it's no run, no hit. 3 up and 3 down. In the first half of the first inning, and now Cincinnati's going out of the field. And here's the way the Reds are lining up. There's Berger going into left field. Harry Kraft is going into center field. Ivan Goodman to right field. McCormick to first. Lonnie Fry to second. Billy Myers to short, the captain of the Reds. Bill Werber over to third. Bucky Walters, other right-handers out there on the mound. He has a grand record this year, 27 and 11. And the catcher, Big Peter Lombard. First man to bat for the Yankees is going to be Frankie Cressetti, their shortstop. Yesterday's game for Cincinnati, McCormick hit 2 of the Cincinnati 4 hits. Kraft had 1 and Myers had 1. For the Yankees, Keller 1, DiMaggio 1, Dickey 1, Gordon 1, Dahlgren 1, and Ruffing 1. Now we're getting all set with the Yankee half of this first inning of the second World Series game. Some of the latecomers are still coming in down here below us. It's a tremendous crowd and a grand day. Now Walters is getting his sign. Here's Cressetti up the first pitch. Ball, fastball low inside. Frankie jumping it out of the way. Here he is right underneath our mutual microphone, right down here below us. Both Reds keep up that constant stream of chatter out there in the infield. Here's the next pitch from Walters. A strike, just as straight as a string. A fastball right around his knees. And the count is 1-1. Nobody on and nobody out. The Yankees are batting. It's the last half of the first inning of the second World Series game. There's no score. Here's the next pitch. A strike, another fastball. It's right around his knees. It's called. And you can hear the umpire Beansberg shout all the way up here in our broadcasting booth. Walters goes back and fingers that rosin bag momentarily. Now he's getting set again. Cincinnati outfield is playing straight away. The pitch. Cressetti swings, bounces a foul. That ball bounced to the right, bounced up and hit Cressetti, rolled out in front of the plate. It's a foul ball. Walters picks the ball up and walks back to the mound. Artie Fletcher is coaching over at third base for New York. He has his handkerchief spot right now. He's wiping his face. Over to our right is Earl Combs. Walters is getting his sign. Here's the next pitch. He swings, and here's a high foul. It's coming back near the screen. Lombardi flips his mask off. He's coming back, but he can't get it. It hit into the screen right down here below us. Can't tell in watching those fouls when they're first hit whether or not a catcher is going to be able to get it. He couldn't tell either. He thought he had a chance for the ball, so Beezer flipped his mask off. Mask and cap fell onto the ground. He came all the way back here to the wire right down here below us. And the ball hit into the wire. The count is ball 1 and strike 2 on Cressetti. Yankee leadoff man who's batting here in the last half of the first inning. Bucky Walters is getting his sign again. Here's the pitch. He swings. There's a pop over the shortstop's head. A hit. The first hit of the ball. ball game. Crosley hit a little pop-up, a little pop fly ball over Billy Myers' head into short left field, and it's the first hit of the ball game. So the New York Yankees draw first blood. Next man to bat is their third baseman, Red Rolfe. That is the number one hit made by the Yankees, made by Crosley. Now Bill Werber, third baseman, moves in a little bit. Here's Red Rolfe up. It may be a sacrifice. Watch it. Shortened his bat as though he might be going to butt that ball. The third baseman came dashing in, but the pitch was wide for a ball. Yankees have a man on. There's nobody out. It's the last half of the first inning. Bucky Walters getting a sign out there now. Watch it. There's a runner going down and hit and run play. Foul. Hit the ball down the first baseline. The hit and run signal was flashed that time with the runner on first base, Frankie Crosley, breaking for second, and Rolfe pulling that ball down the first baseline. It was a bouncing ball outside the bag, a foul, so the count is 1-1 on Red Rolfe. Bill Werber drawn in. Left fielder Berger's playing in a very short left field right now. The center fielder and right fielder are playing plenty deep. The pitch, ball low and outside. Lombardi almost had to go into the dirt for that one. Makes it ball 2 and strike 1 for Red Rolfe. The Yankees have a man on first. Bucky Walters, the right-hander, is on the mound for Cincinnati. Watch that man. He has a big leadoff over there. Here's the pitch. A strike. There's the peg to first. He's back safely. Lombardi fired that ball down to first base to McCormick, trying to pick Crosley off, but he got back there safely. That was a called strike on Rolfe. The count is now 2-2 on Red. Next man to come up will be the right fielder, Charlie Keller. Walters getting his sign. Watch Crosley. He has a pretty good lead off. Here's the pitch. He swings a bouncing ball to Walters. Back to second base. Out. Back over to first base. Safe. No double play. The play went from Walters to Billy Myers to McCormick. It was out at second. Safe at first. No double play. So there's one out and a man on first base now for the Yankees. And the next man to come up is their right fielder, Charlie Keller. He had one hit in yesterday's game. Charlie Keller up at the plate, a left-handed batter. The Yankee partisans, remembering that triple of his, give him a hand as he steps into the batter's box. Powerful-looking boy down here below us. Man on first base is Red Rolfe. There's one out. Here's the pitch. He takes a fastball right around his knees. Bucky's plenty fast out there today. One strike. Charlie Keller batting for the Yankees in the last half of the first inning. Bucky Walters getting his sign again. Watch Rolfe on first base. Here's the pitch. He swings. There's a bouncing ball out to Lonnie Fry. Over to second base. He stepped on second base himself. He started to flip that ball. To Billy Myers as he came over to second base. But something happened in flipping the ball. He couldn't get the ball out of his glove, so he quickly stepped on second base to get the man going to second, but it's no double play. It's out at second and safe at first. Going to flip that ball out of his glove to Billy Myers as he was running over toward the bag. Something happened. He couldn't get the ball out of his glove. So he dashed over, touched the bag with his foot, then held the ball and did not make a play at first. Man on first base, and here's Joe DiMaggio. Man on first base is Keller. There's two out. Ball. It's low inside to Joe DiMaggio. He had one hit in yesterday's game. Bucky Walters pitching very deliberately out there on the mound. Keeps an eye on Keller over on first base. Here's the next pitch to DiMaggio. Fastball. He hits a roller foul down the third baseline. Artie Fletcher picks it up. Gives it to Bill Werber, and Werber roughs the ball up a bit and then throws it back to Bucky Walters. Keller is on first. There's two out. The Yankees are batting in the last half of the first inning, and there is no score in this second World Series game. Now Walters is getting his sign again. Keller has a big lead off. Here's the pitch to Joe. Joe takes a low curve ball. A little bit too low that time. Big Beezer Lombardi grabs that ball, steps out 3 or 4 feet in front of the plate, does something to Bucky Walters, and then throws him the ball. The Cincinnati outfield, Berger in left, Kraft in center, and Goodman and Wright are playing plenty deep and straight away. Keller on first base is edging. There's two out. Watch it. Here it is. Curveball. He hits a long fly ball way back into left field. Left fielder Berger's back. He should get it. He does get it. And it retires the side. Joe DiMaggio gave that ball a ride that time. Deep into left field. And Wally Berger pulled it down. And the totals in the last half of the first inning are no runs and one hit. All right, Red.
In baseball, we talk a lot about teamwork. Well, men, teamwork counts for plenty in shaving, too. Razor and blade must be made for each other, fit perfectly, to give you real satisfaction. That's the combination you get when you buy the new Gillette Tech Razor with 5 genuine Gillette Blue Blades. We pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
fans, we're going into the first half of the second inning now of this World Series game. The Yankees are out there in the field. There is no score. We're starting the first half of the second. Monty Pearson is pitching for the Yankees. Bucky Walters is pitching for the Reds. There's been one hit in the ball game so far. The first man to bat for the Yankees in the last half of the first inning led off with a hit, but Bucky Walters did some real bearing down out there. Had two taps at the infield and a fly ball and got himself out of that jam. And now the Reds are coming to bat with their first baseman, Franklin, stepping into the batter's box. Right-handed batter. He's facing Pearson now. Here's the first pitch. Strike. Fastball right around his waist. Once gets the sign again. Here's the next one up. Here to the right. And goes here to the right. Instead he's playing BB.
CBS takes you to the All-Star Game. This is Mel Allen greeting you from the tradition-packed confines of Sportsman Park in St. Louis, Missouri, where thousands of shirt-sleeved spectators come to watch the 8th annual unfolding of a Midsummer Day's Dream, baseball's Major League All-Star Classic. A scorching Missouri sun burning down from clear skies dotted with tufts of floating white clouds provides old-fashioned baseball weather for the day's festivities, which passes in review the bulk of American and National League stars. It'll be the pleasure of your broadcaster and Frank Locke, who daily describes the fortunes of the St. Louis Browns and St. Louis Cardinals over Columbia Station KMOX here in St. Louis, to bring you a word's-eye picture of this star-splashed spectacle. Up until this moment, there's been much speculation as to the nature of the starting lineup. And up to this moment, the lineup is still in somewhat the tentative stage. But from our pregame bench-warming activities, here's the way it shakes up at the moment. Frank Locke. Thank you, Mo. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Manager Joe Cronin of the visiting American League team is expected to start Red Ruffing on the mound and follow him up with Buck Newsom and close with either Bob Feller or Al Milnar. And behind Ruffing, we'll find Cecil Travis of the Washington Senators at third base, who has a batting average for the season of .355. Fred Williams of the Boston Red Sox in left field, who's been batting .344 so far for the campaign. Charlie Keller of the New York Yankees will lead off in right field, and he's hitting exactly .303. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees hits in the cleanup spot and will be in center field with a batting average at the present time of .305. Jimmy Fox of the Boston Red Sox will be at first base, and he's hitting .306. Bill Dickey of the Yankees will start off behind the plate. His batting average has dropped down to .220 so far for the current campaign. Luke Appling of the Chicago White Sox will be at short, and he's batting .347 for the season. And Joe Gordon of the Yanks hitting .250 at second. Ruffing's pitching record for the 1940 season reached 7 victories and 6 defeats. Ken Keltner will serve as Travis's relief at third. Bob Johnson as Williams' relief in left field. Roger Kramer of Boston will stand by for DiMaggio in center. Lou Finney will do likewise for Keller in right. George McQuinn of the Browns will be ready to step in for Jimmy Fox at first. Raleigh Hemsley of the Indians and Frankie Hayes of the Athletics will be ready to alternate with Dickey behind the plate. And Lou Boudreau of Cleveland will be ready for action at short, and Ray Mack will be set to relieve Joe Gordon at second. Newsom, Feller, Milnar, Tommy Bridges of Detroit, Emil Leonard of the Senators, and Monty Pearson of the Yankees will be ready for relief mound duty. Manager Bill McKechnie, we just noticed down here that Charlie Ruffing is definitely the starter for this afternoon's game. He's starting to warm up now for the Yanks, and Paul Derringer is warming up for the National Leaguers, so that makes it definite on the two starting pitchers. Bill McKechnie, as we told you, will probably lead off with Archie Vaughn of the Pirates, who is hitting .268 for the year at short. Billy Herman of the Cubs at second, who's batting .308. At first, it was announced that Mel Out of the Giants would be in right field, but we've later been informed that Mac West of the Boston Bees will be in right, and both men are hitting exactly .288. Johnny Mize of the Cardinals, who has a batting mark of .279 so far for the campaign, at first base. Ernie Lombardi of the Reds batting .308 behind the plate. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field with his .303 batting mark. Harry Lavaghetto of Brooklyn at third batting .273, and Terry Moore of the Cardinals in center with his .265 average. And as we told you, Paul Derringer will draw the starting knot on the mound with his 10 victories and 7 defeats. Manager McKechnie has for relief Eddie Miller of Boston and Leo DeRocher of Brooklyn at short, Pete Kosterard of Brooklyn at second, Frank McCormick of the Reds at first, Mel Ott of the Giants in right. Harry Danning of New York and Babe Phelps of Brooklyn can capably fill in for Lombardi. Bill Nicholson of the Cubs will be ready to replace Medwick in left field. Merrill May of the Phillies awaits the word go at third base. And Joe Moore will be waiting for an outfield release job. McKechnie will have such mound stars as Carl Hubble of the Giants, Larry French of the Cubs, Kirby Higbee and Hugh Mulcahy of the Phils,
Bucky Walters of the Reds and Whitlow Wyatt of the Dodgers to call on when the going gets tough. And it no doubt will be on both sides this afternoon. Only about 4 percentage points separate the batting averages of the two teams, with the American Leaguers holding that small advantage. As in other years, the two teams are evenly matched, and the break should again prove to be the determining factor when the last man is retired in the 8th renewal of this All-Star Classic. Tom Daly of Boston and Del Baker of Detroit have been selected by Cronin as coaches for the American League, while manager McKechnie has chosen Doc Porthrow of the Phillies and Casey Stengel of the Bees as his aide. 7 members of the Yankees have been named to the American League squad, while only one player represents the Browns and the White Sox. Red Wolf of the Yankees had to withdraw from the American League squad because of illness, as did Hank Lieber of the National Leaguers. Billy Jurgis of the National Leaguers was also unable to accept a National League invitation because of injury. The 4 umpires who have been named to work today's game by Commissioner Landis are Steve Basile and George Pipgrass of the American League staff, and Beans Reardon and Bill Stewart of the National League staff. And now, once again, Mel Allen.
And now let's take a brief look at this game, its history, and the spot where it's to be played this afternoon, Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. And by the way, most of you already know that next year it'll be in Detroit. And incidentally, in Detroit this afternoon, Waldo Briggs, owner of the Detroit Tigers, is having a group of people as his guests at Briggs Stadium listening to our broadcast. Well, back in 1933, Arch Ward, sports editor of the Chicago Tribune, gave birth to the idea of the All-Star Game, chiefly as an added attraction to the Chicago World's Fair that year. But since then, this game has developed into what veteran observers like to term a grudge battle between the two leagues, a battle right down to the finish, wherein each team representing its league strives to uphold its loose reputation in true World Series fashion. It's become rich in tradition, and justly so. The players representing the National and American Leagues represent more than approximately $3 million worth of baseball humanity, were a financial price tag placed on their services. The cream of the two crops are here. Sportsman's Park, you know, has been the home of both the Cardinals and the Browns since 1920. This St. Louis baseball orchard was first laid out in 1866, 74 years ago, and no other major league field goes back that far in continuity of location. Few persons are living who remembered the original park in 1866 with its crude pine fence, wooden stands, and plank seats. Few remember when this park housed a shooting gallery to help defray the upkeep expenses, or when the seating capacity numbered 800, providing the fans were jammed against each other. Yes, that's a far cry from this spacious enclosure, which this afternoon will hold some 34,000 screaming fans. Few people remember when the famous Chris Von der A paid Charlie Comiskey, a robust first baseman from Dubuque, Iowa, who later became one of the American League's greatest characters, $50 a month to play for and manage the St. Louis Browns. Well, the park received its name from a young sports writer by the name of Al Spink, an uncle of J.G. Taylor Spink, publisher of the Sporting News, the National Baseball Weekly, and looked upon as baseball's Bible. After years of bad going, Sportsman's Park bounced back as a baseball mecca in 1902 when the American League, coming into its own as a major league organization, placed a franchise in St. Louis. The late Bob Hedges was the chief backer of the club, which carried on under the name of the Browns. He remodeled the park for the 1909 season by placing concrete and steel stands. And then in 1922, when the Browns came so near winning that pennant, the late Phil Ball laid away the profits from the biggest season the Browns have enjoyed, and in 1925 and 26 spent more than $300,000 double-decking the grandstand and extending it down the right and left field line. This gives the park its present capacity of slightly less than 34,000 seats. All of his life, Phil Ball had cherished the ambition of bringing St. Louis an American League pennant, but he passed on in 1933 without realizing this goal. But by a stroke of irony, after Ball had put all this money into the park improvements, the Cardinals stepped out and won a pennant in the World Series. Since then, the Cards have hit the jackpot in 28, 30, 31, and 34, but the Browns are still pennantless. They came close but once, and that was in 1922, when the late Urban Shocker, the great George Sisler, Johnny Tobin, Hank Severidge, David Al Jacobson, and other stars of that year carried the Browns to within a game or so of the Yankees, who were just beginning their pennant-winning siege. The home plate, they tell me, was originally in the southeast corner, but was swung around to the northwest corner a short time later, and in 1909 was placed in its present location in the southwest corner of the enclosure. Recent improvements at the park include a $35,000 scoreboard out in left center field, extending high above the bleachers, one of the finest in either league, and the $150,000 lighting system for night ball, which won't be needed this afternoon. And today, both clubs rent the park from the Ball Estate and share its upkeep. This park is a haven for left-handed hitters because of the short right field screen, which measures only 310 feet from home plate. It's 422 feet to the center field bleachers, 351 feet to left field. The furthest point a ball can go inside the park is 426 feet, and that's a remote corner just to the left of the flagpole in center field. Well, of the 7 games that have been played, this is the 8th annual All-Star Game. The American Leaguers have won 5, with the other 2 decisions going to the senior loopers. Slightly less than 50,000 fans watched the American League score a 4-2 triumph in the inaugural game in Chicago in 1933, with the veterans Connie Mack and the late John McGraw managing the respective clubs. Lefty Gomez received credit for the first of his 3 All-Star Game victories. Today, Lefty is missing. And Babe Ruth called his shots that year, you remember, as he pulled out that busty home run wallop, much to the disgust of the National League fans. Well, Carl Hubbell took over the spotlight in 1934 at the Polo Grounds in New York City, even though the American Leaguers again won, this time 9-7. You remember that. Hubbell started for the National Leaguers, and after the first 2 men had reached first base, King Carl retired Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox in succession on strikes, and then in the second inning, he whipped Al Simmons and Joe Cronin, the first 2 men to face him, giving the famed butterfly ball artist the honor of fanning in succession 5 of the game's mightiest sluggers. Came 1935, and the All-Stars trooped to Cleveland, when in Cleveland's huge municipal stadium, they played before the largest crowd yet to view one of these contests. 69,812 paid to watch the American League win again, 4-1 this time. Frankie Frisch piloted the National League entry, and Mickey Cochran was the American League manager. The 2 pilots had faced each other in the World Series of 1934, and inasmuch as Frisch and the Cardinals beat Detroit in that October series, American League fans felt that Cochran had redeemed himself by giving the Junior Leaguers a win in the All-Star Clash. The National League gained its first win in 1936 in Boston, and Dizzy Dean got credit for the victory. The smallest crowd in the history of this game, 25,556, attended the ball game. Charlie Grimm, then of the Chicago Cubs, managed the National League, and the Yankees' Joe McCarthy made his debut as the manager of the American League All-Stars. The Senior League Stars gained their first decision by 4-3 margin. The game went to Washington in 1937. For the first time, it was a runaway for the American League as they won 8-3, despite the great defensive play of Joe Medley, who will be performing out here for the 7th time for the National League this afternoon. Here's the Star Spangled Banner. Led to his eventual downfall. And while we're mentioning the older of the Dean brothers, it might be well to point out in the same breath that tomorrow night he'll appear in another All-Star game, but this time in the Texas League, the loop from which he graduated to the big league. The 1938 Classic was held in Cincinnati, and the National League scored its second win, 4-1. No hit, no run. Johnny Vandermeer was the National League's winning pitcher, and Lefty Gomez was charged for the loss, his only setback in All-Star game competition. Like Dean, Vandermeer is now back in the minors trying to work his way back into the big show. Well, the second largest crowd in the history of the game, 62,892, sat in New York's huge Yankee Stadium last year and watched the American League win again 3-1 when young Bob Feller was called in to relieve retiring Tommy Briggs, tossed a double play ball, and the game was over right then and there in the hands of the American League. A brilliant bit of pitching by Bob Feller. Now, what today will bring? Well, we don't know. The breaks are due to be the deciding factor, just as they've been in the past. And now, just before we give you the official starting lineup, let's pause quickly for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Starting lineup. The ball game's going to get underway in a very few minutes. We're going to turn you back to France Locke, who'll give you the official lineup, and we'll carry on and describe the first inning for you. From then on, he and I will alternate innings to bring you the play-by-play description of the 8th Annual All-Star Game. For the American League, the official lineup shows Travis, third base, Williams, left field, Keller, right field, DiMaggio, center field, Fox, first base, Appling, short, Dickey, catch, Gordon, second base, with Charlie Red Ruffing on the firing line for the American Leaguers. The National Leaguers will line up as follows. Archie Vaughan at short, Herman, second base, West, right field, Mize, first base, Lombardi, catch, Medwick, left field, Lavagetto, third base, Terry Moore, center field, and Paul Derringer will be the starting pitcher. The umpires and the two managers, along with their coaches, are out there now for their little pregame conference at home plate, discussing ground rules, regulations, and what have you before we're ready to go with this 8th Annual All-Star Game. The umpires will line up as follows. Beans Reardon of the National League will be calling balls and strikes. At first base will be Pipgrass of the American League. At second base, Stewart of the National League. Third base, Basel of the American League. And after 4 1/2 innings, then the umpires will change. Working 4 umpires, 1 at each base, and starting off with a National League umpire behind the plate. And we don't want to forget also that next year this All-Star Game is going to be held over in Detroit, the home of the Detroit Tigers. That'll be 2 years in a row for it to be in the West, which is something unusual in the way of All-Star Games, but there's only a couple cities left in the American League that haven't had the benefit of having the All-Star Game, the other city being Philadelphia. Of course, Boston hasn't had it as an American League attraction, but the All-Star Game was played in Boston in 1936 at the home of the Boston Bees. Still having their powwow down here at the plate pertaining to these ground rules. Of course, when you've got an interleague series like this, one team will have local rules here, like the Browns rules covering one thing, where for the Cardinals in the other league, it might be just the opposite. So naturally, it'll take a little more time in the discussion of the ground rules pertaining to this game this afternoon. Derringer has finished up his warm-up affair, but Charlie Ruffing of the New York Yankees, who's going to start for the American Leaguers, is still warming up with Mo Berg of the Boston Red Sox. Incidentally, though, we were mentioning the ground rules and so forth. Every player in both of the American and National Leagues is very familiar with Sportsman's Park because it is the home of both the Browns and the Cardinals, so all of the Major League games played in St. Louis are played in this ballpark. On the PA system now, they're calling off the numbers that the different players have on their back. You know, the American League, each player will be wearing his own road uniform, and in the National League, each player has his own home uniform. So we're liable to have 2 or 3 number 8s, 2 or 3 number 5s, and 2 or 3 number 3s. Of course, that's going to be the job of Mel Allen and I to try to keep these numbers straight and be able to distinguish just who is wearing these different numbers. So it's a job of merely studying these men by form and so forth so that you're able to recognize who they are at a glance. Of course, where we're parked here in the upper deck in the temporary press, we have a very good view of the playing field. The National Leaguers are going out on the field now to take their playing position, so in just a few moments, this ball game is going to be ready to start. We're going to run over the way they're out on the field for you again on the National Leaguers. Going around the infield, there is Harry Lavagetto, Cookie Lavagetto of the Brooklyn Dodgers at third, Archie Vaughan of the Pittsburgh Pirates at short, Billy Herman of the Chicago Cubs at second, Johnny Mize of the St. Louis Cardinals at first base, Ernie Lombardi in back of the plate, and Paul Derringer on the firing line. In the outfield, it's Joe Medwick in left of the Brooklyn Dodgers, Terry Moore of the St. Louis Cardinals in center field, and Max West of the Boston Bees out in right field. So we're just about ready to go. Paul Derringer is taking his warm-up pitches, and Cecil Travis strolls out to the plate. He'll be the first man up for the American Leaguers, the Washington Senators' third baseman, and he's sporting a batting average at the present time of .335. He'll be followed by Ted Williams of the Boston Red Sox and Charlie Keller. Of course, you're going to have some partisan fans here whenever some of the local idols
are called off, you get a big hand, and naturally some of the others will get just the reverse, which is to be expected in every ballpark. We're all set to go. The throw has been made down to second base. Cecil Travis steps into the batter's box. Paul Derringer's on the mound, getting his signal from Lombardi. Goes into his windup for the initial pitch. Here is the first pitch, and it's a fly ball. Going out to center field, deep center. Terry Moore moves back. He's under it, and he takes it about 10 feet in from the sign that says 405 feet. Travis out on the first pitch on a high fly to deep center, which is taken care of by Terry Moore. So it's one down, and that brings up Ted Williams of the Boston Red Sox, left fielder. And Williams has a batting average so far this campaign of .344, which is not bad in anyone's league. He bats left-handed. Charlie Keller of the New York Yankees on deck. Tom Daly is coaching on the first baseline for the American Leaguers with Del Baker, manager of the Detroit Tigers, coaching at third. Derringer looks around at the outfield for the moment, steps in on the mound. He got his signal from Ernie Lombardi. Goes into his windup, one away. Here's the first pitch, low, ball one on Ted Williams. Ted is a tall, lanky boy, but he can really hit that onion. One ball is the count. With one man down, Derringer starts his windup for the next pitch to Williams. Ball two, the pitch was inside. 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls and no strikes. Ted Williams, the batter, with one away. Cecil Travis, the first man up for the American Leaguers, was out on a long fly out to center field. Derringer's winding up for his next pitch. Here it comes, and it's another high one. Ball 3. 3-0 on Ted Williams. Got Derringer in the hole now. 3 balls, no strikes. 1 man down, nobody on. The first half of the first inning of this all-star game. He's winding up, and here's the next pitch to Williams. Strike 1 called. 3 balls and 1 strike. Looks like that one cut across the plate just about knee-high. 3-1. He might pick on this one if it happens to be a cripple. He's into his windup. Here's the next pitch, low and inside for ball 4, and Williams is the first man to reach first base in the 1940 All-Star game by way of a base on ball. Charlie Keller of the New York Yankees, the next batter, playing right field for the American Leaguers. Batting average .303. 1 away. Keller batting. Williams on first base. Derringer's into his stretch. Here's the pitch, and it's strike 1. He swung at it. 1 strike on Charlie Keller. Joe DiMaggio on deck. 2 Yankees in a row here. Keller batting at the moment. DiMaggio on deck. 1 strike is the count on Keller. Up goes the arm again. He glances over at first base. Here's the next pitch. Strike 2. Fast one on the inside corner. Call strike. They count 2 strikes on Charlie Keller, and he steps back out of the batter's box for the moment to get a little dirt on his hands. Back in, taking his stance at the plate. Derringer's on the mound, waiting for his signal from Lombardi. Goes into his stretch. Takes his glance over at first base. Here's the pitch, and it's strike 3. Keller went down swinging for the second out. Keller was out on 3 straight pitches, and that brings up Joe DiMaggio, the Yankees' sensational center fielder. Bats right-handed. Batting average at the present time for the 1940 campaign, .305. DiMaggio batting with Ted Williams still on first base, 2 down. Derringer's in on the mound. Here's the first pitch. Strike 1 called on DiMaggio. That's 4 straight strikes that Derringer has dished up since walking Ted Williams. 3 in a row to Charlie Keller, and the first one here to DiMaggio. He's in on the mound. Here's the next pitch. Ball wide, 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Williams on first base, 2 down the first half of the first inning. This is the 8th annual All-Star game. He's into his stretch once again. Here's the next pitch. Foul ball. Going back against the net. In back of the plate. The count is 2 strikes and 1 ball on Joe DiMaggio. A new ball goes into the game. Lombardi fires it down to Cookie Lavaghetto at third, who rubs it up a little. Tosses it into Derringer. Derringer strolls back to the mound. Getting his position from his signal now from Lombardi. Into his stretch. Looks over at first base. Here's the next pitch and a high bounder. Going back out to the mound. One of those kinds takes a long time to come down. Derringer fields the ball. He's out at first base on a close play. DiMaggio was out. He hit a high bounder in front of the plate. Derringer had to step back a little from the mound, but it was one of those kind that you can't do anything about. DiMaggio is racing down to first. Derringer is waiting for the ball to come down, but it did manage to come down in time for Derringer to make a fast throw to first base to retire DiMaggio for the 3rd out to retire the side. So the results there in the first half of the first inning show no runs, no hits, no errors. One man left on base. That was Ted Williams, the second man up for the American Leaguers, who walked. So we're going into the last half of the first inning with the National Leaguers getting their first chance at the plate, and Archie Vaughan will be the first batter. The Pittsburgh Pirates shortstop, he bats left-handed, has an average of .268. Buck Newsom going down to the bullpen, and Hank Greenberg is also strolling down there. I believe Mo Berg is going down, so that means that Newsom is just parking down there to get ready to warm up, because we've been informed that Newsom will be the second pitcher in for the American Leaguers after Charlie Ruffing has worked his 3 innings. There's Dickey's throw down to Gordon at second base. He tosses the ball to Appling, back into Ruffing. We're all set to go here in the last half of the first inning. Archie Vaughan, the first batter. Casey Stengel coaching at first base for the National Leaguers. Doc Prothro, manager of the Phillies, coaching at third. Casey Stengel, manager of the Boston Bees, at first. Archie Vaughan, the batter. He'll be followed by Billy Herman of the Chicago Cubs and Max West of the Boston Bees. Ruffing gets his signal from Dickey. Goes into his windup for the pitch. Here it comes. And there's a foul ball going into the stands to the left of the plate, the upper tier. And it's 1 strike. That ball's gone forever. That's a souvenir now. A new ball tossed in. This is the first batter for the National Leaguers in the last half of the first inning. 4 men were up for the American Leaguers in the first half. 1 getting on the result of a walk. Ruffing's into his windup for the next pitch to Vaughn. Here it comes. Ball a little bit wide and low. Even up on Archie Vaughan, 1-1. Dickey steps out in front of the plate, tosses the ball back to Ruffing, who picks up the rosin bag, and then strolls in on the mound after rubbing the ball up a little. 1-1 is the count on Archie Vaughan. He has a peculiar stance at the plate. Sort of has his right leg, you might say, as a right-handed batter would be stepping back into the bucket. Here's the wind-up, the pitch, and a ground ball going down to second base. Gordon takes it. It bounces over his head. Gordon, just as he was set to field that one, it tipped his glove. We don't know whether that'll be recorded as a hit or an error. It's one of those. I think it'll be a single. It is a single. A hit for Archie Vaughan. Just as Joe Gordon was set to field that ball, it took a high pound. He managed to tip it with his glove, but couldn't grab it. One is a base hit for Archie Vaughan. He's on first base. Billy Herman of the Chicago Cubs is the batter. He has an average of .308. Second baseman for the National Leaguers. Billy Herman batting. Archie Vaughan on first base. Max West of the Boston Bees on deck. Ruffing's into his stretch, getting set. Here's the pitch. Wide. Ball 1. 1 ball is the count. Billy Herman the batter. The last half of the first inning, this all-star game. Archie Vaughan on first base. Nobody down as yet. Ruffing's into his stretch. Gets his signal from Dickey. Here's the next pitch. Strike call. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1. Billy Herman batting. Ruffing strolls in on the mound again. Bucky Walters has started to warm up for the National Leaguers down in the left field bullpen. Here's the next pitch. Inside. Ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike on Billy Herman. 2 balls, 1 strike. Archie Vaughan on first base. Nobody down. And again, Charlie Ruffing is rubbing the gloss off of that new ball. Steps in on the mound to get his signal from Dickey for the next pitch here to Billy Herman. Vaughan is on first base. Nobody out. Here it is. He starts down. There goes a drive going out to left field. A signal on a hit-and-run play. Vaughan is racing for third. Here comes the throw. He's safe at third. On a hit-and-run play, Archie Vaughan moves around to third when Billy Herman singles sharply past Cecil Travis at third base. Runners on first and third. Nobody down. That brings up Max West of the Boston Bees, playing right field for the National Leaguers. Batting average .288, and he bats left-handed. The last half of the first inning, Archie Vaughan had started traveling on that one. The hit and run was on. Billy Herman singled past Travis at third. However, it was a close play at third base. Ted Williams fielded the ball and made the throw into Travis in a hurry. Here's the first pitch to West. Strike 1 call. Left-handed batter. 1 strike. Max West batting with runners on first and third. Nobody down in the last half of the first inning. Ruffing's in on the mound, getting his signal. Into his stretch. Glances over at first base. Here's the next one. And there goes a drive. A long one going out to right field. Looks like it might be in there. It's in there for a home run. Max West hit one into the right center field pavilion for a home run. Scoring behind Archie Vaughan and Billy Herman. picked on that pitch for a high one, going out into the right center field stands for a home run, scoring behind Archie Vaughan and Billy Herman to put the National Leaguers off into the front here in the last half of the first inning with a 3-run lead. Johnny Mize, the batter of the St. Louis Cardinals, average 279 so far. That's left-handed, roughing winding up. Here's the pitch. High, ball 1. Looks like Dutch Leonard, the knuckleballer of the Washington Senators, starting to warm up. Or, I believe that's Monty Pearson. Here's the next pitch to Mize. Strike 1. He swung at it. Can't tell whether it's Leonard or Pearson. Both have the same number on the scorecard, but I believe it's Pearson. Here's the next pitch to Mize. Strike 2. He took another cut. That's who it is, Monty Pearson of the New York Yankees warming up. He and Leonard are carrying the same numbers. 2 strikes, 1 ball is the count. Johnny Mize batting. Ernie Lombardi on deck. Roughing winding up. Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly. Going out to center field. DiMaggio coming in fast. Appling going back. Ted Williams coming in, and Williams finally takes it. 3 of them coming in, getting the ball in short left center for the initial out. So it's 1 down, and Ernie Lombardi, the National League's catcher, a member of the Cincinnati Reds, and a batting average of 308 is up. That's right-handed. He'll be followed by Joe Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers. 1 down. Nobody on. Ruffing gets his signal from Dickey, goes into his windup. Here's the initial pitch, and there's a drive going out to center field for a hit, and Lombardi is on first base. Lombardi picked on the first pitch for a single to center. And that brings up Joe Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Joe is getting the big hand. There's a lot of mixed cheering. He's getting both cheers and boos. Joe was a favorite here in St. Louis for a number of years, now a member of the Brooklyn Dodgers. He has an average of 303. Ruffing's in on the mound. Here's the pitch, and it's a foul ball coming back at the plate up against the screen for strike 1. 1 strike on Joe Medwick. With 1 man down, Ernie Lombardi on first base. Fox walked over to say a word to Charlie Ruffing. Back to his position now at first base. New ball was tossed into Ruffing. He's in on the mound. Getting a signal from Dickey. 1 away. Medwick batting. All set. Here's the pitch. Strike call. 2 strikes on Medwick. Medwick didn't seem to like that very much. 2 strikes. Joe Medwick the batter. Cookie Lavagetto on deck. Ruffing comes in on the mound, getting a signal now from Dickey. Into his stretch, all set for the pitch. Here it is. Ball wide. 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2 strikes, 1 ball. The score is 3-0. The National Leaguers putting over 3 runs here so far in the last half of the first inning on 2 singles and a home run by Max Webb. Ruffing's in on the mound. Here's the next pitch and a foul ball. Coming back up into the press section and bouncing down into the lower tier. That calls for another new ball. The count is still 2 strikes and 1 ball on Joe Medwick. Ernie Lombardi on first base with 1 man down. Mize making the out on a fly ball to left center, which was taken care of by Ted Williams. He's into his stretch. Here's the pitch. Wide, ball 2. Count is even up 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Medwick batting. Lombardi on first base. Lombardi's single was a line drive to center. Ruffing's in on the mound. He's getting a signal from Dickey. Goes into his stretch. Up goes the arm. He's all set. Here's the pitch, and it's another foul coming back to the plate. Count remains the same, 2-2. Umpire Beansburg is dusting the plate. New ball is tossed into Charlie Ruffing, who strolls back to the mound very slowly, rubbing the gloss off the ball. Around now to take the stance, waiting for that signal from Bill Dickey for the next pitch here to Joe Medwick. A right-handed batter. And the count is 2-2. He's into his stretch. Here's the pitch, and there's a foul ball going down the first base line over near the stands. Fox going over, and he makes the catch. A nice catch going over close to the stands for the second out. Medwick fouled out to Jimmy Fox. So it's 2 down with Lombardi on first base, and that brings up Harry Lavagetto. Carries the nickname of Cookie, a member of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Third baseman has a batting average so far during the 1940 campaign of 273. That's right-handed. He'll be followed by Terry Moore. Ruffing steps in on the mound to get his signal. Here's the first pitch and a foul ball going into the stands to the right of the plate, the upper deck. And it's one strike on Lavagetto. One strike, Lavagetto the batter. With two down, Lombardi on first base. Ruffing steps in there. Up goes the arm. Fox is playing off first. Here's the pitch. Strike called. Two strikes on Lavagetto. Two strikes. Jimmy Fox is playing a few feet off of first base. Ruffing's into his stretch. And here's the next pitch to Lavagetto, wide and low for ball one. The count is two strikes, one ball. There's two down. Lombardi is on first base. The last half of the first inning, the National Leaguers leading by a score of 3-0. Ruffing comes in on the rubber to get his signal from Dickey. Two strikes, one ball. Still have Lombardi on first base. Two down, all set. Here's the pitch, and there's another foul going into the stands to the right of the plate, into the upper deck. Count remains the same. Two strikes, one ball, another new one tossed in. This is the last half of the first inning. National Leaguers have had 4 hits here so far in the last half of the first. Ruffing's all set. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2, and the count is even up once again. 2-2 on Cookie Lavagetto, a right-handed batter and a member of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Ernie Lombardi on first base. Two down. Ruffing's getting his signal. Up goes the arm. He's all set for the pitch. Here it comes. Lombardi starts down. It's a pop fly going down to second base. Joe Gordon moves over. He's under it. And he takes it for the third out, retiring the side. The results then, the last half of the first inning show 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors.
And so the National League leads 3-0 at the end of the first inning, striking with a vengeance right from the opening gun to atone somewhat for previous defeats by the American League, who hold a 5-2 edge in the 7 games played up until this season, this being the 8th annual All-Star game. For the American League, coming into the first half of the second inning, Jimmy Fox will lead off. He'll be followed by Luke Appling, and then will come Bill Dickey. The American Leaguers were retired in the first half of the first inning by Paul Derringer, the starting pitcher for the National League, a right-hander, without giving up a base hit. Ted Williams, the only man to get on first, he drew a base on balls, which is rather odd for Paul Derringer, inasmuch as Derringer is one of the top men in the big leagues for control. The National Leaguers put together 3 hits right in a row. An infield single by Vaughn on a grounder, which hopped high over Joe Gordon's head. A single by Billy Herman with a hit and run on, sending Vaughn to third. And then Max West, the long-distance clouding outfielder for the Boston Bees, hitting one into the center field stands to score Vaughn and Herman ahead of him.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ty Tyson speaking from Briggs Stadium in Detroit. Speaking for WWJ, the Detroit News, and W45D, the frequency modulation station in Detroit. And we're all set to bring you this all-star baseball game this afternoon. The annual all-star game between the pick of the American League and the National League. A great day for a ball game. Probably the best day that the teams have had since the inauguration of this series between the two clubs some 9 years ago. Bill Finzel's band is out here playing right below us. It's pretty hard to talk over it. They're right down here between the home plate and the screen behind the stand. The American Leaguers are taking their infield practice at the present time. And Al Shack doing a bit of clowning around third base. Trying to get this a little plainer to you with all the band going on. I assure you the band will not be here after the play starts. They'll be over in the stands. Briggs Stadium is all decked out in the national colors. There are very few vacant seats at the present time, and the reserve seats for the game were sold long before noon. They're still coming in to take up positions in what few vacant seats are available now. They're sold, however. The only seats that I can see that are vacant, I know, are in the reserve section. So those tickets have been sold, and these latecomers will be here probably
before the game starts or shortly after it gets underway. The actual play will start at 1:30. Right now, with the American leaguers taking infield practice, Bertie Tebbetts is doing the catching here with Artie Fletcher batting them out. Jimmy Fox is at first base, and Al Shack down there clowning at third. He just let a ball go right through the center of a straw hat, getting quite a laugh from the crowd. Al will do some other stunts here a little later, but at the present time, he's doing that old stunt of his of playing third base, which we've watched for years. Now the lineups. I'm going to give you the tentative lineups right now. We'll check later on, but I know that a lot of you like to get these written down when you have plenty of time and long before the game gets started. And I think it'll be the official starting lineup. I got the American leaguers from Del Baker, who was managing this club, and Bill McKechnie, managing the National Leaguers, gave it to me. And, of course, there may be a change before the game actually starts, but I doubt it very much. Inasmuch as this is played in an American League park, the American Leaguers are the home club, and the Nationals will go to bat first. And here's their batting order. Stan Hack, H-A-C-K, third base. He's from the Chicago Cubs. Terry Moore, M-O-O-R-E, the St. Louis Cardinals, left field. Pete Reeser, R-E-I-S-E-R, Reeser, from the Brooklyn Dodgers, center field. Johnny Mize, M-I-Z-E, St. Louis Cards, first base. Bill Nicholson, N-I-C-H-O-L-S-O-N, of the Chicago Cubs, right field. Marky Vaughn, V-A-U-G-H-A-N, of the Pittsburgh Pirates, shortstop. Linus Fry, F-R-E-Y, Cincinnati Reds, second base. Mickey Owen, O-W-E-N, the Brooklyn Dodgers, catcher. And Whitlow Wyatt, W-Y-A-T-T, of the Brooklyn Dodgers, pitcher. Now, let's see. That gives two of the Chicago Cubs. Two of the St. Louis Cardinals. Three of the Brooklyn Dodgers. One Pittsburgh Pirate, and one Cincinnati Red. The starting lineup for the National League. For the Americans, it's Bobby Doerr, D-O-E-R-R, for the Boston Red Sox, second base. Cecil Buck Travis, T-R-A-V-I-S, Washington, third base. Joe DiMaggio, New York Yankees, center field. Ted Williams, of the Boston Red Sox, left field. Jeff Heath, of the Cleveland Indians, right field. Joe Cronin, of the Boston Red Sox, shortstop. Rudy York, of the Detroit Tigers, first base. Bill Dickey, the New York Yankees, catcher. And Bob Feller, of the Cleveland Indians, pitcher. So that gives us DiMaggio and Dickey of the Yankees. York of the Tigers, Feller and Heath of the Cleveland Indians, Bobby Doerr, Ted Williams, and Joe Cronin of the Boston Red Sox, and Cecil Travis of the Washington Senators in the starting lineup. Just a minute. Yeah.
Is there Randy?
All right, what do you want? Al Schacht has now gone out on the pitcher's mound. He is warming up with a gent that almost knocked him over. I think it's Johnny Radulovich. He's really socking them back to Al. Al has taken his glove off the hand, and now one of the boys are bringing him out a glove that is just about as big as the ordinary catcher's chest protector. Not quite as big as the ones that the umpires use, but maybe Al will do a little better later on. Winding up, you can't even see from, a little below his shoulders. He's entirely covered from there up by this mitt. He's lost out there. He's facing the center field as he starts winding again. Now he turns around. He heaves this one in. It's a ball. Catcher shakes his head and throws it back awfully hard. Backs Al back 3 or 4 feet. Tears that glove off. And he has a telephone there. He's picking it up and calling. And here comes the same lad out from the Tigers bench, which will be the American League bench this time, over the third base side, wheeling out a glove that just fills a wheelbarrow. And it's a good-sized wheelbarrow, not a toy barrow, the kind that Neil Conway uses out here to keep the field in good shape. He's got this glove up on his shoulder and partly on his head. He's staggering around out there. He's really putting on a good show for the folks. He starts to swing, and the weight of the glove pulls him back about 10 feet behind the pitcher's mound. There's the wind-up, and the glove knocks him flat on his back. He puts it up, down on his head, and it drives him flat to the ground. In the meantime, Bob Feller is warming up in all seriousness down here for the American Leaguers, and Whitlow Wyatt for the Nationals. Both right-handers. Schacht is down on the ground. This catcher threw the ball back just over his head, clear out into center field. They're getting ready to raise the flag. And the band is all set here to play the national anthem. The umpires have just come out. And here's the way the umpiring will be handled during the first 4.5 innings. Bill Summers of the American League. We're getting the lineup over the PA system. And I'll give you the umpires before this starts. Bill Summers of the American League at behind the plate. Hugh Jorda, the National League at first. Bill Grieve of the American League at second. And Babe Pinelli of the National League at third. And incidentally, Babe Pinelli played third base here in Detroit 1920. So he's starting this all-star game as umpiring at the same spot. I will check up on this official batting order. We're all right so far. Pack, third base. Moore, left field. Reeser, center field. Myers, first base. Nicholson, right field. Vaughn, shortstop. Fry, second base. Owen, catcher. And Wyatt, pitcher. Now that National League lineup, which I gave you a while ago, is correct. Here comes the American League batting order. Dorr, second base. Travis, third base. Joe DiMaggio, center field. Williams, left field. Heath, right field. Cronin, shortstop. York, first base. Dickey, New York, catcher. Feller, Cleveland, pitcher. The umpires are coming out. And it won't be long until this all-star game is actually on the way. In the 8 previous games, 10 home runs were made in these all-star contests, 5 by each league, so they're all even as far as that's concerned. Only Frankie Frisch of the Cardinals and Lou Gehrig of the Yankees produced more than one. Frisch hit for the circuit in the inaugural game in 1933, repeated in 1934. Gehrig made a home run in 1936 and another in 37. Now, others that may get a home run today are Joe DiMaggio, who hit one in 1939, Jimmy Fox, when playing with the Athletics, hit one in 1935, Joe Medwick, who was representing the Dodgers this time while with the Cardinals, hit one in 1934. The umpires, the managers, and the coaches have come out to the plate, getting all set. And as I say, it will not be long until here we go. In 1933, the American League won 4-2. In 34, American League repeated again 9-7. And again in 35, they won 4-1. Everybody up, national anthem. The roar of the crowd. The band gets away from here. And it won't be long, continuing with this record of the All-Star Games. After the Americans had won again 8-3 in 1937 for 5 straight victories, the Nationals have won the last 3, or have won 2. In 1938, Nationals won 4-1. In 39, the Americans won 3-1. And in 40, the Nationals won 4-1. The Nationals also won in 36. Pardon, that was an error there. 4-3 in 1936. So the American League has the edge of 5-3 so far. Umpire Bill Summers, the plate umpire, first half of this game is yelling, "Come on, boys, get the field clear to photographers and paraphernalia. Bring the lads out. It's just about 1:30. And Commissioner Landis, Presidents Harridge and Frick of the 2 leagues want to get this thing started right on time. A lot of old ball players here today in this crowd of over 50,000. The oldest one, at least the oldest one that I have any recollection of, any knowledge of being here, is Bobby Lowe. Bobby's over 70, and he was a great hitter in his time. He's out here, lives in Detroit, he's enjoying it. There go the American Leaguers out on the field. York at first base of the Detroit Tigers. Bobby Dorr, the Boston Red Sox at second. Joe Cronin of the Red Sox at third. Cecil Buck Travis, Cronin. Cecil Buck Travis of the Senators at third. Ted Williams of the Boston Red Sox in left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. And Jeff Heath of the Cleveland Indians in right field. And out there pouring in the ball to Bill Dickey behind the plate is Bob Feller, Cleveland Indians ace right-hander with 16 victories as against 4 defeats. Now, the rules of the game, the All-Star game, is that a pitcher works 3 innings. He can't work any more than 3 unless he happens to be the 3rd pitcher in the game, and the game goes into extra innings. Then he dare stay in as long as the manager so desires. Umpire-in-chief Bill Summers is yelling something to Neil Conway, groundkeeper, to be sure and get a couple of these photographers out of the way that are down beyond the American League dugout opposite third base. Stan Hack, left-handed batter, third baseman of the Chicago Cubs, is first man up in this ball game. The National Leaguers are wearing their road uniforms, so they're quite colorful, different ones. Feller's first pitch, a fastball on the inside corner around his knees for a called strike. The Cubs have a sort of a silky-looking uniform, light blue pants with a white stripe down the seam. Same color shirt, sort of a jersey effect with dark blue sleeves, white shoulder pads, and a red stripe around the sleeve just above the elbow, and a blue cap, rather colorful. Feller just broke another fast one in there for the second called strike on Hack. Hack is hitting in the neighborhood of .310 for the season. The count is 2 strikes and nothing. Feller starts that wind-up. Here's the pitch, and it's a low breaking curve inside, close to the batter's feet for ball 1. 2 strikes, 1 ball. First man up in the All-Star game, Stan Hack of the Chicago Cubs, third baseman on the National League team. We have a strong breeze blowing from the outfield right into the plate. There's the windup for the next one, and Hack swings on a curveball that dropped down in the dirt. Dickey digging that out of the dirt. Feller not relying on the fastball to blow by that time, but a beautiful curve. 1 out. Next we have Terry Moore of the St. Louis Cardinals, left fielder, and a right-hand batter, wearing the gray with the red trimmings. Steps in there, waves his bat at Feller, and swings on the first pitch, a high, fast one, getting the underside of the ball, fouling it back to the net. Strike 1 on Moore. 1 man out. First inning. 1 strike on Terry Moore. Feller draws his pitching hand across his shirt front, blows on the old meat hand, leans over, gets the sign, begins that wind-up. The arm is up. There's the kick, and the pitch is a curve outside, a little high. Ball 1 and strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 away. Bases empty in the first inning. Leo DeRocher coaching at first base for the Nationals. Barking in there. Terry telling him to pick out a good one and hit it. Feller starts his wind-up, and the pitch is in there, a fastball on the inside corner, belt high and plenty rapid. And the count is 2 strikes, 1 ball. 2-1 on Terry Moore. Feller pulls his cap down a little more firmly, kicks around at the pitcher's slab, leans over to get the sign from Dickey. Bill comes out of that crouch. The wind-up starts, and the pitch is a fly ball rather in short center field. Shortstop Cronin backing up for it and takes it for the out. A little blooper in short center field, about 40 feet behind second base. Cronin, the shortstop, making the put out. So there's 2 away. And Pete Reeser, sensational hitting outfielder of the Brooklyn Dodgers, hitting .360 and a long ball hitter. This kid is a pip. I've seen him in spring training, and he really can hit. Left-handed batter. Feller goes to work. The base is empty. 2 outs. First pitch, fastball high outside. Ball 1. He works for DeRocher, and DeRocher hollered, "Hey," and he looked around. He says, "Make him get it over and then sock it." 1 ball the count. 2 men out. Bases empty. Dickey comes out of that crouch. Feller starts his wind-up, then begins all over again. There's the motion. The pitch is a fastball around the batter's knees for a called strike. The count is 1-1 on Reeser. Brooklyn Dodgers road uniforms are gray, blue stockings and blue caps, blue letters. The count is 1-1. Feller has the sign. There's the motion for the wind-up. They're playing Reeser straight ahead. Reeser bunts. Foul down the third baseline. And the count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2-1. Jimmy Wilson, of the manager of the Chicago Cubs, coaching at third. Leo DeRocher, manager of the Dodgers, coaching at first. And the count is 2 strikes, 1 ball to Pete Reeser. Feller gets a new ball ready. The arm goes up. Here's the pitch. Reeser swings on a low fastball off the outside corner for strike 3. That ends the first half of the first inning. Feller striking out 2 and causing the other to pop to Cronin in short center field. No run, no hit, no error. Hack first up, struck out. Moore popped to Cronin behind second, and Reeser struck out. Now we get the American leaguers. See what they can do against the right-hand pitching of Whitlow Wyatt. Mickey Owen, who is doing the catching at least as long as his battery mate Whitlow Wyatt is on the hill, first 3 innings at least, wasn't expected to catch at all in this game, although he'd been chosen. But he suffered a bad bump over the eye, and it didn't look as though he'd get into the game at all. However, he is here and is going to catch. He's wearing a mask with a special padding. Looks like sheep's wool all up around the top there, and also along the left side at least, down along his jaw. First man up will be Bobby Dorr, the Boston Red Sox, playing second base for the American Leaguers this afternoon. Right-handed batter. Bob was out of the game, out of the lineup for some time due to a very bad charley hole. He's telling me he's all right now, and he's in there ready to go. He's been playing recently. The last time the Red Sox were here, he was out of commission. Now here's Whitlow Wyatt, the record of 13 victories and 4 defeats. Big right-hander used to be with the Tigers. The first pitch, Dorr hits a high fly, a rainmaker right up at second base, and Fry takes it for the putout. 1 away on the first pitch. Next comes Cecil Travis, third baseman, Washington Senators, left-handed batter. The American Leaguers all wearing the white uniforms, the home uniforms. Wyatt's arm goes up for the pitch. It's a curveball down in the dirt, ball 1. Boys are passing the ball around the infield a bit. Owen tossing it out to Hack. Hack gives it a rubbing up, then tosses it back to Wyatt. They're playing Travis just about straight away at that, except shortstop Archie Vaughn has moved over a little towards second, but the outfield is playing straight ahead. And the next pitch to Travis, a fastball on the outside corner, let her high for a called strike. Makes the count all even at 1-1. 1 strike, 1 ball. And the motion for the next one. Outside. Wyatt trying for that outside corner. Has missed with 2 pitches. He isn't very far outside, but just off. So the count is 2 balls, 1 strike. Taking his time, looking for the sign. Owen comes out of the crouch. There's the motion. And it's fouled into the upper deck, opposite third base. Souvenir ball. Strike 2, and the count is 2-2 on Travis. He hit a fastball, a high, fast pitch. A little late getting around that time. 2 strikes, 2 balls. 1 man out, bases empty in the first, no score. Here's the pitch. Travis turns one around back here in the screen, right behind the plate. Foul ball. I can't see very many open spaces in Briggs Stadium right now. I would say right now there are over 50,000 in here. Wyatt gets a new ball, rubs it up a bit, chews his gum, waiting for the sign. He already has it. Owen comes up. Here's the pitch. And there goes a drive to center field, coming in fast for it, and takes it for the putout is center fielder Pete Reiser, or Reeser. 2 men out, and a big hand being afforded Joe DiMaggio. Joe comes up there, taps the plate with the handle of his bat. This game doesn't count on that consecutive record of hitting. He's already hit in 48 straight games. See whether he makes it 49, but this will not count. Thursday's when Joe wants to get number 49. First pitch of Wyatt's right over the outside corner, belt high, a nice curve for a called strike. And they're playing Mr. DiMaggio plenty deep and shading him a little toward left field. The next pitch is a high fly, and third baseman Hack is coming over across the foul line as the wind blows it right into the third base coacher's box. He takes it for the putout. So each team retired in order in the first inning. No run, no hit, no error. Dorr popped to second baseman Fry. Travis flied to Reeser in left center, and DiMaggio fouled out to third baseman Hack. Now we're ready to go into the second inning. We'll have Johnny Mize, Bill Nicholson, and Archie Vaughn. First three to face Bob Feller. Big Johnny standing there working with 3 bats. He's a powerful lad, hitting .348. Johnny Mize, Cardinal first baseman, left-handed batter. First man to face Feller in the second inning. No score, no hits. The windup. Feller's first pitch to Mize is a fastball outside for ball 1. Bob steps around, gets a better footing out there on the hill. Field is in excellent playing condition. An ideal day, bright sun, little breeze. Next pitch, Mize hits a high fly to center field. DiMaggio, playing perfect position, fades a couple of steps and takes it for an easy out. 1 down, and Bill Nicholson of the Chicago Cubs. Left-hand hitting right fielder. Moving up in the spot just vacated by Mize. He's a big, powerful lad, too. Now that wind has switched a little bit and blowing more toward the right field stands, benefiting left-hand pull hitters a bit. Feller's first pitch, a fastball, fouled back against the screen, strike 1. Came in there with a fast, letter-high pitch. 1 strike on Nicholson. 1 man out, bases empty. Second inning, the all-star game. No hits and no runs. Feller working on this new ball. He's satisfied with it now. Leans over and gets the sign from Dickey. Bill comes out of the crouch. The arm goes up. Here's the pitch. A curveball breaks over, starts outside, and comes over belt high for a called strike on Nicholson. Feller throwing a nice hook. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now Bob is crouching over. He's all set. Straightens up. The arm goes up twice. There's the kick. The pitch is a fast one outside, a little high for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 1. Crowd pretty quiet. Very tense. Feller begins his motion. Here's the pitch. Outside again, another fastball, a little high and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That DeRocher has plenty of voice, coaching down there at first base. Jimmy Wilson, manager of Nicholson, just gave him a sign. I don't know whether he's reading Feller or not. But at any rate, he gave him a sign. Now we'll see what happens. There's the windup. Here's the pitch. And it's a curveball that breaks over for a called third strike. Whatever Jimmy gave him, I don't know whether Nicholson caught it or not, but at any rate, he stood there with his bat on his shoulder as Feller broke over a curve for a called third strike. So there's 2 out, bases empty. Archie Vaughn of the Pittsburgh Pirates, shortstop and left-hand batter coming up. 3 left-hand hitters in a row in this inning. That's 3 strikeouts for Feller. Of the first 5 men retired. First pitch is a high fly close to the foul line in left. Ted Williams is coming over fast for it. He's under it and takes it just as he crosses the foul line. Plenty high in left field, and the wind blowing toward right field helped keep that ball in where Williams could finally get up to it to make the catch. So that ends the second inning for the Nationals. No run. No hit. No error. Mize flied deep to DiMaggio in center field. Nicholson took a called third strike, and Vaughn fouled to Williams in left. Coming up for the second time at bat, the American League presents Ted Williams, hitting .405. Jeff Heath, .371. And Joe Cronin, .338. Williams is the only lad who has hit a ball over the roof of the third deck in this ballpark. It is quite a clout. There's Owens' toss to Fry at second. Fry whips it to Vaughn. Vaughn over to Hack. Hack gives it a going over before returning it to the pitcher's mound. Now Wyatt has it, and we're ready to go. And this is WWJ and W45D, Detroit, bringing you the All-Star Classic from Briggs Stadium. Williams up there at the plate. Wyatt looks him over. Now he has the sign. Owen comes out of that crouch. The arm goes up for the pitch, and it's a fastball outside about chin high for ball one. And when it's chin high on Williams, it's up there pretty close to 6 feet. They're playing Teddy well around toward right field. The defense. Next pitch, a curve, breaks over the plate, but too low. Ball two. 2 balls, no strikes. Two and nothing on Williams, leading off. There's the windup, the pitch. Ball 3. Ted almost went for that one, a sinker that broke right down almost in the dirt. Owen had the back of his glove on the ground when he received that pitch. 3-0. Fastball through the middle, the automatic strike. Williams taking it. Never moved his bat off his shoulder. He looks down toward first base where Merv Shea is doing the coaching. Artie Fletcher coaching at third for the Americans. Count is 3-1. Wyatt winds. He pitches low for ball 4. The first man to get on base in this 9th All-Star clash, Ted Williams, getting there by the base on balls route. Jeff Heath, another left-handed batter, hits a long ball coming up there. Heath of the Cleveland Indians, hitting .371. Williams on first, nobody out. Heath seemed ready to go, then he's backed out of the batter's box, rubbed a little dirt in his hand, getting a little sign from Fletcher down there at third. Wyatt pitches from the shoulder for the first time. Heath swings at a low, breaking drop for strike 1. Wyatt had that one down plenty tight, right down around his chin. 1 strike on Heath. Williams taking a little lead, not much. Mize is holding him on pretty closely. There's a ground ball to second base. It looks like a double play. It is a double play from Fry to Vaughn to Mize. Looked like a cinch tailor-made double play when that ball left Heath's bat. Not very hard hit ball, and down toward second, which gave Fry a chance to come into the ball while running in toward second base. Vaughn coming across, taking the easy toss, then rifling it to Mize to complete the double play, and here comes Joe Cronin of the Boston Red Sox, right-hand batter, 2 out, and the bases empty in the second. Joe up there with his bat poised high in the air, waiting for that first pitch. And here it comes, and it's in there, too, a fastball, plenty fast on the inside corner about belt high. A called strike on Cronin. Wyatt starts his motion for the next pitch. And bends a curve over this time, fooling Mr. Cronin. Belt high curveball for strike 2 called. 2-0. 2 men out, bases empty in the second, no score and no hits. Only 1 man has reached base. That was Ted Williams, starting this inning on a base on balls. Playing Cronin toward left field with Vaughn playing a very deep shortstop over toward third. There's the pitch, and Cronin flies to right. And settling himself for the catch out there in right field is Bill Nicholson, takes it for the out, and that ends the second inning. No run, no hit, no error. Williams, first up, walked on 5 pitches. Heath grounded into a double play. Fry, Vaughn to Mize, and Cronin flied high to Nicholson and right. This is a tight little ball game, but we expected the same. Pitchers like Feller and Wyatt opening the game, it really didn't look to me as though either team were going to get any runs in that first 3 innings. Here comes a couple of boys from the bullpen out under the stand, because this will be Feller's last round to go. That is a large gentleman trotting in there, Paul. Big Paul. And when he carries a windbreaker just on half of his body, he looks much larger, doesn't he? Yeah, he looked pretty large against the Tigers in the last game. Last fall. So here we go. It's Linus Fry, first up for the National Leaguers. Cincinnati Reds, second baseman. Left-handed batter. Fry, Owen and Wyatt, unless they use a pinch hitter for Wyatt. Don't think they will, because Witt may pitch the third against the American Leaguers. Feller starts his windup, and the first pitch is way outside, ball 1. One ball to count. Linus Fry, first up. Third inning. No runs, no hits. Here's the pitch. A swinging strike, and he goes for a low ball off the outside corner. And the count is 1-1. 1 strike, 1 ball. Feller mopping his brow with his shirt sleeve. Now he's around, satisfied, getting the sign. Dickey's still in the crouch. Bill comes up. Bob starts his motion. The pitch. Ball 2, a little high and a trifle outside to a left-handed batter. Feller throwing him off this near corner to me. 2 balls, 1 strike. And the motion for the next pitch. A foul down the first base line, right between the bag and the coach's box. DeRocher jumping away from, and someone has a souvenir. That one took a nice hop as it got out there to the barrier. Someone sitting in a field box reached out and got it. He has a souvenir of this all-star game, and the count on Fry is 2 strikes, 2 balls. First man up in the third inning of a hitless and scoreless game so far. Feller steps around out there on the mound, smoothing the dirt a little bit where he comes down after delivering the pitch, get a better footing. Now he's in the hole ready to go. His arm goes up and down and up again. Here's the pitch. Fry lines a single to right field for the first hit of the ball game. Line drive about 10 feet high as it went through the infield, midway between first and second base. The first hit of the ball game, Linus Fry of the Cincinnati Reds. And here comes Mickey Owen, Brooklyn catcher. 1 man on, nobody out. The American Leaguers put the first man on in the second inning, but he was erased with a double play for the next batter. Now here the National Leaguers have their first chance. Owen is a right-hand batter. Dickey comes up out of that crouch calling for the pitch. Feller pitching for the first time without a full wind-up. Lays the first one over, let her high for a called strike. 1 strike on Owen. Fry edges off first a bit. York is standing right on the bag. There he's caught between first and second. Throw to York and then to Cronin. And he's out. Feller, York to Cronin. Fry made his break too soon before Feller delivered the pitch and was an easy out. Feller, York to Cronin. 1 away. Now Feller can go back to that full windup. And that's a bad break for the Nationals. Time called. Owen starts to wander out of the batter's box as an airplane passed not over the field. He was off the beam this time, didn't fly right across the field. But it was a bit disconcerting, and Mr. Owen didn't want to take his eye off one of Feller's pitches looking at that airplane. Mickey doesn't want to get hit in the head again. Here comes another plane. I don't know whether it'll stop for this one or not. It's coming right over, too. Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly to left field. Plenty of chance. Williams is galloping in slowly. He's under it now, waiting, and takes it for the out. 2 away. And Wyatt is not going to pitch. We're going to have a pinch hitter for Wyatt. So with us all through after pitching 2 innings, Mel Ott. Mel Ott is batting for Wyatt. Ott is a left-handed batter that cocks his foot, lifts it off the ground before he swings. That front foot comes up, and the pitch is low, ball 1. Ott batting for Wyatt. Melvin is a pretty fair hitter, if anyone should ask you. He has 18 home runs to his credit, leading the older circuit. Left-handed batter, and the count is 1 ball, 2 men out, bases empty. Feller pitches, and it's a fast one outside and high for ball 2. Feller pitching him down and then high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Bob starts his windup. Here's the pitch, and he lays that one over, midway between the belt and the letters on his uniform for a called strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. Lots of chatter out there in that American League club, talking it up to Feller. Bob Pierce in there for the sign. Dickey's out of the crouch. The arm goes up, and the pitch is fouled. Back in the netting behind the plate for strike 2, making the count all even at 2-2. 2 strikes, 2 balls. 2 men out, bases empty, no score in this ball game. Feller getting a new ball in shape, has his glove tucked under his arm. Now he pulls it on, dries his pitching hand on his shirt front, leans over, comes up straight, begins his windup. Here's the pitch, and the pitch is outside for ball 3. So Ott will have a chance to look over a 3-2 pitch and make up his mind. I'm glad it's Ott, not me. 3-2. 1 hit has been made off Feller. He has fanned 3 and he's walked none. Now there's the windup. This is the pitch. Here she comes. And Ott strikes out, the bat slipping out of his hand, going clear up to first base. Dickey dropping the pitch, which was in the dirt, picked it up through to York, and that ends the 3rd inning for the National Leaguers. And Feller is all through after pitching his 3-inning score, allowing 1 single, no runs, struck out 4, and walked none.
Gillette presents the World Series. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are in the broadcasting booth at Brooklyn's Ebbets Field with a packed house waiting game number 4 in the spectacular series between the Yankees and Brooklyn's own Dodgers for the baseball championship of the world. This is a key broadcast in the cavalcade of sports sponsored by the Gillette Safety Razor Company, World Shaving Headquarters, your radio host of the Sugar Bowl football game in New Orleans, the Orange Bowl game in Miami, the East-West All-Star game from San Francisco, the Kentucky Derby, all the major boxing bouts, and other top sports events. The World Series is brought to you through the combined facilities of the Mutual Broadcasting System, affiliated stations, and the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Spanning the entire North American continent, with shortwave reaching the rest of the world. This is Bob Elson with my Gillette colleagues, Red Barber and Bill Coram of the New York Journal American. By the way, we're all set for plenty of action here at Ebbets Field this afternoon. Well, I know that you're primarily interested in the starting pitchers, and they have just come out to warm up. Atlee Donald, the right-hander, is going to pitch for New York, and Kirby Higbee, the old fireballer, is going to pitch this afternoon for the Brooklyn Dodgers. I think the most important news today is that Billy Herman is not going to play. Billy Herman, you know, yesterday went out of the ball game with a strained muscle in his left side and is not going to play today. In his place, Koskarite will be at second base. We're happy to say, and I think that you'd all like to know now, that Freddie Fitzsimmons was not seriously injured. In fact, he is here in uniform today, but there's very, very little chance that we'll see any more of Fitz in this series. Fitz was severely bruised, but there was no fracture, and he is out here in uniform today. Now, something about these pitchers. Atlee Donald, a right-hander, was born at Morton, Mississippi on September the 19th, 1912. He's in a farming environment, and Atlee still is an agriculturist. He has a cotton and melon plantation down in Louisiana and really works at it. Donald broke in with the Yankees in 1939. He marked his freshman season with an astonishing feat. He took 12 ball games in a row. With Newark in 1938, he'd won 16 and lost 7 with 138 strikeouts. Donald suffered a back injury last spring at St. Petersburg, but he overcame this in time to play an important role in the winning of the American League pennant. His opponent this afternoon, Kirby Higbee, winner of 22 ball games, was born April the 8th, 1915 at Columbia, South Carolina. Give me the ball and I'll get him out, is the favorite saying of the Carolina fireballer, who the past year was a workhorse of the Dodgers. His mate Slong will remember the third Western trip when he climbed out of a hospital bed after an attack appendicitis and then appeared in the game or bullpen on every playing day on the tour. He predicted all season that he'd win 20 games and was the first in the league to reach that total. Well, the weatherman has come through with a perfect day today. Everybody out here in the east has been pounding old man Fate for what he did to pitch yesterday, but the weatherman is getting a rousing vote of thanks because he certainly has come through in marvelous fashion after that rainy day. Today here in Brooklyn, the thermometer is around 86. It's bright and sunshiny. In other words, it's really a perfect day. Now the lineups. For the Yankees, these are the probable starting lineups. Sturm, S-T-U-R-M at first. Ruff at third. Henrik in right field. DiMaggio, center field. Keller, left field. Dickey, catching. Gordon, second. Rizzuto, short. And Donald, who has won 9 and lost 5, took part in 10 complete ball games as the pitcher. For Brooklyn, leading off, Reese at short. Walker, right field. Reeser, center field. Camilli, first base. Briggs is going to play third today in place of Lavagetto. Lou Riggs will be at third. Medwick will bat sixth and play left field. Owen, the catcher. Koskarart will play second in place of Herman and will bat eighth. And then the pitcher, Kirby Higbee, whose record this year was 22-9. He appeared in 19 complete ball games, and he pitched 2 shutouts. So, fans, that's the setup here on this perfect day in Brooklyn as we await the 4th game of this 1941 World Series, and I believe we're all agreed it's one of the greatest series that we've ever seen. So far, there's been 3 ball games, each decided by 1 run. And as to which team of these 2 is the best in the series, well, the jury's still out. There's been 3 ball games, and they've all been won by 1 run. So it's pretty hard to pick the best team in that kind of a series. Anyway, that's the picture right up to now. There's nobody on the field. They're getting the diamond all in shape. Pitchers are right down here in front of us, Atlee Donald and Kirby Higbee. And now it's my pleasure to bring in our co-worker, Bill Corum, who I'm sure has an interesting word for you today. Come in, Bill.
Thank you, Bob. We've got a color guard out here in front of us now with this big official band. It looks like a nightclub band, sort of, and it's tan coats and it's black trousers. A squad of sailors with the flag marching in toward the infield. The stands are almost filled. As you told the folks, it's another ideal baseball day with a high sky and high hopes on both sides, although we all realize, and the Brooklyn team realizes, that it has its back to the wall in this ball game with Billy Herman out of there. He was the steady man of the infield, the fellow that picked up Little Reese, but I might say that the little colonel is quite a boy out there himself, and he's been taking charge, hooping and hollering. Freddie Fitzsimmons down on the bench, still having to have hot packs put on his knee as Mr. Baseball here in New York still, and why shouldn't he be today after that game? And then his middle name is Landis, so that sort of makes him Mr. Baseball anyhow. He couldn't have a better middle name than that. Marius Russo, I was just talking to down there, the marvelous game he pitched. And that, Mr. McCarthy, the gentleman from Buffalo and the wonder manager of the Yankees, who almost never loses, thinks was the World Series. As we'd say out home in the Missouri River bottoms, Russo sort of took the rag off the flatbush with that one. And Mac thinks that it meant the series to him. And, of course, with Koskarot in there, not that Pete isn't a great little ball player, but it isn't Brooklyn's full strength. I would say about Herman's injury that it's sort of as if he'd slipped a rib. And I really doubt that he's going to have an opportunity to play in the series at all. I'm sure Freddie won't. Now, Miss Lucy Monroe is just walking out to the microphone at home plate, talking out there to the band leader, and one moment you're going to hear the national anthem. While we're waiting, however, these two pitchers are warming up. Atlee Donald right here in front of me. He's the fella that practically got off a farm truck and went to Joe McCarthy, said, look here, I'm going to be a Yankee pitcher. Now, lots of fellas try to do that, but very few succeed, but that's what happened to Donald. They sent him over to Newark for a while, but he was a success over there, and now he's come to be a Yankee mainstay. And, of course, Marsh Joe has really got plenty of pitching, not perhaps the great pitching that they had at one time when Ruffing was younger and Gomez was younger, but still they're good pitchers, and he's got a lot of it, and not the least of them, this fella Atlee Donald, the farm boy that just got down off the truck and came and said, Mr. McCarthy, I'm going to be a pitcher with the Yankees, and turned out to be one. You know about Kirby Higbee, most of you fans. He's what's known as a strong arm pitcher in baseball. He's a fella that blazes it through there. There seemed to be a question about Higbee with the Yankees. I've got a lot of confidence in him. A fellow that can win 20 ball games, well, he's a pretty good pitcher in my book, and I see no reason why he shouldn't pitch a good game here, even though the Brooklyn team does have to go in without quite full strength. Here comes Miss Monroe, and I'm just watching so that I won't interrupt here. Casey was... Here's the announcement.
Monroe of the Austrian Victor Company will sing the national anthem. She will be accompanied by Carlos Santos and his band. The color card is from the USS Seattle. Miss Monroe.
I'd be most happy if everybody here in the ballpark, as well as everyone listening in on the air, would join in and sing with me.
Thing, isn't it, that we're all learning to sing that song in this country now. Now, I haven't much more time, but I would like to say that Casey told Red Barber yesterday the reason he didn't cover first on that play was that he saw the ball go back a milli and figured it was a hit and stopped after he'd started. And now I'm going to turn you back to my very, very good friend, Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Bill. Now, friends, in just a second, we'll give you the official lineup again for today's game. You know, it sure is a big moment for Brooklyn, and you men everywhere will chalk this up as a red-letter day if you take advantage of Gillette's special World Series combination offer. Because, fans, you get a regular 25-cent tube of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, absolutely free with the purchase of 10 Gillette Blue Blades. Yes, sir, I mean just that. The shaving cream is an out-and-out gift. You pay only 49 cents, the price of the blades alone. And remember, these are today's vastly improved Gillette Blue blades. By all odds, the easiest shaving blades ever produced. The steel is diamond tested, so hard it actually cuts glass. What's more, the edges are absolutely the sharpest you've ever used. No wonder these blades outperform and outlast other blades better than 2 to 1. Now, fans, let me urge you in all sincerity to make the most of this opportunity. Stock up while you've got the chance. This offer is limited. The supply can't last long. So make it a point to see your dealer today. Take your choice of either the lather or brushless cream free with 10 Gillette Blue blades for only 49 cents. Well, the umpires have just come out. At the plate today will be Getz of the National League. At third base will be Bill Grieve of the American League. At second will be Babe Pinelli of the National League. And at first base will be Bill McGowan of the American League. We don't anticipate any changes in the lineups because the lineups I gave you were already called down to us from the press box. The two notable changes today are that Briggs will play third for Brooklyn in place of Lavagetto, in that Coscarart will play second in place of Billy Herman. Outside of that, with the natural exceptions of the pitchers, the lineups are the same as we have seen them in the other games. Now, for just one last second, the boys are up there dragging the infield to be sure it's real smooth, getting it all set. It's a perfect day. The stage is all set for the number 4 game of this exciting World Series, the 4th game being played here at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. And so now I'm going to turn our mutual microphone over to my co-worker here in the World Series, Red Barber, the crack baseball reporter of station WOR, who's all set to give you his thrilling account of the first half of this ball game today. All right, Red, come in.
Thank you, Bob. Good afternoon, everybody. Kirby Higbee, who will have to start a half an inning sooner than Atlee Donald, is really pouring in the last of his warm-up pitches right now. And he is not stopping at all for the conference between the umpires and the two coaches, Fletcher of the Yankees and Gresson of the Dodgers. And now that conference is breaking up. After playing here yesterday, of course, they have very little to go over today in the way of ground rules to refresh themselves and to be all straight. And Higbee continues throwing right to the last moment, and it is apparent now that he will throw until he turns to go to the mound to start the game and will not go back into the dugout. The announcements are still being checked over the public address system, and just as Bob gave you. Johnny Sturm has selected his bat and is standing over at one end of the Yankee dugout, waiting to be the first hitter, but the Dodgers have yet to take the field. And now each team is sending down its bullpen squad. For Brooklyn, Casey and Allen, right-handers, and French, a left-hander, have gone down to the Brooklyn bullpen, and sitting in the front of the Yankee dugout, waiting to go down into the bullpen, are 3 right-handers, Brewer, Murphy, and Branch. It was Brewer and Branch who were working the bullpen yesterday. And the Dodgers go out to take the field. We'll set the Brooklyn club for you. And there is the Yankee bullpen contingent going down now into the left field corner. Kirby Higbee on the mound. Won 22 games and lost 9 in the pennant race. Kid from Columbia, South Carolina, 26 years old, 5'11", and 185 pounds. Mickey Owen, back of the plate. First base is Dolph Camillian at second base. And it is indeed a large pair of shoes that he is being asked to step into and walk away with. Pete Coscarart, Billy Herman out. Herman yesterday pulled something between his ribs in his left side. And it was very painful, a very painful and muscular hurt. It hurt him so that he could hardly get his breath, much less move around. And in addition to those other Yankee pitchers I told you going down to the bullpen, there is a 4th going down, Steve Peek. So the Yankees have 4 men in the bullpen, and the Dodgers have 3. And now the Dodgers are sending down a 4th pitcher into the bullpen. A correction on that. It is a 3rd catcher. So the bullpens are pretty well populated. So it's Coscarart at second base, filling in for Billy Herman, and it's doubtful that Herman will get in for a couple of days. I imagine that Herman is one fellow right now who wishes it would rain for 2 or 3 days, give him a chance to get some rest. However, there's no sign of rain with the weather like it is today. Reese is at shortstop, and Riggs goes to third base. Get a left-hand batter in against this right-handed starting pitcher, Donald, for the Yankees. And also Lavagetto's only had 1 hit an infield single so far in 3 games. Medvick is in left field, and in center, Pete Reza. And right, Dixie Walker. Johnny Sturm standing to one side. He has 3 hits for 12 at-bats so far in the World Series. It's a brilliant, hot, sunshiny afternoon, and Kirby Higbee is waiting for Sturm to step in. The outfield is straight away on Sturm. He hits pretty much to all fields. Briggs is in close by third. Here's the first pitch of the game. It's a high fastball for ball one. Larry Getz of the National League is back at the plate calling balls and strikes. Bill McGowan of the American League is first. Dave Pinelli of the National League is second. And third is Bill Grieve of the American League staff. Art Fletcher is the third base coach for the Yankees. And Earl Combs back at first. Sturm runs up and takes a pitch that is through there. Sharp curve for a called strike. 1-1. And Kirby Higbee is more than anxious to be in this ball game. He was held out of the last important series when Brooklyn went into St. Louis, and he didn't pitch down there. And so far he's been held out of the World Series, and here he is on the mound. He's 1-1 with the first batter. Higbee throws, the fastball is swung on and missed for strike 2. 1-2. First man up, no score. The outfielders keep checking the sky after every pitch. It is a bright, brilliant blue, the kind of sky that hurts you to look up at it. Higbee throws, the curve swung on the line right back of second base. There's Reese up with it. The throw is in time by a step. And Reese goes back to second base to take Sturm's bid for a hit away from him. And it's the shortstop directly behind second. Moving over nimbly, coming up with it and throwing to Camilli, and Sturm is out. And so the ball game commences. 1 up and 1 out. And Red Rolfe, who has 4 hits for 12 official at-bats. Left-hand batter, stepping in. Reese comes up almost to the inside grass by third. Coscroft at second. There's a step over toward first base. The outfield is straight away. Higbee throws. Strike. Ball. Nothing in 1. Just buzzed that one right in there. Bill Corum told you Higbee is a strong-armed pitcher. He just rares back and pops him down. Now he shakes no. Nods yes. Pumps twice. Throws. Fastball, which is hit into left field for a clean base hit. Rolfe hustles down to first base, and after taking his turn, holds on as Medvick throws towards second and reaches the shortstop. Goes out to the edge of the left field grass and cuts it off. And Higbee, after shaking off Owens, came down with a fastball that was belted on a line into left field, and that is the 5th base hit for Red Rolfe so far in the series. He now has more hits than any other Yankee. He has more hits than any other player in the series. Now there's a runner at first, Red Rolfe. Tommy Henrich is up there, left-hand batter, who has 2 hits for 11 try. Outfield deep toward right. Henrich takes a high fastball for ball 1. 1-0. Outfield pulled around toward right. There's a bit of a breeze which is blowing out toward right field generally, but not enough wind to make a great deal of difference. Infield up a step. Higbee in position, throws. Henrich takes high for ball 2. Tommy cuts his eyes down at Art Fletcher, the third base coach. Takes a flash, as the ball players say, to see if there's a sign on. Henrich up there. DiMaggio kneeling on his right knee out on deck. 1 man out, no score. Top of the first inning. The pitch is a slow curve that is in for a call, strike 1. And Higbee pulled the string with a breaking ball and threw it over. Henrich, after bluffing all around the plate as though he was going to bunt, then just pulled his bat back and took it for a called strike. 2-1. Camilli holding first base against the runner. Kirby throws. There goes Rolfe. Henrich swings at a fly ball into left. Medvick is waiting for it, dumping his glove. The left fielder takes it. The throw is to second base and reaches the shortstop again. Intercepts it. Cuts it off. And with a hit and run on, Rolfe went down to second, then came back as Henrich cried out to left fielder Medvick. Now there is a tumultuous noise that goes rolling and re-echoing through these double-deck stands as DiMaggio steps in. The outfield is deep and well around toward left. The left side of the infield is way back, and shortstop Reese is 2/3 of the way over toward third. Coscroft at second is almost over directly behind the bag, and Camilli holds the bag against Rolfe. A curve is high and inside at 3/4 speed for ball 1. Right-handed pitcher, Kirby Higbee, H-R-G-B-E. And a right-hand batter, Joe DiMaggio, standing up there in that flat-footed stance, feet wide apart. Brings that stick way back. Swings, and there's a high foul ball. It's coming down deep behind right field and lands untouched in the right field bullpen. And second baseman Coscroft was the man who was closest to it, and he was 15 steps away. As we told you, the outfield was pulled well around toward left field, where right fielder Dixie Walker was practically almost over to center field. He had no chance at all on a high foul ball out alongside the right field line, about 10 feet foul. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. DiMaggio standing back. Rubbing his hands dry. Going for dirt. Now steps in and sets himself. Slightly open stance. Off again, leading off first. 2 out, no score, top of the first. Higbee slowed down on a pitch just under the hand. Ball 2. DiMaggio took 1 hitch, took 2 hitches, and then says, oh, I don't want it. Took it for ball 2. 2-1. Let up ball. Higbee in position with a runner on in back of him. Delivers. DiMaggio takes a low curve for ball 3. 3-1. Pass low outside curve. That ball is called for by plate umpire Larry Getz and inspected. It's found to be all right, not marked or roughed. 3 balls, 1 strike. The Yankees may have the run and hit on. Let's see. Rob dances off first and draws a throw. Slides back in under Camilla's tag safely. 3-1. DiMaggio waiting. Roth holds as the pitch is high inside for ball 4. Roth was not running, and DiMaggio has walked. The Yankees now have men at first and second. Roth moving to second base. He got on with a single, the only hit of the game, and DiMaggio with a walk. He's on at first. No activity. He left the bullpen. Here's Charlie Keller stepping in. Keller, who has 3 hits for 10 at-bats. DiMaggio, who was just up there and is at first, has 2 hits for 11 official at-bats. Keller stepping in. He's the Yankee strong boy. Chokes that stick just about an inch. Crowds that plate from behind for a left-hand batter. He's very stocky and powerful. Takes a high outside fastball for ball 1. 1-0. Rizzo was a few steps over toward right center, but in response to a sign from the Brooklyn bench, he moves back to where he's almost in straightaway center. Higbee throws a curve that is high and outside, thrown by a right-hander to a left-hand batter, one that did not come down and in. Ball 2. And the breeze is a little more brisk as it blows out toward right field, which, as you know, is the short field at Brooklyn. 297 feet along the line, but there is a 39-foot wall and screen in back of right field. Now the runners off first and second, ready to go on anything. Higbee comes down 2-0, and in there for a strike. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Mickey Owen settling down in his rocking chair, back of the plate, pumping the sign. Now comes halfway up. Higbee pitches 2-1. A fastball which is hit wide of first and through in the right field for a base hit. There is Rolfe coming around third to score. Walker's throw goes to third base, but not in time. DiMaggio reaches there standing up as Keller singles sharply through the hole between first and second into right field. Hit it right on the nose. And the Yankees go ahead 1-0. And this is the first time that either team has scored a run in the first inning of a World Series game this year. And Joe McCarthy has come tearing out of the Yankees dugout and is having a bit of a conference to Larry Getz, the plate umpire. And whatever Joe says, we can't figure out, but at any rate, Getz turns around and says very vehemently and points to himself that whatever the decision is, that he would give it. Solid base hit for Charlie Keller. His 3rd hit of the series, and the Yankees go ahead 1-0. That's the first run scored in any first inning for either team in so far this World Series. Now DiMaggio's at third, Keller at first, Bill Dickey up. Swings and misses at a fastball inside, practically on his hands. 0-1. These 2 hits here in the first inning have both been sharp. Outfield, straight away on Dickey. Tall catcher leans over the plate and then leans away from a pitch that's inside, waist high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Higbee rubs the fingers of his right hand across the front of his uniform. A single, a walk, with 2 out, a single by Keller, and the Yankees lead 1-0. Dickey takes a curve low inside, just above the knees. Ball 2. 2-1. Higbee turns, walks off the mound, goes for the rosin bag, stands there. No activity in the Brooklyn bullpen. Dickey steps out of the box, gets tired of waiting. DiMaggio leaning down off third. he can really lope around those bases. On that single into right field, he reached third base standing up. Didn't have to slide. Dickey swings, breaks his bat, hits a line drive at Cosgrove, traps, and throws to first base in time for the out. Cosgrove trapped the ball and had to make the play at first. Dickey broke his bat. There it snapped. And the out was accomplished. Second baseman to the first baseman for the Yankees in the top of the first inning. It is 1 run, 2 hits. 2 men were left. No Brooklyn errors. When the Yankees come back in the second, it'll be the third of their hitting list of 9. Gordon, Rizzuto, and Adley Donald. At the moment, Donald is walking out to the mound. He's tall, 6 feet, 185 pounds, and has very long arms, and has a tremendously complete follow-through. He's very loose, and when he is snapping off his pitches, he makes a complete turn out there on the mound, and when he finishes his follow-through, his pitching hand, his right hand, is practically down on the ground. For Brooklyn, Reese will be first up, followed by Walker, and then by Reza. It's a magnificent afternoon from the weather standpoint. The temperature is in the high 80s, and the humidity is 50%. And the sun is bright, and as the ball players say, there is not an angel in the sky, meaning a cloud. When the players look up on pop flies and fly balls, they're looking into nothing but bright blue. For the Yankees, it is Donald limbering up, throwing down to Buddy Rozar. Now Rozar surrenders the mitt to Dickey. Dickey making the last out. Top of the first inning, had to go back, put on the catching tools. The mask, chest protecting the shin guards. And now Dickey is receiving the rest of the preliminary pitches thrown by Donald. The infield is Sturm at first. Gordon at second. Rizzuto at short. Ralph at third. In left field is Charlie Keller, who drove in the Yankees 1 run as they lead 1-0. Center field is DiMaggio. And in right field is Tommy Henry. Reese, who has 4 for 12. Stepping in to be the first batter, last half of the first inning. Charlie Dresden is the Brooklyn third base coach. And the MGR himself, Leo DeRocha, back at first. There's Donald, a tall right-hander. Throws overhand a fastball that is fouled up halfway to first base. Dickey goes down, and the catcher grabs it. Either Dickey or Sturm could have made the catch, but Dickey was under a full head of steam, and Sturm got out of the way. But Sturm took a look up at that foul ball, and after Dickey made the catch, Sturm sort of shook his head as if to say, it's tough looking up above. And Reese going after the first pitch, fouls out to catcher Bill Dickey. 1 up, 1 pitch made by Donald, 1 out. Last the first inning, 1-0. Favor the Yankees. Dixie Walker, who has 1 hit for 10 at bats. Standing to one side, knocking the dirt out from under his spikes. Now steps in, tall, willowy, loose left-handed batter. Bill Dickey down to give the sign. The Yankee outfield toward right. There's a high outside fastball, ball 1. Donald, 1-9. Lost 5 this last year. There he is, a full sweeping stretch up overhead. Delivers. Pours a fastball through there for a called strike. 1-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Dixie standing right in the middle of batter's box. Donald works. Fred bunts down toward third base. Donald off the mound. Picks it up. The throw to first base is in time by a half step. And Walker is thrown out. The pitcher to the first baseman. Push to bunt midway between the mound and third. Donald could get there a step ahead of Rolfe, and that step difference made the play. And Walker's out. Pitcher to the first baseman. Pete Reza, who has 1 for 11, steps in. Donald looks around, checking the Yankee defense in back of it. Gordon is deep at second base. The outfield around toward right. Reza takes a high curve just under the shoulders for a called strike. 0-1. Donald ready. When he goes down, start is pumping. He almost touches the ground. Straights up, throws. Reza swings and misses at a high inside fastball that really had something on it. All right, strike 2. It's 1-0 favor the Yankees. 2 out for Brooklyn. Nobody on. Last first inning. This is game number 4. The 1941 World Series. Now to stand 2 games for the Yankees. 1 for the Dodgers. Left side of the infield up halfway. Reese's fast. Pete swings and there's a foul. Back up third and into the stands. Upper deck. 0-2. Everything sort of quiet for the moment as Donald walks around back of the mound, rubbing up the ball that's just been put in play. Dickey goes down. Lewis crouch to give the sign. Plate umpire gets working off the catcher's right shoulder into the crack between the catcher and the left-hand batter. There's Donald pumping. Throws high for ball one. Sort of wasted a fastball up there to see if Reese would go after it. He didn't. 1-2. And the wind is now blowing rather steadily, but not too strongly, out toward right field. There's a pitch that is high, a sort of a three-quarter speed let-up ball. 2-2. Donald looks down into the ground in front of him as though he was reading a note from somebody. Now lifts his eyes, takes the sign from Dickey, and starts pumping. Throws. Breeza takes high for ball three, and Donald threw him a high downer. Didn't come down enough. Full count of 3-2. After getting ahead of Breeza, nothing in two. Donald then started working on him. He's been pitching him first a fastball, then a let-up pitch, and then a downer, all high. So they're not pitching Breeza anything low if they can help him. Donald pumping twice, three times. Delivers 3-2. Reza swings and misses at a high inside fastball. Strike three swinging. And it's nothing across for Brooklyn. Down 1-2-3. At the end of the first inning, it is a run. 2 hits and no errors for the Yankees. No runs, no hits and no errors for the Dodgers. And that ends the first inning.
There's punch and plenty of it behind Gillette's big offer, friends. Yes, sir, free Gillette shaving cream, either lather or brushless, with the purchase of 10 easy shaving Gillette Blue blades at the regular price of the blades alone. You can't tie that. So pop over to your dealers while this offer lasts. Get a tube of Gillette shaving cream with 10 improved Gillette Blue blades for only 49 cents. Well, this fourth game of the World Series is now going into the second inning. 0-0, and here's Red.
Joe Gordon, who has 4 hits for 6 official at-bats. First up in the second inning, will be followed by Rizzuto, then by Donald. In case you just tuned in, the Yankees jumped off to a 1-run lead in the first inning, which has just been finished, of this fourth World Series ball game when, after Sturm had grounded out short to first, a brilliant play by Reese, Robb singled sharply on a line into left field, then held on as Gehrig flied out to left, and with 2 gone, DiMaggio walked, getting ball 4 on a 3-1 pitch, which was a let-up ball high and inside. And then Keller promptly shot a line drive single through the hole between first and second into right field, and Robb scored. Higbee, who was ready to pitch to Gordon, got out of it, getting Dickey to break his bat swing on a pitch, bounce one out, second to first. Outfield well around toward left on Joe, who takes a high outside fastball, ball 1. Gordon is one of the most feared batters in baseball. Magnificent eyes, magnificent coordination, on a great set of wrists. Higbee pitches. Gordon takes high for ball 2. 2-0. Gordon steps back, goes for some dirt. This is just as hot an afternoon as you would expect in midsummer. The heat is really blistering. Players are perspiring freely. That's why you see them going into the dirt after practically every pitch when they're hitting. There's a pitch high and inside for ball 3, and Higbee's behind 3-0. First man up. And there's Coach Charlie Dresden stepping from the Brooklyn dugout and motioning down to the bullpen for activity, and motions with his left arm. That means French. Gordon takes a strike. 3-0 pitch was laid through there. And left-hander Larry French, who relieved and pitched to one man yesterday in the 8th inning, which turned the ball game upside down. That was Dickey. French got him hit into a double play. And French is getting busy down the Brooklyn bullpen right now. Gordon swings on a 3-1 pitch and fouls it to the top of the stands behind third base. 3-1. 3-2. Full count. Higbee very calmly going about his business out there on the mound. Outfield as deep as it can get. Around toward left. Kirby sets, pumps, delivers. Gordon swings and hits it right back to the mound. Higbee knocks it down, picks it up. The throw is to first, in time by a step and a half, and Gordon is out. The pitcher to the first baseman. And the story on that is that Higbee was behind 3-0 to Gordon with his first 3 pitches. Dresden stepped out of the Dodger dugout, motioned for left-hander Larry French to get busy in the bullpen, And then Higbee threw nothing but strikes and got Gordon throwing him out at first himself. Now it is 1 up and 1 gone, top of the second. Scooter Rizzuto. Stocky right-hand batter. Takes a fastball inside after looking for a split second as though he might be toying with the idea of laying down a bunt. 1 ball, no strikes. Briggs in close by third. Rizzuto is very adept, pushing bunts down toward third and beating them out. Higbee throws a high outside curve, ball 2. 2-0. Higbee looks in toward the Brooklyn dugout, toward DeRocha. Makes some sort of sign with his hands, and Higbee nods in the affirmative. Gehrig pitches 2-0. Fastball right above the knees, over the inside slice for a called strike. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 man out, nobody on. No traffic on the bases at all here in the second inning. The Yankees lead 1-0. Well, the great crowd settles down silently and watches. Rizzuto swings. There's a fly ball into short center. Here's Reza coming in. Now he's under it. And center fielder has it for the out. 2 up and 2 gone. And pitcher Donald is just now stepping out of the Yankee dugout. Here he is coming into view, and there's the applause growing as the fans out here see it. Donald is a right-handed pitcher, but a left-hand batter. French, who was throwing very busily for about 2 minutes down in the bullpen, is now sort of eased up. Donald leaning over the plate, takes a high outside fastball. Ball 1. The outfield is not around toward right. They don't figure Donald to pull Higbee. There's a fastball blown right through. 1-1. The reach of the center field is over toward left center. Medrick is a couple of steps closer than normal, or straight away, toward the line. Higbee throws. There's a high pop fly to short. There's Reese going back, shielding his eyes with his glove, and makes the catch. He had to look into that sky a long time. There's nothing, of course, for the Yankees. Top of the second inning. Up 1, 2, 3, and out. And the Yankees lead 1-0, and that ends the first half of the second inning.
Almost 35,000 of the Flatbush faithful have Ebbets Field bulging at the seams here today. That's a lot of people, and yet more than 100 times that many men have purchased Gillette Tech razors in recent months. Boy, to win fans at this rate, you've got to be good. Well, this Tech razor really has what it takes. Why, we could spend the rest of the afternoon reading wires from users. You should hear what users, including the players on both these embattled teams, have to say. Joe DiMaggio, for example, reports, the Gillette Tech put me wise to real shaving comfort. The Tech's 4 major improvements account for such enthusiasm as this. See what a difference they make. Ask your dealer for the World Series Special Gillette Tech with 5 improved Gillette Blue blades. Pay only 49 cents and get the slickest shaving combination ever produced. Now going into the last half of the second inning, and here's Red.
Dolph Camilli is first up for the Dodgers, to be followed by Riggs and then by Medwick. The outfield around toward right. Camilli has 1 hit for 10 at-bats in the series. Takes a curve that breaks into him good for a called strike. Donald right-hander on the mound. Bill Dickey is his battery mate. Camilli standing midway in batter's box. Leans in, swings, and there's a high one hit out toward right field. And it is up against the wall for an extra base. There's Camilli on his way for second. Here comes DiMaggio's throw. Dolph slides and is safe. And Camilli doubles. Sliding in just under Rizzuto's tag. And that was a beautiful throw from DiMaggio, who took the ball on the rebound on the column as it came off the right field concrete wall. A double by Camilli. Open up the last half of the second, and Brooklyn has a tying run halfway around. A great throw by DiMaggio, and Rizzuto was a little bit, shall we say, burning at the moment when Camilli was called safe. However, Rizzuto was trying to make the tag from the center field side of second base, and Camilli, seeing what was coming up, slid in from the pitcher's side of second base, and that made the difference. So Camilli on at second. And Lou Riggs is up. He's hitting at 1,000 in the series. He pinch hit in the first game. He's 1 for 1. This is his first starting assignment. Left-hand batter, Anna Crouch. Takes high inside for ball 1. The Yankees lead 1-0, and the Dodgers are battling now. Take that leg away and tie it up. Roth is right off third. Rizzuto is halfway up at short. The right side of the infield is back. Outfield shaded toward right. Donald throws. Briggs swings, and there's a high foul back to the top of the stands. Out of play. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's manager DeRocha coming down from behind first base where he's coaching. Calls Riggs to one side. Tells him something. Now Leo goes trotting back. Larry Getz steps around, brushes it off home plate. Bill Dickey walked a few paces out in front of the plate. Said something to Donald. Now the tall, long-armed right-hander for the Yankees, Anthony Donald, stands there in the sun shining down on him. Camille dances off second. Riggs crouches over the plate. Right-hander pitches. Riggs takes high and inside for ball 2. 2-1. And every time that a Yankee pitcher is in the slightest bit of trouble, Dickey immediately starts walking in front of the plate, killing a little time before throwing the ball back. It's a device he uses to sort of keep the pitcher going along easily and not let him work too much of a hurry. Donald throws. Riggs swings, and there's a high fly ball into very short right. Underneath it is right fielder Gehrig, waiting. Makes the catch, and Camille holds at second base, and the throw-in goes to second. And Gehrig was coming in all the time with his glove up over his face in addition to his sunglasses. That's how strong the sun is and how bright the sky. Sunglasses are not enough today. Now Riggs, fly ball to the right field, and it's 1 out. Joe Medrick stepping in. Joe has 4 for 12. Don Camille on at second. Open up the last half of the second with a 2-bagger. Outfield is around toward left on Medrick. The biggest hole is right center. Infield is up 1 step and straight away. Medrick swings and bounces 1 to third. Rolfe grabs it, drives the runner back to second, throws to first high, and Gehrig gets off the bag and gets back in time. And Medrick and DeRocha are now making a squawk to first base umpire Bill McGowan, claiming that Sturm did not get his toe back onto the bag. That is out number 2, and Camille remains at second base. The ball was hit to third ahead of the runner. And it's now 2 out. That was a very high throw from Rolfe that an inch higher would have been a complete overthrow and into the stands. As it was, Sturm had to leave first base, went way up into the air, and then coming down, stretched with his foot and just did tick the corner of first base. That's 2 gone. The batter is Mickey Owen, and the Yankees still hold their lead of 1-0. And Camille, who opens up with the double last to second, is still at second. Infield up a step on Mickey. Camille ready to go on anything now. 2 out. Owen gets tired of waiting on Donald and backs up. I don't believe you can recall a series in which all pitching has been done with so much deliberation. Now Owen's back in there. Completely closed stance. Takes a high inside curve for ball 1. Donald was working along in the first inning when he was setting the Dodgers down as fast as they got up. Just firing that ball back as quick as he could get the sign from Dickey. But here in the second inning with Camille at second, taking his time. Throws a fast sidearm fastball through there. And it's ball strike 1. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dickey walks out in front of the plate, and the ball is thrown in. There he gets. Takes it out of play. Puts in another one. Mickey Owen turned around and asked for that examination. 1-1. Dickey standing in front of the plate, and Donald turns his back on him. Now Donald fiddles around. Owen, meantime, pumping at stick, leaning over the plate. Cross crutch, bend at the knees, in a severe crouch. Chokes that stick about 2 inches up from the knob. Donald throws. In fact, I guess you could say that between pitches here in the last half of the second inning, we'd have time for at least maybe 2 Gillette shaves. Donald throws 2-2. A curve that just misses low inside, and the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So it's an automatic run and hit. Mickey Owen at first, Alcamel at second will be on their ways. On a favorable motion of Donald's right arm. The pitch is Koskarot's judgment. Outside, ball 4, he'll take it. It's in the strike zone, he'll be after it. Let's see what happens. Donald in position. There's a stir in the stands. The pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. A fast sidearm pitch just at the spot around the knee. Koskarot was struck out. And that was all for the Brooklyn bid. That's the second strikeout for Donald. And so it is a run, 2 hits, no errors for the Yankees. No runs, 1 hit, and no errors for the Dodgers. It's a story for 2 full innings, 1-0. Favor the Yankees. And on the broadcast with the best wishes of the Gillette Safety Razor Company. We're going to pause for 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Back at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn. Getting ready for the 3rd inning in the top of the Yankee batting order. Higbee is taking his time, and he's just now leaving the Dodger dugout and walking to the mound. And this game is being played with more deliberation than all of the others put together. And we thought in the other games we'd seen some very deliberate baseball staged. I think it is a part of what you would call the practical playing psychology of the 2 teams. Here in a tough series, to have the pitchers take their time and let the hitters wait. As the pitchers say, let the boys cool off up there. And on occasion, we've seen the fire return when the batters, seeing that the pitcher would be just ready to throw, would step back out of the box. And that would be calculated to upset the pitcher to a degree. If you recall yesterday when Johnny Allen came on to relieve in the 9th inning, it was Russo himself who stepped out on Allen. And Allen was exploded enough to come all the way down to the plate and bellow. However, it didn't upset his pitching efficiency. But at any rate, that gives you a key as to what they're trying to do, and it is being done calculatedly and deliberately. Now Higbee's ready. And Stern, who opened the ball game by being thrown out, has reached the shortstop, went back of second for the grounder. Stern was up for his second at bat. He now has 3 hits from 13 official tries here in the series. Outfield shaded around toward left. 1-0, favor the Yankees. Stern swings and fouls the first pitch right back. He hits the stands with a solid crack, hit a pipe. 0-1. Higbee pitching. He's one of the fellows who defies the fates. He wears number 13. In fact, that would have been quite a story if 13 were Fitzsimmons' number. The way he was cracked on the knee yesterday. Stern, a left-hand hitter. Leaning over the plate, takes from the outside. Ball 1. Higbee, a right-hander. Mickey Owen catching. Swilly at first. Koskarot at second. Reese is at short. At third is Lou Riggs today. Lavagetto played third the first 3 games. Stern swings as a drive out toward right field. Walker going over against the wall and pulls it down for the out. That's all for Stern. Nice running catch by right fielder Dixie Walker. In the outfield for Brooklyn, there's Medwick in left field, Reese in center, and Walker in right. There's been no change there throughout the entire series. There's been no change in any of the Yankee positions except on the mound. Red Rolfe got the first hit of the ball game, and that ultimately led to the 1 run of the game. Rolfe singled in the first inning. Has 5 for 13. Left-hand batter. Takes a low curve under the knees. Ball 1. The breeze that was an inning ago now isn't. Flags hanging limp at the stabs. Rolfe takes a strike. Just above the knees. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-0, favor the Yankees. Rolfe a single in the first inning, moving to second as DiMaggio walked and scored on Keller's single. Higbee throws. Rolfe swings and belts it right back through the middle. A line drive into short center for a clean base hit. And Rolfe now has 2 for 2 this afternoon. He has 2 of the 3 Yankee hits off Higbee. And Rolfe now has a total of 6 base hits here in the series. Tommy Henry, who has 2 hits for 12 at-bats stepping in. Guards the plate from behind as a left-hand batter. Cowtails that wood. Put it down by the end. 1 out. Rolfe at first. Henry takes a let-up ball, a slow pitch. Change of pace. It was outside. Ball 1. Come into the first baseman holding the bag against the runner. Then as Higbee pitches into the plate, Dolph cuts out a couple of steps. Henry swings and misses at a hipper-dipper curveball, breaking down under his hands. 1-1. Outfield shaded toward right and back. Henrik sets, takes fastball low and outside. Ball 2. 2-1. No activity in the bullpen. French did throw some in the second inning when it looked as though Higbee was going to lose his control, and he hasn't thrown since, and there has not been a ball thrown in the Yankee bullpen in back of Donald. Higbee pitches low outside for ball 3. 3-1. And there's Dresden stepping out in front of the Dodger dugout and motioning for a left-hander and a right-hander to get busy. So there's French getting up. There's the pitch. A strike call just under the shoulders on the outside. 3-2. And the right-hander getting up is Hugh Casey. To Henry. Let's see if Rolfe is going down. Well, the Yankees are playing a run and hit or not. 1 out. Higbee delivers. There goes Rolfe. Henry swings, and it's a line drive foul. And French knocks it down in the Brooklyn bullpen. Turned around from the crack of the bat. And the ball came to him on the first bounce. Just missed about 4 feet. And Rolfe was all the way around to third. Pulls up. Goes cutting back diagonally across the diamond, walking toward first. So it's 3-2 right on. Well, the Yankees were running then. Let's see if they're running again. This has been a running series. I can recall no World Series in which the games have been tight. You'd figure 3-2, 3-2, and 2-1 ball games. You'd have a lot of bunting and playing for 1 run, but it hasn't been that way at all. Keep in position, delivers. There goes Rolfe again. Henrik swings. There's a high fly ball deep into right center. It's way back out yonder. Walker back to the wall. Reza back. And Walker makes the catch. Complete against the wall. The throw comes into second base, and Rolfe gets back to first. Dixie Walker takes one right off the concrete, 400 feet away. Listen. That was a tremendous high fly ball, belted in the general direction of where the World's Fair was a year ago. And Walker went right back up against the concrete wall, deep right center. Reza, the center fielder, was coming over and hesitated slightly, but Walker didn't. He powered right on and made the catch. Now it is 2 out. DiMaggio up and Rolfe is back at first. And Joe gets away for one. It's right up under the chin. One and all. Outfield deep around toward left. DiMaggio walked in the first inning. The pitch is a change of pace, very slow, down in front of the shins. Ball 2. And Brooklyn pitchers continue pitching here and there, around and about, giving DiMaggio some of this and some of that. Anything of the same, right back again if they can help it. Higbee throws a fastball that is beaten down foul, and DiMaggio really wound up on it. He windmilled for that one. 2-1. Joe doesn't say anything. That first pitch really made him almost get under a low bridge. 2-1, 2 out. The Yankees lead 1-0, and they are at bat in the third inning with Red Rolfe, possessor of 2 straight singles. The runner at first, Millie Holding. Higbee throws. DiMaggio swings at a bounding ball to deep short. Reese is up with it. Throws to second to Cosgrove for an easy force on Rolfe. The runner coming down from first. He scored DiMaggio as a force out, and Higbee pitches out of that trouble in the third inning. And Dixie Walker really turned it. There's a tremendous ovation given Walker as he comes tearing into the stand. Listen. And so at the end of 2.5 innings, it is a run, 3 hits, no errors for the Yankees. For the Dodgers, it is no run, 1 hit, and no errors. And there is Donald. Tall, long-armed, long-legged right-hander. He's very loose out there on the mound, one of the loosest pitchers you'll ever see. When he has nobody on, he's using a full pumping motion. He bends down until his gloved hand, the fingers of the glove, actually scrape the ground. It's a pumping motion which is just as complete as Vandermeer of the Cincinnati Reds. And then when he follows through, he comes all the way around. Throwing down to Bill Dickey. And the Yankee club now on the field defensively in the last of the third. There's applause for Higbee as he comes out to be the first batter in the last of the third inning. Donald and Dickey the battery. An infield of Sturm at first, Gordon at second, Rizzuto at short, and Rolfe at third. In the outfield, Keller is in left. In center, DiMaggio, and in right field is Henry. Kirby Higbee, big 13, passes on the back of his monkey suit blouse. Right-hand batter up there. Swings and taps a pitch foul. Back at first base is coming down close to the stands and in amidst the spectators and out of play. Sturm is over there watching. 0-1. Higbee swinging a brown bat. Holds it down by the end. Outfield a couple of steps toward right. They don't play him to pull. Higbee swings, fouls it back. Strike 2. Everything sort of quiet. Two teams battling along, never out of reach of the other. This game so far is following the pattern set by the first three. Higbee swings and hits it into left center field for a base hit. It's in for a clean single. And Higbee, to the roar of the crowd, pulls up at first. 2 strikes on him. Donald slowed up somewhat, and Higbee timed it and tapped it. Into center. That is at number 2 for the Dodgers. Now DeRocha is holding Higbee's jacket, and Kirby slips his arms in. Keep his right arm warm. Now the top of the Brooklyn batting order, beginning its second go-round. Reese to be followed by Walker. Scores 1-0. Favor the Yankees, and the Dodgers have the potential tying run on at first. Now Rolfe is right off third. Sturm is right off first. They're both ready to come in if a butt's going to be the play. Donald throws, Reese sets the butt, and then takes a pitch that's high and outside. Ball 1. The maneuvering of the infield, as you know, on a bunt play. On the pitch, the first baseman comes running in. The third baseman comes running in. The shortstop goes over to cover second, and the second baseman comes over to take first. And the pitcher breaks off the mound toward the third base line. Here's the pitch, and Reese bunts at it and misses it completely. The pitch was over anyhow for a strike. 1-1. Now there's Sturm walking back to take first base. Rolfe backing back toward third. Rizzuto going back out to short. Gordon back to second. Outfield around toward left. Biggest hole is right center. 1-1. Reese slim the right-hand batter. Here's Sturm halfway in, and then there's no pitch. Donald backs back off the mound. And the Yankee infield now is, by their action, virtually certain that Reese will be bunting. Let's see. 1-1. Reese swings. There's a bounding ball down toward second base. Gordon up with it. The plays back to second base, and Higbee is forced. And Reese is on at first with a force out. And what the Dodgers tried to do was cross up the Yankee infield, but it's awful hard to do it the right side with a man by the name of Joe Gordon down there. Because there was a bounding ball which was hit down to the right side of the infield, and Gordon was up with it and played back to Rizzuto, the shortstop, covering at second base. And it was a force on Higbee. Gillette presents the World Series. Today we bring you the second game between the New York Yankees and the St. Louis Cardinals from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. This is a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's cavalcade of sports, which includes the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games, New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts, and other banner-line events right around the sports calendar. And this is Red Barber speaking over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and their affiliates, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA, Schenectady, KGEI, San Francisco, which carry this presentation to our armed forces throughout the world. At this moment at Sportsman's Park, the Yankees are finishing their preliminary infield workout. The Cardinals have already taken theirs and retired to their clubhouses. And it is now a matter of definite starting record that it will be Bonham and Beasley, the two right-handers, going this afternoon in this second game. First game, as you know, was won yesterday by the Yankees and defending world champions 7-4. Bonham has won 21 games in the regular season this year, and he has been quite a key man for the Yankees. As you recall, in last year's World Series, he pitched and won the deciding game, the crusher, the clincher. And this year, in early May, in beating Cleveland, he pitched the Yankees into first place, and they never afterwards relinquished it. And then it became Bonham's fate to pitch the deciding game, which gave the Yankees the pennant. later on last month. And Beasley was in the position of possibly being the clincher for the Cardinals this year. This is his rookie campaign. This is indeed a signal honor for him to start this second game. And Beasley was to have been honored, as he was, although it would have been much more important if the Cardinals had lost their first game of the doubleheader Sunday, the last Sunday of the pennant race, because a lot of people thought, well, if that had happened, that naturally Cooper would go in to try and absolutely put the clincher on and prevent a tie. However, Southworth had made up his mind that had his ball club lost the first game to the Cubs Sunday, nevertheless, it would have still been young Beasley. So I say that just to let you know what the Cardinal skipper thinks about this young rookie right-hander who won 21 this last year. So it will be Beasley, that is definite. And the two teams are going otherwise just as they played yesterday. In fact, Beasley is now beginning to warm up, and the same is true for Bonham. For the Yankees, Rizzuto leads off at short. Rolfe follows at third. I'll go down these rather quickly, and Mel Allen will check them for you at the start of the ball game. Cullenbine in right, DiMaggio in center hitting fourth, then Keller in left, Joe Gordon at second, Dickey catching, Hassett at first, and Bonham the starter. And for the Cardinals, Jimmy Brown at second base, Captain Terry Moore in center, Slaughter in right, Stan Musial in left, Walker Cooper catching, Johnny Hopp at first, George Karowski at third, Slats Marion at short, and Beasley the starting pitcher. The umpires will be Summers of the American League back of the plate, Bob the National first, Hubbard of the American at second, and Major Kurth of the National at third. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct pleasure and privilege to have with us here for a couple of moments a surprise visitor. Hank Greenberg, Lieutenant Greenberg of the United States Army. Hank, how are you?
Well, I'm swell, Red, and it sure is great to be up here.
Well, it's great to see you, and congratulations from not only the baseball world, but from our entire country on your starting as a private and working your way up to second lieutenant.
Thank you, Red.
Well, Hank, is it military secret where you're stationed now?
No, it isn't, Red. I'm at Fort Worth, Texas, Flying Training Command, under the command of Major General Yount.
Mm-hmm. And, Hank, have you been seeing much baseball lately?
I haven't seen a game since that last one I played in, May 7th, 1941. This is the first Major League game I've seen since I've left.
Well, is that right? Well, Hank, I imagine as you sit here in your Army uniform and look down and see the boys in their baseball uniforms, you must have quite a lot of thoughts.
Well, I can't help thinking while watching these two great teams warming up on the field today that what makes our Air Forces so great is the same thing that makes the Yanks and the Cards pennant-winning clubs. Teamwork. You know that old baseball saying that to have a great team, you got to be strong down the middle. Catcher, pitcher, short, second, and center field. And that's true in the Air Forces, too. It isn't just a pilot any more than it's just a pitcher in a ball game. There are also the vitally important positions that are held down by the navigators, the bombardiers, the radio men, and the mechanics. And speaking of these last two, the radio men and the mechanics, that's what our team, the Army Air Forces, needs right now above everything else. And there's a swell spot waiting for them. Any healthy American between the ages of 18 or 44 inclusive who knows anything about using tools. Red, I don't want you to think I came over just to talk about radio men and mechanics, but I'm glad I've had the opportunity to. Thanks a lot.
Well, thanks a lot to you, Hank. In other words, you're lieutenant, but to all of us, you'll always be Hank. Thanks a lot, and we'll be glad to repeat that message for you many, many times. And that's to you radio men and mechanics to go to your nearest Army recruiting station and enlist as specialists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our sights back again onto the baseball diamond. The groundkeeping squad here at Sportsman's Park busily going over the skin portions between the bases, smoothing it out, and in approximately 9 minutes, while the second game will be on. And there's a great deal of sentiment here in St. Louis about this second game, and there's a great deal of emotion, a great deal of hope, and perhaps there might be just a little doubt. And the gentleman to reflect all of that is the man of two cities, the famous sports columnist of the New York Journal-American, who long before he got to the big town was just hand-raised all over this part of the country. And I'm talking about Bill Cora, who is another one of the great sports announcers in the Gillette Safety Razor Company's cavalcade of sports. And
before we present Mr. Coram the national anthem. And now, everybody, here's Bill Coram.
Thanks, Red. I'm following a big fella in this chair right now. Not only a big fella, Lieutenant Henry Hank Greenberg, but one of the nicest fellas I know, and one of the best first basemen I ever saw play first base, and he could certainly roll that apple around for you himself. I remember so well that series between Detroit and Cincinnati in 1940, and Henry is one of my special favorites, and he looks wonderful in that uniform, I might tell you. But we're now coming up to the second game of this World Series, and no mention of it would be complete without saying something about what happened in the first game, because if the Cardinals have a chance in this series, I'm convinced it was born in that roaring uprising that they put on in the ninth inning yesterday. It was the first time in all the years that I watched the Yankees, and I watched the Yankees a lot of years, that they looked the least bit jittery, as if they didn't know where they were and exactly what was going on. In fact, they looked a little bit foolish, to put it frankly, in the ninth inning, and the Yankees seldom do that. You beat them once in a while, but it doesn't often look as if they've got their hands down, and that was exactly the way they appeared, and in the clubhouse afterwards, they looked and talked that way. McCarthy couldn't say anything for quite a little while, and I later talked to Chandler and frankly said to him that he didn't look as if he had a lot, and he said he didn't because he said he hadn't warmed up, and he really hadn't expected to go in there. So that's evidence again that nobody on the Yankees believed what these Cardinals did was going to happen. It's the kind of a kid ball club they are, as we all know, and today they're pinning their faith on a freshman, 21-year-old pitcher from Nashville, Johnny Beasley. A really great freshman pitcher. You'd have to go back in the records to a fellow named Grover Cleveland Alexander, way back in 1911, as I recall, to find a fellow with a better record. Beasley won 21 and lost 6, so that he is just as close as he could get without being dead-tied with his rival, who'll pitch for the Yankees this afternoon, Big Ernie Tiny Bonham, who won 25 and lost 5. You couldn't put two pitchers any closer together than that. Beasley just stopped warming up down there in front of me now. He's not as big a fella as Bonham. In fact, there's nobody on either squad as big as Tiny, who was born out in Iona, California. And I guess if he wins this afternoon after beating the Dodgers in the last game last year, he'll start Iona at that. But he is, as I say, a 220-pound, 6'2" man, a big, sort of sad-faced, melancholy-looking fella. You know those big fellas that look that way, in contrast to Beasley, who's a cocky sort of kid that borders on chestiness, and a very belligerent boy out on that pitching mound. Both right-handers, of course, and both, as I say, great pitchers this year and any year. Beasley a freshman, I would call Bonham a junior, because this is his third season with the Yankees, although he came up from Kansas City to finish and not to start the 1940 season. Now, there was quite an argument with Southworth
about whether to start Beasley today. This is a little behind-the-scenes stuff that I don't know whether everybody knows or not, but some of Southwest's advisors here in St. Louis asked him to start Ernie White, figuring that now he must find out whether the Yankees could hit left-handers. There's been a little question about that. Fellas like Cottonhead Smith and Chubby Dean, just what you'd call run-of-the-dugout left-handers, have troubled the Yankees some this year. And it was the contention of some of Southworth's aides and friends that he should find out in this game whether his left-handers could hold the Yanks. And Billy wavered for a while last night. He lives on the same floor in the same hotel I do, and I know this. He almost switched over to starting Ernie White in this game, and then finally decided to go with the kid. So it's going to be Johnny Beasley, 21-year-old youngster, and now the Cardinals are racing out on the field, and I'm got very little bit of time left here. So that's the story here at Sportsman's Park as the Yanks and Cards prepare to go into the second game of the series, and this is Bill Corum turning you back to Red.
Shortages of many things threaten today, so it may not surprise you to learn the supply of Gillette Blue Blades for civilian use is growing more limited week after week. The reason is simple. Gillette production has been greatly reduced by order of the War Production Board to save steel. Altars, ship stores, and other agencies of our armed forces mount higher all the time. That means there won't be enough Gillette Blue Blades to go around unless civilians buy in limited quantities and use them thriftily. Just as a case in point, there are already areas where Gillette blades are difficult or impossible to obtain, despite our constant efforts to distribute them evenly throughout the country. The primary purpose of these broadcasts is to inform you of the actual razor blade situation and explain how to get maximum service from every blade. During the game today, we'll point out a number of simple ways for prolonging blade life and enjoying comfortable, good-looking shaves at the same time. And Johnny Beasley has taken the mound and is throwing down to Walker Cooper, his catcher. The Cardinals are on the field. Standing to one side to be the first hitter is Rizzuto. And before Mel Allen comes in to take over, before play starts, let's pause for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
It's just a couple of seconds before the game gets underway, and here stepping into the microphone is Mel Allen. Mel, you did a great job yesterday, especially in handling that skittish no-hit whammy situation in the late innings. How are you today?
Great shape, Red. Getting ready to go now with the second game of the 1942 World Series. We're waiting for Phil Rizzuto to step into hitting position. As you know, Johnny Beasley, young right-hander who's only 23 years of age, was 23 on May the 5th of this year. We're all set to go. Johnny Beasley looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Phil Rizzuto leading off. Red Ross
on deck, Roy Combine to follow. Beasley taking his time, checking to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Starts his wind-up, and we're ready for the first pitch of the ball game. Here it comes. Rizzuto takes it. Little high, ball one. Whitey Crosley's at third base for the Cardinals. Marty Merritt at short. Jimmy Brown on second. Johnny Hop on first. In the outfield, Stan Musial in left, Terry Moore in center, and Enos Slaughter in right. Strong-arm youngster Johnny Beasley into his windup. Overhand fastball. A little bit high for ball two. And so Phil Rizzuto leading off for the Yankees. The first half of the first inning stands ahead of the pitcher. 2 balls, no strikes. Grosky even with the bag at third. In position, coming on a bunch. Phil Rizzuto trying to lay one down. He's one of the best runners in the major leagues. Beasley's all set for the next pitch. Here it is. Fastball inside and high. Backing Rizzuto away from the plate. Ball 3. Ball got away from Walker Cooper. Rolled a few feet behind him. Went back, picked it up. Now he's walking out toward the mound, rubbing up to cover the ball, then returns it to Beasley. Rizzuto went hitless yesterday in 4 times at bat. Already Billy Southworth has a man warming up. In the Cardinals bullpen, it's Howie Christ, a right-hander. Beasley all set for the 3-0 pitch to Phil Rizzuto. Here it is. Fastball inside, ball 4, and Rizzuto walks to start the second game of the 1942 World Series. And remember, on Saturday it will be resumed at the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Coming up now is Red Ball. Bats him left-handed. Wears the number 2 in the back of his uniform. Grosky still in close to third. Watch for a bunt. On at first base with Phil Rizzuto is Johnny Hop. Cardinal infield in bunt formation. Stretch has a throw over first. No soap. Rizzuto back safe.
cross-bags and such. Wipes his hand across his letters. Of course, there is no letter. A couple of Cardinals perched on a bat. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is taken there to turn around Morton Skipper to Marin. Rizzuto slides head first and is in safely at second base. The pitch was outside for a ball. Rizzuto stole second. Memory serves me correctly, that's the first stolen base in the World Series this year. Beasley standing on the mound looking in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Bill Rizzuto has shortly gone second. Beasley takes a stretch, checks his runner.
Here's the pitch to Cullenbine. It swung on and missed for strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Beasley. Sort of a half-speed ball at which Cullenbine cut and missed. And here's the Yankee clipper, Joe DiMaggio, stepping in. Joe had himself 3 hits yesterday in 5 times at bat and drove in a run. Joe bats him right-handed. Feet spread wide. Cocks that bat over his right shoulder. There are 2 outs now. Rizzuto on at second base. First half of the first inning, no scores yet. Stretched by Beasley. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes one low outside for ball 1. Cooper went to his knees to make the catch of the pitch. Whitey Kurowski is playing a very deep third in position to guard that third baseline. Marty Marin's playing way over toward third. Jimmy Brown a deep second and over toward the bag in position to move in back at second. Johnny Hopp a deep first. Beasley taking his time at the moment, eyes ready, into the stretch. Rizzuto wandering off second. Here's the pitch to DiMaggio. He swings on it, it's a smash down to third. Kurowski comes up with it. There's his throw over to Hopp in time for the out, although Hopp fell after making the catch, almost losing his balance, getting that throw from Kurowski. So that's all for the Yankees in the first half of the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Cardinals. 1 left on for New York. And the score at the end of the first half of the first inning, nothing for the Yankees, with the Cardinals coming up in the last half of the first inning. And it'll be Ernie Bonham on the mound for the Yankees, the boy who pitched the deciding victory in the 1941 World Series for the Yanks against the Brooklyn Dodgers, tossing a neat 4-hitter to give the Yankees their current World's Championship, which they're defending this year against the Cardinals. Billy Southworth is talking to Bill Summers, apparently about the very same thing that Bill Summers was talking to Johnny Beasley. Red leaned over and whispered to me probably something about Beasley's foot position. Ernie Bonham this year has won himself 21 ball games and lost but 5. And the amazing thing about Ernie is his marvelous control. He appeared in 28 ball games, pitched 22 complete games, and only walked 23 men, and several of those were intentional passes. Now that's amazing. Bonham works very rapidly, and because of his wonderful control, doesn't waste too many pitches. So we may, if everything goes serenely and calmly, have a pretty fast ball game today, contrary to the one yesterday when it took approximately 45 minutes for the first couple of innings. And now the discussion apparently is still going on concerning Johnny Beasley's foot position, because Joe McCarthy's come out of the Yankee dugout talking to George Bart, first base, with Bill Summers having come all the way up from home plate to continue the discussion. And there now are Bar McCarthy and Mike Gonzalez, the Cardinal coach, back at first talking. And now Joe McCarthy calls Buddy Hassett over to him to say something to him. And now there is Buddy trotting over to the mound to talk to Ernie Bonham. So Buddy Hassett's being a messenger boy at the moment for Joe McCarthy. Jimmy Brown's at the plate, all set to step in. There goes Buddy Hassett trotting back to his first base position, and we're all set. Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Ernie Bonham. Big Ernie goes into his windup, and here is his first pitch. It's outside for ball 1, fastball. Bonham has pretty good fastball, has a nice fork ball, which he uses very, very nicely. He's all set. Here's the pitch to Brown. Jimmy takes it, and it's low inside for ball 2. Brown had 1 out of 4 in yesterday's ball game. Outfield playing him just a little bit toward right and center and right. Keller is watching him to hit to left center. Bonham ready. Pitches. Jimmy Brown takes a fastball high for ball 3. 3-0 to count on Jimmy Brown. Leading off for the St. Louis Cardinals. Last half of the first inning, no scores yet. Jerry Moore's on deck, then will come Ina Slaughter. Rolfe at third, Rizzuto at short, Gordon on second, Hassett at first, Dickey catching, Bonham pitching, Jimmy Brown awaiting the pitch. Here it is. Jimmy takes it, and it's in there for a called strike. 3-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal skippers, coaching back at third. He already told you it's Mike Gonzalez back at first. Charlie Keller's in left, DiMaggio in center, Cullenbine in right.
Bonham throws, and this pitch is high outside for ball 4, and Jimmy Brown walks. To start the ball game for the St. Louis Cardinals in an offensive way, base on balls number 1 given up by Ernie Bonham. And so just as in the top half of the first inning when the Yankees leadoff man Phil Rizzuto walked, so does Jimmy Brown for the Cardinals. Stepping in now is Terry Moore, captain of the Cardinals, getting a nice hand from the Cardinal fans here at Sportsman's Park. He's the boy that broke up Red Ruffing's potential no-hitter in the 8th inning yesterday with 2 outs. Bonham takes his stretch, checks Jimmy Brown. Here's the pitch. Terry Moore shortens up, bunts out toward the mound. Bonham fast picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. Not in time. Safe at second.
Sacrifice, fielder's choice.
That scored as a sacrifice for Terry Moore. He's not charged with the time at bat and goes safe at first on the fielder's choice when Bonham elected to try for a force out on Jimmy Brown at second, but his throw was not in time. And so, for one of the few times since the series started, we've had evidence of the Cardinals' speed. And here is Eno Slaughter stepping in. Men on first and second, nobody out. A stretch by Bonham. Here's the pitch to Slaughter. He takes it. It's in there for a called strike. And the Cardinals are threatening here in the last half of the first inning. Still perhaps carrying along on the momentum which they brought through in the last half of the 9th inning of the opening game yesterday. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Bonham ready. Here's his pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Slaughter cut hard. Atlee Donald is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. Limbering up, getting ready in case Joe McCarthy wants him. Outfield deep toward right for Slaughter. Yankee infield in double play position. Bonham ready to stretches. Here's the pitch. Slaughter swings and sends a fly ball out into left center. Charlie Keller is over under it. DiMaggio along with him. Keller makes the catch for the out, throws quickly into third. Holding at second is Jimmy Brown, and at first Terry Moore. Slaughter fly to Keller in left center for out number 1, and here's Stan Musial coming up. Musial went hitless in 4 times at bat yesterday. Bats him left-handed. Over the public address system here at Sportsman's Park, as each man comes up to the plate for the first time, he's announced. And, of course, the applause follows through. Joe McCarthy is signaling to his outfield to shift a little bit for Stan Musial. Looks from up here as if he's playing him almost straight away. Stretch by Bonham. Here's the pitch to Musial. It's outside. Ball 1. On deck, Walker Cooper. 1 away. Last half of the first inning, no scores yet. Jimmy Brown leading off second. Terry Moore off first. Bonham throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1. That fork ball came in there. Completely fooled Stan Musial. He almost had his bat all the way around before the ball got across the plate. 1-1 the count. Bonham looking for the sign from Dickey. Has it. Brown leading off second. Moore off first. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a fly ball. Curving foul back to first. Buddy Hassett going over is under it near the field boxes. Makes the catch for the out and holds Jimmy Brown second as he throws on over to third. Ralph taking the throw on one hop. Bonham backing up third. So Musial fouls out to Buddy Hassett back at first base for out number 2. Here's Walker Cooper coming up. Cardinal catcher. Bats him right-handed. 2 down. Jimmy Brown still on second base. Terry Moore still on first base. Time's call for a moment. Buddy Hassett goes over to talk to Phil Rizzuto. Now they have exchanged their bits of information. Hassett goes back to first, Rizzuto to short. Bonham now is all set. Adjusts his cap, looks around to see if all of his colleagues are ready. Looks in to get the sign from Dickey. It's Walker Cooper, right-handed batter up there. Bonham's first pitch, swung on, fouled off, back onto the screen, back to the plate, and strike 1. Cooper had himself 1 hit and 4 times at bat yesterday. New ball in play. Bonham gives the Rosbach a bit of a touch, holding the ball in his gloved hand. Wipes his pitching hand off across the letters. Standing sideways on the hill, looking in for the sign. Jimmy Brown moves off second. Moore wide lead off first. Bonham pitches. Walker Cooper swings. Has a smash. A base hit over Gordon's head out in the right center field. Is going to be in there for extra bases. Coming in to score is Jimmy Brown. Terry Moore rounding third coming in. Going into second, standing up Walker Cooper with a double, and the Cardinals lead 2-0. And Walker Cooper came through with a line drive over Joe Gordon's head out into right center field for a double, scoring Jimmy Brown from second base and Terry Moore from first base. And how those two Cardinal Jackrabbits were skirting around those bases. And so the Cardinals get the jump today, and they lead 2-0. And here is Johnny Hop up. Cardinal first baseman bats him left-handed. Walker Cooper leads off second. Bonham pitches, swung on and missed. Strike one by Johnny Hop. Hop was hitless in 4 times at bat in the opening game yesterday. 2-0 now in favor of St. Louis. Walker Cooper moves off second. Bonham takes his stretch, checks the runner, then pitches. Hop swings and fouls this one back. Strike 2, the fastball. Just managed to get a little bit of it, swung a little late. Another new ball in play. Bonham in the process of giving it the old rough-up. Getting the shine off of it. 2 outs. Last half of the first inning. 2-0 in favor of St. Louis. Bonham ready now. Here's his pitch to Hop. It's a fastball high, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on the Cardinal first baseman. Walker Cooper moving off second base. Got a pretty good lead. Bonham leans forward, getting the sign from Dickey. Now is ready. Stretch, the pitch. Hop takes this one high for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Johnny. Steps out of the batter's box now for a moment. Gets a little dirt on his hands. Wipes his hands off on his trousers. Taps his cleats with the fat part of the bat. Hitches up his trousers now, adjusts his cap, and moves back in. 2-2 the count, 2 outs, 2 runs in. Cooper on at second. Bonham all set. Throws. Hop takes a high one for ball 3. So the string is run out on Johnny Hop, 3-2. Bonham had Johnny in the hole, then trying to work very carefully on him. Run the string out to 3-2. Whitey Krauski's on deck. He'll hit next if Hop gets on. Bonham all set for the payoff pitch. Stretches. Here's his. Swung on. It's a high fly ball. Hit out into center field. Running is Walker Cooper. Under the ball is Joe DiMaggio, and he makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the last half of the first. 2 runs. 1 hit. A big double by Walker Cooper. No errors. 1 man left on base. 2-0 at the end of the first. To put it straight, fans, shaving's a lot quicker and more comfortable the all Gillette way. Why, you'll be delighted at the difference it makes when you prepare your beard with Gillette shaving cream, either lather or brushless, and waltz through it smoothly with a Gillette blue blade in your Gillette razor. Yes, sir, these 3 make a perfect combination like red, white, and blue. Many men think brushless cream best, and if you're one of them, you'll prefer Gillette brushless by a wide margin, I'm sure. It's greaseless, can't clog razor or drains, rinses off in a jiffy, and stays moist on your face. Now, it doesn't cost a cent more to enjoy the extra luxury of shaving the all Gillette way, so ask your dealer for Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, only 25 cents.
This is WGN Chicago serving the Middle West. Farmers Market reporter, let's get acquainted for Golden Mix, Cedric Foster for Montgomery Ward, the 3 o'clock Walgreen News, Meet Tommy Bartlett for Wholesome, and Words and Rhythm will not be heard today due to the World Series broadcast at this time.
We acknowledge the courtesy of these sponsors who have canceled their programs today for the World Series broadcast that follows immediately. Carter Products Incorporated, sponsors of John J. Anthony, and the makers of 4-Way Cold Tablets, sponsors of Cliff Edwards. We take you now to Briggs Stadium in Detroit.
Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Briggs Stadium in Detroit, Michigan, Gillette presents the World Series. Good afternoon again, baseball fans everywhere. This is Bill Slater with Al Helfer and Bill Corum greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Detroit Tigers and Chicago Cubs get ready for their 3rd game in this 1945 Championship Series. Men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette, as you know, is on the air the year round with on-the-spot reports of leading sports events, including the Kentucky Derby, football bowl games, and similar classics. Gillette also broadcasts the major boxing match of the week regularly every Friday night. And Gillette is going to broadcast this third game between the Tigers and the Cubs, and it'll be coming up in just a couple of moments. Each team, as you know, has won one game, so this is the rubber game up to this point in the series. The weather has been the big question in Detroit today. It was raining this morning, a slight drizzle. That stopped about an hour ago, and just about 15 minutes ago, the protective tarpaulin was taken from the playing surface of the infield down here. And although it's a dampish afternoon with a blue haze settled down over most of this section of Detroit, obscuring the vision of the skyscrapers in the background and making it hard to follow fly balls out into the deep field, in center field, left and right, just the same, I believe the game is going to get itself put into the book this afternoon. And if it does, this is the final day in Detroit, Michigan. There will be an exodus out of the Motor City tonight, and into Chicago will go the delirium of the 1945 World Series. And the Cubs will put on the white at-home uniforms, and the Tigers, when next we see them tomorrow, will be wearing the traveling gray. As far as the baseball that has been displayed in the series is concerned, it could be said it's run pretty close to form. Chicago is known for good pitching, superior speed offensively and defensively, and steady hitting. And those were the factors that won the first game for Chicago. Detroit is known as the possessor of excellent pitching, some pitching stars, and long ball hitters. And those were the factors that won yesterday's game for Detroit. So it's true to form at the end of two games with the series all tied up. The question as to who is going to win the series, well, that will only be decided by events, of course. People go around saying that in 28 out of 40 instances, the team that won the first game goes ahead to win the series. And then they turn around and point out that 10 years ago, Chicago shut out Detroit in the first game with Lon Warneke doing the pitching. Then Detroit came back and won the second game with little Tommy Bridges, and Detroit eventually won the series with Bridges pitching that thriller for the fourth victory in the final ball game. So let's just wait and see. Incidentally, I'd like to say a word about the band that you heard as we came on the air that's been bringing us on the air with Take Me Out to the Ball Game every day. That's Billy Finzel's 45-piece band, and Billy Finzel has had his band here now for the 7th World Series. In 1907, 8, and 9, way back then when Huey Jennings was the mastermind of the Detroit Tigers, Billy Finzel had his band out there, and he has opened 43 American League seasons here in Detroit. With Billy Finzel's band, it's good to have them here. And incidentally, since we shall be leaving Detroit today, I'd like to do a very, very sincere bow to the staff of CKLW, the mutual station here that has picked up this end of the series, and to their men here in the broadcast booth with us, Bob Henderson, Bud Lynch, Bill Carter, Dennis Robinson, and Charlie Lane. And we would be remiss indeed if we did not express our very sincere gratitude to Ed Fitzgerald of the Detroit Club, who handles the press arrangements here and has done us so very many favors. Well, that about fills us in on the situation as we get close to the start of this third ball game of the 45 series. But here present with his ever-present Boonville, Missouri smile is the well-known sports columnist, your friend and mine, Bill Coram. Bill from Missouri, come in.
Thank you, Bill Slater. That's a fellow from those West Virginia hills, you know. Parkersburg, to be exact. I'll get even with him. And good afternoon, folks. I wouldn't want these World Series games here in Detroit to pass without my having said something about the group of line service boys who are attending the series from a California military hospital as guests of the Hearst newspapers. These happy, smiling, having a whale of a time for themselves youngsters almost bust your heart when you see them around the press headquarters dining and club room, on the streets, or here in the stands of Briggs Stadium with their earphones glued to their ears. Earphones and a transmission system which the Gillette Cavalcade of Sports broadcast has been only too happy and proud to be able to set up for them. I repeat, they're having a great time, and I'm sure that every person in these great crowds has felt honored and pleased to be a fellow spectator with them. For folks, these boys are the tops. No wonder our great country goes marching magnificently on. Coming back to baseball, it is doubtful if we'll see any such pitching in this third game as Virgil Trucks of the Tigers turned in yesterday. The sizzling sailor was faster than a short honeymoon, and whatever may happen this afternoon, he has made this series a contest again. For he'll be coming back at the Little Bears again down Chicago way, as of course will Newhouser. Incidentally, although little has been said about it, Hooks Wise pitched a pretty sharp game yesterday himself. He made only 2 mistakes on my scorecard. He walked Mayo, and he didn't walk Greenberg. With 2 on, 2 out, and the score tied, I think that Hooks and back of him Charlie Grimm should have made Greenberg wait for the junior prom. Walked him, in other words, which is, of course, second-guessing, which also, of course, is what I get paid to do. Today it's going to be the veteran Claude Passeau, old number 13, in the points for the Cubs against Stubby Overmeyer, the homegrown Wolverine forkhander. Southpaws are not the Bruins' favorite dish either by any means. Still, they do beat them sometimes. We have another of those Michigan Mists on tap for this game, but tomorrow we'll be in Chicago, and the Chicago folks, fellows like Ed Burns and Johnny Carmichael, tell me that the sun shines in Chicago 365 days a year and 24 hours a day, maybe. Now, I'd like to say a little bit about the hitters here. 2 games have gone into the records, and the leading hitters are with the Cubs so far. Stanislaus Hack, old Stanislaus, one of the great third basemen of the game, a grand ball player always and now and for many years, is up there with a 500 mark, as is Captain Phil Cavaretta of the Cubs. Mickey Livingston, the catcher, who only played in 1 game, also is hitting 500. Doc Kramer, another wonderful old veteran and steady-going outfielder, is leading the Tigers with 429, which ties him with Swish Nicholson of the Cubs. And right behind him is the home run king and the big gun of the Tiger attack, Hank Greenberg, with 400, and little Skeeter Webb is nailing that potato pretty good, too, with 375. So there's not much to choose with only 2 ball games gone, the Cubs having a slight edge and Hack playing one of the best games of his career, by the way, at third. We're always glad to see that because he has been such a steady and wonderful ball player. Kramer hasn't been quite as good in the field as might have been anticipated. He really has been one of the game's steadiest and best outfielders, you might say. Not the hardest hitter, but just a great outfielder right through his career. He's been a little unsteady out there in the field and seemed a little slow. But with the bat, he's been a tower of strength, and of course he started the Tigers off on that 4-run splurge, the only inning in which they've scored in the series so far, but enough to win that second game of the series. And that's that for now, fans. I'll be back to give you a quick summary of the highlights when the game ends.
Well, most of you folks have probably heard the slogan for the new Victory Loan Drive. They finished their job, let's finish ours. Now, that fits exactly a request that Uncle Sam was making to all community volunteers in war-connected jobs. A look around in your own community. There's still a desperate need for nurses' aides in hospitals and for all other Red Cross services. Selective service boards are busy processing discharged veterans. Workers are vitally needed to complete the 1945 harvest. And with the danger of inflation more serious than ever, price control board workers are very important. So if you have quit your volunteer job, go back to it if you possibly can. You have the experience to do the work efficiently, and it took weeks or months to train you. Let's finish up right. And now, baseball fans, here are the starting lineups for this third game of the 45 series. For the visiting Chicago Cubs, who are going home tonight, they hope with a victory tacked under their belts. The leadoff hitter will be the star third baseman, Stanley Hack. Batting number 2 will be Don Johnson, the second baseman. Batting third will be Harry Lee Lowry, L-O-W-R-E-Y, the left fielder. Batting fourth will be Phil Cavaretta, the first base star of Chicago for lo these many years. C-A-V-A-R-R-E-T-T-A if you're keeping a box score with us. Batting number 5 is the Wisconsin boy, Andy Pafko, P-A-F-K-O, the center fielder. Batting sixth is Bad Bill Nicholson, N-I-C-H-O-L-S-O-N, the right fielder. Batting seventh is Mickey Livingston, the catcher, who will probably be doing all of the catching now since Paul Gillespie twisted a knee in that 9th inning yesterday and perhaps will not be of service during the remainder of the series. So put in Mickey Livingston, number 7 in the batting order and catching for Chicago. Number 8 batter is their shortstop, Roy Hughes, and batting number 9 is their pitcher of the afternoon, the veteran Claude Passeau, P-A-S-S-E-A-U, a sturdy gentleman from the state of Mississippi, who this season has won 17 games and lost 9. Despite his long career, Passeau as a veteran, this is the first time he's had an opportunity to pitch in the World Series. He has pitched in all-star games, but this is the series, of course. So there's your Chicago batting order. Now here's the batting order for Steve O'Neill's boys from Detroit. The leadoff hitter will be the shortstop, Skeeter Webb. Batting number 2 will be the second baseman, Eddie Mayo. Batting third is the veteran center fielder, Doc Kramer, C-R-A-M-E-R. Batting fourth is Big Hank himself, the big left fielder, Captain Hank Greenberg. Batting number 5 is Roy Cullenbine, C-U-L-L-E-N-B-I-N-E, the right fielder. Batting sixth is Big Rudy York, the first baseman. Batting number 7 is Little Jimmy Outlaw, the third baseman. who lives in Jackson, Alabama, and has been doing a swell job here. Batting number 8 is the catcher of the afternoon, Bob Swift. This will be his first appearance in the series. Swift is a Kansas boy. He hails from Salina, Kansas, and Swift will be on there catching this afternoon. He usually catches Stubby Overmeyer. Batting number 9 for Detroit is their pitcher, short, stocky Frank Overmeyer of Moline, Michigan. Overmeyer this season has won 9 and lost 9, and he's a lefty on whom Steve O'Neill is placing all of his faith in this third and rubber game up to this point in the 45 series. Here are the umpires. At the plate, it will be Art Passarella of the American League, who is an Army dischargee, and of course, being an umpire, as you would expect, he served as a military policeman in the Army. Umpiring at first base is Jocko Conlon. That's really John Conlon, but everybody calls him Jocko. He's a National League umpire. Umpiring at second is the veteran Bill Summers of the American League, and umpiring at third is silver-haired Lou Jorda of the National League. So that's the manner in which both teams will take the field. Now, if you were a little late coming in, or if you want to check again your box score, we'll run down the batting orders for you just once more. Number 1 hitter for Chicago, Hack, third base. Number 2, Johnson, second base. Number 3, Lowry, left field. Number 4, Cabaretta, first base. Number 5, Pafko, center field. Number 6, Nicholson, right field. Number 7, Livingston, the catcher. Number 8, Hughes, shortstop. Number 9, Passau, the pitcher. And again, a quick check on the batting order for Detroit. Number 1 hitter, Webb, shortstop. Hitting number 2, Mayo, second base. Hitting number 3, Kramer, center field. Hitting number 4, Greenberg, left field. Hitting number 5, Cullenvine, right field. Hitting number 6, York, first base. Hitting number 7, Outlaw, third base. Hitting number 8, Swift, the catcher. And hitting number 9, Overmeyer, O-V-E-R-M-I-R-E, the pitcher. And now the Tigers have taken the field. And the leadoff hitter for the Chicago Cubs is about to come out here. And Roy Johnson, old Hard Rock, is in the coaching box at first for the Cubs. And Jolly Charlie Grimm, the manager of the Cubs, is on his way down to the third base coaching box. And now in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the playing of our national anthem. The Tigers are out there in their defensive positions on the field. York is at first, Mayo at second, Webb at short. At third is Outlaw, and left is Greenberg, and center is Kramer, and in right field is Cullenvine. On the mound now is Overmeyer, and behind the plate is Big Bob Swift. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. And now Old Glory flies from the top of the tall flagstaff in deep center field, and flagstaffs all around the roof of classic Briggs Stadium flies that most beautiful of all flags, our own Stars and Stripes. Now, just before I bring in my colleague here, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
And now to bring you his play-by-play description of the first 4.5 innings of this particular action here in the third World Series game is the big boy whose hometown, incidentally, is Monongahela, Pennsylvania, though he lives in New York. Big Al Helfa. Al, here she is.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Stubby Overmeyer is about ready to make the first pitch to a left-hand hitter, Stanley Hack. He does, and it's a curveball. It's good for a strike. So this third game of the World Series has now gotten underway. Stubby Overmeyer, standing 5'7", weighing about 170 pounds, delivers again, and Hack takes. It's low and on the outside for ball one. So the count now on leadoffer Stanley Hack is 1 ball and 1 strike. Hack stands very deep at the plate, crouches slightly, swings on this pitch and foul tips it. Well, that's strike 2. Stubby Overmeyer is 26 years of age. He was born in a place called Moline, Michigan, and he now makes his home in Grand Rapids. This fellow's a graduate of the Western State Teachers College back at Kalamazoo. Got himself a Bachelor of Science degree in 1941. Stubby kicks, throws, and there's a ball hit out into left field. Greenberg comes up to it and takes it nicely for the out. That's all for Hack, a fly ball into left field to Captain Hank Greenberg. Overmeyer fed a fast one on the outside that time that Hack dumped out into left field. So with one away now for Chicago, Don Johnson, their second baseman, who is hitting at .250 in the series, batting right-handed. Stands about midway in batter's box. Overmeyer tries a fast curve on him. It's swung on, fouled back into the screen. His count is strike one. No balls, one strike. The outfield fans slightly around the left to this right-handed hitter. Webb is at short, playing very deep. Overmeyer pitches. A curveball is hit down slowly to third. Jimmy Outlaw comes up with it on a skip, throws it into first base, and that's all for Johnson. Going out from third to first. So that's the second out here in the top of the first inning. There's no scores yet in this third game. The batter coming up now is little Harry Lowry. Peanut so far in this series has had 2 hits and 8 tries, so he, like Johnson, is hitting at .250. He stands very deep in batter's box. Holds that bat way up on his right shoulder. Swings on a pitch and laces it very solidly out into left field. Hank Greenberg takes it on the first skip, fires it into Skeeter Webb, the Detroit shortstop. And Lowry is on at first with a single drilled into left. So that's the first hit of this third game of the series. Now comes Phil Cavaretta, the star first baseman of the Chicago Cubs. And in the series, as Bill McCorum told you, he's hitting at .500 even. He has 4 hits for 8 tries. Lowry leads off first. Overmeyer pitches to the plate, and it's a curveball low and on the inside. The left-hand hitter. Of course, that's ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. The count on left-handed hitting Phil Cavaretta. He crouches way over at the plate. Takes the next pitch low and outside. That's ball 2. Lowry, who is pretty fleet of foot, steps off first base with big Rudy York straddled on the inside corner. Overmeyer stretches. Pitches to the plate, a curveball that snaps off outside for ball 3. Despite the fact that this guy, Cavaretta, is a left-hand hitter, he still is not being played as a pull hitter into right field. They're playing him deep nevertheless. Overmeyer throws a fast strike right through. That's the first one. That makes the count on Cavaretta 3-1. Charlie Grimm down behind third gets the attention of Cavaretta and yells something to him. Now Overmeyer is ready. The Detroit pitcher delivers. There goes the runner, and it's low for ball 4. So Lowry started to dig for second base. And then as soon as ball 4 was called on Cavaretta, he slowed down and moved into second easily. So that's the first base on balls given up in this game. Now the Cubs have runners at first and second. Lowry is at second, Cavaretta at first, and here is Andy Pafko, the right-hand hitting center fielder. He swings on the first pitch and hits a ball down to shortstop. Webb comes up with it and plays it right back to Eddie Mayo at second base for a force out on Cavaretta coming down for the third out in the inning. So for the Cubs here in the top of the first inning, it is no runs, 1 hit, 2 men left, and there were no errors. So at the end of the top of the first inning, it is Chicago nothing and Detroit nothing. Well, according to baseball experts, there are 3 basic pitches: the fastball, curveball, and slow ball. Every great pitcher has all 3 deliveries, just as Gillette has all 3 requisites for utmost shaving luxury. Yes, when you soften your whiskers with Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, and breeze through them with today's Gillette Blue Blade in your Gillette razor, you enjoy the slickest, most refreshing shaves a man can have. Your face looks its best and feels great. Fans, Gillette Brushless and Gillette Lather are superb beard softeners because they remove moisture-resisting oil from your whiskers almost instantly and blanket plenty of water against them. Every bristle gets a thorough soaking pronto. Enjoy the added luxury of shaving the all-Gillette way. Prepare your beard with Gillette Brushless or Gillette Lather and skim it off with today's Gillette Blue Blade in your Gillette razor. Men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Now for the last half of the first inning. It's a scoreless ball game between the Chicago Cubs and the Detroit Tigers. So far in this series, as Bill has explained to you, these two teams stand at 1-1. Chicago took the first game on Wednesday 9-0, and then yesterday Detroit came roaring back to defeat Chicago 4-1. And now Claude Passeau, the 36-year-old right-hander, known around the trade as Old 13, is about ready to make his first pitch in the last half of the first inning. He's facing Skeeter Webb, the Detroit shortstop. The first pitch is made, and it's a fast, low curve under the knees for ball one. Webb has 3 for 8 in his work at the plate in the series, and he's hitting at .375. Passeau, a graduate of Millsaps College, back in the year of 1932, gets himself ready again, twists, throws. There's a fastball hit right down to shortstop. Hughes comes up with it on a big skip, throws it into first to Cavaretta. That's all for Webb, going out from short to first. So that's one away for Detroit here in the last half of the first inning. Eddie Mayo, hitting left-handed. He's had 2 for 7 in 2 games, so his batting percentage stands at .286. He's a left-hand hitter, stands deep at the plate with an overly closed stance, which means simply that his right foot is very much farther forward and pushed down toward third. He stands almost straight up. Plate holds that bat high on his left shoulder. The outfield plays him as a pull hitter to right field. Passeau twists, throws a fast curve in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Claude Passeau juggles that ball around in his mitt. Now takes his sign, delivers, and it's taken outside. It's ball 1. 1-1 is the count on Eddie Mayo, the Detroit second baseman. Passeau hiding that ball behind his back. Starts his pumping motion. Delivers a change of pace curve that floats in and over. Called strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. That's the count on Eddie Mayo. Second man up for the Tigers here in the last half of the first inning. There's no score in this game as yet. Livingston hangs the mitt out as a target. The ball is thrown in there and swung on. There's a foul ball out back of left field. That was a line drive, hit about 10 feet foul out back of left, bounced into the roll of canvas. Up against the field seats. So the count stays on Eddie Mayo. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Passeau rubs the new ball briefly now. Art Passarelli, plate umpire, bends down over Mickey Livingston's left shoulder to get a good look at this offering. Passeau throws it, and there's a ball hit down to third. Stanley Hack comes up with it nicely, throws it over to Cavaretta. And that's all for Mayo, bouncing out from the third baseman Stanley Hack to first baseman Phil Cavaretta. So 2 Tigers have been up here in the last half of the first inning, and both have been taken care of by someone on the infield. Kramer's coming to bat now. Roger Dock. He hits him left-handed. Stands very deep at the plate. Passeau throws him a medium-speed curveball that's low for ball 1. Passeau, you know, was born in a place called Waynesboro, Mississippi. He now lives in Lucydale, Mississippi. Very proud of his farm, too. He'll talk to you about it all night if you give him a chance. He throws now, and Roger Kramer swings on it. There's a long fly ball in the left center field. Andy Pafko is over and takes it nicely after a long run for the out. And that's all for Kramer, flying out to his opposing center fielder, Andy Pafko. So for the Detroit Tigers in the last half of the first inning, they go down in order, Webb, Mayo, and Kramer. No runs, no hits, nobody left, and there were no errors. At the end of 1 full inning of play here in the 3rd game of the World Series at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, the score stands 0-0. There has been just 1 hit in this 3rd game of the series, and that was picked up by Peanuts Lowry in the first inning when he slapped one into left field. So that's how everything stands as these 2 pitchers, Overmeyer and Passeau, find themselves locked up in a pretty good-sized pitcher's duel at the end of the first inning. It's odd to note that both of these men pitching this afternoon for their respective ball clubs are both college graduates and both have a Bachelor of Science degree. Now Nicholson steps in the top of the 2nd inning. Bill's up for his first time this afternoon, hits left-handed. Overmeyer, southpaw, delivers. There's a snapping curveball outside for ball 1. Outfield plays more or less straight away to Nicholson, despite the fact he hits him left-handed. He tries to time the next pitch and slaps a grounder down to second. Eddie Mayo comes up with it nicely, flips it into first base to Rudy York. That's all for Nicholson. Going out second to first, so that's one away in the top of the second inning for Chicago. Hitting at 500 is Mickey Livingston. Paul Gillespie caught yesterday, but here today it is Mickey Livingston doing the hind snatching for the Chicago Cubs. He's a right-handed hitter, stands very deep in batter's box, sort of hugs up on it from behind slightly. Overmeyer looks at him, then throws a fast curve high for ball one. Outfield fans around slightly to left to Livingston. Greenberg out in left is playing very deep. Overmeyer throws a change of pace curve. It's just above the letters. A ball two. 2 balls, no strikes. We're in the top of the second inning and no score in this game. Little stubby Overmeyer delivers a fast curve. It's swung on, and there's a high fly ball into right center field. Cullenbine is under this one, and he's got it easily for the out. And that's all for Livingston. A fly ball to Cullenbine in right field. That's the second out now in the top of the second inning in the scoreless ball game. That brings to bat shortstop Roy Hughes of the Cubs. He hasn't gotten a hit in this series as yet. He's gone 0 for 6. Crouches over slightly from the waist. Swings on the first pitch and doesn't get it. Strike one. Overmeyer had a high, tight curve, working close off the fingers. Frankie comes right back. There's a low curve under the knees of Roy Hughes for ball one. 1-1 is the count on the Chicago shortstop. That's Roy Hughes. Overmeyer delivers a fast one. And this is just outside for ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs, top of the second. The score, Chicago nothing, Detroit nothing. Overmeyer kicks, throws again, a medium speed curveball. It is fouled back of third base and over into the field seats. So the count is now 2 balls, 2 strikes on Roy Hughes. With 2 down here in the top of the second inning and the base is empty, it's Roy Hughes at the plate. He has a count of 2-2. He takes the next pitch low and under his knees. That's a skip rope to keep from being hit with the pitch. And his count now runs to 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Swift signs for the pitch. Overmeyer throws it. It's a fastball hit back to shortstop. Skeeter Webb comes up with it. There's his quick throw to Rudy York, and it's in time. That's all for Hughes, going out from short to first. So in the second, nothing across for Chicago. And at the end of 1 1/2 innings of play, the score stands Chicago nothing and Detroit nothing. Well, here, fans, is the old Fordham Flash, Frankie Frisch, dynamic manager of the hustling Pittsburgh Pirates. Frankie used to play a lot of second base for the Cards years ago, and in my book, he ranks with Eddie Collins, Lajoie, Hornsby, and other immortals of the Keystone staff. Frankie Frisch, come on in here and tell the fans about the sharpest razor blade on earth.
Sharp is right, Al. The Gillette Blue Blade is plenty sharp, yes, and mighty easy shaving.
Well, would you say that the Gillette Blue Blade is number 1 with the Pirates, Frankie?
Yes, sir, by all odds. That's because you can always count on it for the slickest, easiest shaves a man can have.
That's putting it straight, Frankie Frisch. By the way, folks, Gillette Blue Blade should be easier to obtain now. And remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Right here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, we're going into the last half of the second inning of the 3rd World Series game here in 1945. And out on the mound, Claude Passeau for the Chicago Cubs, kicking dirt and getting ready. And the first man up is going to be the fellow that put the game on ice yesterday for Detroit, Big Hank Greenberg, and gee whiz did he hit one yesterday. Hank coming up there, he has 2 for 5 for the series, including that home run, so he's hitting right now at 400. Passeau looks him over, delivers him a fast curve that slides off outside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strike. That's the count on Hank Greenberg. First man up for Detroit in the last half of the second inning. Passeau works again. It's a curveball swung on and missed for a strike. And Greenberg really had distance, and he swung that time. He spun all the way around when he didn't get it. The outfield is playing very deep to Greenberg. Lowry in left field is back almost on the skin surface, back up in front of the screen in left field. Andy Papko is deep in left center field. Passeau pumps once, throws a sidearm delivery that's a crossfire and in there for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes is the count now on Hank Greenberg, the first man up for Detroit here in the last half of the second inning. With this gray overcast sky and a hazy day this afternoon, Passot and Overmeyer both look exceptionally fast. Passot's delivery is a high curve on the outside to Greenberg to level his count now at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hank trying to loosen up his shoulder muscles. Sort of jiggles them up and down. Now waves his bat back and forth. Passot gets ready for this 2-2 delivery. He twists, throws a sidearm curve that's outside for ball 3. Now the count on Greenberg is 3-2. And Hank said last night that it felt like old times. The boys were throwing him a lot of fast curves and dusting him off, throwing him close up against his body. Said it made him feel right at home. Well, there's a 3-2 count going now. We'll see what happens. Passot throws, Greenberg swings, and there's a high foul ball up and back. Mickey Livingston comes back for the screen, and he can't get it. It's about 4 feet up on the screen. So the count stays on Greenberg at 3 balls, 2 strikes. That Greenberg's a pretty likable fella. He's always got a pleasant smile for you. Always willing to sit and talk with you. He's like Charlie Grimm. Charlie really chew your ear off, too. Now Passot, who's very businesslike on that mound, puts his foot forward on the rubber, takes his sign from Mickey Livingston, looks around, checks his outfield. Now he's ready to throw 3-2 once more. Here it comes. It's swung on and missed for strike 3. A high, fast curve on the outside. And Greenberg is struck out. That's the first strikeout here in this ball game. The batter now is Roy Cullenbine. Roy has sort of been handcuffed so far in the series. He's been up 5 times officially, and he's failed to get a base hit. He's been walked a couple of times, and that's not much to Roy's liking. He likes to get a hold of that potato and swing hard on it. He's a left-hand hitter. Swings on this one, and there's a foul coming up almost into our mutual booth. Of course, that's strike 1. Cullenbine hitting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Claude Passot. When a left-hander works, Cullenbine switches around, hits him right-handed. But it's figured he's probably a little better as a left-handed hitter. Now Passot delivers a new ball, and it's a fast curve under the knees of Cullenbine for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The outfield is fanned around to right. Nicholson is very deep in right field, down pretty close to the line in right field. Passot throws a curveball that stays high and outside. Cullenbine stops a moment to kick the mud out of his spikes. The count on Roy is 2 balls, 1 strike. Claude Passot dries off his hands over the front of his uniform shirt. Now grips that ball firmly. Delivers to the plate. Swung on by Cullenbine. There's a high fly ball going out into short left center field. Lowry comes over and calls for it, and he's got it. Peanuts Lowry making the run down in the catch in left center. So that's 2 outs now for Detroit in the last half of the second inning. And the batter is Rudy York. The big first baseman has had only 1 hit in 7 official appearances at the plate. So his batting percentage is below 200. As a matter of fact, he's hitting at 143. But I think the thousands here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit and around the country all know that Rudy York can hit an awful long ball. They hit an awful long one yesterday for a long out. Pafko really robbed him of an extra base blow. Passot curves this big fella, and it's just high above the letters for ball 1. The outfield, very much respect York's hitting ability, so they're playing him very deep. The right-hander leans over the plate now. The right-hander on the mound. Passot delivers and drives a curve in there that backs up York. That's ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs, last of the second inning. No scores yet in the game. Passot is working very deliberately this afternoon. Very slowly. Goes into position. Throws a fast curve. It's laced out into left center field. It's in there for a base hit. Rudy York turns to the left at first base, and then when that ball is fielded very sharply by Lowry, he returns to first with a single. That is hit number 1 off Claude Passot this afternoon. And that was a spiked line drive, and there was no mistake about it being in there. It was really hit. So with 2 away, Rudy York singles to left center field. And here is Jimmy Outlaw, right-hand hitting third baseman. Opens his stance slightly toward the pitcher. He stands away from the plate and chokes up a little on the handle of the bat. Paso looks over his left shoulder at big Rudy York, then delivers to the plate, and Outlaw takes a fast one, zipped in for a strike. No balls, 1 strike is the count on Jimmy Outlaw. This Tennessee gentleman is hitting at .250. He has 2 hits for 8 at-bats in 2 games that have already been played. He's up for his 9th official at-bat right now. Paso delivers him, and Outlaw swings and misses. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. It's a count on Outlaw. 2 outs here in the last half of the second inning. And Rudy York at first base. Matter of fact, Rudy's the first base runner Detroit has had so far. Paso checks him carefully, then throws a sidearm delivery to the plate. Outlaw started to go for it, but pulled up and took a curveball outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. York doesn't take much of a lead at first base. He's not particularly fast on his feet. So he'll be waiting to see what Jimmy Outlaw does at the plate. Paso carefully sets into position. Looks at York, now throws sidearm to the plate. Outlaw swings, and there's a high fly ball out into center field. Andy Pafko tears up under it, and he's got it. And that's all for Outlaw. A fly ball to center to Andy Pafko. So in the second inning for Detroit, no runs, 1 hit. 1 man, Rudy York, left at first base. And there were no Chicago errors. So at the end of 2 full innings of play here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, the score stands 0-0 between Detroit and Chicago. And at the end of 2 innings, the totals look something like this. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for each side. As we go into the top half of inning number 3, the first man up for the Cubs is going to be their pitcher, Claude Paso. Claude's a pretty fair hitting pitcher. He'll be taking his good old time about coming out there. While we have the opportunity, for you folks listening in, let us set the Detroit Tigers for you defensively. It's Stubby Overmyer, who has won 9 and lost 9 in the American League season, takes the mound for this third inning. Behind the plate is Bob Swift, his battery mate. Rudy York is at first base. At second base is Eddie Mayo. At shortstop, Skeeter Webb. At third base, Jimmy Outlaw. Out in left field for Detroit is Hank Greenberg. Doc Kramer is in center, and in right field is Roy Cullenbine. Now Claude Paso hitting right-handed with his feet wide spread apart. Steps up there. Old 13 holds that bat way down to the end. Overmyer southpaws this one in there, and it swung on and missed for a strike. Paso was after a high curve that came right across the lettering. Overmyer starts that delivery to the plate again, and again Paso swings, and again he misses. So Claude has gone for 2 high curves now and missed them both. His count is no balls, 2 strikes. First man up for Chicago in the top of the third inning. Overmyer kicks and throws again. And it's a high outside curve this time for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The outfield has fanned around very drastically to left of Paso. That's where he hits most of his base hits. He swings on this next pitch, a change of pace curve that Overmyer had nicely had in there, and Claude Paso took a double hitch in his swing before he fouled it off. Paso even grinned as he turned around and looked back toward the Chicago bench. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count on Claude Paso. Overmyer has briefly rubbed the new ball and he's ready. Stubby pumps, delivers. A fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. And that's all for Paso. That's the first strikeout for Overmyer. Now each pitcher has hung up a strikeout. Starting the second batting around for the Cubs is Stanley Hack. There's a nice fella, too. There's a fella that's always got a smile for you and always got something funny to say. Overmyer delivers this left-hand hitter, and it's a curve high for ball 1. Hack is 0 for 1 in this game, and he's starting the second batting around for Chicago. Overmyer delivers. There's a fastball hit back to shortstop. Webb comes over to his right, picks it, throws to first just in time, and that's all for Hack. Going out from short to first. Skeeter Webb gets around at shortstop pretty well. The batter now is Don Johnson, Chicago's second baseman. Johnson came up in the first inning and was thrown out by was thrown out by third baseman Jimmy Outlaw. He hammered one down to him. Now Overmeyer pitches this right-handed hitter and gets a nice curve in for a strike. No balls, one strike. 2 outs, top of the third. No score in this game. Overmeyer works. And there's a ball swung on. It's a high pop-up back of first base. And just in foul territory, Rudy York grabs it for the out. Well, that's all for Johnson. That's all for the Cubs here in the top of the third inning. There's nothing across for them. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. So at the end of 2.5 innings of play, it's the Cubs nothing and the Tigers nothing. When the old hit and run clicks, it may win a ball game. But fans, there's just no percentage in putting up with the hit and run shaves a fellow gets with run-of-the-mine razor blades. No, sir. Not when you can count on the Gillette Blue Blade to give you, as Pirate manager Frankie Frisch puts it, the slickest, easiest shaves a man can have. This blade has the sharpest edges ever produced. So sharp, so smoothly finished, so easy shaving that you just skim the stubble off. And what's more, those edges are hard enough to cut glass, so they stay sharp for one comfortable shave after another and save you money. Ask your dealer for Gillette Blue Blades, 5 for a quarter. They should be easier to obtain now. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Now we're ready for the last half of the third inning. And here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, these two teams are locked up in a 0-0 battle for this third game of the series. Bob Swift hitting right-handed, making his first appearance at the plate as a hitter. He's a pretty good-sized fella. Legs wide spread apart. Pretty good-sized pair of shoulders on him. Hits right-handed. Passot delivers. The ball is swung on. There's a high foul right to the right of the plate. And it fades over into fair territory right in front of the plate. And the catcher Livingston grabs it for the out. And that's all for Swift. So he pops up and out to catcher Livingston. The round of applause is for Overmeyer. Stubby comes walking up to the plate. Despite the fact he throws left-handed, has quite an assortment of curves, he does all his hitting right-handed. Stands very deep at the plate, legs wide, spread apart, holds that bat way down by the end. Passot curves him and gets it in there good for a strike. No balls, one strike on Overmeyer. Passot over his head easily, cuts the next pitch loose, and Overmeyer's after it. There's a foul ball up into the second tier behind first base. That makes the count on Overmeyer. No balls, 2 strikes. Last half of the third inning. No score between Detroit and Chicago. Passot, after monkeying around slightly, delivers the plate. Overmeyer swings on it, and there's another foul ball down the right field line. This one goes back into the second tier behind right field. There's always a scramble. For the balls hit into the stands here at the series, quite a scramble. The count stays on Overmeyer at no balls, 2 strikes. The infield is playing in very close. Now Passot has taken his sign from Livingston. Delivers to the plate, and there's a fastball hit right back to the mound. Passot knocks it down. After it, picks it up, tips it into Cavaretta just by a spike, and Overmeyer is out. Passot didn't know exactly where that ball had gone, but Overmeyer had hit it right back to the mound, and more in a defensive measure than anything else, Passot threw his gloved hand up. The ball hit his glove and stopped and dropped down to the left of the mound. And Passot made the play. So Overmeyer is out, being thrown out by pitcher Claude Passot to first baseman Phil Cavaretta. The batter now is Skeeter Webb. Webb came up in the first inning and was thrown out by shortstop Roy Hughes on a high-bounding ball. And now the Skeeter's up for his second try. He's a slender right-handed hitter, stands just off the plate. Bends over slightly from the waist, works up well on the handle of the bat. Passot throws him a fast one that misses just outside for ball 1. Webb beats that bat down on the rubber of home plate. Pumps it back and forth a couple of times. Passeau is ready once more. Delivers. Webb takes a curve. It snaps off outside for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. 2 out, last half of the 3rd inning, no score. This is Passeau pitching for Chicago. Delivers. Webb swings, and there's a high foul ball coming up here to the press box, just to our right, and it drops just in front of the press box onto the screen. Well, the count now on Webb is 2 balls, 1 strike. Claude Passeau rubs a new ball briefly. Claude won 17 ball games in the National League this year, while losing 9. As a matter of fact, Charlie Grimm didn't expect that Passeau was going to be able to pitch for him at all this year. Claude certainly has been one of the contributing factors to the Cubs' success. He throws now, and there's a ball hit right back to the mound. Passeau easily takes it, runs partway over to first, and then just sort of underhandedly flips that ball over to first base in time to get Webb. So that's all for the Tigers here in the last half of the 3rd inning, and once more it's nothing across for them. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. So at the end of 3 full innings of play, we've got a scoreless ball game on our hands here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. And before inning number 4 comes up with Lowry, Cavaretta, and Pafko as the hitters for Chicago, might be a very good idea to pause about 10 seconds for station identification. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Wrigley Field in Chicago, Gillette presents the World Series. Men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Bill Slater with Al Helfer and Bill Corum greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Chicago Cubs and Detroit Tigers get ready for the deciding 7th game in this thrilling 1945 championship series. Gillette is on the air the year round with on-the-spot reports of leading sports events, including the Kentucky Derby, football bowl games, and similar classics. Gillette also broadcasts the major boxing match of the week regularly every Friday night. And now this afternoon in Chicago, on the shores of Lake Michigan, we await breathlessly the start of this 7th and deciding game of the 1945 series. A series that has been at the same time one of the zaniest, most thrilling, and record-smashing series in a long, long while. Records have been broken in total number of players involved, total number of pinch hitters involved, records smashed in total income, records smashed in the longest game and the point of time ever played, that 12-inning struggle on Monday. And only 36,185 are needed to come into the stands this afternoon to top the all-time attendance record set back in 1926 between the Yanks and the Cards. And 3 pitchers have appeared in this series, who the first time out were practically invincible but could not come through the second time. Virgil Trucks, Claude Passeau, Dizzy Trout. And then there's been one pitcher who was no good the first time and came back to win the second time, and that's Hal Newhouser. And he's going to try to repeat today. And then there has been Fordham Hank Baroy, who the first time out, yes, the second time, no. And Monday, he came through for his second victory, and Baroy will be trying to place himself in the immortal halls of baseball by striving for his 3rd victory as he pitches for the Cubs this afternoon. This has been the greatest radio hookup in the history of sports radio, with the broadcast going to Rome, to Berlin, to Tokyo, and all around the world, wherever the far-flung outposts of American military might exist today. And each team in this series has been better in the other's park than it has been at home. And One-Eyed Conley, the world's champion gate crasher, hired on as an usher, has tried to keep the owner of the park, Phil Wrigley, from coming into his own park. We've had some of the coldest weather in any of the series, and yet at the same time some of the most pleasant. And we've had Stanley Hack in that thrilling game on Monday, almost the GOAT with his 2 errors, and then coming through with 4 hits out of 5 to be the hero of the struggle, to drive in the winning run for Chicago in the last of the 12th with 2 out. And we've had the spectacle of an error being charged against Hank Greenberg in left field, and then later in the evening, along about midnight, retracted by the official scores. So in this particular series, one of the most thrilling of all time, and the first 7-game series since the Tigers battled the Cincinnati Reds in 1940, we have had absolutely everything, and this afternoon is going to be the climax. And now to give you his own inimitable view of what's coming up this afternoon is the great sports columnist and our friend Bill Corum, looking very sharp today, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. And we're right back where we started in Detroit last Wednesday as far as this series goes. Except, of course, that whatever may happen today, saving the remote possibility of a tie game called Because of Darkness, this is payday. Steve O'Neill and Charlie Grimm led with their aces in that first game in Briggs Stadium and are going to lead with them again in this 7th and deciding game. Al Neuhauser for the batting Bengals and Hank Borowy for the clawing Little Bears. Which gives Borowy a chance to tie another World Series record, by the way. If the tall Jersey right-hander should win this afternoon, he will become the second pitcher ever to win 3 games and lose 1 in the same series. I think that's true. I wouldn't want to bet all the tea in China on it, even if I had all the tea in China, but I believe that grand pitcher of the Chicago White Sox of many seasons back, old Urban the Red Faber, won 3 games in the 1917 World Series and lost 1. Of course, Matheson, Jack Holmes, the only pitcher beside Borowy ever to win for both leagues, Stan Kovaleski, Babe Adams, and Faber all have won 3 games in 1 series. But none except Faber ever won 3 and also lost 1. And that will be Borowy's record if he can come through this afternoon. If Neuhauser's arm was in good shape, you'd have to give him a distinct edge over Borowy and most any other flinger around today as well. But we all know that, unfortunately, Bonnie Prince Hal's arm is not in the best possible shape. Indeed, he's expected to have it operated on during the off-season. It's that bad, or so we understand. On the other hand, Neuhauser has had 1 day more rest than Borowy. So the best guess is that, like the previous games and the series itself, this decisive one will be a toss-up where anything can happen. And it isn't as if practically everything hasn't already happened. We've had about everything except a triple play, a balk, and a wetting at home plate. I was happy to see the official scorers change their ruling on Hack's hit that won Monday's 12-inning thriller. If you happened to be listening then, you know how disconcerted and confused I got trying to get the totals of the game straight in my post-game summary. That was partly because I couldn't find on my card where Detroit had more than 1 error. It turned out that on Hack's hit, the first ruling by the official scorers, Martin Haley, Ed Burns, Henry Salsinger, and Fred Lieb, 4 of the most competent baseball men around and all eminently fair gentlemen, had been that it was a single for Stan and an error for Hank Greenberg. But it couldn't have been an error for Lank Hank, really. The ball bounced completely and cleanly over his head. The ruling would have made him something of a goat for Detroit, which he definitely didn't deserve to be. On the contrary, he has been one of old Tig's staunchest heroes, if not the staunchest. It happened that sitting here in the radio booth well down the third baseline, Bill Slater, who called the play on Hack's hit, and I were both in a perfect position to watch the ball. And it took practically a perpendicular hop just before it reached Greenberg's hands, which were extended toward it on the ground. By the way, we're so far down the third baseline that we're almost past the big screen back of home plate, which incidentally isn't a screen at all, but a Grand Banks fishing net sent, if my memory serves me, to the Elder Wrigley by some friend for his new and beautiful park here. Anyhow, Slater says that it is a very sane thing to have here, but remember, he said it and I didn't. Now, Borowy's record, if it materializes, is not the only one that will be tied, set, and broken in this game. All sorts of new records will fall, but you've heard most of that from Slater's already. The main thing is the game itself. I hope it'll be just half as exciting and pulse-pounding as Monday's sensational Battle Royal. And that the better team will win it, and the series too, of course. It's been a wonderful series, even if it hasn't produced the best baseball ever seen by a mighty long shot. The fans have loved it as they should, and it's been a real pleasure and privilege for us to bring it to you listeners the best we could, particularly to our boys over and on the seas, in the Pacific, Japan, Europe, on their ships, and everywhere they are. Which reminds me, Harry Roberts, baseball writer for the Chicago Daily News and a lieutenant in the Navy, brother helper, flew in from San Francisco this morning to see the final game and root for the Cubs. He just landed from the carrier Ticonderoga, straight from Tokyo, and he heard the broadcast of the other games at sea by shortwave. And that's that for now, fans, but I'll be back to give you a quick summary of the highlights when the game ends.
Fans, there's little doubt that Americans want a hard peace for those guilty of starting the war. But none of us wants a hard peace for the millions of destitute men, women, and children in allied countries freed from Axis enslavement. Yet without our help, cruel and bitter times lie ahead for the folks who are still fighting famine, pestilence, and cold. One of the chief hopes for their salvation lies in the National War Fund, a federation of 19 major relief and welfare agencies. These agencies are over there distributing blankets to people who have shivered for years, cod liver oil for undernourished children, seeds to replant farms, medicine to fight plagues, and they are doing many other life-saving tasks. So when you're asked to donate to the Community War Fund, dig down deep, please. Be generous in victory. Now here are the Detroit and Chicago batting orders as we come up to just a few moments before the start of this thrilling seventh and final game of this Fight 45 series. For Detroit, here's the batting order. The leadoff hitter, as usual, will be the shortstop, Jimmy Webb. Batting number 2 will be the second baseman, Eddie Mayo. Batting third will be the center fielder, Roger Kramer, C-R-A-M-E-R. Batting fourth will be big Captain Hank Greenberg, the left fielder. Batting fifth will be Roy Cullenbine, the right fielder. Batting number 6 will be Rudolph York, the first baseman. Batting number 7, Jimmy Outlaw, the third baseman. Batting number 8, Paul Richards, the veteran catcher. And batting ninth, young Prince Hal Newhouser, the talented lefty who was a Detroit boy all the way. So there's the batting order for the Detroit Tigers. For the home-standing and embattled Chicago Cubs, they will bat in this order. The leadoff hitter will be Stanley Hack, the third baseman, who is the hitting star of the series up to this point. Batting number 2 for Chicago, second baseman Don Johnson. Batting third, left fielder Harry Lowry, L-O-W-R-E-Y. Batting fourth, the star first baseman Phil Cavaretta, Chicago boy all the way. Batting number 5, center fielder Handy Andy Pafko, P-A-F-K-O. Batting sixth, the big right fielder Bill Nicholson, N-I-C-H-O-L-S-O-N. Batting number 7, the redoubtable catcher Mickey Livingston. Batting number 8, the veteran shortstop Roy Hughes. And batting number 9th, and trying for the Iron Man stunt in the 1945 series, Fordham Hank Baroy, the New Jerseyite who is just now completing his warm-up pitches down in front of the Cub dugout down the third base line. Here are the umpires: Art Passarella of the American League at the plate, Jocko Conlon of the National League at first, Billy Summers of the American League at second, and Lou Jorda of the National League at third. Now that's the way the scene is set at this particular moment, and while we're waiting for the umpires to come to home plate to confer with the rival managers, Jolly Charlie Grimm and Stout Steve O'Neill, we're going to pause 10 seconds here for station identification. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
In the huddle between representatives of the two clubs and the umpires now going on down at home plate, which is, of course, always the part of the last moments before a game begins, Phil Cavaretta, the playing captain of the Chicago Cubs, is representing Chicago, and Steve O'Neill representing the Detroit Tigers. Now the umpires are fanning out. Incidentally, the alternate umpires here are Charlie Berry of the American League and Lee Ballanfant of the National League. They just dress and sit in the dugouts every day, and it's a very sweet job. Steve O'Neill is moving down to third base now, where he's going to coach, and the Chicago team is coming on the field. Art Mills will coach at first for the Detroit Tigers. And now, with the Cubs out on the field in their proper defensive order, the whole crowd, and it's a throng, rises to its feet. Heads are bared. Hands snap up a right-hand salute on the part of the military personnel here. And Arm in Hand's band plays the national anthem.
now as the most glorious flag that ever rode the breeze flies high from the flagstaff in deep center field with bank flags of the United Nations on its right and on its left. Everything is all set for the start of this 7th and deciding game of this great 45 series. And all set, looking very sharp and feeling very sharp, is our colleague on these broadcasts who will bring you the first 4.5 innings of play, big, handsome Al Helfer.
Well, thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Rather chilly here in Chicago, as Bill has already told you this afternoon, but nevertheless, we're expecting a humdinger of a ball game. This 7th consecutive World Series that Gillette has brought you. It goes down to the 7th and final game of the entire series. And I think that Ed Wilhelm, who is sitting over here to our left, is probably just as anxious as everyone else here in the stands and in the radio booth to see this ball game get underway. Also very anxious this afternoon is Hank Baroy. I talked to the Fordham Ghost just before the ball game started, and he wants this one. And actually, so does Hal Newhouser. We spoke briefly with him, too, just before we came up from the playing field up to the radio booth. And these two pitchers will be out there, and as the boys in the trade say, they'll be bowing their neck this afternoon to try to get this final win, to put their team up on top. The umpires, as given you by Bill Slater, are correct. Passarelli at the plate, Conlon at first, Summers at second, and Jorda at third. The lineups, as given you by Bill, are intact also. And we should like to pass this on at the start of this ball game, that the Chicago Cubs, as far as batting is concerned, are out-hitting the Detroit Tigers with a team percentage, as they field right now, of .288, while the Detroit Tigers have a percentage of .202. And Skeeter Webb, who is hitting at .174, the Detroit shortstop, is standing in right now, hitting right-handed. Roy pitches him, and it's taken on the inside for ball one. So this ball game, the 7th and final game in the 1945 World Series, has now gotten underway here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Roy throws again, and there's a high curve on the outside for ball two. So Hank has gotten behind now to the Detroit shortstop. 2 balls, no strikes. The outfield playing straight away and not very deep on Skeeter Webb. Roy throws another curve in there that's good for a strike. And now it's 2-1. Webb has had 4 hits in 23 at-bats here in the World Series of 1945. He takes the next pitch, and it's right through the middle for a called strike, and that's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The first hitter up for Detroit here in the very top half of the first inning. Roy kicks, twists, throws a high curve, and almost got away from Livingston. That's ball 3 to Skeeter Webb. 3-2. Hank Baroy on the mound for Chicago. His battery mate is Mickey Livingston. Roy throws 3-2. Webb swings on it. There's a clean base hit through the hole between first and second and into right field. And Skeeter Webb opens the top of the first inning with a single to right field. And that, incidentally, in the series is hit number 19 off Baroy. Hit number 1 off him this afternoon. The batter now hitting at .217 is second baseman Eddie Mayo of Detroit. He hits left-handed and is opening his stance more of late. He pulls that right foot down toward first base. Sort of guards the plate slightly from behind. Baroy checks his runner at first, throws to the plate. Mayo swings on it. There's another clean base hit right through the hole into right field. Skeeter Webb is coming off second base. There's Nicholson's throw into third, but it's not nearly in time. With the hit and run on, Webb moves into third base as Mayo singles behind him into right field. That's hit number 2 off Baroy, and that's the 20th base hit he's given up here in the 1945 World Series. And Paul Derringer starts hurriedly to get ready down in the Chicago bullpen. So big Paul Derringer is starting to throw very rapidly. Runners at first and third for Detroit. No outs. And here is Doc Kramer, who is tied for the number 4 spot in hitting honors of all the ball players playing in the series. He's hitting at .333, as is Captain Hank Greenberg. But Kramer, hitting left-handed, is up there now. There's a quick throw to first base just to keep Mayo close. Cavaretta returns that ball to the mound. Now Baroy is ready. Checks the plate. Throws to the plate. There's a low curve on the outside to Doc Kramer for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. This is the top of the first inning, and the Detroit Tigers are threatening. Baroy checks a runner at first, now at third, then throws a high curve in there that's looped out into short left field. It may fall in for a base hit. It does fall in. Here comes Webb in from third, easily to score. And it's 1-0 Detroit. Skeeter Webb was on at third base. Doc Kramer hit an outside pitch and blooped it out behind third into left field. And Hughes, the shortstop, went back, and he couldn't get it. So the first run comes in, and that's hit number 3 off for Roy, and I think that's going to be all for Hank. The score is 1-0 in favor of Detroit, and that is the 6th run Hank Baroy has given up in the 1945 World Series, and it's definitely an earned run. All 6 runs he has given up have been earned. And I believe Paul Derringer is going to be called upon right here in the top half of the first inning. Yes, here comes Paul Derringer. So Baroy can't get anybody out in the top half of the first inning. This is quite a spot for the veteran Paul Derringer to be coming into. He'll pitch first of all to Hank Greenberg. That's a pretty tough customer. So Paul Derringer is being called upon. Hank Baroy apparently did not have his stuff this afternoon against Detroit. So Derringer has come on. As far as Derringer is concerned, he's done a little pitching before in this series also. He's pitched 3 2/3 innings. There's a round of applause for Hank Baroy. As far as World Series appearance prior to this year, Paul Derringer has won 2 and lost 4. Derringer pitched, if you recall, for St. Louis, the Cardinals, also for the Cincinnati Reds in the National League. He pitched in the 31 series, he pitched in the 39 series, and his last series was in 1940. He was with Cincinnati then and pitched against these self-same Detroit Tigers. And his series record up until now is 2 wins and 4 defeats. Paul's a grand veteran of the game. Kentucky born and bred, and he's out there right now. Pitch for Chicago. The pitch, as we said, first of all to Hank Greenberg. Now here's the position in the top of the first inning. 1 run has been scored by Detroit. We'll review it for you. Webb singled through the hole between first and second and out into right field on a 3-2 pitch. Eddie Mayo came up then, and with the hit-and-run flash, Skeeter Webb was on his way for second. And Eddie Mayo, a left-handed hitter, drilled the ball nicely between first and second and into right to put Webb on at third. Then Doc Kramer came up and hit a fast outside pitch and blooped it into left field for a base hit. And that put Mayo on second and scored Webb from third. So there are no outs here in the top of the first inning. The Tigers lead 1-0, and Greenberg is up at bat. He's had 7 hits in 21 tries here in this World Series. And he's hitting at .333. Tall, right-hand hitter, stands just off the plate. Now Derringer is ready. He'll make his first pitch here in the first inning. Throws, and there's a bunt pushed down to first base. Phil Cavarretta picks it up, steps over on the first base line, and tags Greenberg out unassisted as the runners move on. So Greenberg, despite the fact he's a terrific slugger, was sent up by Steve O'Neill to sacrifice the boys along, and he successfully did so. Phil Cavarretta taking care of the put out at first base. So Kramer on the sacrifice moves over to second base, and Eddie Mayo moves down to third. Now here's Roy Cullenbine, who is hitting at .250. And they're going to intentionally walk Cullenbine. Despite the fact that he's only had 5 hits and 20 times up, Cullenbine can be a pretty tough customer. So Charlie Grimm has ordered Derringer to put him on. There's the second ball pitched way wide. There's the third one. And now pitch out number 4. That's the 6th time that Roy Cullenbine has drawn a base on balls here in this World Series. That is the first base on balls issued this afternoon. It's given up by Derringer. Now with the bases loaded, Cullenbine at first, Kramer at second, Mayo at third, and 1 out. The batter up there is Rudy York. It's a 1-0 ball game in favor of the Detroit Tigers. It's tooth and nail here this afternoon, and it will be for the entire length of this ball game. Derringer winds up slowly, delivers, change of pace curve. It's in for a strike. That was a 3/4 overhand curveball, the change pace variety, and big Rudy York took it. Eddie Mayo leads down off third. Kramer steps off second, and Cullenbine moves off first. Derringer pitches, York takes, and it's a low curve under his knees for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike is the count on Rudy York. He's hitting at .208 for his work in the series. He's had 5 hits for 24 official at-bats. We've got a lot of activity down in the Chicago bullpen. Now Derringer pitches, York takes, and there's a fast one in for a strike. Big Umpah just reared back and fogged it in. He looked like the Derringer of old that time.
He doesn't throw that high hard one so much anymore. But when he cuts it loose, it's still got plenty of that stuff on it. Down in the bullpen, Claude Passot and Hy Vandenberg are both getting ready for Chicago. Now here comes the next 1-2 delivery. York takes it. It's a high curve to level off the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The bases are jammed here with Tigers in the top of the first inning. Only 1 out. Detroit has once scored, and they lead 1-0. Baroy is out of there now, and Paul Derringer is trying to put out this Detroit fire. Derringer kicks high. The big 6-footer throws, and there's a low sweeping curve on the outside for ball 3. Derringer stands 6'4" and weighs 230 pounds. 39-year-old veteran, and he has plenty of pressure on his shoulders right now. But he's been in spots like this before. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Rudy York. It's a fast curve. It's hit out to right field. It may fall in for a base hit. Nicholson goes over near the line, and it just falls foul. It just falls foul by inches out back of right field. Rudy York almost hit one, but it just veered off and went foul by inches way deep in the corner. So that means that Rudy York is going to have to come back and do it all over again. Paul Derringer is going to have to throw another 3-2 pitch to a very dangerous hitter. That's a tense situation here in the top half of the first inning. The 7th game of the World Series here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. And now the sun is coming out. It's getting a little more brilliant down on the diamond. Still very cool. Quite a bit of wind blowing from behind home out toward center field. Here's the 3-2 pitch. York swings and fouls it off. The count stays at 3-2. In case you just tuned in or just hooked up with us, the score is 1-0 Detroit. 1 out. The bases loaded. Rudy York at bat with the count of 3-2, and Derringer has relieved Baroy. He pitches now, and York swings, and there's a high foul up to the right of the plate. Mickey Livingston scoots back, but he can't get it. It's way back into the stands. So the count stays at 3-2 on Rudy York. The Chicago infield playing their normal fielding depth. Of course, they're hoping that Derringer will get Rudy York to hit onto the ground. And that's just the thing that the Tigers do not want to see happen. The outfield is playing very deep to Rudy York. They have a right to do so because he clouts a long ball. He gave evidence of that down at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. He's probably hit the longest ball in this entire series. He hit that ball well over 400 feet, and it was caught. Down in the bullpen for the Chicago Cubs, still throwing very hard, Claude Passot and Hy Vandenberg, just in case Derringer has any trouble here in trying to get Detroit out at the top of the first inning. We'll go over the situation for you. At third base is Eddie Mayo. At second base is Doc Kramer. And at first base, purposely walked, is Roy Cullenbine. So the bases are jammed. Score 1-0 Tigers. And Derringer's ready to throw 3-2 to Rudy York. Down it rides. York swings on it. There's a high infield pop-up. Down at shortstop is Stanley Hack floating in front of Hughes, and he takes it for the out. So that's the second out now for Detroit in the top half of the first inning. And Paul Derringer came down behind the plate to back up that play just in case. And he picked up Mickey Livingston's mask and handed it to Mickey and patted him on the back as if to say, you helped me get him out of that one. Well, that was the all-important out as far as Derringer was concerned. Still, he's not out of the woods by a long shot. The bases are still loaded here with Tigers in the top of the first inning. And Jimmy Outlaw, who is hitting at 167, is standing in. Outlaw, a right-handed choke hitter, stands deep at the plate, and the little fellow sort of crouches over slightly from the waist. Derringer pitches him, and Outlaw takes. And there's a low curve at his knees for ball 1. Mayo takes his lead off third. It's a generous lead. Derringer's paying him no mind. He's busily engaged pitching to Outlaw, the Detroit third baseman. Outlaw's had 4 hits and 24 at-bats in this series. Derringer pitches him, and there's a curveball that slides off on the inside for ball 2. The outfield has stepped up a couple of steps to Outlaw. He doesn't hit a particularly long ball. He's more of a punch hitter. Now Derringer, big 6'4" right-hander, delivers, and there's a high curve right off the point of the chin of Outlaw for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Derringer visits that Rosenbag. The As far as he's concerned, there's an awful lot riding with every pitch he makes. Down comes the next one. Outlaw takes it, and it's on the inside for ball 4, and that forces in Mayo from third. That's the second walk given up by Derringer, but he lost this man. He walked Cullenbine purposely. However, that run is charged against Baroe. So it's a 2-0 ball game now in favor of the Detroit Tigers. Paul Richards comes wandering up to the plate to do a little hitting for Detroit. He's the 8th man to come up here in the top half of the first inning. So Cullenbine moves over to second, and Kramer takes his station at third as Outlaw goes down on the walk and takes his position at first. The bases are still loaded, still 2 outs. Score Detroit 2, Chicago nothing. Derringer winds slowly, kicks high, throws a fast curve that's low under the knees of Richards for ball 1. This tall Texan stands almost straight up and down at the plate and hits him right-handed. He stands deep just as far back as he possibly can. He's hitting at 133, 2 for 15. He swings on the next pitch and falls down as he foul tips it. Well, the count on Richards now is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The outfield fans slightly around the left, and out in left field, Peanuts Lowry is playing deep to Paul Richards. Hughes at shortstop has come down a couple of steps toward the foul line, the left field foul line, and he's playing deep in the hole at shortstop. Derringer throws. There's a fast one swung on and fouled back into the screen for strike 2. So the count on Richards is 1 ball, 2 strikes. There are 2 outs on Detroit here in the top of the first inning. They lead the Cubs by a margin of 2 runs as the score stands. Detroit 2, Chicago nothing. Derringer in a lot of trouble, not of his own making, but nevertheless he's had to shoulder the burden. He's out there. He throws 1 and 2 now, and Richards swings. There's a fly ball going deep into left field. It may drop in and it may not. It is in fair territory, drops in the corner. In comes Kramer to score. Cullenbine is also coming in. Outlaw comes around, and he too scores. It's a double for Richards. Well, 3 more runs come piling in for Detroit here in the top of the first inning. Detroit has a total now of 5. The man at the plate is Hal Newhouser, hitting left-handed, and he takes the first pitch high for ball 1. Richards leads down off second base. Derringer pitches, and there's 1 swung on and missed for a strike. So the count on Newhouser is 1-1. Newhouser has just been announced with the count of 1-1 on him. He swings on the next pitch and hits a foul ball out back of left field, and it falls away into the seats. So the count on him now is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Paul Richards just hammered in 3 more runs for the Tigers, and they lead 5-0. Derringer throws. There's a low curve under the knees of Newhouser for ball 2. That makes his count 2-2. Hal hitting left-handed, standing very deep at the plate, sort of guarding it from behind. 4 runs have been scored off Baroe and 1 run off Derringer. Now Paul is ready. Down comes the next pitch, and Newhouser hits 1 down to second base. Johnson comes up with it at second, throws to Phil Cavaretta, and that's all for Newhouser, going out 4-3. Well, we'll count up the damage now. In the first inning, as 9 men came to bat for Detroit. A total of 5 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. There was 1 man left, and there were no errors. So at the end of the top of the first inning, Detroit leads in the 7th game of the World Series, 5-0. And now, men, before this final game of the 1945 World Series goes any further, let me point out that you look better and feel better when you shave the smooth, refreshing All Gillette way. Yes, when you soften your whiskers with Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless, and whisk them off with today's Gillette Blue Blade in your Gillette razor, your face looks and feels its very best. You see, Gillette shaving creams are thoroughgoing, fast-acting beard softeners that hold abundant moisture and stay wet on your face. What's more, today's Gillette Blue Blade has the sharpest, smoothest finished edges that ever sailed through a fellow's whiskers. Working together, they give you the swellest shaves of your life. Ask your dealer for Gillette brushless or Gillette lather, a quarter, and shave this easier all Gillette way. Remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette blue blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Now for the last half of inning number 1. It's a 5-0 ball game in favor of the Detroit Tigers as they went out and got themselves 5 right in the very first frame. They got themselves 5 runs on 4 hits. 3 hits coming off Broy and 1, a damaging double coming off the offering of Derringer. Now Stanley Hack gets a round of applause as he steps up to the plate to be the first Chicago Cub hitter. He's leading all hitters here in the series at 440. He takes the first pitch as Newhouser zips a fast one in there for a strike. Hack hitting left-handed, stands deep at the plate. Newhouser takes his sign from Paul Richards, pumps once. 24-year-old left-hander delivers, and Hack hits the ball down to third, and it's foul just outside of the bag. So the count on Stanley Hack is no balls, 2 strikes. Hack's had 11 hits for 25 at-bats here in this series for a percentage of .440 as he stands at the plate this red-hot second. If he gets another base hit, he's going to be able to tie a record of long-standing. We'll tell you about that if and when it happens. He takes the next pitch, and it's a curve in there for a called strike 3, and Hack knew it. So the first man Newhouser faces, he strikes out here in the last of the first inning. And that's strikeout number 1 for Newhouser this afternoon. That's strikeout number 13 for him in his 11 and 2/3 innings pitched in the World Series. Now Don Johnson hitting at 167. It's right-handed to standing in. He takes a look at the first pitch, and it's a high curve up above the letters of the shirt. That's ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Newhouser gets ready. Young fellow throws a fast one in there that's hit out over shortstop and out into left center field. Doc Kramer chases it, picks it up, but Johnson is on his way to second. Here comes the throw. It's not in time, and Johnson slides, and he's safe at second with a double. Don Johnson has just gotten his 5th hit on his 25th at-bat here in the series. Doubles to left center field. And Peanuts Lowry hitting at 280 is standing up to the plate right now. Newhouser delivers him, and Lowry takes a high curve up above his shoulder. That's ball 1. Peanuts Lowry. It's right-handed and stands deep at the plate. Legs wide, spread apart. Newhouser throws a fast one in there, and Lowry swings and doesn't get it. The 1-1 count now on the Chicago left fielder, Harry Peanuts Lowry. Johnson with his double is on at second base. That is the second extra base blow here in the 7th game of the World Series. Both of them have been hitting to left field. Richards in the first inning for Detroit hit one very nicely down into a left field corner. That double of his scored 3 runs for Detroit. They lead, you know, right now 5-0. Newhouser checks back at second, looks at Johnson, now throws to the plate. Lowry pushes the bat back toward the mound. It's picked up by Newhouser, and he bobbles it for the moment. Picks up, throws, not in time. Well, Hal Newhouser went after Peanuts Lowry's bunt, and by the time he got his hands on it, he bobbled it for the moment, and then too late to first base. So Chicago has runners at first and second. The official scorer will give us his verdict in a minute. But Al Benton was starting to get ready down in the Tiger bullpen. Now here's Phil Cavaretta hitting left-handed. And an error is being charged against Hal Newhouser. So Johnson is on at second, and Lowry is on at first. Down it comes. Phil swings on it. It's a base hit to right field. Johnson comes whistling by third, comes on in to score, and Lowry slides into third. Phil Cavaretta teed off on one and smacked it right past Eddie Mayo and out into right field for a base hit. And on the blow, Don Johnson came on in from second to score.
And Peanuts Lowry running on the blow, moved into third base. So now Chicago has runners at first and third, one out, and the score is 5-1 in favor of Detroit. And there's a big conference right now down at the mound with Hal Newhouser. Eddie Mayo is in on that conference, and Paul Richards. And he has Paul Richards, for a new shin protector. His shin guard has been snapped in this last operation. So he's getting a new one. Time has been called for it. And that off Hal Newhouser, we would like to go back and say, is the second hit here in this ball game. It is the 17th hit he's given up in the World Series, and that is the 12th run that has been gotten off Newhouser. The first one this afternoon. It's a 5-1 ball game in favor of the Detroit Tigers. And the Chicago Cubs are also bearing their claws here in the last half of the first. They're trying desperately to get back into this ball game because it's winner today taking the series. Now, standing up at the plate is Andy Pafko, who is hitting at 208. He takes the first curve, and it's in there for a strike. Just sort of automatically call it a curve when Newhouser delivers because he's got quite an assortment. Pafko is hitting at 208, as we said. He has had 5 hits for 24 at-bats. Pafko swings on the next pitch as the ball hit the short. It's played back to Mayo for 1 out. The throw on to first, 2 outs. That's the first double play here this afternoon. Andy Pafko hit one down to Skeeter Webb at short. He played it very nicely back to Eddie Mayo for the force out on Cavaretta coming down. And then Mayo whipped it over to first base. And that's all. Well, Chicago scores 1 time here in the last half of the first inning. 1 run on 2 hits. There was a man left, and there was 1 Detroit error. So at the end of 1 full inning of play, the score stands 5-1 in favor of the Detroit Tigers as we go into the top half of inning number 2 right here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. And Paul Derringer comes out of the dugout, moves out to the mound now to start the top of the second inning. But before we get into the top of the second inning, we have just a few moments, seconds as a matter of fact, to pause for station identification. So remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN Chicago, serving the Middle West.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Sportsman Park in St. Louis, Gillette presents the 15th annual All-Star Baseball game between top-ranking players of the American and National League. Hello, everybody. This is France Locke with Mel Allen and Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company, maker of Gillette razors, blades, and shaving cream. Gillette is your radio host when outstanding sports events such as today's Classic, the World Series, and Kentucky Derby occur throughout the year. Now, this is the second time that the All-Star game has been played here at Sportsman Park. You'll remember that back in 1940, the Cardinals were the host club. This year, the St. Louis Browns of the American League are the host club. And our hats are off to Mr. Markerman and DeWitt because they have everything in tip-top shape for this afternoon's ball game. They've even managed to get in a good word with the weatherman because this morning it was raining here in St. Louis, and the weatherman forecast cloudy weather with showers. But we're happy to say that right at the moment the sun is shining very brightly. However, there is a few clouds in the sky, but we have high hopes that we'll have an ideal afternoon for this ball game. The 2 clubs have been out on the field for some time. The American League club was out first, have gone through their batting practice, and at the moment the National Leaguers are taking theirs. And the clubs, we might say, have sent quite a few souvenir baseballs into the stands, and it looks like that it's going to be a capacity crowd here this afternoon. The tickets for this All-Star game have been sold out for weeks. The only thing that you've been able to buy for the last 3 or 4 days have been standing room tickets only. So if everything turns out okay, it's going to be a packed house, and even a larger crowd than attended the All-Star game here back in 1940. You'll remember in that particular game that that's one of the few times that the National League has won in the All-Star contest, and that was the first shutout that happened in All-Star play. In the very second inning, Max West
hit a home run with 2 men on, and then they went ahead to score another run along in the 8th inning, and it was 4-0 in favor of the National League. You know, this game originally was started through the efforts of Mr. Arch Ward, a sports editor of the Chicago Tribune up in Chicago, the same man who originated the idea of the All-Star football game. And it's been carried on ever since, with the exception of 1945, when the game was out due to the fact of wartime travel. And since it originally started, the American League has won 10 of these victories, with the National League only winning 4 times. There's been 2 of the All-Star games that have been played at night. One was a twilight contest. All of the others have been afternoon games. And as you reminisce and look around, you'll see that only 3 players are actually active as players today from the group that originally participated in the All-Star game way back in 1933 at Comiskey Park in Chicago. And that happens to be Joe Medwick, Archie Vaughn, and Schoolboy Rowe. Of course, there's quite a few others around that are coaches at the present time, but we mean fellows that are actually still playing baseball. We'll sort of skimp over some of the scores of the game since the All-Star League started to sort of bring you up to date. You'll remember that back in 1933, the American League team won by a score of 4-2. Then the following year, the game was moved to the Polo Grounds in New York, in which the American Leaguers again won by a score of 9-7. And that's the particular series that Lefty Hubble, Carl Hubble, gave his great exhibition of pitching when he struck out 5 of the greatest hitters in the game in a row. In fact, I believe he had 6 strikeouts in the 2 innings. And when he walked off from the mound at the Polo Grounds, the stands really rocked from the ovations that he received. Then there was the game of 1935 at the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, and the American League again won by a score of 4-1. In 1936, at Braves Field in Boston, that was the first win for the National League. The score in that particular game was 4-3 in favor of the National Leaguers. The next year, 1937, the game was played at Griffith Stadium in Washington, and the American Leaguers won by a score of 8-3. And you'll remember in that particular game, that is the game where Dizzy Dean, while pitching for the National Leaguers, was hit on the toe by a line drive off the bat of Earl Averill. And we might say that that was really the start of the downfall of Dizzy Dean's pitching career, because he came back and tried to pitch before the toe was in shape, and naturally he threw the ball while off balance, and it eventually hurt his arm, and he never did get over it. The game of 1938 was played in Crosley Field, Cincinnati, and that was the second win for the National League. They came out on top in that particular contest by a score of 4-1. In 1939, Yankee Stadium in New York, and the American Leaguers won out by a score of 3-1. The game of 1940, as we mentioned earlier, was played right here at Sportsman Park, and the National League won their third contest by a score of 4-0. In 1941, the game was played at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, and that was another contest that had a dramatic finish when Ted Williams hit one right at the tail end of the game to break up the contest. And then in 42 at the Polo Grounds, the American League won 3-1. A night game at Philadelphia in 43, the American Leaguers won 5-3. A night game in 44 at Forbes Field, Pittsburgh, the National League won their last contest 7-1. No game in 1945. In 1946, at Fenway Park, Boston, the American League won by a score of 12-0. And then in 1947 at Wrigley Field, the American League won by a score of 2-1. There's 28 American Junior Legion baseball players who are graduates of Junior Legion baseball participating in this All-Star Classic here today. I believe there's about 17 on the American League and 10 on the National League, if we remember correctly, on the dope. The groundkeepers are out now, manicuring the infield, getting the diamond in shape for this afternoon's game, and the two respective pitchers are starting to warm up. We'll run over the lineup hurriedly for you, and then Jim Britt, who will do the play-by-play on the first 4 1/2 innings this afternoon, will check them with you a little later on. For the National League, Richie Ashburn of Philadelphia in center field. Red Chaney of the St. Louis Cardinals, second base. Stan Musial of the Cardinals in left field. Johnny Mize of the New York Giants at first base. Enos Slaughter of the Cardinals in right field. Andy Pasco of the Chicago Cubs, third base. Walker Cooper of the New York Giants, catch. Pee Wee Reese of the Brooklyn Dodgers at short. And Ralph Branca of the Brooklyn Dodgers will be the starting pitcher. In the American League, Pat Mullen of the Detroit Tigers, right field. Tommy Hendrick of the New York Yankees, left field. Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians at short. Joe Gordon of the Indians at second base. Walter Hoot Evers of the Detroit Tigers, center field. Ken Keltner of the Indians, third base. George McQuinn of the New York Yankees at first base. Buddy Rozar of the Philadelphia Athletics will be the catcher. And Walter Masterson of the Washington Senators will be the pitcher. Masterson has won 6 ball games and lost 6. Ralph Branca has won 10 and lost 6. The umpires, Charlie Berry of the American League will be working behind the plate. Bill Stewart of the National League at first base. Paparella of the American League at second base. And Beans Reardon of the National League at third. Now these men will alternate. That is, Berry and Reardon will alternate from after 4 1/2 innings. Berry will go down to third, and Reardon will come into the plate, the way we've been informed. And the same thing applies to the two umpires working at first and second, Paparella and Stewart. And now, doing the first 4 1/2 innings of the play-by-play this afternoon, a man who hardly needs any introduction to you baseball fans. Up around Boston, he does the home games of both the Boston Braves and the Boston Red Sox. I believe this is his 4th All-Star game. You've also heard him on World Series play. None other than Jim Britt. Come in, Jim.
Thank you, Franz. Good afternoon, everyone. In just a moment, I suspect we shall have the national anthem, and then the baseball festivities will get really underway. But before that, I would like, even before he comes in for the last 4 1/2 innings of the play-by-play description of this Gillette-sponsored 1948 All-Star Major League Baseball game, to present, again, my colleague, Mel Allen, whose broadcasts of the New York Yankee games during the regular season are so popular throughout the metropolis. Mel?
Hello there, everybody. Jim, it's real swell to be working with you again. And incidentally, we're getting ready to get underway, and I don't want to take up any more time than necessary. I'll be back a little bit later on for the last half of the game. But it is interesting to let you fans know that Commissioner Chandler made the statement. He said, even though it isn't very likely, he said, in the event the ball game is tied up and it becomes dark, he said, we're going to turn on the lights and keep playing until the ball game has reached the conclusion. So if you folks got any plans ahead for the evening, I'd suggest you kind of hold them in abeyance, because you never can tell. We'll have to play till midnight. Okay, Jim.
Well, come missed planes or missed trains, this ball game is going to go to a conclusion. But now, before it gets underway, we pause for station identification. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. Before Richie Ashburn, the sensational young Philadelphia Phil center fielder, steps into the batter's box to await the first pitch of bespectacled Walter Masterson of the Washington Nationals, let me repeat for you the starting batting orders. For the National League, Ashburn of Philadelphia, center field. Shane Dienst of the Cardinals, second base. Musial of the Cardinals, left field. Mize of the Giants, first base. Slaughter of St. Louis in right field. Pafko of the Cubs, third base. There goes Bert Shotton's first pitch, and it is taken by Buddy Roser. And Buddy then flips it back to Bert Shotton, who piloted the Brooklyn Dodgers to their 1947 National League Championship. And Commissioner A.B. Chandler autographs the ball and insists that Bert keep it. In the National League, after Enos Slaughter, who will play right field and bat in the number 5 position, if you're scoring the game, mark down the name of third baseman Andy Pafko of the Chicago Cubs. In the number 7 position, catcher Walker Cooper of New York. At shortstop, Pee Wee Reese of Brooklyn, and the starting pitcher Ralph Branca of Brooklyn, number 13. He flaunts superstition with it and has a record of 10 victories, 6 defeats for the Bums of Ebbets Field. The Bums, of course, is a term of affection and endearment bestowed upon the Brooklyn Dodgers by one of the most rabid sets of baseball enthusiasts in the nation. Defensively, Pat Mullen will be in right field for the American Leaguers. Hoot Evers of Detroit, his teammate, will be in center field. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees in left field. And the infield will be McQuinn of New York, Gordon of Cleveland, manager Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, Keltner at third, and the battery Masterson and Rosar. Ashburn, a blonde left-hander, is up. And the first pitch is a ground ball that goes into the glove of Gordon. Gordon throws to first, can't get him. A magnificent play by Gordon, who went back to first base, made a cross-handed stab, left high off the ground, and he fired it. He went back of second base, fired to first base, but the throw was so high that McQuinn was taken off the bag, and the official scorer rules base hit. Red Shane Dienst, formerly of Germantown, Illinois, now of St. Louis, and is up. He's a switch batter, batting left. Foul ball, right back, strike one. Masterson tried to powder over a fastball. This is Ashburn's first All-Star game. He entered it with a batting average of .351. He is the second highest batter in the National League, and of course that is his first All-Star hit. One of many to come, I'm certain. Shane Dienst stands straight away. Ashburn leads off. There he digs for second base. Here's the throw from Roser to Boudreau, and it goes over second base, backed up by Gordon, and it's a steal for Ashburn. The count is ball one, strike one, and it is a stolen base for Richie Ashburn. In the National League, he just gives opposing pitchers fits. So now, third baseman Ken Keltner is laying in just a bit in the event of a bunt. Mel Ott, the manager of the New York Giants, is the first base coach. He came up under the great John McGraw. Eddie Dyer, the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, is coaching at third. Charlie Berry, the plate umpire. Ashburn is on second base, taking a good lead. The pitch to Shane Dienst. There's a ground ball that goes down the third baseline, an unassisted put-out. The first baseline, an unassisted put-out is made by George McQuinn, and Ashburn moves up. Ashburn is on third with just one out. And one of the great St. Louis Cardinals stars of St. Louis baseball history, Stanley Musial, comes up with a current season's average of .403. His All-Star average is down to .182. This is his fifth All-Star game. And the outfield moves around to the right. The infield pulls in to try to cut off the run. Masterson pitches. Strike call, fastball. That just bit the inside corner of the plate. The temperature is somewhere in the upper 80s. The humidity is high, but it's the kind of a baseball day the players profess to prefer. Here it comes. Foul ball. That one caromed off the left shin guard of Buddy Roser into the first base stands. And the count is strike two. Big Johnny Mize, who is the veteran of the National League All-Stars, playing in his 8th game today, is near the on-deck circle. Ashburn takes a conservative lead off third base. The deepest of the infielders is second baseman Joe Gordon, who's playing about 20 feet to the right of second base. Masterson pitches. There goes a long drive to right center field, and that looks like a home run. It is. 2-0. Stanley Musial just walloped an enormous home run atop the right center field stands. And all the center fielder, Hoot Evers, could do was watch as Ashburn scored ahead of him from third, and the National Leaguers lead 2-0. Here's Big Johnny Mize with a season's average of 283. Inside, ball one. The National League has drawn first blood. Victor in only 4 of the previous 14 All-Star games. Leo DeRocher's crew has struck swiftly in the first inning. The pitch. Strike call. A slow curveball. That's coasted over belt high. The ball was atop the right center field stands just to the left of the 354-foot mark. Musial's drive. There's a fastball low. 2-1. Bucky Harris plans to follow Walter Masterson with Vic Raschi of the Yankees and Joe Coleman of the A's. There is no warm-up pitcher. The outfield is deep to the right, so is the infield. There's a ground ball, and that one goes right by Gordon into center field for another base hit. It was between Gordon and second base, and Mize has the third National League hit. That will enhance his batting average in the All-Star game, which had been only 176. The enthusiastic welcome was for one of the great players of National League history, Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. He's playing right field in this batting order and has a batting average for the season of 314, an All-Star game average of 250, and this is his 5th appearance in All-Star Spangles. The outfield a little to the right of straightaway, the left side of the infield in, and there is a curveball right over the outside corner to a left-handed batter for strike one. Country Slaughter, as he's better known, and his throw will forever be remembered to cut off a Red Sox run in the World Series of 1946, as will his mad dash from first to score on Walker's single. Ball 1-1. Slaughter was one of the heroes of that 1946 World Series, as was Harry the Cat Brackeen, who won 3 ball games. Masterson stretches. Mize leads off. There's one in the dirt. It gets by Roser. Mize goes to second base. And we're awaiting the decision of the official scorer. Wild pitch or pass ball? A pass ball is the ruling. So Roser is charged with a battery error. And for the third time, the National Leaguers have a runner on second base. Now the left side of the infield goes back just a little. The right side, with Joe Gordon, the second baseman, deep, waits for the pitch. Slaughter digs in, and it's low and outside to make it 3-1. And there, hustling out to the bullpen, is Yogi Berra. He may be sent out to warm up Joe Dobson of the Boston Red Sox. Berra just carried the message. John Schulte is doing the warming up. The official scorer just changed that pass ball to a wild pitch. So it is a battery error charged to Masterson, not to Roser. 3-1. Ball 4. That was a little too high. It seemed to catch the corner, but it was up around the neck. A base on balls for Slaughter. Masterson has runners on first and second with one out, and Andy Pafko, the Chicago Cub third baseman, up with an impressive 342 batting average. This is his second All-Star game. In the first one, he had 1 hit and 2 trips. He's a right-hander. Stan Musial's first All-Star game home run gave the National Leaguers a 2-0 lead in the first inning. Now there are 2 on with 1 out. The pitch to Pafko. There's a ground ball. That goes to Keltner. He steps on third, flips to first, and the throw is not in time as it hits the dirt, bounds into McQuinn's glove. So it is a force play on Johnny Mize at third base. Keltner unassisted with Slaughter moving to second base on the fielder's choice and Pasco reaching first. A good throw by Keltner would have retired the side, but the ball bounded in the dirt about 10 or 15 feet in front of McQuinn. Walker Cooper of the New York Giants, the catcher and the number 7 batter for the National Leaguers in the first inning, comes up. He has a season's average of .257, but an impressive .385 All-Star mark. This is his 6th All-Star game. He's a big, husky right-hander. Outside, ball 1. You'll be interested to know that his brother Morton pitched an exhibition game for the New York Giants last night against Buffalo, allowed 2 hits and only 1 run in 4 innings, and the Giants won the ball game 8-3. Masterson pitches. There's a ground ball that goes to Keltner. Keltner elects to make the play to second base to Gordon, and Pasco is forced going in 5-4. So it's another fielder's choice to wind up the first inning with 2 National League runs on 3 hits, no errors, a base on balls, 2 runners left. National League 2, American League nothing. Baseball has yet to produce a more forceful figure than the late John McGraw, who was supreme in his field for over 2 generations. When leadership endures years on end, you may be sure it's based on exceptional merit. Take the Gillette Blue Blade, for example. It continues to be number 1 in popularity because it's number 1 in shaving performance. No other razor blade is as sharp, smoothly finished, or long-lasting. Now, to enjoy extra convenience at no extra cost, buy Gillette Blue Blades in the modern Gillette dispenser, which deals them out one at a time, unwrapped, ready for any Gillette razor. The dispenser holds 20 blades, 40 superlative shaving edges. You pay only 98 cents, price of the blades alone. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. The score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars nothing. Going into the last half of the first inning, Pat Mullen, the Detroit Tigers, who is playing right field in this batting order, will face Ralph Branca, a 10-game winner for Brooklyn. Thanks to Ashburn's single, stolen base, and infield out, and Musial's first All-Star game home run, the National Leaguers lead 2-0. Branca gets set. Mullen's batting average for the year is .297. Outside, ball 1. This is his first All-Star game, by the way. The coaches are Charlie Dressen and Red Corridon of New York. Dressen at third base, Corridon at first base. Branca pitches. Swing and a miss. Branca fired a fastball. It was belt high. At third base for the National League, Andy Pafko, shortstop Pee Wee Reese, second base Red Schoendienst. He injured himself, slid a few times before today's game, indicated his readiness to play, and the first baseman is Big John Mize. The outfield, Musial, Ashburn, and Slaughter. The pitch. High outside, a fastball. 2-1. Every seat is sold out here at Sportsman's Park, and the weatherman has been good enough to cooperate to the extent of giving extremely hot weather, but rainless. Here it comes. Foul ball. Almost in the booth to our left. And then it rattled right down into the first base stands. The count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is old home week, so to speak, for baseball. You come to an all-star game, as is the case with the World Series, and you see baseball characters whom you admired when you were a kid, who have drifted away from the game, many of them are still with it. The pitch. There's a foul ball. And it bounds back down again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joe Cronin, who long since hung up his number 4 with the Boston Red Sox, had a chance to catch another one then. 2-2 the count. Third baseman Pafko is playing close. Strike 3, swinging. A fast curveball was thrown by Ralph Branca, and he strikes out Pat Mullen to open the ball game. The second batter is one of baseball's most underrated performers, in the opinion of many baseball experts. Tommy Henrich of Massillon, Ohio, on the New York Yankees. This is his 3rd All-Star game. His All-Star batting average is .200, his season's mark .250. He's a left-hander, uses a slightly closed stance, and he looks at a ball that comes in low. 1 ball, no strikes. Branca, a big, husky right-hander who has had a lot to do with the sudden surge of the DeRocher Dodgers recently. Swing and a miss. An easy swing at a fastball. It was difficult to determine whether Henrik tried to stop his swing or was intent upon swinging easily in order to loft the ball over the heads of the infielders. The outfield plays him to the right. 1-1 the count. The National League leads 2-0. Last of the first. None on, 1 out. High and wide, 2-1. It's 310 feet down the right field foul line to the stands, 351 down the left field line, and 423 to the flagpole in dead center field. Branca pitches. High, 3-1. Waiting his turn in the on-deck circle is the great manager of the Cleveland Indians. Three balls, 1 strike to count. Red Corridon, who is coaching down at first base, is anxious to have a base runner, so he'll have someone to chat with. The windup. Strike call. Branca threw a moderate fastball that caught the outside corner. Henrik's rear foot is almost outside the batter's box. His heel touches, his toe is out. The payoff pitch coming up. Branca studies the sign of his catcher. Here it is. Strike 3. He's called out on strike. But Henrik was under the impression that he had not completed the swing, and Lou Boudreau is arguing with Charlie Berry. Henrik was about a third of the way down the first base line when he was called out. There's the second straight strikeout for Branca. Mullen and Henrik. Here is Lou Boudreau with a batting average of .355. He has an all-star batting average of .400, by the way, and has appeared in 5 games. He hit a 2-run homer in the all-star game at the Polo Grounds in 1942 to help send Mort Cooper down to defeat. And he hit it his first time up. He bats from that peculiar crouch of his, a right-hander. He lets a curveball go by on the inside. He wasn't even set to swing that trip. 1 ball, no strikes. He is the only manager in either batting order. The pitch. Strike call. That fast curveball of Branca's came over knee high. 1-1. There will be an umpiring switch at the end of 4.5 innings so that the umpiring is broken up and each league has a man back of the plate. There's a ground ball that goes to the left of the mound. Reese comes in fast, picks it up, throws over to first. Mize gets it, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Ralph Branca. That play went 6-3. Reese to Mize. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And Leo DeRocher's own right-handed star, Ralph Branca, with a record of 10-6, is off to a most impressive start. In the first half of the second inning of this game, Pee Wee Reese, Ralph Branca, and Richie Ashburn will be the first 3 batters. At the moment, however, there is time, in the event you just joined this Gillette broadcast, to bring you up to date on the batting orders. For the National League, center field, Ashburn, Philadelphia. Second base, Shane Dienst, St. Louis. Left field, Musial, St. Louis. First base, Mize, New York. Right field, Slaughter, St. Louis. Third base, Pafko, Cubs. Catcher, Walker Cooper, New York. Shortstop, Reese, Brooklyn. Pitching, Branca of Brooklyn. Charlie Dressen, by the way, went out to the bullpen to deliver some information to Joe Dobson. And Dobson has started to warm up again. First up, facing Walter Masterson, is Pee Wee Reese. He fouls one back against the screen. The Kentucky Colonel, as he's better known, Pee Wee, another nickname, a little right-hander, former national marble champion. Swung at that first one as though he expected to have luck similar to that of Richie Ashburn and Stanley Musial. He has a season's mark of 300, no hits in 2 All-Star trips. Outside, 1-1. This is Pee Wee's third All-Star game. And he sat through one of them in 1946 at Boston with his neck in a harness after it was suspected that he had fractured a vertebrae. Masterson throws. Swing and a miss. He took a good cut, went down to his right knee. Eddie Dyer and Mel Ott are the coaches at third and first. It's a shirt-sleeve crowd here at Sportsman Park in the 15th All-Star game. The game skipped 1945 because of wartime travel emergencies. Here it comes. High inside. 2-2. Not much wind blowing. It isn't a factor. Eddie Dyer is doing a little rooting down in the third base coach's box as Masterson winds up, delivers, strike three, swinging. Pee Wee Reese becomes the first National League strikeout victim. And Big Ralph Branca starts the trek from the National League All-Star dugout on the right side or first base side of the diamond out to the plate, and he takes the bat, handed him by Richie Ashburn. And the big lad is given a good round of applause. He swings as he throws, right-handed. The National Leaguers have a 2-0 lead on the strength of Stanley Musial's two-run first-inning home run. Here it is. There's a slow roller down the third base line. Keltner comes up with it, and he guns a throw to first base, and it is taken for the out. Keltner flips it over to McQuinn for a 5-3 out, third to first, and with 2 men out in the first half of the second inning, Richie Ashburn comes up. In games in which the Philadelphia Phils have played, I have clocked Ashburn in 3.4 seconds going down that first base line many a time. And Ben Chapman is willing to put him up against any other base runner in either league. He's a toe-headed youngster who can run like the wind, a left-hander. He beat out a hit to Gordon his first time. There's the bunt, but it's fouled back. He's perfectly willing to pit his speed against that of any third baseman, shortstop, second baseman, or first backer in the business when it comes to pushing or dragging bunts. He already owns the game's first stolen base and has had an impressive All-Star game debut. Masterson pitches. There goes a high pop-up to deep shortstop, but the left fielder, Henrik, comes in, and he takes it. Lou Boudreau couldn't have reached it, and it's a pop-up to left field. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. The score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars nothing. As plenty of you know, the greatest pitching exhibition of all time took place in 1905. That was the year of the all-shutout World Series. Believe me, the customers got their money's worth and then some. Yes, and so will you when you ask for the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor, the greatest shaving value ever offered. With this razor, you change blades instantly. Twist, it opens. Zip, it's loaded. Twist again, and you're ready to shave. To clean, simply loosen the handle, rinse, and shake. Make no mistake, this is a precision instrument, not a gadget. There's nothing to fit together, nothing to jam or clog. You save time, save fuss, and enjoy the swellest shaves ever. Ask for the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor with 10-blade Gillette dispenser. It's a big $1.50 value for only $1. Now we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Going into the last half of the second inning with second baseman Joe Gordon, the cleanup batter, leading off for the American League. The National League All-Stars lead 2-0. Gordon is a right-handed batter with a .260 season's average, appearing in his 7th All-Star game. The outfield plays him to the left. Branca has 2 strikeouts so far and has faced only 3 batters. There goes a high fly ball towards left center field. Musial is over calling for it. And he takes it about 315 or 20 feet out. Gordon flies to left to open the second inning. Hoot Evers of the Detroit Tigers, the center fielder, up. He's playing the position that the fans wanted to see filled by the great Joe DiMaggio of the New York Yankees, but DiMaggio is injured to the extent that he will see limited service, if any. Evers has a season's average of .329, and this is his first All-Star game. He's a right-hander. A fastball inside, ball one. There are 6 National League teams represented in this batting order at the moment, this defensive lineup. There's a drive down the left field line. Musial goes back, but he can't get it, and it is a home run. Hoot Evers homers to make it 2-1 National Leaguers. The records don't indicate whether any other American leaguer ever hit a home run his first time up. In an All-Star game, we're checking to determine whether or not the information is available, but Evers broke in with a bang. And it is 2-1 National Leaguers with 1 out in the second inning, and Ken Keltner, another right-hander, up. This is his 7th All-Star game. Ball one, high inside. Keltner is one of the big reasons why the Cleveland Indians are in first place in the American League currently. His All-Star game average is .214. The pitch, high for ball 2, 2-0. Branca and Cooper, a Dodger and a Giant. 2 balls and no strikes. That drive was just to the left of the 358 mark. There's a foul ball that's drifting into the first base stands, and the count is 2-1. 2-1 the count. High, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. This is the sort of a baseball game where no one will be required to go the distance. The 2 managers will try to give as many of the fans' representatives an opportunity to play as they can. Here's the pitch. There's ball 4. Fastball inside and low. And Branca now is in a situation with another base runner. The first one, of course, went all the way around, Hoot Evers. George McQuinn, the veteran New York Yankee first sacker, comes up. His All-Star game batting average is only .125. This is his 3rd appearance. But his batting average for the Yankees this year is .268. He stands straight up in the batter's box with a closed stance, feet close together. The third baseman plays him in. Swing and a miss. He took a left-handed cut at a fast curve ball. At first base, Johnny Mize is holding the runner, Ken Keltner, very closely. Johnny Sain of the Boston Braves is warming up for the National Leaguers, a right-hander with 11 wins. Keltner leads off just a little. Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball going to center field. Ashburn has his eye on it all the way as he comes in to take it. There is the second out. McQuinn flies straight away to center field to Ashburn. Keltner returns to first base, and Buddy Roser comes up. Buddy is Mr. Connie Mack's catcher and is one of the mainstays of the phenomenal Athletics, who, with one of the finest pitching staffs in either league, are knocking at Cleveland's door. Pafko came over to exchange a word of encouragement with the pitcher, Ralph Branca. This is Roser's 3rd All-Star game. He has a season's average of .216, an All-Star record of .166. Low in the dirt, ball 1. The possibility of a pinch hitter for Masterson suggests itself should Roser get aboard. Dobson is still warming up, and so is Johnny Sain for the National Leaguers. There's a throw to first, but Keltner danced back. Mize made no tag. The score is National League 2, American League 1. Branca delivers, and there goes a fly ball toward right field. Slaughter moves over toward the line. He takes it, and Roser's fly to right field retires the side in the last half of the second inning. 1 run, Evers home run. No errors, just the 1 hit, a base on balls, and 1 runner left on base. So, at the end of 2 innings, the National Leaguers still lead by the narrowest possible margin, 2-1. The first 3 men up in the third inning for the National Leaguers will be Red Schoendienst, Stan Musial, and Johnny Mize. Mel, did you suspect that it was going to be the National League that would unleash its power so quickly to take a lead, as has been the case?
Well, in an all-star game, when you get so many glittering performers together, you never can tell what's going to happen. And in this instance, and this is not any sort of an alibi, because in our position we see all teams, it doesn't make a great deal of difference. It's the outcome of the game. But the American League's power pitchers are not in action. Walter Masterson is one of the best. He worked Saturday, however, and was knocked out of the box after several innings, and perhaps wasn't in the best of shape for the game. Maybe didn't warm up enough, as you indicated. But incidentally, Jim, I just ran upstairs to the press box to check, and they're working further. Hoot Evers, who is Joe DiMaggio's substitute in this game, hit as many home runs in one time at bat as DiMaggio had hit in 8 previous All-Star games, but it may not be the first time that a first man ever hit a home run the first time up. Max West did it in 39.
Here is Red Schoendienst leading off in the third, and he fouls that first one away for strike one. Well, one thing certain, Hoot Evers' debut in an All-Star game uniform will go down in the record books as one of the more memorable. Schoendienst grounded out to first baseman George McQuinn his first time up. Masterson winds up, fires it, and that's a curveball. Outside, 1-1. And now Veeck is warming up for the American Leaguers. Dobson was to have been used in the event Masterson got into trouble, apparently. Walter pitches, and there's a high pop-up to the right side. A foul ball being chased by McQuinn. He goes through the coach's box, and he makes the catch directly in front of the National League dugout. Schoendienst fouls out to first baseman George McQuinn. 1 out in the third inning for the National Leaguers, who lead 2-1. And the applause is, as you might suspect, for Stanley Musial of Donora, Pennsylvania. One of the most popular baseball players ever to come down the Major League pike. His season's batting average of .403 is the only Major League mark at the moment above .400. Masterson lost control of the ball. He held it, slipped off the rubber, I believe, didn't seem to have injured himself, and never did deliver the pitch. If you were looking for a perfect balk, that would have been it had there been runners on. Now he throws. Outside, ball 1. That was an oddity, but as far as the play of the game is concerned, it meant nothing, except that the crowd seemed to be delighted by it. Here it comes. There goes a drive to center field. It's sinking fast. The bat is broken, and it's in there for a base hit. That bat broke completely in half. He held the handle going down the first base line, and the rest of the bat flew out into the infield halfway between first base and the pitcher's mound for Musial's second hit and the 4th National League hit of the ball game. A single to center for Stan. He's on first, and big Johnny Mize comes up. Mize single to center his last time. Here's the pitch. Strike called, a fastball. Mize single through the middle his first time. That was Musial's 4th hit in 13 trips to the plate in an all-star capacity. But this is the first game in which he has really started off impressively. Masterson pitches. There's a ground ball. That one goes over to Joe Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau. Boudreau fumbles the ball, and he is out at second base. He picked the ball up just in time to get Stanley Musial at second. But, of course, the double play opportunity went by the boards, and very nearly both runners were safe. It was a high-bouncing ground ball, a very slow one to the right of second base, and in the interest of the double play, Gordon decided to flip the ball over to Boudreau. Had a force play been required, he obviously would have made the play himself. So the force out on Musial at second base is 4-6. Gordon to Boudreau. Lou dropped the ball on the left field side of second, but picked it up just before Musial came sliding in. That chops Johnny Mize down to 1 hit and 2 trips, gives him first base by virtue of the fielder's choice as Enos Slaughter comes up. He hasn't officially been at bat because he walked his first time. Masterson stepped off the mound, off the rubber, just as the plate umpire Charlie Berry called time. The outfield is deep to the right. Boudreau is playing just 12 or 15 feet to the left of second base. Swing and a miss. Strike one. You may recall last year in the All-Star game at Wrigley Field that one of the great plays of the contest was a position play by Lou Boudreau at the expense of Slaughter. Left-handed Johnny Schmitz of the Cubs is warming up for the National Leaguers. A curveball outside, 1-1. It was indicated to me prior to the game by Eddie Dyer that Schmitz might be the second starter, the second pitcher, but he at that time wasn't certain. Masterson throws one, a fastball way outside, and the count is 2-1. The score, National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars 1. But it's in the early stages of a game that must go at least 9 innings. The weather looks good. Little prospect of rain. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that goes slowly down the third base line, and it is going to be an infield hit. Keltner had to let the ball roll. It rolled 90 feet right next to the bag. Mize went to second and was long since there, and Slaughter raced over first base down the right field line with a lazy little infield roller. Runners on first and second, and that is hit number 5 off the delivery of Walter Masterson. Keltner had no alternative because he never could hope to catch Slaughter at first. Dobson runs back out to the bullpen as Pafko steps in. He grounded into a force out his last time. He's a right-hander. Inside, ball 1. Last time at bat, with Slaughter on second base, Pafko forced Mize at third. Mize on second base, rather, and Slaughter on first. Here's the pitch. Outside, and it's 2-0. Rashi continues to warm up. Dobson did not go out there for the purpose of replacing him. He had made a trip to the dugout and took a Turkish towel back out, which is a very useful implement on a day like this. Schmitz, a left-hander, still warming up for the National Leaguers. Masterson throws. There's a ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to Boudreau, and the force on Slaughter winds up the inning. That one went 4-6. And in the third inning, no runs, 2 more National League hits, no errors, 2 runners left. The score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars 1. During his career with the Washington Senators, Walter Johnson pitched 7 opening day shutouts, a record no other pitcher has ever come close to matching. Unequal performance also explains the worldwide popularity of today's Gillette Blue Blade. No other blade on earth is as easy shaving or long-lasting. Now, folks, for extra convenience at no extra cost, buy Gillette Blue Blades in the handy Gillette dispenser. This puts 20 blades, 40 shaving edges right at your fingertips. There's an unwrapped blade for any Gillette razor. These blades reach you factory sharp and stay that way until used. You pay only 98 cents, the regular price of 20 blades. Look sharp. Feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. The statistician in the press box has completed his checking and has found that Hoot Evers is the first American League All-Star ever to hit a home run his first time up. It was done previously by Max West of the National League All-Stars. Evers became the first American leaguer to hit a home run his first time up in his first All-Star game, but Max West did it on the National League side. Going into the last half of the third inning, with the National Leaguers leading 2-1, Mickey Vernon will bat for his teammate Walter Masterson. Mickey is a left-handed batter, and the first pitch by Branca is right over for a called strike. Vernon has a batting average for the season of .260. This is his second All-Star game. Outside, 1-1. Vernon has 2 previous at-bats in All-Star competition without a hit. Branca starts his windup, throws, and it's a half swing, but Mickey checked it and took one low. 2-1. Musial's 2-run homer accounts for both National League runs and Evers' home run for the lone American League tally. There's a foul ball off to the left. The count now is even up, 2-2. Meantime, Johnny Schmitz, Chicago Cubs southpaw, is bearing down in a warm-up capacity for the National Leaguers. This will doubtless be Ralph Branca's last inning on the mound, and Veeck will replace Walter Masterson come the start of the fourth. Vernon waits. Outside, 3-2. And the count has been run out again. Tebbetts may be the new catcher because Yogi Berra just took over from Birdie and took Rasche's last few pitches. There's ball 4. Mickey Vernon gets aboard. A base on balls to Mickey puts him on first base in lieu of his teammate Walter Masterson. And Pat Mullen of Detroit comes into the batter's box. Pat struck out as the leadoff batter for the American League. Tommy Henry comes out into the on-deck circle. The American Leaguers have the tying run on first base in the last half of the third inning. Third baseman Patko in close. High, ball 1. The National Leaguers are probably not certain of the tactics that will be used by Bucky Harris, but third baseman Patko is playing close in the event of a bunt. There's the stretch. Ball 2 outside. It looked that time as though Mullen was just about to swing on it. 2-0. It's a good ball game, a 2-1 game. Last year, the American Leaguers won a close one. The game in which Johnny Mize homered. All 3 runs today have been the result of round trippers. Ball 3. Fastball high. And Branca says, new ball, please. Charlie Berry is quick to reply, and he gives Walker Cooper a new one. Sometimes there's a little roughness on a ball that a pitcher doesn't like, or a smooth spot. Or maybe it's strictly psychological. He just gets it into his mind that it's the baseball and not a temporary lack of control that is troubling him. And umpires are nearly always willing to oblige. In all cases, save where stalling seems to be a factor. Charlie Dressen is hollering over to first base where Mickey Vernon is ready to go. The pitch. Ball 4. Consecutive bases on balls to pinch hitter Mickey Vernon and leadoff batter Pat Mullen. That is the third base on balls given up by Ralph Branca. Runners on first and second, Tommy Henry up. And now from the position of the National League infield, they believe that the stage is about to be set for a sacrifice because Mize and Patko are close with Henrik up. Henrik bluffs the bunt, and there's a throw to second base. It bounds away from Pee Wee Reese. There's no advance on the part of either base runner, and Pee Wee is looking at a finger on his right hand as though it dented it just a little. His thumb, but it's trivial. He just looked at it, flicked it, and went back to his position. Branca has his back turned to the batter and seems to be working with his glove. He is soaking wet. It's a muggy day, excessively warm. Patko is sneaking in toward the plate a little. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. Johnny Sane is warming up again. A moment ago, it was Johnny Schmitz, the southpaw. But either Leo Durocher has changed his mind, or he believes Sane is going to be a better fireman. He probably has earmarked Sane for a relief role. Strike called, a fastball over the inside corner. This is the first inning in which Branca has found himself in anything approaching serious trouble. He's pitching behind a 2-1 lead. And his previous only bad pitch was a home run ball by Evers. Strike called. That caught the outside corner, and the count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. His first time up, Tommy Henrich went down on strikes. He protested, so did Lou Boudreau, but the decision stood. Here it comes. Ball 3. He started a swing, checked it just in time, and the pitch broke into the dirt. And now the payoff pitch comes up with Mickey Vernon on second base, Pat Mullen on first base. Both of them fast on the bases. Chuck Dressen hollers something at Mickey Vernon. Red Corridon is coaching Pat Mullen. Here's the big one. Strike. A throw to third base is not in time. And it's a double steal. Henrich swung, missed, struck out to become Branca's third strikeout victim. But when the throw from Walker Cooper to third base was a poor throw and pulled Pasco over into foul territory, Mickey Vernon was able to slide in safely with a stolen base, and it is scored a double steal. Two stolen bases simultaneously give the American Leaguers an opportunity to go ahead in the event of a good solid base hit. On the other hand, a perfect throw there would have made a double play. Lou Boudreau up. He grounded out to shortstop Pee Wee Reese the last time. The possibility of a double play now is remote. Walker Cooper must be given an orchid because he is playing in the All-Star game at the wish of the fans with a very sore knee. He is not at his physical best. There goes a drive to right field that will mean a run. Slaughter makes the catch, and here comes the tying run to the plate, and the throw is not in time. It was thrown from deep right field. The other runner, Pat Mullen, held second base, and it is 2-2 as Boudreau flies deep enough to Slaughter in right field to allow Mickey Vernon to come home. Not even a throwing arm like that of Enos Slaughter was powerful enough to gun the ball in from his position, which was about 335 feet out in right field. That's the third run driven in for Lou Boudreau, and he has been in 5 All-Star games. Joe Gordon up. He teams with Lou to defend Cleveland's middle base, the Keystone sack, and they're one of the great combinations of all time. Gordon, his first time up, flied to left. The pitch. There's a ground ball. This one goes to Pee Wee Reese. Reese throws across the diamond to Mize, and Gordon is out 6-3. Reese to Mize. 1 run. No hits. No errors. 2 bases on balls. 2 stolen bases, and 1 runner left. At the end of 3 innings of play, the American League, 2 runs, 1 hit, 2 runners left. The National League, 2 runs, 5 hits, 4 runners left. Now we pause for station identification. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System. We of the broadcast crew are deeply indebted to the great hospitality of Sid Keener, the veteran sports editor of the St. Louis Star-Times, for the excellence of his cooperation and the thoroughness of his assignment of facilities for both the AM broadcast and the television coverage of this event. And incidentally, since the last time you and I were here, Mel Allen, for a game such as this, Sportsman's Park has had its face lifted and has been rebuilt to the point where now it takes its place among the finest baseball parks in the land. Don't you agree?
I'm with you 100% there, Jim. And the people here in St. Louis, both the Cardinal and Brown representatives, do all they can for the visiting firemen, and it's deeply appreciated.
Robert Smith, author of Baseball, meets critic Russell Maloney and president of the Cleveland Indians, Bill Veeck, on The Author Meets the Critics. Welcome to The Author Meets the Critics, the original radio program where outstanding authors are put to the severest test, meeting their critics face to face. Now meet the man who keeps the peace on these programs, your regular chairman, John K. M. McCaffrey.
Thank you, Bob Cherry, and good afternoon, everyone. Authors who have faced the critics on this program have included diverse personalities, from Eleanor Roosevelt to Bob Hope, from Henry Wallace to Ilka Chase, from John Dos Passos to Adolphe Menjou. The novelist, foreign correspondent, politician, journalist, authors all, have come to our microphone to engage in mortal combat with their severest critics, the nation's top book reviewers. This afternoon, we invade a new and uncharted field of American literature, baseball. It's a subject our guest author, Robert Smith, loves. Mr. Smith, that is, and several millions of Americans. One outstanding exception is a good friend of ours here on The Author Meets the Critics, the well-known writer, commentator, and editor, Russell Maloney. Mr. Maloney, what do you think of this book?
Well, Mr. McCaffrey, counting professional baseball players and the people who manage the clubs and own the ballparks and the sports writers and the radio and television announcers who cover the big league games, there must be several thousand people in this country making their living from baseball. And I don't know just why I should object to one more simple-minded guy coming along with a book about baseball. I don't have to read it any more than I have to go to the games. But on the basis of what I read between the lines, I kind of got to like Robert Smith, and in spite of his liking for baseball. He's only 43 years old, and I get the impression that when he grows up, he'll be pretty good company. Right now, like all baseball fans, he's a delayed adolescent. His book represents the best that a good writer can do when he sets out to write a full-length book about a child's game. And I'm here to say that that best is not good enough.
Well, now, obviously, Mr. Maloney is a man without tact, at least on the subject of baseball. However, our guest critic on the other side is a man with obvious diplomatic talents, for he introduced the babysitter to night baseball. Here he is, one of the nation's most colorful baseball leaders, president of the league-leading Cleveland Indians, Mr. Bill Veeck. Now, Mr. Veeck, what do you think of Robert Smith's book, or would you rather tell us what you think of Mr. Maloney?
Well, I think we can take first things first, so let's start with Bob's book. Of course, I'm prejudiced, and possibly not a good choice to review a book called Baseball, because the title alone is enough to prejudice me in its favor. But I think that Bob has brought to a very interesting subject, and believe me, that's a masterpiece of understatement, a very interesting subject, an entirely fresh viewpoint. It's a viewpoint of the fan, the fellow who pays the freight. One of the 130 million, and there may be a few less than that because there are some children not quite old enough to understand the game. But other than that, the 130 million people who are baseball fans, I think he's done a magnificent job with a magnificent subject.
Well, certainly there is room for continued disagreement on this. Mr. Maloney has felt that only this is a child's game. Mr. Veeck, are you a child?
Well, in some ways, I presume I am. Obviously, of course, Mr. Maloney is making that statement from a long distance. I seriously doubt if he's ever seen the inside of a ballpark.
Have you, Mr. Maloney?
Yes, a couple of times.
Did you enjoy yourself at all?
How could he? He probably didn't understand what was happening. He should have read Mr. Smith's book before he went.
No, Mr. Smith's book is not sending me back to one either. You know, I'd like to make one little remark about the child's game aspect of this of baseball, and that is that as played by children, it's much more of an all-around game. You see, little boys playing baseball do everything. They all take their turn pitching, and there's no substitution. They play all through the game. They can catch, they can run, they can field, they can do anything. Whereas Mr. Veeck's employees are all... These middle-aged gentlemen are all rather specialists, you see. Some of them can throw awfully well, you see. They throw. Well, then some of them can bat awfully well, and they're there to bat. And when one bats and he gets a hit, why, they can send somebody in, and this man knows how to run, you see, and he runs for him. So we get people who among them can play this child's game, but no one man is good enough to bat and catch and field and do everything. That would be expecting too much.
Does somebody want to bring up Babe Ruth at this point?
I was just going to ask him what teams he had seen.
Why, you won't deny that you don't expect a pitcher to pitch through 9 innings. If the man gets tired, there's another man sent in. If you're in a spot and the man gets on with a hit, you send a man in to run, don't you?
Well, the Cleveland pitchers are apt to get tired, particularly on the verge of an all-star game or something like that. A terrible ennui can come over them. Isn't that true, Mr. Veeck?
Well, I've heard some rumors to that effect. Of course, if you come, it's possible. If you come on days that Mr. Lemon and Mr. Feller don't pitch, you're liable to get to see our entire club in action. But we don't always make practice substitute. But I'm interested in one point of this that he's discussing. Of course, I don't know, Bob, what the sale of your book has been.
And he won't tell you either.
Well, I presume it's been tremendous. However, I might mention that when you get 82 or 83,000 people attending ball games, as we had not so long ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, in Cleveland. Cleveland is a town of about 800,000 people, so that means that 10% of the people went out to a ball game on a given day, and of that 82,000, about 4,000 were children. Now, possibly there are 78,000 people who are not very smart, but I rather think that there's 78,000 who are very smart.
But Mr. Maloney would say there were 78,000 smart children there, or 82.
Well, you know, baseball is really, the reason for going to ball game is a rather interesting thing, as I see it.
You know it.
Well, I don't know. I think most people go to ball games, not only as a spectator sport, but when they go to see the game, they're really playing the game themselves. It's a release valve. When a fellow strikes out, for instance, they boo occasionally.
Occasionally. Understatement is your forte, yes. Mr. Veeck.
Well, the reason is because they're disappointed themselves. They're really the fellow at the plate. And so they get a vicarious thrill out of all base hits and home runs, and they get a release that otherwise might be used up by going home and kicking the kids downstairs or something nice like that.
And Mr. Veeck emerges as a benefactor of mankind. That's fine.
Well, it's I like to be that way. Thank you.
Mr. Veeck, I once did a little stunt. I took the New York newspapers on a certain day. It was no special day of the week, just an average day in the summer. And I took the space in these papers devoted to baseball. That is saying, so-and-so won the game yesterday, and both sides expect to win tomorrow, and they're going to have this and that pitcher. Just talking about this game, and I multiplied it by the number of cities that have big league baseball and the number of days in a season, and I got, as a free advertising budget for you big league people, you know what I got? $50 million worth of free advertising. Now, if I could get $50 million worth of free advertising for anything.
Even Russell Maloney now, let's say.
Well, I'll say any game.
Well, let's not go too far with it.
I could put it over the top as well as you people have put baseball. You see, the average citizen, he does go to ball games. He's been deluded into thinking that if you don't profess an interest in baseball, you're not a red-blooded he-man. And on that basis, I would like to, at the expense of the author meets the critic, submit to a blood count. Mr. Smith and I will have our red corpuscles counted, and I don't fear the outcome.
Well, let me ask you just one thing. You work, of course, for a newspaper. You think the publishers of the newspaper are fairly intelligent for carrying your criticism of books?
Oh, sir, I don't work for anybody. I'm sorry. You've been misled.
Well,
there are long periods when he doesn't even work for Russell Maloney. I mean,
well, that's a nice way. How do you work that out?
Well, I'm just a writer.
Well, all right. We'll say that you write criticism and carried in newspapers and
right.
magazines. Now, you must feel that those people who print your articles must be intelligent people. That's why they print your articles.
I feel are after a fast buck.
You believe that you'll go. Well, now those same people print news about baseball only for one reason. Not because they are desirous of giving us free advertising, but because we have become news. We're probably, there may be something happening occasionally in the world that's as important as the outcome of the Indians' ball games.
Don't say that now. Let's not exaggerate.
Well, now look.
You know, the day before yesterday, when all this Brooklyn and Giants stuff broke, I happened to be a little interested in whether the truce was going forward in Palestine, and a little worried about Berlin. I was half an hour looking through the afternoon papers before I could find anything, but DeRocher and
whoever that, yes, you know that other team, the Stamford Red Sox, isn't it? Well, I would like to come in here, Mr. Maloney and Mr. Veeck, with a small point about the owners of baseball teams and being public benefactors, and particularly to discuss owner of a team, Mr. Horace Stoneham. Now, I've been a lifelong Giant fan and very ardent. Their fortunes affected my entire psyche. Now, as far as I'm concerned, never mention the name of the New York Giants in my presence. I'm now a Boston Braves fan. What about this, Mr. Stoneham, the public benefaction?
Well, you know, the primary interest of all baseball owners, I think, is to win pennants. Why? It's just because that desire to win is the most important thing. For instance, you'll spend a lot of money that you know you'll never get back, just to
know you'll never get back, Mr. Veeck?
Strangely enough, financially the best way to finish is to lose the pennant on the last day of the year, because you then develop a lot of fellers that you have to deal with the next year.
Yeah,
that's a fairly expensive process.
I'd like to pick up
me.
Something Mr. Veeck said, that the most important thing is to win. Now if that makes this the great American game, I'm sorry to hear it. Mr. Smith's book, partly unconsciously, gives us a picture of a game where winning, getting the bigger score, is the most important thing there is. And such considerations as developing an all-round athlete, or developing goodwill, or what's called, in quotes, sportsmanship, just goes out the window. You're allowed to rattle people, you're allowed to boo people, you're allowed to try to deceive the umpire, and you'll notice that for a game in which 10 men, or at the most 13, are on the field, you need 3 umpires to keep the thing even faintly honest.
Now, wait a minute. Now, how many men have you got on this field?
Well, I've got a man on each base and a man up at bat.
Oh, I see.
You see, there are...
I thought you counted one of the umpires.
Oh, no, I should explain, Mr. Veeck. There are 9 men on a side. You know that.
There might be some men. You've been watching our club, where we seldom get men on base.
I think now that the man who must come up to his own defense is our author of the afternoon, Mr. Robert Smith, the author of Baseball. Robert Smith.
Well, first of all, Bill, I want to make an observation about Mr. Maloney. You don't mind if I call you Mr.?
Oh, please do. You can call me Sir if you like.
I don't want the audience to get the idea it's a put-up job and there's no hard feelings. It seems to me that Mr. Maloney missed his calling. For a man to have such definite opinions on things he knows nothing about, he should have been an umpire. I think he'd have been a sensation. He'd be the first umpire with a built-in chest protector.
Got me there.
This business of the child's game, every form of recreation, I suppose, is a child's game. I know when I first came down here to New York to mix in the exalted circles, literary circles, I was very eager to go to these midtown cocktail lounges where Mr. Maloney and his ilk, how is your ilk, hang out.
Mr. Ilk.
I found them playing a very intricate game. I was sure it had something to do with literary success. I went over and found they were doing something with matches. A childish little game with matches. Other men seem to spend their time devoting themselves to good food and drink. They call themselves gourmets or something, and I've got nothing against that, Bill. It's
Mr. Maloney's done pretty well in that line, too.
But my idea of that is that it's the grown-up version of a pie-eating contest. But I don't object to a man doing it. I don't call him childish on that account. I think every man is a little child at heart. It's just this business of the free press space that makes baseball, where Mr. Maloney and I are going to disagree very hard. Matter of fact, I think if Mr. Maloney really can take anything, he says, and sell it to the country with $50 million worth of free advertising, the Republicans are looking for him because they've been trying that for 16 years.
Well, it's a question of who's looking for who right this year, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that may be, but I think that the suggestion that the American public are a bunch of dopes who are led around by the newspapers has been disproved pretty frequently in the past 16 years. They've been voting for a character that 85% of the newspapers didn't care for, a man named Roosevelt. And now we have this, you don't mind if
No, go ahead.
I was silent for so long, and I came all the way from Maine, you know. I want to talk about this building character, which Mr. Maloney seems to think should be the aim of a recreation.
Well, that's the claim you make for it in your own book.
Now, yeah, that's wrong. I think you ought to read the book, Mr. Maloney. You might learn a lot about baseball, and you'd find, for one thing, that I greatly belittle the idea of playing baseball to build character. When I played, Bill gives me credit in his review for being a mediocre player. I wish my coach could have heard him. He'd have been pleased to know that I was at least made the grade. Yeah. I don't remember the coach ever sending me in to build my character. I suppose he did say, go in there, Bob, and build your character. He used to put it a little differently. I think, as a matter of fact, that if you're going to play anything, you ought to play it to win. And if you don't play it to win, you don't put your heart and soul into it. If you don't put your heart and soul into it, it doesn't do you a bit of good.
Well, now, just a minute. I'd like to have Mr. Maloney put his heart and soul into a statement here. To win, Mr. Maloney.
I'd just like to congratulate Mr. Smith on as superb a specimen of double talk as I've ever heard. And I want to quote a remark of the late Huey Long, who was asked if fascism would ever come to America. He said, yes, it will. When it comes, it'll be called Americanism. Now, here we have people, and the anything to win principle is the big thing in baseball. Any method you use, anything you can dig up out of a player's... Hold on now. Out of a player's private life, to yell at him when he's up at bat, to rattle him. Anything you can do, and on a lower level, the matter of bribery, which we've heard about, the matter of ringers in other leagues, things like that. The anything to win, the fanatic loyalty to a little section, to a little place. I want to suggest that if fascism ever came, it would find its most ready disciples in the followers of this red-blooded American game of baseball.
Well, now, Mr. Veeck...
Now you can boo.
Well, I of course... everybody's entitled to their own opinion, I suppose, and you do bump into some weird ones wandering around. But there are certain rules and regulations that you have in every game, particularly in baseball, and they're enforced in certain manners. If you can take any advantage of playing harder or being a little smarter, a fellow that doesn't do that is stupid. And, of course, probably wouldn't like baseball anyhow because he wouldn't be smart enough to understand it.
Oh, but now isn't it true, Mr. Veeck, that the players which are largely admired are people like Eddie Stanky or Ty Cobb? Ty Cobb, for instance, according to Mr. Smith's book, nearly once permanently crippled a man named Herzog. Mr. Cobb, when sliding, always went in with his spikes high. I believe that's the way Mr. Stanky likes to play around second base, too.
Mr. Stanky, of course, Eddie played for me in Milwaukee. He's a good hustling ball player. He lacks... possibly a great deal of the physical attributes that go to make a good ball player, and makes up for them by intelligence and hustle, playing hard. Now, if that becomes a crime, that hustle and playing hard, then we better be careful not to have any more wars or anything, because we're going to be in trouble. It's that same determination to win that has stood us in good stead for several generations and through several wars. Now, to get more specific... There has been an occasion in 1919 of bribery. Since that time, I know of none that hasn't been enforced immediately. There are probably fewer individuals in baseball, or certainly as few individuals in baseball, who are not honest than any other sport or any other occupation. You find bad eggs anywhere.
Well, let me ask Mr. Veeck, what about the not infrequent occasion when a fan rushes out from the bleachers and assaults an umpire for a decision that's gone against his home team? Now, is that entirely admirable?
Oh,
and what about
we all frown on,
these?
Sure.
Mr. Smith's frowning down there. What about ball players in general, as an example, as a big folk hero deal? Every famous ball player, without exception, that Mr. Smith mentions, took to drink, came to a rather untidy end, or at the very best deal you can hope for is you wind up as a groundskeeper.
Well, I think what you can say about baseball players that they're almost as bad as far as drink and some of these words I can't use on the air, as writers.
No, their needles aren't as sharp.
They're pretty near.
Well, I think that both of you are taking such an unduly pessimistic attitude here. In particular, I'm surprised, Mr. Maloney. We have found all through this book of the triumph of man over drink. Mr. Alexander, after having won 2 games and then wandering out after a terrific hangover to win the 3rd game, Mr. Maloney neglects that inspiring parable of man's triumph over the evil John Barleycorn.
I wouldn't mind if we discussed my book. I thought that's what we were here for. I didn't come to defend baseball incarnate or whatever it is that Mr. Maloney is belaboring with that stuffed club.
I'd like to make the point that Mr. Smith announces one intention, then does the opposite. He loves baseball. He's going to tell you why it's such a lovely game, why it's the great American game.
Where did I make that announcement? Would you like to read that from the book?
Well, that's the tone of the whole thing.
What a lovely game it was.
Sure, you have all this stuff about how
Mr.
wonderful
Maloney,
it is to get
I'd like to ask you now about some previous misstatements of yours about my
Have
book,
I
as
made
long
any
as you're
mis-
making them. You said at one time at a show in which I was present, you later in at least the press notices said that you told me that Ring Lardner hated and despised baseball players, and you read me chapter and verse to prove this
Why,
point.
certainly.
I don't remember the verse, and I've forgotten the chapter, and I wish you'd re-enlighten
Well, now,
me.
here is a very good point. I don't see why Mr. Smith brings it up against himself, but since he has, here's Ring Lardner, who, because a man has to earn his living somehow, when he was starting out, he was a baseball writer. Now, you all know that sports writers are the lowest form of animal life there is. They go...
Let's be a little careful,
writing,
Mr. Maloney. Mr. Lardner was a very close friend of my father's and spent a great deal of time in our house. So let's confine ourselves to fact for a change.
Lardner hated ball playing. He hated ball players. He loathed this job, and he wrote stories that dripped with venom and hatred of this
I
thing.
wish you'd quote me one of those stories. That's what I asked you the last time, and you dodged me.
Well, good.
Just tell me the name of one of the stories you wrote showing he hated ball players.
No story that he wrote does not show his
Do you mean,
contempt.
for instance, Alibi Ike? Do you know that
Sure,
story?
I
You
know
think that
Alibi
shows his
Ike.
venom for
Sure.
ball players?
Certainly.
The only one you
You
mentioned in the last talk was Champion, which is about a prize fighter.
I didn't
They
mention
wear
that.
gloves
I
on
was
both hands.
I was
Well,
misquoted in that, Mr.
he's a little mixed up. That's as near he ever got to a ballpark.
I have a statement here written by Ring Lardner I'd like to read, and I think it may disprove what Mr. Maloney has said.
Speak.
It's not very good verse. In fact, it's terrible verse. But I think it suggests that the man did not hate baseball players. He wrote this later in life. It makes me laugh to hear you guys. This is written, incidentally, about Bill Lang, who you probably don't remember. Perhaps John remembers him. He was an outfielder in Chicago in about 1890.
Yes, remember him well. Went to school with him, as a matter
One
of
of
fact.
the greatest
Go ahead.
outfielders that ever lived, and he's still hale and hearty out in San Francisco. And well, I'll go to the verse here. It makes me laugh to hear you guys praise modern fielders to the skies. When you were tugging rubber nipples, I saw Bill Lang drive out his triples and go past second on that hit like man of war when feeling fit. Upon his ear, I watched him slide and come up with that old horsehide. 200 pounds of wild Mustang in center field was old Bill Lang.
I don't believe Lardner.
Now, I'm
wrote that.
sure.
Oh,
I'm sure that probably before he wrote this, Mr. Lardner was approached by his editor and told, "I've got to have a verse about baseball." And Lardner said, "You're a hard man, Mr. McCormick, but I'll write something." And with the venom dripping from his pen, he wrote this verse. But I don't believe it. I think that Ring Lardner loved baseball as I do, and as Bill does, and as John does.
Well, here is Mr. Smith.
I think you ought to give up, Russell. Mr. Maloney.
I want to quote Mr. Smith. You see, this Ring Lardner discussion stems from the fact that he deplores the fact that modern writers do not give baseball an important enough part in their portrayal of the American scene. In this paragraph, he's scolding writers for their choice of subjects. And he says some of them write about poverty-stricken people, and they're realistic, and others talk about...
Why don't you read it
all right,
instead
he
of
says, still
others,
still others turn what talent they have, this is the writers, to investing the simple joys of sex with melodramatic delirium.
Remember, you're on the air, Mr.
New
Maloney.
paragraph.
How do you know whether he's on the air yet?
Perhaps someday they'll turn to baseball. Now, I want to suggest that a man who says that perhaps someday you will turn from writing about love affairs to baseball, that is a sort of a pre-adolescent attitude.
Incidentally,
the attitude that
sex
says,
gets about $200 million worth of free advertising in the newspapers. I'm sure that's the secret of its popularity.
Yeah, well, here's...
Mr. Smith, I think that's the statement of the year. The biological sciences have received their death blow on the Author Meets the Critics.
And Mr. Maloney, if you won't take this personally, I think you ought to have your head examined, really, because the meaning of that statement was quite clear. It did not suggest that they had to drop one subject to take up another, but that they might treat all of them with equal You might say with an equally adult point of view.
Well, you suggest that as an adult writer that I am missing something. I now and then write a little fiction, Mr. Smith, that I am missing something in not writing stories like Out at First and the Infield Fly and so on. I don't feel that I am, really.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that that's your level.
If I were an editor, I would like to commission a story by Russell Maloney called The Infield Fly or The Dropped Bunt.
You wouldn't
or
like
the substitute runner.
Well, he'd probably have a much readier audience.
Mr. Veeck, you're unkind.
No. There are just more people interested in baseball than any single game.
Well, do you know why, Mr. Veeck? Baseball has become the lowest common denominator of conversation. You're standing at a bar having a beer. The guy next to you, he says, well, you see how the game went? That's all he can say. If he says anything about
Mr.
politics...
Maloney, we don't drink beer and we don't frequent bars.
Clean liver is all. Well, as far as clean living is concerned, I'd like to ask Mr. Veeck and Mr. Smith about these qualities of determination which Mr. Veeck has praised so highly in the baseball player and saying that they're so valuable in time of war. What if I began to use these in my daily life? For instance, if I went for my Fifth Avenue bus and I put on a pair of spiked shoes, and in getting into the bus, I immediately dropped a baseball bat right in front of someone's feet so that they tripped.
Well, John, have they stopped doing that?
Point well taken, and I concede it to you, Mr. Veeck. Mr. Smith, do you have any more comments on Mr. Maloney's attitude towards your book?
Well, I have a great many to make, but you told me some of these words couldn't be used on the air.
I see. Well,
aside
from that.
But I know that he did say, using a word not to be used on the air, he referred in a very unflattering way, should we say, to the people who attend baseball games. He described them with a short four-letter word, which is unflattering, to say the least. And I think if he went to a baseball park, he'd see, instead of his incipient fascists that he imagines, he'd see people of all types. He'd see
the cream of society.
They let everyone. Sure. That's right. They let everyone in there. They have whites and Negroes. They have Jews and Slavs and Russians. And certain days they even let in the Irish. And I think that you'll find there an excellent cross-section of the American working class. And if those people are to be described in this unmentionable word, I'm glad to accept the title myself, and I know Bill is too.
Count me with you.
Oh, fine. I'll set you down then.
Fortunately, we can be excluded from the literati and just be a regular American.
Don't figure
people.
Me in with the literati. I'm just
There's a handshake show on the air, Bill.
I'm just a red-blooded he-man who doesn't like baseball. Is that a contradiction in terms, gentlemen?
I think that we should mention that Mr. Robert Smith's book gives us a very good history of baseball. Everything practically that has ever happened in baseball is in Mr. Smith's book. And also that we have a discussion of contemporary personalities in baseball and what is happening on the current baseball scene. All of your heroes and all of your enemies are in baseball by Robert Smith, and I think that that's one of the reasons why people, unlike Mr. Maloney, who like baseball, are going to read it. But now I'm sorry, gentlemen, the time's up for both the author and his critics, and here is Bob Sherry to give you a preview of our next book on The Author Meets the Critics.
Next week, The Author Meets the Critics turns its critical spotlight on a motion picture. A new movie about to be released in theaters throughout the country. It's The Time of Your Life by William Saroyan, taken from the Pulitzer Prize-winning and Drama Critics Circle Award play. We'll bring you scenes from this new movie and a lively discussion pro and con on The Time of Your Life next week at the same time. We hope you'll join us. And now, back to John McCaffrey.
Before closing, I'd like to thank Robert Smith for coming here today to discuss baseball, and to thank you, Russell Maloney and Bill Veeck, for joining us. This is John McCaffrey saying good afternoon for The Author Meets the Critics.
The Author Meets the Critics is produced by Martin Stone, directed by Arthur Austin. This is Bob Sherry speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Because of the World Series broadcast that follows, Checkerboard Jamboree, sponsored by the makers of Purina Chow, will be canceled in certain areas today. Queen for a Day, jointly sponsored by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day Vitamins, the makers of Robin Hood Flour, and the makers of Philip Morris Cigarettes, will be delayed until immediately after the game. We take you now to Braves Field in Boston.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed.
Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Briggs Field in Boston, Massachusetts, Gillette presents the World Series for the 10th consecutive year. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Mel Allen with Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Cleveland Indians and Boston Braves get set for the opening game of the 1948 Championship Classic. Fans, for the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports the year round. Every Friday night, Gillette broadcasts the major boxing bout of the week for the Fistic Fancy Coast to Coast. Also, as they occur, Gillette airs leading events of turf, diamond, and gridiron. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's been said many times in jest that the country could or should be given back to the Indians. Well, today that quip has taken on an aura of reality. For America truly has been taken by the Redskins, the Cleveland Indians, and the Boston Braves. Many times have these warriors been to the well through the years, but it's been quite a long time between thirst-quenching pennant drafts. It was 1914 when the Boston Braves last headed the National League contingent. The dramatic surge from last place in midsummer to the top at curtain-falling time, and then a spectacular sweep of a star-studded Philadelphia Athletics team in the World Series. That's a story that has been repeated time after time after time, one of the greatest in baseball history. The Warriors from the Lake Erie Reservation, the Cleveland Indians, had gone hunting, but wanting, for an American League flag since 1920, when they knocked over the Brooklyn Dodgers in the Fall Classic. That was the series, you remember, in which Wamby made that unassisted triple play. And so it's been 34 and 28 years, respectively, for these two clubs since they were last represented in this greatest of sports spectacles, the World Series. And today our wigwam is pitched on the bank of the Charles River, in what has often been referred to as quaint or staid old Boston. But you can take it from us, friends, that baseball fans in these parts are just as rabid and sportsmanlike as any you'll find anywhere at any time. I know you're interested in the weather. Perhaps many of you from coast to coast might have received reports from the many members of the various press associations and newspapers who are here in attendance that there was prediction of rain. There was. Everyone expected that the rain would be coming down today and that there would be a postponement of the opening game of the World Series. But somehow or other, the weatherman has cooperated to a great extent, at least thus far. Since early this morning, the sun was shining. However, at the moment, the sun is not shining, but there are patches of blue around and about. There's a bit of a breeze blowing. It's somewhat cool, but not too cold. It's not quite cool enough for football weather, almost. And the ball players will be comfortable. The wind is blowing in from right field toward home plate at the present time, so that left-handed pull hitters will not be aided exactly by the wind. And we're going to give you the distances from home plate down the foul lines in a moment as we go about the ballpark and describe that for you. But let us say, as we return to the weather, that it looks as if we'll be able to get in 9 innings without any trouble. There are a few clouds beginning to move into the blue, but it appears that we'll be able to play baseball all the way. As we look around Braves Field, we look off to the left, and when we look to the left from our broadcasting booth, that's down the left field line, out over the left field fence, over the New York Central Railroad tracks, and we see fair Harvard, the campus of Harvard University in the distance. And as we move around, looking out across the center field fence where the Charles River floats by, we see Cambridge and Somerville, and off back of right field, we see the skyline of downtown Boston. Getting back to Braves Field, the fans are being entertained at the moment by some antics on the playing field itself, as the Cleveland Indians at the moment are taking infield practice. And warming up are the starting pitchers for today, Johnny Sane of the Boston Braves, sensational right-hander, and for the Cleveland Indians, realizing a dream of a lifetime, one of the greatest names in the history of baseball, Bobby Feller. Just a moment ago, we saw something that sent our mind spinning back through the years. Tris Speaker was talking to Lou Boudreau. Lou Boudreau, the wonderful, peppery, smart, great manager of the Cleveland Indians, was talking with Tris Speaker, who managed the Cleveland Ball Club in 1920, when Cleveland last won its pennant. We couldn't tell exactly what they were talking about, but you can imagine just about as well as we can. Tris was probably saying to Lou, just do the same thing, Lou, that you've been doing all year. And you'll bring a World Series to Cleveland, a World Series championship, just as I had the good fortune to do back in 1920. On the other side, there's Billy Southworth, a veteran of many World Series campaigns. I remember broadcasting one World Series when Billy Southworth entered as the underdog, just as he has entered the underdog in this series, Cleveland the favorite, against the New York Yankees. It was in 1942. But with Johnny Beasley pitching sensational ball and the masterminding of another outstanding manager and a great handler of men and the keen strategist, Billy Southworth, the St. Louis Cardinals that year beat the Yankees in the World Series for an upset triumph. You never know what's going to happen in 7 games, so why try to predict? All we can tell you is that around the hotels, wherever baseball men gather, there are those who predict anywhere from 4 to 7 games, and that just about covers it all. Pitching is the big thing in any short series. Billy Southworth has Warren Spahn to back up Johnny Sane. Lou Budrow perhaps has a little more depth to back up Bob Feller. He has Gene Bearden and Bob Lemon. But you never know who might come out of the ranks to star in a short series. Somebody that you never expected, or at least didn't anticipate to star. But on the other hand, these managers might have been grooming him over the past few weeks, and they are tight-lipped about it. So we'll just sit tight and watch what happens as the World Series unfolds between the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians. There's another striking parallel here. Jeff Heath, who gained stardom in the major leagues with the Cleveland Indians, had the misfortune to break an ankle in the leg in Brooklyn just a few days before the 1948 season ended. Jeff Heath, now with the Boston Braves, who was looking forward to playing in his first World Series, and particularly against his old teammates. Dame Fortune did not see fit to smile on Jeff. However, he had a big smile himself when Cleveland beat the Boston Red Sox in the playoff game at Fenway Park. He went into the clubhouse, crutches and all, and congratulated the men with whom he had played. There have been others who have come along since with whom he did not play. And then he stuck up his leg that had the cast on it and said, "Boys, go ahead and autograph this for me." And the parallel goes back to a guy named Red Smith from the 1914 team of the Boston Braves. That was that great team, you know, who came from last place around 4th of July to win the pennant. Red Smith broke his leg in similar fashion to Jeff Heath, and against the same team, against the Brooklyn Dodgers toward the end of the year, and was unable to play in the series. And both of those men are out here today to watch the action. Jeff Heath, his heart, of course, pounding, his heart broken to a degree because he can't play, and Red Smith there to comfort him, to tell him about his own experience. And then we saw Hank Gowdy a little while ago. Hank Gowdy is now with the New York Giants in the capacity of coach. He was with that great Braves team of 1914. And it's been wonderful just to watch all these men who have been invited by Mr. Lou Perini, owner of the Boston Braves, in a wonderful gesture. All the living members of the 1914 Braves team, the last to win the National League pennant, at his invitation have come to watch the World Series. But here are the lineups, ladies and gentlemen. For the Cleveland Indians, as we get ready for the more important business at hand, the start of the World Series. For the Cleveland Indians, it'll be Dale Mitchell leading off, playing left field. He hit .336 on the season. Larry Doby will hit second, play center field, with a batting average of .301. Batting third, playing shortstop, will be the manager, Lou Budrow, hitting at .355. In the cleanup spot will be Joe Gordon, no stranger to World Series play, but the first time that he has appeared in the Fall Classic since becoming a member of the Cleveland Indians. Batting at .279, playing second base. Hitting fifth is Kenny Keltner, hitting at .298, third base. Following him in the batting order, playing right field is Walter Judnick, who hit .257 on the season. Then comes Ed Robinson, first base, hit .252 on the year. Batting eighth and catching, Jim Hegan, who lives in Lynn, Massachusetts, nearby here, with a batting average of .248. And in the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching is Bobby Feller. For the host, Boston Braves, leading off, playing right field, Tommy Holmes, hitting at .325. Hitting second, playing shortstop, one of the sensations of the year, Alvin Dark, hitting at .322. Batting third, playing first base, Torgeson, hitting at .251. In the cleanup spot and playing third base, last year voted the most valuable player in the National League, Elliott, hitting at .283, Bob Elliott. Marv Rickert will follow Elliott in the batting order. He received special permission to participate in the series after the injury to Jeff Heath, which reduced the outfielding strength of the Braves. and was recalled in a hurry by manager Billy Southworth from Milwaukee. Marv Rickert, who at one time played in the major leagues with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Marv Rickert hitting at 211. And then will come Bill Salkeld, hitting at 244, doing catching. Mike McCormick will play center field, hitting at 299. He once played in the World Series with the Cincinnati Reds. And a guy that played in the World Series last year, but with a different club, and he's going to start today. And it's going to be interesting to see that little pepper pot in action again. Eddie Stanky, second base, hitting at 315. And in the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching is Johnny Sane from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Johnny Sane, that completes the lineup. There go the Boston Braves trotting out onto the field, ladies and gentlemen. The umpires back to the plate will be Barr of the National League, Summers of the American League at first base, Stewart of the National League at second base, Grieve of the American League at third base. The alternates, Paparella of the American League, will be stationed down the left field line, left field foul line, and Pinelli of the National League will be stationed down the right field foul line. And now it's with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce to you your play-by-play announcer for the first 4.5 innings of today's game, a man who knows these Boston Braves real well. He broadcasts their home games as well as those of the Boston Red Sox. It's a pleasure to introduce you now, ladies and gentlemen, to Jim Britt.
Thank you, Mel. Good afternoon, everyone. John Sane is out on the mound limbering up before throwing the initial pitch to left fielder Dale Mitchell, and Mel Harder and Bill McKechnie are taking their posts in the coaches' boxes at first base and third. But before the first game of this historic 1948 World Series gets underway, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Back at Braves Field, umpire George Barr is dusting off home plate, and he also is erasing the parallel lines of the batter's box so that they will in no way interfere with the whiteness of the outside corners, on which many a pitch may hang. Dale Mitchell batted .336 for Cleveland during the regular season. He comes from Normal, Oklahoma. He's the left fielder. There's a strong wind blowing in from the River Charles, an east wind we call it in Boston, and it will take a mighty wallop by a left-hander to hit home run territory. Johnny Sane winds up. He takes his stride. The first pitch, ball outside. Third baseman Bob Elliott broke for the plate, thinking Mitchell might try to drop down a bunt. The outfield's disposition is slightly to the left. The right side of the infield is in a bit. Sane winds up again. Here's the second pitch. And there's a drive to center field with Mike McCormick drifting to his own left, waiting for it. One out. Mitchell lined out to Mike McCormick in left center field. In left field for the Braves, Marv Rickert, playing his first World Series for the Bostonians. As a matter of fact, very few of the Braves have had World Series experience. And Eddie Stanky is the only one in the batting order who has seen it in an active role. The great Cleveland center fielder, Larry Doby of Norwalk, Ohio, has a batting average of .301, and he's a left-hander. He stands just a little open in the left-handed batter's box. He has great power. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. High curveball. Ball one, no strikes. Every seat, of course, is filled. The park has been sold out long since. Sane gets his sign from Salkeld. He delivers. Ball 2-0. The two foul line umpires are standing just about 30 feet from the right and left field fences. That was a move instituted by Commissioner Chandler. Time is being called, and one of the ushers is being told by Bill Summers to get off the playing field and get back in the confined area of the field boxes along the right field side. 2 balls, no strikes. Elliott in fairly close. Here's the pitch.
And a curveball is high. 3-0. And the Braves partisans grow somewhat apprehensive. Down in the on-deck area is the great Cleveland manager, Lou Boudreau. Doby sets himself for the pitch. It comes in for a strike called. 3-1. Sain slowed up just a little, threw a moderate speed pitch that was letter high, and Doby plants himself again. Now he takes a wide open stance, feet wide apart, sets himself for the 3-1 pitch with one out. Sain pitches, and there's a high pop foul. Elliott is chasing it, but the wind blows it into the third base stands for a 3-2 count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Before the game, the great comedian, acrobat, contortionist of the Cleveland Indians, Jackie Price, gave a very interesting demonstration. Suspended by his legs from the bleacher wall, he caught fly balls and returned them. 3-2 the count confronting Sain and Doby. Here it is. There's a high fly ball to right center field. Mike McCormick has scarcely to move for it. He waits, and he takes it. Doby was 2/3 of the way to second base when the ball dropped into McCormick's glove. So the first 2 Cleveland batters, left fielder Dale Mitchell, center fielder Larry Doby, have flied out to center fielder Mike McCormick. And the great Cleveland manager is up, Lou Boudreau. Runner-up to Ted Williams in the American League batting championship. He single-handedly sparked his Indians to 2 rallies last Sunday. He teamed with Bearden, Keltner, and company to beat the Red Sox in the playoff. His batting average was .355. He's a right-hander. He's in his crouch. Here's the pitch. Strike called. Curveball, letter high. Lou comes from Harvey, Illinois, and he was one of the greatest athletes the Illini ever produced. Sain delivers. Outside, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The experts were just about even in their choice of whether or not Sain or Feller would be the winning pitcher in this battle of aces. Johnny winds up, strides, and there's a fly ball down the left field line. It's being chased by Rickert, and he takes it in foul territory, just crossing the line. A foul ball hit to Rickert, so Cleveland goes down in 1-2-3 first inning order. The score is 0-0. Fans, for a doubleheader in shaving value, get heft to Gillette Blue Blades. They're double-edged for double economy. You get 2 shaving edges, not just 1. What's more, they're the sharpest edges ever honed, the easiest shaving and longest lasting on Earth. Bear in mind, Gillette Blue Blades fit your Gillette razor exactly. The edges line up absolutely parallel and extend just the correct distance for smooth, easy shaving. Yes, for the slickest shaves in the book, good-looking, refreshing shaves that really rate, buy Gillette Blue Blades. 5 for a quarter, 10 for 49. Or for extra convenience at no extra cost, get them in the handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for 98 cents. Remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. So it was no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left for Cleveland in the first half of the first inning as Johnny Sain induced Mitchell, Doby, and manager Lou Boudreau to fly out. 2 of them to center field, the other just outside the foul line and left to Marv Rickert. Rickert, you know, was declared eligible because of the injury to Jeff Heath. Tommy Holmes, Thomas Kelly Holmes, Brooklyn-born Boston Brave, will be the first batter. He finished the regular playing season with a batting average of .325 and has long been regarded as one of the most difficult men to strike out in baseball. He's a left-handed batter. He hits to all fields. Third baseman Ken Keltner is playing in fairly close. Mitchell is in left field, Doby in center, and Judnick in right. The infield for the Indians, Robinson, Gordon, Boudreau, Keltner. Bob Feller gets set to pitch to Jim Hegan. Here's the pitch. Low and inside. He threw a fast curveball that broke down near the ankles, and the count is 1 ball. Billy Southworth is the coach at third base, and Johnny Cooney, an old-time pitcher with a famous hesitation delivery. A pitcher outfielder is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes, no score as the Braves leadoff batter, Holmes, waits for the pitch. Ball 2, fastball outside, 2-0. The Mr. Chandler's box is immediately to the right of the screen, and Mrs. Boudreau is seated back of the Braves dugout. Mrs. Southworth is seated back of the Braves dugout, naturally enough. And the Braves' 1914 stars are here, and so are some of the great old Clevelanders. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball, caught the inside corner, called strike. 2-1. The umpires are positioned at first, second, and third, back of the plate, and on the 2 foul lines, in the interest of accuracy. And the wind continues to blow in strongly from right center field. Holmes waggles his bat. Feller takes a big windup. He fires one, and there's a drive to center field. Doby goes over to his own right, and he takes it. The ball was crisply hit, but it was an easy chance. Holmes flies to center, just as Mitchell did to lead off for the Indians. One man out, and the great young rookie shortstop of the Braves comes up. He is Alvin Dark, the former Louisiana State University star from Lake Charles, Louisiana, with a batting average of .322. He was largely responsible for the success of the Braves in the National League, and he drew high praise from rival managers and players alike. He stands almost straight away, feet wide apart. They play him fairly short in the outfield. Swing and a miss. Feller fired a fastball. This is his first look at Bob Feller, by the way, outside of the game he watched at Fenway Park to decide the American League Championship on Monday. One strike to count. Feller takes that big windup. He strides, pitches, and there's a bunted foul down the third baseline, fielded by Billy Southworth. He decided to catch Ken Keltner napping, but the ball was foul by about 10 feet. The count is 2 strikes. Someone called the attention of George Barr to the fact that Dark's right foot was not in the batter's box, but the umpire looked it over very carefully and indicated that it was. One of the Cleveland coaches. 2 strikes to count. No score in the last half of the first inning of the 1948 World Series. Feller gets set. He pitches, and there's a foul ball into the right field pavilion. 2 strikes to count. Dark swung late on a fastball that was outside. Two strikes to count. One man out. Feller is studying the sign given him by Jim Hegan. The infield is straight away. Here's the pitch. And there's a curveball that missed the outside corner. Feller stepped to his right and fired a crossfire. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The first 4 batters in this game have failed to hit. For the Indians, Mitchell, Doby, and Boudreau went out, and Tommy Holmes lined to Doby to start the inning for the Braves. Now it is 1-2 on Dark. The pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Eddie Robinson. Robinson decides to beat him in the race to the bag, and he does. Robinson had to slide into the bag at first base for the decision. Dark grounds out unassisted to Eddie Robinson on an extremely close play, with Robinson sliding into the bag to beat Dark, who really got up speed as he neared first. 2 men out, and Earl Ferguson of Snohomish, Washington. Earl Averill's birthplace had a batting average of .251 this year. He wears eyeglasses, as do some of the other players in the contest. 2 men out. Mel Harder of Cleveland does. Joe Tucker of Cleveland also. Torgerson wants the rosin bag, and Bob Elliott, who is in the on-deck area, throws it up to him, and then he steps back into the left-handed batter's box again. Dark's out was the first infield chance of the game, the first ground ball that was handled in fair territory. The first 4 men to face the pitchers went out on fly balls. 2 men out. Torgerson sets himself, and the first pitch is a curved strike called. 1 strike to count. Feller is one of the all-time greats of the game. He missed 19 victories this year. His record was 19-15. He takes a big windup, delivers, and there's a foul ball grounded to the right of the plate, and first base coach Johnny Cooney is fielding it. The count is 2 strikes. As Mel told you, the consensus varied all the way from a 4-game victory for the Cleveland Indians to a 6-game victory for the Boston Braves, a 7-game contest even up. But in a short World Series, it's almost impossible to speculate accurately. In 1914, the Braves were underdogs, but they won 4 in a row, the first team ever to do it. Feller gets set. He throws. Strike 3 called. He broke a curveball over the plate to strike out Torgerson. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. Neither team has put a runner on in the first inning of play. George Barr comes back of the plate to get some fresh baseballs. Bill Salkeld trots out to his catching position. Billy Southworth is a believer in the 2-platoon system. Consistently all season long, he has thrown left-handers in against right-handers. An announcement is just being made calling the attention to the fact that 31 of the players in this World Series Classic, 31 of the Indians and the Braves, started under the American Legion Junior Baseball program. And here as guests of the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians today are the 1948 American Legion Junior National Champions, the Trenton, New Jersey team. They were all out on the field getting their fill of autographs. And who knows, many of them may someday be playing on this and on other Major League fields, because all told, about 200 Major Leaguers got their start in the program. Joe Gordon, the ex-Yankee and the great Cleveland second baseman, will come up. He's a Portland Oregonian with a batting average of .279. Regarded by many as one of the great second basemen of all time. He stands deep in the box. Johnny Sane throws the first pitch, and it's a strike called. That caught the outside corner, belt high. Here's the windup. The pitch. Foul ball that's drifting into the first base stands, out of play, and the count is strike two. Bill McKechnie is the coach at third base. Mel Harder is doing the coaching at first base, and Harder, by the way, was the batting practice pitcher for the Indians prior to game. The outfield is deep to the left with Gordon up. No score in the game. And so far, both pitchers have pitched 1, 2, 3 baseball. Sane is all set. He delivers. Strike called. Strike three, a curveball that caught the outside corner. Gordon took it, so both Feller and Sane have a strikeout. Ken Keltner comes up. Keltner put the Skids under the Red Sox last Monday with a 3-run home run that broke an existing 1-run tie and gave the Indians a 4-1 lead, which they never relinquished. He's from Milwaukee and has an average of .299. He's a hard-hitting right-hander. He lets a ball go by inside. One ball, a fastball. The outfield is still to the left with Keltner up. Here's the windup by Sane. He pitches, overhand and high. He threw a fastball. The count is 2-0. One man out in the second inning. Third baseman Bob Elliott plays him, as he should, about 10 feet inside the line. Keltner sets himself for the pitch, and he takes a strike. A curveball. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Sane won 24 ball games. He's the top winner in all of Major League Baseball this year. Johnny delivers. There's a foul ball that goes right back into the press box. The first souvenir to go to the boys in Typewriter Row during the ball game. 0-0 the score. So far, neither team has forced a break. The pitching is holding up, but the game is in its very early stages. The second inning, with 1 out and none on. Here's the pitch. There's a drive that goes over Elliott's head for the first hit of the ball game. Rickard throws it into second base and holds Keltner to a single. Only because the outfield was stationed to the left was that blow kept from going for extra bases. So there is the first hit of the 1948 World Series by third baseman Ken Keltner of Cleveland and Walt Judnick, a left-handed batting right fielder, comes up. Judnick is from San Francisco. He also has played first base for the Indians this year. The outfield moves to the right a bit. The pitch, outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Bill McKechnie hollered, "There he goes," just as soon as the pitch came over. But there was no attempt made by Keltner to run. The Braves' infield has moved into the halfway position, hopeful of a double play. The stretch by Sane. The pitch. Ball 2, a curveball that was a little on the inside. So it's 2-0. First blood in the hit department by Keltner. He takes a lead off first base. Sane delivers. Strike call, curveball. That curved over after Judnick had stepped away from it. Eddie Stanky cups his mouth with his glove and shouts some instructions to Al Dark, the shortstop. Sane is taking a stretch, and he throws quickly to first base, but there's no tag. Keltner got back. And now Sane concentrates on the batter again. The pitch to Judnick. There's a drive down the right field line. Foul ball. That was ruled foul by the right field foul line umpire, Babe Finelli. It was a wicked line drive. The Indians were trying the hit and run, and that ball was very nearly in there for extra bases. The field boxes out in right field will keep some balls, perhaps, from going all the way into the right field corner where the rolled-up tarpaulin rests. And similarly, the field boxes out in left field will serve as a protection. 2-2. Judnick the batter. Keltner on. 1 out for the Indians in the second. The pitch from Sane, inside. And there's the first full count of the ball game. 3-2. A great many World Series firsts of 1948 are bound to be registered in the early innings of play. The weatherman was wrong, fortunately. He predicted rain. There's a 3-2 pitch. The runner goes. There's a drive to right field. Tommy Holmes makes the play, and he throws to first base to chase Keltner back. So there are 2 men out, with Keltner returning to first base as Judnick hammered a hard line drive that was taken by Tommy Holmes. With Judnick having flied out to right field, Eddie Robinson, the first baseman, is up. He batted .252 this year. He's a left-hander and comes from Paris, Texas. He's a tall, likable,
husky batter who is not unmindful of Hal Crosley, who once played first base for the Indians. Sane delivers. Strike called. He threw a fast one. He has a good fast curveball and an excellent sidearm curveball, which he delivers on rare occasions. Usually good control. The stretch. There's a ground ball to Torgerson. He knocks it down, steps on first. And Robinson is retired unassisted. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left for the Indians. The score at the end of an inning and a half, 0-0. Anybody who grows as tough whiskers as Leo DeRocher of the Giants does should know a thing or two about razor blades. So, folks, here's Leo DeRocher.
Fans, this is one man's opinion. But in my experience, Gillette Blue Blades are far and away the easiest shaving kind there is.
Care to recommend the Gillette dispenser, Leo?
Yes, sir. It's a marvelous convenience, fellows. A handy plastic case loaded with blades. When you want one, you push with your thumb, and there it is, unwrapped.
Men, the Gillette dispenser makes blade changing a breeze with any Gillette razor. You get it filled with 20 Gillette Blue Blades, 40 superb shaving edges, for the price of the blades alone. 98 cents here, $1 in Canada. Ask for the Gillette dispenser. Yes, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Bob Elliott will be the first batter for the Boston Braves in the second inning. In 2 innings, the Cleveland Indians have no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. The only hit was that of Ken Keltner with 1 man out, a single to left in the second, but he was left stranded. Bob Elliott was last year's most valuable player in the National League. He batted .283 this season for the Braves. He's a right-hander from San Diego, California. He stands with a very closed stance and the outfield plays in to pull the ball. Bob Feller gets ready. He pitches. Foul tip. Robert went right after that first one. In 5 of the last 6 years, Elliott has driven in 100 runs or more. He just did make it this season, driving in his 100th run in the final game against Leo DeRocher's Giants, by the way. 1 strike to count. Feller is, as always, a deliberate workman. Baseball is his profession, and he treats it like a business. He pays meticulous attention to detail. He goes into that big windup. He strides, pitches. A curveball low outside, and the count is 1-1. Rapid Robert, the Van Meter, Iowa farm boy, now from Waukegan, Illinois. Johnny Cooney and Billy Southworth are coaching at first and third. The outfield swung to the left. Keltner fairly deep at third base with Elliott up. Gordon over to the right of second. The pitch. There's a drive that goes toward right field. Coming in fast is Judnick, and he takes it. It looked for the moment as though he misjudged it, and it also sounded like a broken bat. Elliott flied out to right field. Marv Rickert, R-I-C-K-E-R-T, who was recalled from Milwaukee after the injury to Jeff Heath down at Brooklyn, was declared eligible as a result of a special ruling by the Commissioner of Baseball with the full approval of the generous Cleveland Indians. He lives in the Tacoma, Washington area and has batted .211 during his short time with the tribe. He's a left-hander, bats from a crouch, and he hits a high fly ball toward right center field. Judnick is under it, but Doby calls for it, and Doby takes it. It was easier for him because of the position of the wind. 2 men out as Elliott and Rickert have flied to right and to center, and left-handed hitting catcher Bill Salkeld comes up. Like Lou Boudreau, he's wearing a turtleneck sweater. Several of the players are because of the chill air here at Braves Field today. There's no score in the game. Ken Keltner so far has accounted for the Cleveland hit. Salkeld is from Los Angeles. He batted .244 during the regular season of play. He stands with an open stance deep in the box. Left-handed. The pitch. Strike called. Feller threw a fast one to open up. Mike McCormick is the on-deck batter. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and the infield isn't deep on the left side, but Gordon and Robinson are back near the edge of the outfield grass between first and second. The wind-up by Feller. The pitch. Foul tip. He got that with the very end of the bat. 2 strikes the count. All the boxes are covered with red, white, and blue bunting, and a few Cleveland Indian and Boston Braves pennants are in abundance. As Mel Allen told you, the country has literally been given back to the Indians, baseball-wise, because both the Indians and the Braves wear tribal insignia. 2 strikes. Feller pitches. Strike 3, swinging. A fastball, and that is the second strikeout for Bob Feller. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. this has been an even ball game so far, except that Ken Keltner has dented the hit column for the Cleveland Indians. In the first half of the third inning of a scoreless World Series opener, Jim Hegan of Lynn, Bob Feller of Waukegan, and Dale Mitchell of Normal, Oklahoma will be the batters. In 2 innings, the Indians have sent 7 men up to the plate, and the Boston Braves have sent 6. Practically every name well known to baseball is here today, and probably the most interesting concession to sentiment, a tribute to the 1914 Boston Braves, of whom Hank Gowdy, the popular coach of the New York Giants, is one. George Stallings, Jr. is here, representing his late father, and such grand old-timers as Rabbit Moranville, Red Smith, and the rest of them. Jim Hegan is extremely popular in New England because he lives in metropolitan Boston. He has a batting average of .248, and he is one of the most durable receivers in the business. He did the catching for Cleveland with very, very little relief. He worked 144 games for the Indians this year. He's a right-hander. Sane pitches to him, and it is ball 1. Curveball, it just missed the inside. Sane shook his head. Eddie Stanky is positioned out on the grass, about 15 feet to the right of second base for Hegan, figuring that he's likely to pull one back through the middle. Sane pitches. Foul tip right into Bill Sawkell's glove. That was a fastball, and the count is 1-1. The outfield is deep to the left, with left fielder Marv Rickert playing right down under the big scoreboard. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Elliott. He fumbles the ball. Can't find it. Hegan is safe at first. No throw was made. It is an error for third baseman Bob Elliott. Ed Burns, one of the official scorers, just gave us the decision. Bob not only fumbled the ball, it bounded up over his head as it hit his glove, but he couldn't find the ball. He looked around in rather bewildered fashion. Bob Feller is up. He had a season's batting average of .095. His earned run average is .333. He's a big right-hander. They were looking for the bunt, and it's a foul ball. He tried to bunt it, fouled it back. Torgeson was just 15 feet in front of the plate when the ball was fouled. So the first error of the ball game is charged to Bob Elliott. It was a routine grounder, but it was a hard one. It took a high hop about letter high and bounded out of Elliott's glove. Sain takes his stretch. There's no one out. Here's the pitch. And it's a high one as they're trying to keep Feller from bunting the ball. 1-1. Both Sain and Feller have excellent fastballs, and when they throw a good fast one close to the batter, it's difficult to bunt the ball. Here's the pitch. And there's a foul ball. As he tried to bunt it, it just turned the bat in his hands and went to the right of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Bob Feller looks down the third baseline to get his sign from Coach Bill McKechnie, who doubtless has already given it to him. Eddie Stanky came in to have a brief conference with Johnny Sain. The infield is in a bit on the grass. Third baseman Bob Elliott in close. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 swinging. Curveball. After he got Feller into a 1-2 hole, Sain curved him, and the 2 pitchers have 2 strikeouts each. 1 man out. Left fielder Dale Mitchell up. His season's average was .336, and his first time up, he lined out to center fielder Mike McCormick of the Braves. Dale is a left-hander, and he was one of the most potent factors in Cleveland's pennant drive. Sain pitches to him. Outside, ball 1. George Barr is working back of the plate, and Bill Stewart at second because Barr is the senior of the two. And the other base umpires are Bill Summers and Bill Grieve. The pitch. There's a high infield pop-up. Elliott calling for it in foul territory to the left of third base, and he takes it. A foul ball taken by Elliott just outside the third base coaching box for the second out. With perfect support, the side would have now been retired, but because of the error that opened the inning, permitting Hegan to reach first base, Larry Doby now must be retired by Johnny Sain. Doby flied out to center field his first time up. He hit a monumental home run this season at Washington and Griffith Stadium, about which they're still talking in the nation's capital. He has tremendous straightaway power. He's a left-handed batter. The first pitch, curveball high, ball 1. 2 men out, no score in the game. 4 goose eggs already adorn the scoreboard. Keltner has the game's only hit. The stretch, there goes the runner. The pitch is outside, and the throw is not in time, and Hegan steals. He got a good lead on Johnny Sain. He stole that base on the pitcher, not the catcher. By the time Salkeld had drilled his throw to Al Dark, there was no time for the tag. Hegan had already slid in with the first stolen base of the 1948 World Series. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Doby. Keegan takes the lead off second. There's a ground ball that goes to Al Dark. He's in fast. The throw to first. That's all for the Indians in the 3rd inning. Doby grounded out 6-3. Short to first. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. So, at the end of 2.5 innings of play, the score is 0-0. It was Leo Durocher, pilot of the New York Giants, who last inning called the Gillette dispenser a marvelous convenience. Yes, and believe me, you'll put in with him when you try this handy device that makes blade changing quick and easy with any Gillette razor. Men, it puts 20 Gillette blue blades, 40 shaving edges, right at your fingertips. You deal them out one at a time, unwrapped. Just push with your thumb and zip. There's a blade. What's more, the shaving edges are perfectly protected at all times. They don't even touch the dispenser when blades are being ejected. Enjoy extra shaving ease and convenience. Buy Gillette blue blades in the modern Gillette dispenser. You pay only 98 cents, the regular price of 20 blades. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette blue blades with the sharpest edges ever honed.
First batter for the Braves, Mike McCormick, number 31, center fielder.
Mike McCormick will be the leadoff batter for the Boston Braves going into the last half of the 3rd inning. Mike was born in Angels Camp, California, scene of the famous Jumping Frog Derby, and he lives in Ventura. His season's batting average missed the 300 mark by just 1 point. He batted .299. He's the center fielder, stands feet close together, and he crowds the plate a bit. Bob Feller gets his sign from Jim Hegan, and Rapid Robert takes his windup. He pitches, and there's a high fly ball going to shortstop, who draws back under it, and Lou took it.
The second batter of the inning, Eddie Stanky, a pop to Bob Elliott at third base, and we pick up the action with Johnny Sane batting.
A fast call strike. 1 strike to count. This game has started out the way the real baseball fans like to see World Series competition get underway, with 2 pitchers on even terms. The breaks later, perhaps, to decide it. Here it comes. Foul ball. That goes back into the crowd, and the count is 2 strikes. It was fouled off to the right of the plate. Cooney and Southworth are the coaches for the Braves at first and third, while for the Indians, they are consistently Mel Harder and Bill McKechnie. The outfield is set a little to the left. 2 strikes, 2 men out, no base runners for the Braves in the third. The windup. Here's the pitch, and there's a high foul ball to the right of first base. Robinson is chasing it, the wind is carrying it, and he makes a nice catch and then fends himself off against the retaining wall of the boxes. A 1-2-3 inning for Feller. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left, as Sane fouls to first. At the end of 3 innings, there is no score.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette blue blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Braves Field in Boston, Massachusetts, Gillette presents the second game of the 1948 World Series. This is Jim Britt with Mel Allen saying good afternoon for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Cleveland Indians and Boston Braves warm up. Gillette is your radio host at leading sports events the year around. Over various networks, Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports airs attractions of national interest as they occur from time to time. Every Friday night, Gillette also broadcasts the major boxing match of the week, blow by blow, for fans coast to coast. Weather-wise, today comes more nearly to the forecast of yesterday. It's gray, cloudy, overcast, cool, with a threat of rain. Not the perfect baseball day that attended yesterday's opener. Yesterday, as history has already recorded, the Boston Braves won a 1-0 shutout, thanks to the superb pitching of right-hander John Sane, the Belleville, Arkansas ace, and the timely 8th-inning single of Tommy Holmes. Bob Feller was great, too, but he was luckless. He became the first pitcher since the Cardinals' Mort Cooper to throw a 2-hitter in World Series competition and lose. Yes, and the controversy kicked up by 2 features of yesterday's opener lasted far, far into the night. At Hotel Somerset, press headquarters in Boston,
The experts were divided on the tactics employed by manager Lou Boudreau in the 8th inning when, with a runner on second, 1 out, he ordered Feller to give second baseman Eddie Stanky an intentional pass. The reason was obvious enough. With pitcher John Sain scheduled to follow Stanky to the plate, Boudreau had a double play in mind. That, the professional baseball men nearly all agreed, was the smartest possible move at the time. The odds with Feller pitching favored a hard double play ground ball. But, the scribes and commentators countered, many of them at least, yesterday's game, over the first 7.5 innings of play, had produced so few ground balls that the Braves, with only 3 assists all afternoon long, tied a major league mark. Both Feller's and Sain's pitches were being hit into the air, either on a line or via the pop-up route. Moreover, a fair share of the experts argued, Stanky had played very little since his ankle fracture in early July. He is slower now than he was then as a result of the mishap, and Feller had had no trouble whatever retiring him the 2 previous times on a pop-up and a grounder back to the mound. The dissenters argued that it was a tactical mistake to walk Stanky, a fact which in this instance at least Holmes' subsequent game-winning hit seemed to prove. But the vast majority of the experts, the professional baseball men, as noted before, agreed that had they been required to make the decision, they would have ordered Feller to pass Stanky as Boudreau did. The thing that kicked up a lot of post-game comment was a set of 4 pictures which a photographer snapped at the very split fraction of a second that Feller and Boudreau attempted to pick Phil Macy off second base. You may have seen them. That it was as close a play as a modern World Series game has produced, there was and can be no doubt. Umpire Bill Stewart unhesitatingly called Macy safe. He later scored the winning run. The pictures, in the judgment of some observers, including some of the Cleveland official family, showed that Boudreau seemed to have tagged Macy high on the arm close to the time when his right hand touched second base. President Will Harridge naturally refused to be drawn into an argument. Beyond a terse, officially, Macy was safe. The American League head refused to debate the point. The consensus was, as it should be, that umpire Stewart was alert on the play. He was standing about 10 feet from second base, on the baseline between second and first at the time, and his decision was emphatic, unmistakable, and unhesitating. Moreover, President Bill Veeck and manager Lou Boudreau sportingly accepted the decision without complaint, although those of you who were following Mel Allen's and Gillette's description of the play at the time will recall that Lou protested briefly but emphatically at the time. The fact that that one play was the main subject of the postmortems that followed the game is proof, if you need proof, of the fact that yesterday's opener was close, hard-fought every single pitch of the way. The Indians were very sporting and unstinting in their praise of Sain's curveball. Joe Gordon, the great second baseman, admitted that he hadn't seen such a well-controlled variety of curveballs in the American League this season. One amusing post-game incident you may enjoy hearing. One reporter queried Sain on the 3 pitches with which he struck out outfielder Walt Judnick to end the game. Was the last one a curveball, the scribe asked. Yeah, it was, John replied. Well, what was the second pitch, the reporter asked? The one Judnick almost fell down on after missing. Look, said Sain, the word will get around soon enough what I'm throwing. Let's let the Cleveland players find out for themselves. Probably no World Series in recent seasons has been witnessed by so many old-timers. A while ago, Tris Speaker and Fred Clark were posing for pictures. As noted yesterday, as many of the world's championship Braves of 1914 as could make the trip came to Boston as guests of the 1948 Braves management. And last night, after Sain's shutout, Bill James, who pitched a 1-0 game against the A's for the Miracle Braves of 1914, was swarmed over by members of the press who were interested in knowing how the 2 shutouts compared. Bill seemed to enjoy reliving some part of the glory of the 34-year-old past. He's a great old-timer. Now, here are the official batting orders for the second game of the World Series. For the Cleveland Indians, in left field, Dale Mitchell. Right field, Allie Clark. Shortstop, Lou Boudreau. Second base, Joe Gordon. Third base, Ken Keltner. Center field, Larry Doby. First base, Eddie Robinson. The catcher, Jim Hegan. The pitcher, right-hander Bob Lemon, who had 10 shutouts throughout the regular season's play and a record of 20 victories, 14 defeats. For the Boston Braves, Holmes, right field. Dark at shortstop. Torgeson, first base. Elliott, third base. Rickert, left field. Salkeld, Bill Salkeld, the catcher. Mike McCormick, center field. Eddie Stanky, second base. A left-hander on the mound, Warren Spahn, with a record of 15 victories, 12 defeats, and a record of 3 shutouts during the last season's play. Any hint that Boudreau and his Indians might be discouraged as a result of Feller's defeat yesterday would be misleading. They saw a pennant slip almost from their grasp last Sunday when Hal Newhouser and the Detroit Tigers beat Feller. Following that, they had to endure a long train ride to Boston, and there before a hostile crowd, in a park in which they had played only 11 of their 154 previous games, they staged a superb comeback to win the flag going away. This Cleveland club is in no sense on trial. The 1948 Indians and their brilliant young skipper have already proved their right to greatness. That they can come back, no one, not even Billy Southworth, has the slightest doubt. But when you get right down to cases, such one-sided pre-game odds as prevailed in this series were somewhat ridiculous. It recalls to mind what John McGraw once said when he was about to send his great New York Giants against an underrated American League club. They won their championship, didn't they? Said John. Well, they must be good. Today, the umpiring dispositions will be changed. The plate umpire will be an American leaguer, Bill Summers. The first base umpire will be National League arbiter Bill Stewart. The second base umpire will be American leaguer Bill Grieve. The third base umpire will be George Barr of the National League staff, who was yesterday's umpire-in-chief. And the foul line umpires, who take their positions about 20 feet from the right and left field stands, will be Babe Pinelli down on the left field line and Joe Paparella down on the right field line. And as I said that, the 6 umpires began to come out. One of them went over to exchange greetings with a friend. The field has been cleared of all scribes, commentators, photographers, newsreel men by orders of the commissioner for some 25 minutes, and overhead the broken skies are beginning to set the stage for a little sunlight. We did have just a slight downpour of rain a while back, but it was of no great consequence. Incidentally, Warren Spahn had his picture taken, and some of the baseball men, compare his style to that of the great late Herb Pennock. He has a sneaky fastball, a good curveball. He claims he does not throw a screwball, all reports to the contrary notwithstanding, and he has an excellent slow curveball. Bob Lemon has, in addition to a variety of curveballs and a good change of pace, a very good fastball. He has pitched recently unsuccessfully in an effort to notch his 21st victory, but in his first 20-game season, he has been mightily impressive. And his performance this year recalls to mind what Jim Hegan, the Cleveland catcher, told me last winter. He said, keep an eye on Lemon because he is certain to be the most effective of the Cleveland pitchers. At that time, Jim had no idea, of course, that Gene Bearden would have been cut adrift by the New York Yankees to become the great southpaw that he was this last season. The playing field condition here at Braves Field, notwithstanding the fact that 1 or 2 football games have been played on it during the past couple of months, is in excellent condition. The umpires now are going to their positions, and very shortly, Baron Hugo's band, which has been entertaining here at Braves Field, will set the stage for the national anthem. Down at home plate, Bill Summers is being given a supply of baseballs by the Braves ball boy, Tommy Ferguson. The Indians, as you know, had a contest to select a bat boy, and the youngster is one of the proudest kids you can possibly imagine. The idea of having a right field foul line umpire and a left field foul line umpire is one of the best baseball has had in modern times. It brings to mind a situation that occurred in several major league parks this year when home runs were ruled fair or foul, and then later on the dispute kicked up rather a row. The Braves are going out to the field. Warren Spahn, who wears the number 21, the same number worn by Bob Lemon, goes out to the mound, and here is the national anthem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with the second game of the 1948 World Series about to get underway, here is my colleague who will describe for you the first 4.5 innings of play, Mel Allen of New York.
And before we get underway, ladies and gentlemen, hello everybody, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For the World Series and other top sporting events the year round, keep tuned to 710. This is WOR, New York.
The broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, comes to you by the authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and is intended only for the private use of our audience. Any publication or reproduction of this program is prohibited. It's going to be the left-hander Warren Spahn going for the Boston Braves today in an effort to capture the Braves' second consecutive win over the Cleveland Indians. Warren Spahn, a 27-year-old boy from Buffalo, who's won 15 games during the regular season. A boy who has quite an assortment of stuff. Got a good fastball. He's got a nice roundhouse curve. Those of you who may have seen Jack Kramer pitch for the Boston Red Sox, for example, we might tell you that Spahn's curveball is, well, he's the left-handed counterpart of a Jack Kramer who's a right-hand pitcher. Sort of a roundhouse curve that he comes in there with beautifully. He was a 20-game winner last year, named after a president. He's all set to go now. Warren Spahn. He's trying to win this one for his youngster, just born some 6 days ago, Gregory D. Stepping into hitting position now for the Cleveland Indians is Dale Mitchell, a left-hand hitter. 0 for 4 in yesterday's game. One of the leading hitters in the American League during the course of the regular season. Mitchell had an average of .335. And so we're all set to go, and Warren Spahn, the left-hander, is into the windup. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. Mitchell takes it, and it's outside for ball 1. You've got Bill Summers umpiring back of the plate, Bill Stewart of the National League umpiring at first base, Billy Grieve of the American League umpiring at second, and George Barr of the National League umpiring at third. The left-hander Warren Spahn again sets, throws. Mitchell swings and fouls it off right up here. Almost hit us. As a matter of fact, it almost got Jimmy Britt. I'm glad it didn't, because I don't feel like going 9 today, Jim, but I would. So the count is 1 ball, 1 strike on Dale Mitchell. Bob Elliott, Braves third baseman, laying in close on the grass, about 4 or 5 feet off the line in the event of a bunt.
Warren spun delivers, an overhand fastball swung on, popped up in the air, foul, back up third. There's Elliott racing over near the stands. He's under it and makes the catch. One away as Dale Mitchell fouled out to Bob Elliott, who had to go a long way from the foul line all the way over to the field boxes to the left of the Braves dugout. So with one down, up to the plate steps Allie Clark. Clark's a right-hand batter. A boy from New Jersey, around Perth Amboy, South Amboy. Making his first appearance in this World Series. He played in the World Series last year briefly. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. A wicked hook that had Allie Clark fooled. That ball hit the dirt. A beautiful curveball. The outfield's around toward left. Clark was in the World Series last year in a Yankee uniform. Now the pitch. And it's very high for a ball. The count is evened up at 1-1. The Braves have Marvin Rickert in left field, Mike McCormick in center, Tommy Holmes in right. The outfield's way around toward left. They play Clark to pull. Allie stands in close to the plate. Feet spread slightly. Bat cocked up off his right shoulder. Here's the pitch. He takes strike two call, the curve over the inside corner, about belt high. Third baseman Bob Elliott is laying very close to that third base line. Shortstop Al Dark in a couple of steps over toward the gap. Spahn delivers. Clark swings and misses. Strike three. Fastball. Allie Clark went down swinging. It was a fastball, looked to be about letter high. From our perch high above Braves Field, just slightly to the left of home plate. And now Lou Boudreau, who went hitless in yesterday's game, but on the season hit .355, runner-up to Ted Williams in the American League for the batting crown. Right-hand hitter crouches. Here's the pitch. Lou takes very high for a ball. Half-speed ball. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third for the Indians. Mel Harder coaching at first base. Eddie Stanky, second baseman, is a step on the grass in the outfield. Here's the pitch. Swung on by Lou. Little roller. Hit slowly down toward third. It's charged by Elliott. Is up with it. Throws to first in time for the out on a nice play. It took a good play by Bob Elliott to take that slow roller and toss Lou out just by a step at first base. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on, and the Indians failed to score. And the score at the end of the first half of the first inning, 0-0. Down through the years, baseball has undergone many refinements, as you fans know. Yes, sir, and that's equally true of the Gillette Blue Blade, which today has the sharpest, easiest shaving edges ever produced. Men, this blade is made to the closest limits of accuracy known in the industry, so it fits your Gillette razor precisely. The edges line up absolutely parallel with the razor guard and extend just the right distance for smooth, comfortable shaving. Thus, you avoid the harsh, irritating effect of misfit blades and faulty shaving methods. For the slickest shaves of your life, buy Gillette Blue Blades, 5 for a quarter. Or for extra convenience at no extra cost, get 20 of them in the handy new Gillette Blade dispenser for 98 cents. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Coming into the last half of the first inning, that round of applause you just heard was for Tommy Holmes, who will be leading off for the Braves, the man who got the second hit off of Bobby Feller yesterday and drove in the lone run of the ball game. So Tommy steps up, left-hand hitter, and it's Bob Lemon, a right-hander, on the hill for the Cleveland Indians. A 20-game winner, the first man in the American League to win 20 games this year. 10 shutouts and a no-hitter among his victories. So Bob Lemon has the Cleveland hopes on his strong right arm today. He delivers. Tommy Holmes takes strike one called. Lemon has good fastball, good curve. He's got a sinker, too, that baffles the hitters when it's working properly. Tommy Holmes awaits the delivery. The outfield is shading him slightly toward left, in center and left, straightaway and right, the big hole in right center. Here's your pitch. Holmes takes strike two. It's called. Fastball. It came right down the middle, about knee-high. Holmes, who hit .325 on the season, had 1 out of 4 yesterday. He and Marv Rickert had the only hits off Bob Feller, who lost a tough ball game Johnny Sane, who allowed 4 hits, won a very good ball game. Now Bob Lemon delivers. Pitch is swung on, little tap back to the mound on 1 hop. Bob takes it, throws over to first base to Eddie Robinson in time for the out, and there's 1 away. Holmes bounces out, pitcher to first. Lemon to Eddie Robinson. And now coming to bat is Alvin Dark. Dark, a right-hand hitter. Hit .322 on the season. A lad who went to LSU. Folks down in Baton Rouge mighty proud of him. Now the pitch. The right-hand batter swings, sends a ground ball out to second baseman Joe Gordon, who boots it, picks it up, fires to first. He's safe. He's safe. Bill Stewart called him safe. And now Joe Gordon comes walking over to protest the decision slightly. So does Lou Boudreau. And it probably is a matter of Eddie Robinson having his foot off the bag rather than the throw being late. However, that's supposition on our part. From here, the Indians all in front of their dugout are getting on Billy Stewart at first base. It's an error on the play, of course. And an error charged to Joe Gordon, which would indicate, of course, that the throw arrived too late and Joe originally had bobbled the ball. So that brings to the plate now Earl Torgeson, the left-hand hitter. Stretched by Bob Lemon, checks his runner, Al Dark. Here's the pitch. Swung on it, missed, strike 1, as Torgeson took a good roundhouse swing. Al Dark on first base. Good fast man. Bob Lemon gets his sign, takes his stretch. Checks his runner. There's an easy lob over to first base. Dark back in plenty of time. The Indians have Mitchell in left, Doby in center, Clark in right. And now time's been called for a moment. Bill Summers takes off his mask and walks over toward the Cleveland dugout and points at someone, evidently telling them to quieten down. The Indians are on the warpath today. All right, Lemon ready. There's a quick throw to first base. Dark back in time. Not even a tag by Robbie. Ed Robinson returns the ball to Bob Lemon. There's Mitchell in left, Doby in center, Clark in right, Keltner third, Boudreau short, Gordon second, Robinson first, Hegan catching, Lemon pitching. Earl Torgeson, left-hand hitter, the batter. The stretch by Lemon, the pitch swung on, lined out to right field for a base hit. There's Al Dark rounding second on his way to third. The ball fielded by Clark, whips his throw into second. Dark holds at third, it's a single for Torgeson. Earl Torgeson, who hit .251 on the season and who was hitless yesterday, lined a single to right field between first and second to send Al Dark to third. And thus the Indians find themselves on the defensive once again, with the Braves having runners on first and third, 1 out, and the batter, the cleanup man, Bob Elliott, who hit .283 on the year, who was hitless yesterday, right-hand hitter. Dark on third. Torgeson leading off first. The outfield around toward left. The infield shaded around toward third. The stretch by Bob Lemon, the pitch. And it's outside. Ball 1. Lou Boudreau laying in about halfway at short. Joe Gordon in halfway at second. In potential double play position if the opportunity should present itself. Freddie Fitzsimmons, of past World Series fame through the years, coaching at first base for the Braves. Billy Southworth at third. The stretch by Lemon as he checks his runners. Here's the pitch. Elliott takes high, ball 2. There's activity. Activity in the Indians' bullpen. We can't quite see who's warming up. It's behind a fence out there in deep center. But there's somebody warming up for Cleveland. Runners on first and third, 1 out. Now the pitch. Elliott swings and lines one over Boudreau's head in the left field for a base hit. Coming in to score is Dark. The ball fielded by Mitchell. Holding second is Torgeson, and the Braves lead 1-0. Bob Elliott hit a soft fly ball to left field. Credited with a run batted in. As he scored Dark from third. Situation set up by Joe Gordon's error. Followed by successive singles on the part of Earl Torgeson and Bob Elliott. Stepping up to the plate now is Marv Rickard, who got the first hit yesterday off Bob Feller. Marv Rickard, left-hand hitter. You've got Torgerson on second, Elliott on first. One down. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike. Bob Lemon got behind Elliott and had to come in with something a little better than he normally would have liked to have offered up. Lemon ready, checks his runners. Here's the pitch, and it's low outside. Ball 1-1-1. Lemon taking his time. Outfield playing Rickert just about straight away. One run in, last half of the first inning, 1-0 Braves. Runners on first and second. The pitch swung on and missed for strike two, as Rickert took a terrific cut at that ball. Marv steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt in his hands, moves back into hitting position. Left-hand hitter, slightly open stance, holds that bat down the end of the handle. Bob Lemon ready. Torgerson leads off second, Elliott off first. The pitch, and it's just outside for ball two. 2-2 the count. That was almost a beautiful pitch by Bob Lemon. Just did miss that outside corner. Billy Southworth slaps his hands, coaching at third base, hollers words of encouragement up there to Rickert. Bob Lemon standing sideways on the mound, looks in, gets his sign. Torgerson moves off second, Elliott off first. There's an attempted pickoff play, and the runner is out at second base. They picked him off. They picked him off at second base on a beautiful pickoff play, Lemon to Boudreau. And the play which almost succeeded yesterday, that did not succeed and which cost the Indians the ball game, worked here. As Boudreau sneaked in behind Earl Torgerson, who took a big lead off second. And on the count, as the sign was put on, Boudreau and Lemon start a count. Bob whirled around and fired that ball to Lou, and you could see from here that he was going to be out if the throw was good. And they got him. So Torgerson is picked off, Lemon to Boudreau. And that eases the situation somewhat for Bob Lemon. And now they're two down, and Bob Elliott on first, the stretch by Bob. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed by Marv Rickert for strike three. And so for the Boston Braves in the last half of an exciting first inning, they got one run, 2 hits, 1 Cleveland error, which of course proved to be most costly, and 1 man left on base. Rickert strikes out. Torgerson was picked off. Bob Lemon to Lou Boudreau. And now the score at the end of 1 inning of play. Braves 1, Indians nothing. And there's quite a rhubarb going on, ladies and gentlemen, to a degree, between the Indians and the umpires. Bill Summers just hollered over to the Cleveland dugout again. The Indians are on Bill Stewart, umpiring at first base today. Bill called the play at second base yesterday in the attempted pickoff of Phil Macy. The play in which Stewart called Macy safe, and a moment later, Macy scored the lone run of the game. And now there's Bill Summers going down to talk to George Barr. As Barr comes up from third base, they're discussing something or other, I don't know exactly what. But you can take it as the gospel. The men in blue call him as his theme. And by and large, they do a tremendous job. Without them, you couldn't have baseball the way it's played. They call them, they're right on top of those plays. And they do a tremendous job. There are times, of course, when you think perhaps that they haven't called them just the way you've seen them. But now, just a moment, Bill Summers has called Billy Southworth and Lou Boudreau out of their respective dugouts to home plate to discuss some matter, evidently concerning ground rules. That's supposition on our part. Bill Summers is pointing to something out in the direction of left field underneath the scoreboard. Babe Pinelli, who is an alternate umpire and who is stationed down the left field foul line, called attention to the umpires about the fact that there are some photographers on top of the fence. Now we see them. There are 3 photographers, or 2, underneath the scoreboard. There's an opening underneath the tremendous scoreboard here and the top of the fence, and they were in that opening taking pictures from a point in left center field. And they have been ordered out of there. Of course, it's entirely possible that a drive could hit them and drop back onto the playing field, perhaps, instead of going on through. So these umpires, as we were just telling you, are really on the ball. And they don't miss a trick, and they do the best possible job you can expect of them. After all, it's only human to err, and occasionally they may. All right, it's Joe Gordon leading off, top of the second. Warren Spahn throws. Joe Gordon swings and rams one foul on the ground down the left field line. Strike one. And Babe Pinelli gets a hand. The alternate umpire stationed deep down the left field line as he caught the ball. Joe Gordon, right-hand hitter. One strike on him. Warren Spahn into the windup. Here's the pitch. Gordon takes low inside for a ball. And the count is even up now, 1-1. Joe Gordon, who hit .279 on the season, yesterday had 1 out of 4. Spahn delivers. Gordon swings and hits one on the ground out to short. Al Dark eats it up. There's his throw over to Torgerson in time, and Joe Gordon is out at first base. Gordon grounds out short to first. Dark to Torgerson. Now here's Kenny Keltner coming up. Kenny bats him right-handed. Hit .299 on the season. In yesterday's ball game, he had 1 out of 4. The Indians weren't able to bunch their hits yesterday. The few that they did get. Warren Spahn comes in with an overhand fastball that's outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. It's a 1-0 ball game, favor the Braves. The Braves won yesterday's opener by a 1-0 score. Spahn working rapidly, delivers. Keltner takes, he started to cut, takes a pitch high, ball 2. There's that slow curve that Warren Spahn uses to great effectiveness, but it came in too high. The outfield is playing Keltner around toward left. He's a pull hitter. Eddie Stanky's laying almost directly back at second base. Spahn delivers, Keltner swings and he misses. Strike 1, he went after that 2-0 pitch, which was that slow curve. And that takes quite a bit of courage in a sense, and certainly a will to come in there when you're behind with that curveball. Now the 2-1 pitch. Keltner swings on it, sends a long high fly ball to deep left center. There's Mike McCormick and Marv Rickert out there, and it's Rickert making the catch for out number 2. The wind blowing off the Charles River made that drive fade. Had the wind been blowing out, that ball might have gone all the way up against the wall, possibly over.
Larry Doby.
With 2 down, up comes Larry Doby, left-hand hitter, with .301 on the season, hitting .250 in the series. He had a hit yesterday, 1 out of 4. 1-0 favor the Boston Braves. Top half the second inning. 2 outs and nobody on. Warren Spahn delivers to the left-hand batter, takes outside into the dirt. Ball 1. The outfield plays Doby just about straight away almost. They shade him slightly toward left. He can pull, but he hits a lot to left center and straight away. Now the pitch. Swung on, popped high into the air off to the left of the plate. Coming back is Saul Kell, but he can't get it. The ball's out of play. So it's a life for Doby. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top half the second inning, 1-0 favor of Boston. Warren Spahn, the left-hander from Buffalo. Second half of the Braves' tremendous 1-2 punch in pitching. He's ready. Into the windup. Round comes the left arm. The pitch. Fastball moves Doby away from there. Ball 2. Fastball inside. Mel Harder coaching at first base for Cleveland. Bill McKechnie at third. Spahn looks in, has his sign, working rapidly. He's ready for that 2-1 pitch. In it comes. Larry Doby takes, and it's high for ball 3. 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Sun is shining out here at Braves Field now. Just before the game got underway, there were a few drops of rain that came down. But now the skies have cleared, at least in one direction, and the sun is shining. Spahn's 3-1 delivery to Doby. Swung on, lined out to left center field. It's in there for a base hit in between Rickert and McCormick. McCormick makes a beautiful cutoff. There's Doby rounding first, digging for second. He slides in with a double. His great speed enabled him to get 2 bases on his drive to left center that Mike McCormick cut off beautifully. But he was unable to get that throw in there in time. And Doby, as he rounded first, decided to go for 2, and he did. So So Doby doubles to left center. That's a favorite spot for him to hit into. And that is the first extra base hit of this World Series. A double for Larry Doby with 2 outs on the top of the second inning. And the batter is Eddie Robinson, left-handed hitting first baseman. Spahn with a stretch. In comes the pitch. Robinson takes low. Ball 1. Larry Doby gets the first extra base hit of this series. There were 6 hits in the ball game yesterday, all singles. 4 for the Braves, 2 for the Braves, 4 for the Indians. All singles. Warren Spahn with the stretch, checks the runner. Here's the pitch. Robinson takes outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Jimmy Higgins on deck. He'll hit next if Eddie Robinson should get on. Robinson hit .256 during the season. He went hitless yesterday and 3 times at bat. Outfield plays him straight away. Bob Elliott in fairly close at third, 10 feet off the line. There's a whirl around by Spahn, but no throw. Al Dark doesn't even move. He's laying over close to second. Eddie Stanky is laying halfway between first and second, back on the edge of the outfield grass. Now Spahn again takes the stretch. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Eddie Robinson takes a hook inside for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes to count on the Cleveland Indians first baseman. 3-0 to count. Robbie digs in. I don't know whether he'll be going for the 3-0 pitch or not. Stretch by Spahn. Here's your delivery. And it's in there for a called strike. Sometimes with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Occasionally a manager might give a hitter, especially a guy who hits a long ball, and Robbie does. Sometimes he gives him the go sign on a 3-0 pitch. All right, Spahn delivers. Eddie Robinson takes, and it's high for ball 4. He walks, trots on down to first base, and that brings up Jimmy Higgins. And one of the reasons, perhaps, that Lou Boudreau decided not to give Eddie Robinson the green light on a 3-0 pitch was the fact he had a right-hand hitter coming up next and might want to get him up there against a left-hand pitcher. Red Barrett is throwing the bullpen now for the Braves. Eddie Robinson on first base. Larry Doby on second. 2 down. Top half the second inning. 1-0 Braves. The stretch. Here's the pitch to Jim Higgins. And it's in there for a call strike over the inside corner, about belt high. Higgins hit .248 on the regular season. Had 1 out of 3 yesterday, hitting .333 in the series. Spahn throws, a pitch is swung on. There's a long fly ball in the left center field. Mike McCormick races over, and Rickert, and it's McCormick under the ball, and he makes the catch. Once again, that wind that blows off the river made that drive fade, and the Indians fail to score. No runs, 1 hit, no Brave errors, 2 left on for Cleveland, and at the end of an inning and a half, the score, the Braves 1, Cleveland 0. Folks, with the new Gillette dispenser, you just push with your thumb, and there's an unwrapped Gillette Blue Blade. Ask Johnny Pesky of the Boston Red Sox, who's here with me. He says it's the greatest shaving convenience ever. Can you add to that, Johnny?
Well, fans, it saves a lot of bother when you want to change blades. Also, I find it protects the blades perfectly.
Folks, let me tell you something. That's right. The blades reach you factory sharp and stay that way until used.
Another thing, Mal. The dispenser holds 20 blades, a good supply to have on hand, and you pay nothing extra for it.
Well, that's right, Johnny, and thanks. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. And for extra convenience, buy them in the Gillette dispenser for 98 cents, $1 in Canada. Last half of the second inning, 1-0 favor the Braves. Leading off for Boston in the last half inning, number 2, will be Bill Salkel. He's the fellow who got the walk in the 8th inning yesterday off Bob Feller that led to the lone run and the winning run of the ball game. Salkel will be followed by Mike McCormick and then Eddie Stanky. Bill's a left-hand hitter. Bob Lemon on the mound for Cleveland. Looks in to get his sign from Higgins. Right-hander starts the wind-up. Round comes the arm, the pitch. Strike 1 called. Curve. He got the outside corner, just above the knees. Outfield playing Salkel just about straight away. Lou Boudreau laying over near second. Here's your pitch. There's a curve that's high, and the count is even up at 1-1. Kenny Keltner's laying about 10, 12 feet off the third baseline. Joe Gordon is very deep at second, almost halfway between first and second. Eddie Robinson on the edge of the outfield grass, about 5 feet off the first baseline. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-0 Braves, last half of the second inning. Lemon throws, pitch is swung on line, solidly out to right field, and it's in there for a base hit. Clark runs over to cut the ball off, grabs it on 2 hops, whips his throw into the infield, and Salkeld holds it first after taking his turn with a line single to right.